History remembers the fall of the Knights Templar as a moment of extinction. But what if that was never the end? What if, beneath the ashes of persecution, the order did not vanish? It transformed, hidden within noble houses, beneath altered names. The last knights may have survived through blood, not battle. Tonight, we follow the whispers of their descendants, the secret families who refuse to die with history. The demise of an ancient order is often recounted as absolute, yet an enduring enigma persists. When the Knights Templar faced persecution, their eradication from historical records was not entirely successful. A select few vanished without a trace. Their disappearance was not into the oblivion of execution or incarceration, but into an orchestrated silence, adopting new identities, migrating to distant lands, and integrating into different genealogies. Through strategic matrimonial alliances, their descendants ascended to positions of influence. Their symbols, once overt, became subtly embedded within public view, their core mission remaining steadfast. For generations, murmurs have persistently linked various families, both eminent and inconspicuous, not to their overt actions, but to their inherent identity, past or present. Should these unconfirmed accounts prove accurate, the Templar legacy did not conclude. It merely underwent a titular metamorphosis. The fervent purges of the past have long subsided, yet the residual glow of their embers persists beneath forgotten heraldry, within sealed archives, and behind every whispered name. This exploration endeavors to uncover the lineages that defied historical eradication, the bloodlines that steadfastly refused to succumb. Visualize standing amidst the desolate remains of a medieval ecclesiastical structure, its roof long since succumbed to time. Moonlight streams through empty arches where vibrant stained glass once emulated fire. Below, the fractured floor conceals a crypt, its entrance not denoted by a conventional cross, but by a crimson seal intricately carved into the stone. One perceives the immense weight of centuries settling with the dust, accompanied by an almost palpable, quiet yet intentional presence, akin to a secret perpetually observed. This narrative transcends mere myth or legend. It is an account of profound survival, not the survival chronicled in academic texts or monumental inscriptions, but that preserved through tacit understanding, within cherished heirlooms, in symbols meticulously woven into bridal attire, and through names subtly transmuted over successive generations. It is a discourse on blood, not in its visceral, sensational context, but in its genetic, ancestral essence, a lineage that retains memory, bears intrinsic obligation, and adeptly conceals its existence. The obliteration of the Knights Templar in the early 14th century represented far more than a mere military or religious judgment. It constituted the systematic dismantling of a vast, interconnected network, an infrastructure and brotherhood that spanned continents and, arguably more significantly, extended across multiple generations. Beyond their considerable wealth, they possessed families and established lines of succession. If, as widely theorized, the Knights of the Red Cross foresaw their imminent downfall, it is logical to assume they would have made provisions. Would they not have safeguarded their most invaluable asset, not their material riches, but their enduring legacy? This inquiry pursues that pivotal question towards a profound and disquieting conclusion that beneath Europe's ornate family crests, intertwined with particular political unions, concealed within cryptic inheritances, and underpinning seemingly disparate manifestations of power, a singular, persistent thread may exist, a bloodline the Church strenuously endeavored to extinguish, yet which steadfastly resisted quiet cessation. This exploration will uncover accounts of mysteriously vanished heirs, unconventional matrimonial alliances, meticulously fabricated identities, aristocratic residences, housing-sealed libraries, and subterranean vaults within Swiss mountains concealing more than mere financial assets. We will delve into intricate heraldic codes, long-lost historical documents, DNA studies with implications that remain unpublished, and families who, despite disavowing any Templar ancestry, possess precise sword hilts, seals, and artifacts unequivocally linked to the defunct order. It is not the premise of this investigation to assert that every European noble possesses a clandestine Templar lineage. Such a claim would be patently specious. Yet, interspersed throughout historical records are subtle indications of an alternative narrative elements that defy conventional historical accounts. An anomalous pattern, an incongruous name, a seal that should not logically exist. Lineages that ostensibly disappear for a century often re-emerge, demonstrating unprecedented levels of influence. Furthermore, an inexplicable preoccupation with discretion, ancestral customs, and uncatalogued relics frequently characterizes these entities. Therefore, the pertinent inquiry is not whether the bloodline merely endured, but rather, what if it never truly ceased to exist? And critically, who continues to safeguard it? Further insights into these historical enigmas can be obtained by following our ongoing research. The atmosphere in Paris during the autumn of 1307 must have been charged with a metallic chill, sharpened by an pervasive secrecy. Just before dawn, as the majority of the city remained in slumber beneath a bruised, pre-dawn sky, armored boots echoed with measured rhythm through alleys and across squares. Men bearing torches and sealed royal warrants approached thick wooden doors, their intent not courteous inquiry but resolute intrusion. Refusal was not an option for their targets, the Knights Templar, then Christendom's most elite military order. However, a critical discrepancy became apparent, not in the arrests themselves, which proceeded as planned, but in the notable absences. When the king's forces breached the doors of Templar commanderies, they secured ledgers and vestments, but neither the Grand Master's treasury nor the order's secret archives were found. Even Grand Master Jacques de Molay would be apprehended later, suggesting a calculated delay, perhaps just long enough to incinerate crucial parchments. Yet, numerous other senior Templars were simply gone. No bodies, no signs of resistance, merely an unexplained void. This was not an intelligence failure. Philip IV, known as Philip the Fair, had meticulously orchestrated this operation for months, possibly years, with assistance from within the church hierarchy. The timing was precise. How then could dozens, perhaps hundreds of high-ranking Templars have vanished without a trace? And how were key vaults, ostensibly secured by locks and seals, found already empty? Even more intriguing were the items not confiscated. At several locations, inquisitors documented symbols carved into stone that deviated from the standard Templar cross. Rosettes, enigmatic sigils, and intertwined serpents were noted. Some theorized alchemical significance, while others suspected these were familial or bloodline markers rather than theological emblems. In the fervor of the arrests, these iconographic anomalies were disregarded. The church sought heresy. The king desired gold. Neither seemed interested in arcane symbolism. Later, as the trials commenced, the few captured knights provided little substantive information. Some were evidently broken, others remarkably evasive. A lesser-known commander from Poitiers was recorded whispering during his interrogation. "We were told to leave the house before the house fell." This statement transcends military strategy. It borders on prophecy. The French populace, meanwhile, evinced a palpable unease. The arrests were too seamless, too abrupt. There were no pitched battles, no sieges, only sealed orders and men disappearing into the night. For an organization of warrior monks, renowned for their martial prowess and defiance, the ensuing silence was jarring. Historians frequently debate whether the Templars possessed foreknowledge of their impending doom. Some contend there was no coordinated plan, merely disparate instances of fortune. Others postulate a deeper, more sophisticated network, an early warning system extending across abbeys and ports. However, a third, less frequently entertained theory suggests that the upper echelon, the genetically linked few, had long anticipated this moment, and that escape was not merely expected, but meticulously pre-planned. One obscure yet persistent historical thread originates from letters penned by a Genoese merchant weeks after the arrests. He lamented that several regular Templar clients failed to claim their cargo, goods already paid for. Crucially, the ship manifests still indicated the crate's destinations. One location recurred multiple times: Aberdeen, a remote and frigid corner of Scotland, then under excommunication by Rome. This was a place where papal edicts could be safely disregarded, and, more importantly, a locale beyond the immediate purview of continental scrutiny. What emerges from these observations is not definitive proof of a secret exodus, but rather its resonant echo. The missing knights, the emptied vaults, the untouched symbols, the shipments rerouted to Europe's periphery, these details collectively suggest a vanishing act that was not haphazard, but meticulously executed. When one listens intently, the faint sound of a door closing behind them can almost be perceived. There is also the matter of a missing book. In Templar headquarters throughout Europe, inventories consistently listed a genealogia ordinis, a genealogy of the order. Only fragments of this document survive. However, historical whispers suggest it was not merely a list of knights, but a detailed lineage, a record of families intimately connected to the inner circle. Families entrusted not with military engagement, but with preservation. It is perhaps for this reason that the night of the arrests feels less like an ambush and more like a prearranged exit. The silence in the aftermath should have been absolute. Entire Templar commanderies stood hollow, their walls echoing with abandonment. The king secured his arrests, the Pope issued his accusations. Yet, as weeks extended into months, a hauntingly unresolved question lingered. Where were the heirs? The Templars possessed land, influence, and wealth, but they also held something far more enduring: kinship. Despite their vows of chastity, it was not uncommon for knights, particularly those stationed beyond Rome's direct oversight, to maintain unofficial family ties. Sons born out of wedlock, daughters discreetly placed in convents or married into lesser noble houses, and, frequently, younger brothers or cousins had already been integrated into the local aristocracy. Blood flowed in multiple directions. The records, predictably, are deliberately vague. Papal suppression ensured that any evidence of hereditary succession within the order was not only declared heretical, but systematically erased. Nevertheless, glimpses remain. In the Aragonese archives, there is a mention of an unnamed young nobleman who petitioned the crown in 1312, asserting inheritance rights to lands formerly held by my uncle, a knight of the Temple. The petition was formally denied, yet, fascinatingly, the response included a quiet grant of land in a nearby province under a different title, as if the crown was not punishing the claim but discreetly validating it. This is but one example. In the wake of the order's collapse, certain families across Europe began to experience an unusually rapid ascent. Their crests incorporated unfamiliar elements: double-barred crosses, interlaced triangles, or an occasional red bloom that was not quite a rose. They possessed no documented history of ancestral greatness. Yet, they appeared to command extraordinary respect. Doors opened, alliances formed, and in royal courts, their names were whispered with a peculiar reverence. Not fear, not awe, but obligation. One curious pattern can be traced through the Languedoc region, where several noble houses flourished after the Templars' downfall, houses that had no notable holdings prior to 1312. They constructed fortresses using Templar stone, wore rings identical to those of the order, and referred to themselves not as lords but as custodians. Some even maintained the peculiar practice of burying their dead with their feet oriented towards Jerusalem, a tradition officially abolished with the order but privately observed in family chapels. Naturally, historians endlessly debate these points. Some attribute them to coincidence, others to deliberate myth-making. However, the most peculiar details often lie in what is absent. There are entire generations in certain noble family trees where records simply vanish. No birth dates, no death dates, just blank spaces, as if intentionally erased or concealed. There is also an apocryphal story, circulated among archivists, too fanciful for publication yet too persistent to ignore, about a Templar commander who, prior to his arrest, dispatched his nephews with a singular instruction: forget our name, keep the seal. The appearance of that seal is never specified. Curiously, however, a nearly identical phrase emerges 2 centuries later in the family annals of a Baltic estate, whose coat of arms depicts a broken cross within a red square. Some scholars trace these irregularities to the Council of Vienne, where Pope Clement V formally disbanded the order. While the council's primary focus was official closure, several private petitions were also presented requests for exemptions, royal favors, and curious appeals involving unnamed wards or sponsored kin left behind by the order. These entries are vague, almost coded, but the repetition of terms such as protection, transition, and guardianship implies something more personal than mere property. It suggests blood. More tantalizing is the observation made by Guillaume de Nogaret, Philip IV's chief advisor and the legal architect of the Templar trials. In a now-lost correspondence, referenced only in the margins of another chronicler's diary, Nogaret allegedly wrote that the campaign's greatest failure was not in seizing gold, but in failing to sever the veins of influence. He did not use the word chains. He said veins, as if the true network of the Templars was held together not by loyalty, but by blood. Modern echoes of this phenomenon also exist. In interviews from the early 20th century, descendants of certain obscure, isolated, and deeply traditional French families spoke of the red line running through their ancestry. Some dismissed it as folklore, others would not elaborate. Thus, we return to that lingering question. Where were the heirs? They were never publicly crowned or announced, but perhaps they were never meant to be. Perhaps their survival depended not on reclaiming the temple, but on retreating from it, shedding the name, burying the sigil, preserving only the essence. For when an empire falls, the survivors do not always rebuild. Sometimes, they merely continue to breathe quietly in the shadow of the flame. There exists an unsettling phenomenon of recognition occurring without full comprehension. This manifests as a flicker of familiarity in a symbol carved into ancient stone or intricately engraved onto a ring inherited through generations. Such instances are not uncommon. Indeed, they are so prevalent that most individuals cease to notice them. A red cross here, a double-barred sword there, an 8-pointed star subtly concealed beneath the rim of a wine goblet at an aristocratic banquet. One might attribute these occurrences to mere coincidence, were it not for their persistent reappearance. Centuries after the Templars' dissolution, their symbols endured, not predominantly within churches or military orders, but within familial seals. Heraldry, with all its inherent pomp and pageantry, served as a sophisticated form of concealment. Certain families appeared to bear more than mere prestige within their coats of arms. They carried echoes. Echoes of banners that once commanded attention on battlefields from Acre to Antioch. Echoes of an order officially erased in name, yet undiminished in its subtle influence. One of the most recognizable examples is the double-headed eagle. While often associated with imperial power and predating the Templars, it conspicuously begins to appear in the heraldry of noble houses, with no prior ties to the Holy Roman Empire following the order's suppression. This is particularly noticeable in regions known to have provided refuge for fleeing Templars, such as the Orsini family in Italy, the Della Rovere family, and even a selection of minor German lords who suddenly adopted variations of this imperial bird. Each rendition was subtly distinct, yet invariably paired with a red element. A band, a stripe, a droplet. However, the connections transcend mere visual patterns. In the late 15th century, a Flemish nobleman commissioned a family crest featuring a pair of crossed swords behind a white tower. When questioned regarding its significance, he asserted it was an homage to the protectors of an ancient legacy. Pressed further, he added, "Our house is not built on land, but on oath." This statement was dismissed at the time as poetic embellishment. Yet, nearly 5 centuries later, that identical crest reappears, virtually unchanged, among the possessions of a retired British officer who claimed descent from those who kept the flame during the dark centuries. His family name was a variant of de Meaux. Then there is the curious case of the rose and cross. Long before its adoption as the emblem of the Rosicrucians, it was present in at least a dozen noble seals originating from France, Bohemia, and the Iberian Peninsula. Always depicted in red, it was invariably accompanied by Latin phrases that suggested less theology and more discretion. In obscuro servimus, sanguis memoratimus, nomen non proferatur. We serve in darkness, blood remembers, the name remains unspoken. The fundamental question, of course, is whether these were deliberate references or unconscious inheritances. Did these families knowingly preserve Templar codes, or were they merely repeating practices transmitted through generations, akin to a familial recipe whose origins are forgotten but whose methods are faithfully maintained without full understanding? Some scholars argue that these symbols were fashionable, borrowed from the past to confer legitimacy or an aura of mystery. This perspective holds some validity. The Renaissance indeed favored medieval throwbacks. However, the problem lies in their clustering. These symbols do not appear randomly. They concentrate in specific geographical areas, regions with documented Templar presence. They emerge within families experiencing sudden ascensions to power or influence. They manifest in locales where the church's authority had temporarily wandered. And then there is the matter of inheritance. In heraldic law, new symbols are not adopted arbitrarily. They must be justified, earned through marriage, battle, or royal grant. Yet, several families managed to secure coats of arms with no clear origin or obvious right. Their genealogies are suspiciously vague. Their claims, when asserted, rely on conveniently vanished letters, and their wealth is consistently discreet and unexplained. One coat of arms, still displayed above the fireplace of an estate in northern Portugal, features a red chevron flanked by 2 silver stars. Local lore suggests the estate was once a Templar commandery, though no official records corroborate this. Yet, in the cellar, carved into an old wine cask door, is a symbol known to have been used by Templar naval fleets, a cross nested within a circle, bound by 4 equidistant knots. This might be dismissed as inconsequential, until one realizes that the estate's family line has never once married outside the same 5 noble houses, all of which possess similarly ambiguous roots. Naturally, one might argue that symbols are meaningless without context, that a red cross is merely a red cross, and that lineage is a narrative we construct to affirm importance. But context possesses a peculiar way of reasserting itself. In 1832, a Spanish historian unearthed a collection of family seals hidden within a church crypt near Burgos. Several bore Templar designs long présumed extinct. Alongside them was a parchment fragment which read, "Though our names have changed, the mark remains. For the name was never the power, the vow was. It is merely a fragment, perhaps a forgery. But then again, perhaps not. For sometimes, truth does not hide. It simply awaits, engraved on silver, woven into velvet, pressed into wax in plain sight, on every letter sealed not with a signature, but with an oath. If there is one document that persistently defies historical obscurity, it is the Charter of Larminius. This parchment does not demand attention. It lacks gold leaf, a dramatic papal seal, or battle-stained parchment. Instead, it features tight, meticulously written Latin in an unbroken sequence. The document lists 33 names, 33 individuals who, according to this charter, secretly and quietly led the Templars after the order's official dissolution, as if nothing had transpired. The charter first surfaced in the 18th century, presented by the French Templar revivalist movement, immediately sparking considerable controversy. It asserts that in 1324, a Templar knight named Johannes Marcus Larminius received the full authority of Grand Master from the imprisoned Jacques de Molay, thereby establishing a clandestine line of succession. According to the document, this lineage continued uninterrupted through centuries of silence. To maintain scholarly impartiality, mainstream historians have largely dismissed the charter as a clever forgery, likely fabricated by 18th century Templar enthusiasts to legitimize their fraternal society. There are indeed valid reasons for suspicion. Anachronistic phrasing, Latin that fluctuates between classical and modern forms, and remarkably consistent handwriting. However, the perplexing aspect is that such a document should exist at all. No group in the 1700s stood to gain any tangible benefit, no land, no inheritance, no title from claiming direct descent from an outlawed medieval order. Why, then, undertake such an elaborate deception? Even more intriguing is the charter's provenance. It was not discovered in a dusty public library or on a collector's shelf, but in the archives of the French Order of the Temple, a group that had operated discreetly for decades before ever revealing the document. Furthermore, some of the names listed on the charter, long considered fictional, have since been linked to obscure families who, remarkably, appear in royal court records as ambassadors without office or special envoys to Rome. They possessed influence, but lacked formal titles. They commanded respect, but held no public portfolios, as if operating under a different form of authority, one not publicly recognized but privately honored. One of the more peculiar footnotes in this narrative comes from a private letter written in 1804 by Bernard Raymond Fabre Palaprat, who claimed to be the current Grand Master of the surviving Templar lineage. In this correspondence, he describes visiting a French noble family who maintained, hidden beneath their chapel, a reliquary containing a sword, a seal, and a book of names written in code. The book, he stated, contained confirmations of the charter names, matching those listed in the scroll, along with obscure marginalia referencing births, deaths, and secret rituals. None of this, of course, definitively authenticates the charter, but it undeniably complicates the historical picture. For even if it was created centuries after the Templars' fall, it still draws from some memory, some oral tradition that had been preserved well beyond its presumed expiration date. Another layer of mystery arises when examining the document's style. The names of the Grand Masters are listed not by birth or family title, but by given name and region. This might seem trivial, but it aligns precisely with how original Templar records were maintained, emphasizing allegiance over aristocracy. Moreover, Many of the listed names correspond not to knights from noble houses, but to confessors, priests, and advisors, often strategically placed within influential families, individuals who guided heirs behind closed doors. This reinforces the theory that the post-1312 Templar line was preserved not through battles or public decrees, but through mentorship, through quiet inheritance, through bloodlines protected by shadows and guided by men who never again wore armor, but whispered oaths into the ears of noble children. One contemporary scholar, meticulously publishing only in academic side channels, has suggested that the charter may have been written not for public consumption, but for the bloodline itself, a document of continuity passed from hand to hand like a sacred flame, a message asserting, "We are still here, and you are still bound." Skeptics correctly point out that none of this is definitive. No court would recognize the charter as legal proof. Yet, its power resides not in legal standing, but in memory, in suggestion, in the visceral chill experienced upon encountering a name etched in two places centuries apart, accompanied by the same subtly pressed sigil. Even more disquieting is what the charter omits. There is no mention of land, wealth, or political power, only names, dates, and the authority to continue. It is as if the document exists solely to confirm presence, to declare, this is who carried the oath, this is where it went. And so, regardless of whether the charter represents truth or fiction, the deeper question lingers like incense in a vaulted chamber. Why were so many individuals, across so many centuries, so desperate to claim a lineage the world was supposed to have forgotten? To comprehend Scotland's pivotal role in this narrative, one must visualize a nation caught between two excommunications. In the early 14th century, Scotland was not merely politically inconvenient to the papacy, it was effectively rebellious. The wars of independence had left it isolated from Rome, diplomatically frozen, and, as some might phrase it, delightfully overlooked qualities that rendered it an ideal sanctuary. When the Templars fell, every knight who successfully evaded capture in France required two crucial elements: a territory where Rome's authority was negligible, and a ruler who owed them a favor. Scotland in 1307 offered both. Robert the Bruce, himself excommunicated for assassinating a rival within a church, was engaged in a protracted war against the English and possessed few allies. According to several whispered accounts, Templar ships quietly docked in western Scottish harbors under the veil of darkness, met not with suspicion, but with sanctuary. And here, the narrative takes a more peculiar turn. Within a few years of the Templar suppression, Scottish battle formations began to exhibit a distinct alteration. Chroniclers of the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314 describe a sudden, disciplined cavalry charge, mounted knights in unfamiliar panoply, who emerged from the morning mist and struck the English rear with surgical precision. Traditional history attributes this to shrewd tactics, yet others suspect the timely arrival of reinforcements. No assertion is made that the Templars single-handedly secured Scotland's independence. Such a claim would be overly romanticized. However, it is noteworthy that within a generation, several knightly traditions in Scotland began incorporating symbols once exclusive to the temple. The cross-pate, characterized by blunted arms and wide tips, appeared not only in family seals but also on burial stones in Highland cemeteries. Certain clans adopted the motto "in hoc signo vinces," a phrase associated with Constantine, yet also prominently featured in later Templar ritual. Then there is the case of Ballintrodo. This small village, situated near what is now Temple, Midlothian, served as the Templars' official Scottish preceptory prior to their downfall. After 1312, the land was ostensibly slated to revert to the Hospitallers, and on paper, it did. However, records from that period are conspicuously silent. For nearly 50 years, there are no entries, no transactions, no taxation logs, just a blank expanse, followed by a sudden resurgence of activity in the late 14th century when a new family assumed control and commenced construction, though not from scratch. The foundations they utilized were already present, the tunnels already excavated. The Sinclair family, yes, they appear in this story again, emerges prominently here. In the mid-1300s, they were granted extensive tracts of land in the Lothians. By the 1400s, they were constructing Rosslyn Chapel. While the chapel postdates the Templar era by a century, its internal iconography is, to put it mildly, anachronistic. Carvings depict two knights on one horse, astronomical alignments, and scenes illustrating maize, a crop unknown in Europe at the time of construction, but common in the Americas. The edifice is either a meticulously coded message or the product of a Renaissance fever dream. However, one detail is rarely mentioned: the vaults beneath the chapel, long sealed and never excavated, rumored to contain documents, relics, or, more disturbingly, bones that do not correspond to any known Sinclair. When questioned about the continued closure of these vaults, the family has consistently offered a polite smile and stated that some things were left in trust. In the Orkneys, another pattern becomes evident. Several minor noble families, previously obscure, experienced a sudden rise in status in the early 1300s. Their family mottos referenced guardianship, silent inheritance, or, in one particularly cryptic instance, the Red Oath. They claimed no foreign lineage, yet one family's crest features a ship sailing west beneath 7 stars. Another, just a stone's throw away, uses a lion flanked by 2 kneeling monks. Coincidence, perhaps, or an enduring echo? Historians endlessly debate whether any of this points to an organized Templar refuge or merely a scattering of exiles. Yet, even skeptical archaeologists acknowledge that Scottish castles from the 14th century onward began incorporating unusually fortified chapels, deep underground vaults, and architectural elements more closely resembling Mediterranean commanderies than traditional Celtic keeps. The most compelling hint, however, might reside in a forgotten manuscript housed at the University of Edinburgh. It is a legal contract dated 1342 between an unnamed noble and a knight of the Shadow Cross. The document is written in Latin, but the phrase here sanguinis, heir of the blood, appears multiple times. It is unclear precisely what was being granted or to whom, but the signature includes a symbol long believed lost, the circle-bound cross of the temple, enclosed within a ring of thorns. This leads to the fundamental question: why Scotland? Because it was quiet, because it was defiant, because it was untouched by Rome at a moment when silence guaranteed safety, and perhaps most significantly, because it comprehended the value of harboring individuals whose adversaries were louder than their perceived transgressions. If the bloodline of the temple did indeed survive, it would have required time, space, and a land that prioritized oaths over paperwork. Scotland provided that. It still does. One merely needs to know where to search, and more importantly, whom to ask. Certain names resonate throughout history, not due to their overt actions, but because of what they left unexplained. The Sinclairs are one such name. To utter it within specific circles, Templar historians, Masonic researchers, casual conspiracy theorists, elicits a knowing nod. This is not because they left a clear historical trail of deeds, but because they bequeathed a profound puzzle, one sculpted in the form of a chapel adorned with enigmatic iconography, deeply rooted in a lineage that appears almost too conveniently placed at too many historical junctures. The Sinclair family, or Street Clare depending on the era and scribe, first rose to prominence in Scotland during the 11th century. However, their narrative becomes particularly intriguing after the Templars' demise. In the decades following the Order's dissolution, the Sinclairs quietly ascended, accumulating land, royal favor, and influence. They became hereditary Grand Masters of Scottish Freemasonry, a position of ceremonial importance that may, just may, conceal something far older, something inherited. Rosslyn Chapel, constructed in the 15th century by William Sinclair, stands as the nexus of their mystery. It is a breathtaking edifice, Gothic in style, yet unconventionally so. Its pillars and arches are replete with symbolism. There are angels depicted playing bagpipes, carvings of maize, a crop unknown in Europe prior to Columbus's voyages, geometric patterns that echo Kabbalistic structures, and, of course, ubiquitous Templar motifs. 2 knights on one horse, 8-pointed stars, and a solitary green man subtly nestled in the rafters, seemingly observing. Some postulate that Rosslyn was conceived not as a mere chapel, but as a reliquary, a stone enclosure designed to house something significant, perhaps documents, perhaps bones, or perhaps, as one whisper suggests, a lineage itself, encoded within the architecture, shrouded in ritual and sealed in silence. The chapel's floor plan is said to mirror that of Herod's temple in Jerusalem. According to certain Masonic sources, the apprentice pillar, a central and distinctive feature, bears spiral carvings that exhibit striking similarities to both Norse designs and Middle Eastern columns. This confluence of styles should not logically exist within a single room, unless that room was explicitly intended as a cipher. Then there is the family vault. Access is strictly forbidden to all outsiders, scholars, journalists, and even local authorities. The Sinclairs have maintained its sealed status for centuries, citing familial respect. However, local legends assert it contains more than just bones. A sword wrapped in red cloth, scrolls bearing names erased from history, and a book whose cover is fashioned not from leather, but from chainmail. It is important to emphasize that none of this has been definitively proven, and much of it remains unpublished in official historical channels. Yet, the family's own documents offer perplexing details. A 1,590 Sinclair genealogy records an ancestor known as Hugo, the Guardian, who was given charge of the flame in the north. The nature of this flame is never elucidated, nor is the curious footnote attached to his name. He was not born Sinclair, but became one in oath. That phrase, became one in oath, resurfaces in Masonic archives 2 centuries later, used to describe initiates into the Royal Arch, a Masonic degree some believe encodes Templar rituals. This overlap is too unusual to disregard. Furthermore, a small, easily overlooked detail exists within one of the carvings on Roslin's exterior, a shield bearing a cross pate, and beneath it, faintly, the initials JDM. Scholars have largely dismissed this as graffiti. However, some theorize it represents Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, a memorial etched in stone, or perhaps a signature asserting continuity. Sinclair descendants have granted few interviews. One from the 1,960 seconds concludes with a peculiar quote. When asked about his family's Templar roots, the elderly man smiled and remarked, "Roots? No. Grafts? Maybe. Sometimes trees bear fruit from branches that were never theirs to begin with." The most compelling aspect of the Sinclair mystery is not the assertion that they times were times Templars, but that they conducted themselves as individuals who times sheltered times them. Every aspect of their ascent feels inherited, an accumulation of borrowed influence, adopted symbols, and edifices so rich in secret language as to preclude mere coincidence. Even their discretion appears deliberately cultivated. If they were not the direct bloodline, perhaps they served as its guardians, or perhaps something more intimate transpired. They may have married into it, or absorbed it like ink into parchment, integrating so completely that the distinction between the knightly legacy and the noble family became indistinguishable. Ultimately, Roslin stands not as a definitive answer, but as a question etched in stone, a chapel no bishop ever fully claimed, a vault no historian has ever entered, and a family that insists upon its ordinariness, while quietly tending one of Europe's most extraordinary, yet unconfirmed, legacies. One can traverse its halls, run a hand along its intricate carvings, but what one perceives most profoundly is the weight of something unfinished, something that still awaits a silence shaped like a name. There is an almost theatrical quality to losing everything, only to reappear in a different guise, center stage, without missing one's cue. This succinctly describes how the theory of Templar survival often manifests in this investigation, not through overt swords or relics, but through titles that should not logically exist, titles that were not transmitted by conquest or conventional inheritance, but which appear to echo across time long after the historical stage was ostensibly cleared. The title Prince of Jerusalem is one such spectral designation. In the medieval world, it was a grandiose, sacred, and politically charged appellation. It originated during the Crusader states, referring to the rulers and high nobility of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. However, after the city's fall in 1291, and certainly following the Templars' dismantling, it should have been relegated to a mere historical footnote, a ruined title for a ruined aspiration. Yet, it inexplicably lingered. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, documents begin to surface across Europe, referencing obscure nobles bearing the title Princes Hierosolymitanis. In some instances, these individuals vanish from the records just as quickly as they appear. In others, they ascend to curiously discreet prominence. Ambassadors without declared countries, financiers with no traceable inheritance, or foreign lords granted privileges in courts far removed from their purported homelands. They bear enigmatic coats of arms, often featuring the Jerusalem cross, with subtle modifications sometimes encircled by serpents, sometimes pierced by a sword, always deliberate, always defiant. One particularly striking case originates from southern Italy, where a noble family, relatively unknown prior to 1320, suddenly appears in court records with a land grant in recognition of services rendered to the kingdom of heaven. This is not a metaphor, it is the literal phrasing in the grant. No mention of crusades, no documented wars, merely the phrase and the symbol stamped at the bottom, a red seal bearing a five-fold cross enclosed within a double ring, an ancient Templar motif subtly reimagined. The narrative becomes even more peculiar in the case of the Demerara family, based in the Piedmont region. They held substantial power during the Crusades, but by the 14th century, their influence had ostensibly waned. Yet, a 1371 letter from the Hungarian crown refers to a Prince of Jerusalem, protector of the Old Pact. The letter was addressed to an individual named Thomas Dion Ferreira, whose name did not appear on any official family tree. His name was later erased in a royal ledger and replaced with a curious scribal note, transferred under foreign guise. What does this imply? Some theorists argue it was a code phrase, a method of documenting someone operating under an assumed identity, a legal fiction designed to protect an individual or an entity. That individual may have carried a bloodline that the church no longer recognized, but which others continued to honor discreetly. Hints of this phenomenon are evident even in the strange diplomatic relationships of the era. Certain nobles exerted influence in multiple courts, Spain, Portugal, Naples, yet possessed no clear feudal obligation to any of them. Their wealth derived from trade, their education was elite, and their loyalty appeared to transcend traditional boundaries. Some were even referred to as cousins of the temple in correspondence, an affectionate phrase that made little sense given the order had been defunct for decades. Then there is the case of the Della Rovere family in Rome. Ascending rapidly in the 15th century, they prominently displayed the Jerusalem cross on their private chapel's altar. Not a Latin cross, not the cross of the Holy See, but the unmistakable five-fold cross of the Crusader kingdom, unchanged, defiant, and etched into stone behind the pulpit. No one questioned it, no one dared. Some modern historians posit that these symbols were aspirational, invoking a lost chivalric age, a romantic branding for ambitious families. However, that theory struggles to account for the consistency. Why would families across Italy, France, Spain, and the Germanic states independently resurrect the same obscure title? Why employ the exact phrasing? Why conceal the symbolism in private chapels and sealed tombs rather than flaunt it publicly? Unless, of course, it was not intended for public performance. Unless it served as a signal, a quiet recognition among a network that never truly expired, a lineage that simply moved underground. What if these so-called princes of Jerusalem were not merely feigning an identity? What if they perceived themselves as inheritors, not of the city, but of a legacy, a bloodline chosen, anointed, and cast into shadow? If so, they would have required new names, new titles, and new homes. But they would have carried with them the old obligations. And perhaps the most sacred of those was to remember their true identity, even if it could never be uttered aloud. It is tempting to dismiss all of this as mere pageantry. The medieval world indeed cherished elaborate costumes, but sometimes a costume is merely a uniform with the name tag removed. And beneath the velvet and varnish, one is left with a singular, unsettling truth. No one preserves a forgotten title for centuries unless someone remembers why it held significance. When Habsburg is mentioned, one's thoughts typically gravitate towards portraits depicting prominent chins and emperors who, with almost militant zeal, engaged in consanguineous marriages. This perception is certainly valid. However, beneath the powdered wigs and intricate dynastic maneuvers, another narrative exists, one quieter, more peculiar, and significantly less discussed. It is a story involving clandestine bloodlines, meticulously planned marriages, and an ancestral history that does not quite conform to conventional explanations. The Habsburg dynasty did not originate as an imperial powerhouse. In the 11th century, they were merely another ambitious noble family, clinging to fragmented territories in what is now Switzerland. Yet, by the 13th and 14th centuries, precisely when the Templars were being systematically dismantled, their fortunes experienced a dramatic shift. Lands, alliances, and thrones began to fall into their possession with an almost preternatural smoothness, akin to a divine inheritance. Historians commonly attribute this rapid ascent to astute political maneuvering and propitious timing. However, a few researchers, largely confined to footnotes and fringe journals, have noted an alternative detail. the Habsburg genealogy becomes unusually opaque during the exact decades of the Templar Order's disappearance. There are conspicuous gaps, instances of adopted heirs, and sudden marriages to lesser-known noblewomen from families whose sole apparent advantage was their geographical location, often suspiciously close to former Templar strongholds. Consider the intriguing case of Elizabeth of Gurs-Tyrol, who married into the Habsburg line in the early 14th century. Her family was not particularly influential. What they did possess, however, was land specifically, territory that had housed a Templar commandery less than 2 decades prior. The records pertaining to her dowry are vague, yet one clause survives in a secondary legal manuscript, referencing custodianship of archival matter not to be named. This is hardly a conventional wedding gift. Even more peculiar are the Habsburg burial rites in the Capuchin crypt in Vienna. While the Habsburgs are interred with meticulous detail, their hearts and entrails are separately buried in different churches across Austria. The official explanation is religious tradition. However, older texts suggest this practice was inherited, not innovated, a rite designed to preserve the holy vessels of legacy. This phrasing, found in a 15th century Habsburg missal, strikingly parallels language employed in Templar rituals, particularly concerning relic preservation. The symbolism does not end there. The Habsburg coat of arms prominently features the double-headed eagle, a common motif among royal houses. However, embedded within early versions of their personal sigils, used on letters and private seals, is a red diamond cross. Its proportions almost perfectly match the Templar cross pate, merely rotated slightly. Scholars have dismissed this as coincidence, yet several examples quietly accumulate dust in collections across Prague and Graz, as if hoping to escape notice. A deeper anomaly resides within the lineage of Frederick the Fair, one of the lesser-known Habsburg rulers. His ancestry includes a figure cryptically referred to in a Bavarian genealogical chart as Der Verwalter, the Watcher. There is no accompanying biography, no known portrait, only the title and a date, 1329, squarely within Europe's Templar vacuum. Such an omission feels almost surgical. Some argue that the Templars and Habsburgs simply occupied overlapping historical spaces. They moved in the same circles and dealt with the same monarchs, negating the need to invent a connection. However, others propose a more unsettling possibility, that the Habsburgs were not merely beneficiaries of the Templars' downfall, but active custodians of what the order left behind, not treasure, not relics, but blood. Consider the Habsburgs' marriage patterns. They did not simply build empires, they absorbed them quietly through calculated unions, frequently with women from obscure yet ostensibly pure lineages. Several of these brides can be traced, with careful scrutiny, back to regions with significant Templar activity in the late 13th century. Many had no brothers. Their fathers died mysteriously. Their inheritances were oddly uncontested. It is as if an unseen hand was meticulously arranging pieces to ensure that certain bloodlines were never truly lost, only transferred. And then there is the consistent, quiet appearance of the term Red House in Habsburg household records. Scholars assume this refers to hunting lodges or auxiliary estates. However, a few references link it to ceremonies closed-door gatherings held once per generation. Invoices from one such event in 1534 include ritual robes, a custom seal press, and food deliveries for 33 men of rank. No names are listed, only the phrase Custodes Sanguinis, keepers of the blood. Perhaps it is merely Gothic bookkeeping, or perhaps it is the echo of something older, something that transitioned from one power structure to another, like a candle flame passed in the dark, a fire too perilous to carry alone, a secret preserved, not in silence, but within dynasties. After all, if one were attempting to safeguard the final bloodline of a vanquished order, would it be entrusted to outlaws or to emperors? Sometimes, survival is not about concealment in the shadows. Sometimes, it involves stepping into the light with just enough disguise to render the truth comfortably inaccessible. Nowhere was this maneuver executed with greater style, subtlety, and long-term success than in Portugal. When the Templar order was disbanded across Europe in 1312, its properties were seized, its knights imprisoned or exiled, and its memory slandered. In Portugal, however, an entirely different outcome transpired. King Dinis, a ruler of keen intellect and political acumen, observed the smoldering wreckage of the order and, in essence, proposed a simple solution: let us merely change the name. Thus, the Order of the Knights of Christ, Ordem dos Cavalleros de Cristo, was born. Officially, it was a new order, approved by Pope John XXII in 1319. In practice, it functioned as a protective blanket draped over still glowing embers. Many former Templar knights were discreetly permitted to join. Their lands were returned, their hierarchy re-established, and their rituals only mildly adjusted. The headquarters relocated from Tomar to Castro Marim, and later back to Tomar again, a site the Templars had long utilized as a stronghold, complete with a fortified convent whose circular church bore a clear resemblance to the Temple of Solomon, or at least the Templar imagination of it. What Portugal achieved was not merely protection, it was preservation, a state-sanctioned sanctuary for a dissolved order, reborn not in secrecy but under royal patronage. Yet, it was not only knighthood that passed through this conduit, it was lineage. Over the subsequent century, the Portuguese royal family repeatedly intermarried with families connected to the new order. Some of these names had not previously appeared in courtly records before the 14th century. Others bore symbols on their crests that were distinctly Templar: the eight-pointed star, the stepped cross, the serpent encircling the Grail heraldry that softly spoke of memory and allegiance. Then came Prince Henry the Navigator. Born in 1394, Henry was not merely an explorer. For a period, he served as the Grand Master of the Order of Christ. Under his patronage, Portugal initiated its Age of Discovery, not solely as a colonial power, but as a vessel for something more profound. Encoded maps revealed unknown ports. Flags emblazoned with Templar crosses sailed into African harbors. And, perhaps most mysteriously, ships carried not only goods and armaments, but also scholars, priests, and carefully selected companions, men whose names appear nowhere else, individuals who vanished as readily as they arrived. Some historians contend that the Order of Christ was merely a vehicle for empire, a spiritual justification for conquest. However, documents from the era suggest a deeper purpose. Several private correspondences between Henry and his agents discuss preserving the flame, tracing the current, and reuniting the scattered terms, not typical of naval bureaucracy, but rather evocative of memory or blood. One account, never officially translated, mentions a chapel on the island of Madeira where the blood and the name are remembered. Madeira was one of Portugal's first overseas holdings. Curiously, the earliest settlers included families with no prior ties to exploration. Their genealogies, when traceable, hint at roots in Castile, France, and even Languedoc, all regions with deep Templar connections. The chapel itself, now mostly in ruins, once featured a circular nave and an inscription that read, Per manum regis, cor fratris, by the king's hand, but by the brother's heart, a dedication, perhaps, to a monarch who acted as guardian, but not progenitor. This raises an uncomfortable question. Did the Portuguese crown merely protect former Templars, or did it shelter their descendants? Several noble Portuguese families, still extant today, trace their ancestry back to figures who arrived during this period with no clear parentage but immediate royal favor. Some were granted land, others titles. A few were entrusted with sensitive roles within the Order of Christ: record-keeping, cipher translation, spiritual instruction. Their descendants, interestingly, often pursued religious or diplomatic vocations, quiet professions where secrets are less a risk and more a form of currency. And there is one final detail that resists being overlooked. In the Convento de Cristo in Tomar, headquarters of the Order of Christ, there exists a room sealed for centuries until its accidental rediscovery in 1892. Inside were remnants of ritual garments, scroll fragments in coded Latin, and a peculiar mural, a tree rooted in a red cross, branching into dozens of names, some faded, others meticulously scratched out. The fresco bore no title, but scribbled in one corner, in a different hand, were the words, O portadores continuum, the bearers continue. Portugal did not merely save the Templars, it kept them in motion. And if bloodlines were the cargo, the throne served as the vessel. It often commences, as many narratives in this account do, with a symbol, a rose blossoming from the center of a cross. Elegant, symmetrical, and seemingly innocuous, unless one possesses the specific knowledge to interpret its meaning. The Rosicrucians emerged in the early 17th century, or rather, they announced their presence then through a pair of cryptic manifestos. the Fama Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis. They asserted themselves as the stewards of ancient wisdom, protectors of a sacred tradition, extending back not decades, but centuries. They were physicians, philosophers, alchemists, and, crucially, they insisted they were not a secret society, but rather a society with secrets. The manifestos describe a legendary figure named Christian Rosenkreutz, an individual purported to have traversed the known world in the 15th century, accumulating knowledge from Arabia, Egypt, and beyond. Upon his return, he allegedly formed a brotherhood committed to the pursuit of truth and the reformation of humanity. This narrative sounds noble, even grand, yet it falters under close scrutiny. The dates do not align, the travel itinerary is implausible, and the sudden appearance of a fully formed esoteric tradition, complete with ritual symbolism and an initiatory structure, suggests less a spontaneous movement and more, demonstrably, a strategic rebranding. This brings us to the Knights Templar. The parallels are striking. Both groups highly value discretion, ritual, and hierarchical knowledge. Both claim spiritual authority rooted in ancient traditions. Both utilize the cross as a core symbol, though the Rosicrucians appended the rose, possibly as a botanical metaphor for rebirth or a veiled reference to bloodlines. And both, significantly, appear preoccupied with sacred architecture, coded manuscripts, and the concept of preserving something the world was not yet prepared to receive. Some scholars believe the Rosicrucians were simply an intellectual response to the upheavals of the Reformation. However, others propose they represented something more profound, a vessel, a conduit for older knowledge, a continuation of a tradition whose public manifestation had been destroyed in 1312, but whose essence had endured underground. If one follows this thread far enough, the implication becomes clear. The Rosicrucians did not initiate a new movement, they inherited one. There exists an obscure French text, printed in 1681, asserting that several of the original Rosicrucian founders bore surnames matching those of known Templar families from Languedoc. While dismissed by most academics as romantic conjecture, it contains a peculiar phrase, translated roughly as "the blood was entrusted not to the sword, but to the ink." This suggests that perhaps the true legacy resided not in relics or gold, but in knowledge, in coded texts, in lineages of scribes rather than knights. This is not merely literary flourish. An 18th century Rosicrucian cipher was discovered to match encryption techniques utilized in Templar banking documents. An unusual coincidence, given that the cipher was supposedly devised by Francis Bacon, an individual curiously linked to both Rosicrucianism and clandestine orders within the English court, and who, by his own admission, believed truth is the daughter of time, not of authority. Even more intriguing are the bloodlines. Several prominent Rosicrucian figures in the 17th century appear to descend from obscure noble families in Bohemia, Austria, and Iberia regions with deep medieval Templar roots. These individuals, scholars, alchemists, printers, seem to have shared more than mere intellectual curiosity. They possessed a quiet confidence, a language of subtle gestures, a preference for anonymity, and in some cases, family sigils that included, unequivocally, the Red Cross. There is also the narrative of the sleeping freighter, a figure from the Fama Fraternitatis said to be interred in a secret vault, surrounded by symbolic artifacts and uncorrupted by time. While clearly allegorical, this story mirrors older Templar legends, particularly those describing knights sealed in catacombs with relics and scrolls, awaiting discovery at the opportune moment. And then there is the omission. Nowhere in the Rosicrucian manifestos is the Templar order explicitly mentioned, not once. This is remarkable, given the overwhelming symbolic overlap. It is the kind of absence that feels deliberate, as if invoking the name would reveal too much, as if they were not writing about a different order, but themselves. One might question the rationale for continuing under a new name. Why not directly revive the Templars? The answer, perhaps, lies in perception. The Templar brand had been utterly decimated, quite literally associated with heresy, idolatry, and scandal. However, a new name, a flower replacing a fortress, allowed the mission to endure. The rose softened the cross, the philosophy masked the guardianship, and the true secret, if one existed, could persist beneath layers of metaphor. So, were the Rosicrucians merely eccentric scholars with abundant time and parchment? Possibly. But if one observes closely, if one listens intently, an older voice might be perceived speaking through the manifestos, a voice that did not originate in the 17th century, but survived into it, carried not by armored knights, but by thinkers with long memories, soft voices, and bloodlines that recalled where the fire had once burned. For sometimes the most effective way to protect a secret is to transform it into a mystery. Of all the threads that intertwine within the legend of hidden bloodlines, the Merovingians may be the most captivating. Regal, barbarous, and adorned with a kind of mystery rarely found in textbooks, they governed parts of what is now France and Germany from the 5th to the 8th centuries. Their reign concluded in obscurity, their dynasty displaced. Yet, their name persists, whispered, resurrected, and repeatedly woven into theories of secret kingship, sacred lineage, and increasingly into the shadows cast by the Knights Templar. To comprehend this connection, we must trace not merely a line of power, but a line of belief. The Merovingians asserted a divine ancestry, claiming descent not merely from nobility, but from something entirely distinct. Mythos suggested some were of Trojan descent. Others invoked a sea creature, the Quinotaur, whose union with a Frankish queen purportedly produced Merovec, the dynasty's founder. One does not integrate such profound mythology into one's family history unless something is being protected or concealed. Fast forward to the Crusades. The Templars arrived in the Holy Land, but their interest was not exclusively military. They dedicated an inordinate amount of time to excavation beneath the Temple Mount. Legends abound regarding their discoveries: scrolls, artifacts, maps, and crucially, genealogical records. Here is where the thread tightens. A recurring idea in fringe historiography, and, curiously, within the archives of certain French monasteries, posits that the Templars unearthed evidence of a sacred bloodline, not merely royal, but spiritual, not solely from David or Solomon, but from Christ himself. And this bloodline, some claim, was transmitted through Mary Magdalene to the Merovingians. Mainstream historians will predictably dismiss this, and rightly so, as the documentary evidence is tenuous, often speculative. However, what truly matters is not the veracity of the claim, but whether the Templars themselves believed it to be true. And there is growing indication that some among them did. Certain Templar rituals, documented in suppressed texts from the 14th century, reference the Bride of the Lamb and the Line of Light phrases not found in traditional church liturgy. Symbols resembling vines or serpents, intertwined with crosses, began to appear in commandery carvings, particularly in southern France, near Rennes-le-Château. And following the order's downfall, several noble families in that region adopted enigmatic mottos referencing the red inheritance or our first father anointed, not crowned. Could these be poetic? Absolutely. But could they also be veiled allusions to a spiritual political legacy passed down from an erased line of kings? This is the core of the Merovingian resurrection theory, that the Templars did not merely stumble upon forgotten tombs or hidden gold. They discovered evidence of a sacred genealogy. In doing so, they may have come to view themselves not merely as monks or warriors, but as stewards of a bloodline destined for a future return. What renders this theory even more compelling is the shift in Templar architecture during the 12th and 13th centuries. Churches once modeled on Romanesque plans began to incorporate early Gothic elements: heightened light, verticality, rose windows. Some believe this was an aesthetic evolution. Others propose it was symbolic, a return to a divine feminine principle long suppressed by Roman Orthodoxy, an honoring of the Magdalene as co-equal to Christ, not just spiritually but biologically, as matriarch of a lineage. There is also the curious fact that following the Templars' fall, a surge of legends concerning hidden kings emerged across Europe. The Fisher King of Arthurian lore, the king asleep beneath the mountain, the wounded healer who must return variations, perhaps, of the same profound longing that the rightful bloodline, wrongfully interred, would re-emerge when the world most required it. Is it all allegory? Quite possibly. But then again, perhaps not. The 18th century French mystic Antoine Court de Gebelin asserted that a surviving line of priest-kings still existed in Europe, concealed among the nobility, patiently awaiting. In private correspondence, he alluded to those who wear no crown yet rule through remembrance. He did not name them, but he signed one of those letters with a sigil, a red rose pierced by a silver sword. That exact symbol reappears on a Masonic tracing board from 1794. Its caption reads, Custodes Sanguinis Regis, Guardians of the Royal Blood. There is no direct mention of the Merovingians. But then again, perhaps there is no need for one. For if the bloodline survived, if it was preserved, it would do so not through proclamation, but through quiet intermarriage, protected names, and ancient oaths, through orders that change their robes, alter their names, but never their fundamental mission. And perhaps that is what the Templars truly discovered beneath the Temple Mount. Not treasure, not weaponry, but a name, a line, a legacy one they could not publicly reveal, but would never abandon. The enduring nature of bloodlines hinges not on martial conquest, but on matrimonial alliances. These are not the romantic unions of poetry and scattered petals, but rather meticulously crafted arrangements involving contracts, land grants, and discreet chapel ceremonies attended by precisely 14 individuals, all of whom in some manner already share a network of secrets. Following the dissolution of the Templar Order, the official narrative posits widespread dispersion. Some knights were executed, others vanished into exile. However, what if dispersion was not the end, but a premeditated strategy? What if the true objective was not to regroup under a banner, but to strategically permeate Europe's established veins of power? This theory gains considerable traction upon examining marriage records from the early 14th century onward. A distinct pattern emerges. Obscure noble houses suddenly intermarry with widows, daughters, or cousins of defunct military religious orders. These are not high-profile unions. They are often quiet, sometimes even undocumented. Crucially, these newly merged families almost invariably experience an ascent within a single generation. They acquire lands previously held by the temple. They obtain royal favor without clear justification. And their sons, when recorded at all, enter positions of clerical authority, military logistics, or, more intriguingly, serve as private tutors to royal heirs, a highly strategic placement if one is engaged in a long-term plan. Nowhere is this pattern more evident than in Aragon, where several minor noble families, barely a footnote in medieval history, suddenly received knighthoods and small castles in the 1332. Local folklore recounts the Red Brides, women from outside the region who married into the local gentry, bringing with them locked chests, foreign sigils, and an oath of silence. This sounds theatrical until one realizes their coats of arms begin to feature increasingly elaborate crosses, some bearing an uncanny resemblance to Templar insignias, yet altered just enough to evade censure. Portugal, too, continues its role. While the Order of Christ served as a sanctuary for former Templars, it is rarely acknowledged how many of its senior members married into families connected to the Sinclairs, the de Marais, or the lesser branches of the Capets, all lineages with, shall we say, unresolved genealogical records. These were not merely social stratagems. They were bloodline braids, threads intricately twisted together to reinforce the larger strand. There was strength in unity, yes, but also secrecy and complexity. That complexity becomes evident when examining the heraldry. Intermarried families begin to display quartered arms shields divided into 4 sections, each bearing a symbol that would appear unrelated unless one understood the underlying narrative. A lion for Languedoc, a cross for Tomar, a serpent for the East. They were not overtly boasting, they were encoding. There is a curious note in a 15th century Venetian family Bible, written in the margin beside a list of children's names: "Blood divided shall not perish." This is not a proverb. It does not appear in any known liturgical texts. It sounds more like a motto, a quiet doctrine whispered across generations. Divide the lineage, interweave it, and render it impossible to extinguish. This leads us to the concept of the living reliquary, a term found in only one known document, an internal letter from a German abbey dated 1439, referring to the young lord of Altenburg, a living reliquary of the temple's last charge. This could be poetic language, or it could mean precisely what it implies, that bloodlines were being treated not as legacy, but as vessels, preserved not in stone sarcophagi, but in children, in names that would subtly shift every century just enough to remain hidden, yet never enough to sever the chain. This raises another unsettling detail, the critical role of women. Templar history often overlooks female contributions. However, in the aftermath of the order's collapse, women became indispensable. They inherited land, they transferred names, they carried the blood. In some noble households, daughters were cloistered not for piety, but for preservation. Their marriages were arranged not for political gain, but for alignment. There is even evidence in a Burgundian estate inventory from 1387 that lists, alongside livestock and jewelry, the daughter set aside for sacred contract, not a name, not a dowry, but a designation, like a relic behind glass. And then there are the family portraits. In castles from southern France to rural Austria, one finds them stiffly painted children posed beside adults wearing robes that are not quite clerical, not quite noble, yet always present. Sometimes a hand rests on the child's shoulder. Sometimes the child clutches a book, and in more than one instance, the spine of that book features a faint cross within a square. Not ostentatious, simply present. Were these merely stylistic flourishes, symbolic nods, or were they quiet affirmations, frozen in oil and canvas, that the line continued? That the grand design to scatter, interlace, and survive had indeed succeeded? In the final analysis, the bloodline did not require a fortress. It required a family tree, one that extended, tangled, and blossomed, not through banners or public ceremonies, but in cradles. And so it did. For an institution that publicly condemned the order of the temple to the stake, the Vatican has devoted a surprisingly obsessive amount of time to tracking its shadow. Official records state that the Church denounced the Templars as heretics, corrupt, idolatrous, and perverse. Yet, behind this public facade, in vaults deeper than doctrine, there exists a paper trail suggesting the Church never truly believed it had severed the root, merely pruned its branches. Immediately following the papal suppression of the order in 1312, internal Vatican documents, those not intended for public scrutiny, reveal a flurry of administrative confusion. Papal accountants struggled to locate inventories. Envoys were dispatched to remote monasteries to verify transitions of custody. These efforts were not solely aimed at seizing land. They were attempts to trace individuals, specific individuals. In one memorandum filed under matters of legacy, a cardinal notes that certain names appear again within different banners, a phrase that, while cryptic, eerily aligns with the pattern of intermarriage previously observed. Another document, marked Privatum et Urgente, requests a quiet audit of baptismal registries in southern France, particularly among families who had once made significant donations to the temple. Why baptismal records? Unless, of course, someone was attempting to locate bloodlines. The Vatican's peculiar attention to this question persisted throughout the 14th and 15th centuries. In a letter from Antipope Benedict XIII, there is reference to a prince of the Eastern blood whose spiritual training must be monitored lest the flame of heresy find a new wick. The identity of this prince is never clarified, but the language implies something more than theology, something born. Centuries later, Pope Pius II evinced a private interest in certain noble families of Tuscany and Lombardy. His correspondence with a papal legate includes veiled references to descendants by doctrine and sacred continuity of questionable origin. These were not inquisitions, they were investigations. The objective was not punishment, it was containment. And perhaps most revealing of all is the Vatican's consistent refusal, across every generation, to fully unseal the records of the Templar trials. While portions have been published, scholars continue to note the existence of special registers marked Reservatum Pontificium, accessible only by papal order. Requests to review these volumes are politely, yet repeatedly, denied. Why protect the archives of a discredited order? Because the Church, more than any other institution, comprehends that blood possesses a peculiar capacity for carrying both memory and danger. Some researchers believe the Vatican was not merely concerned about Templar heresy, but about succession, that someone might emerge generations later with both the lineage and the will to challenge the Church's monopoly on divine authority, not merely through ideology, but through ancestry. The fear was not simply of a rival order, it was of a rival claim. One fringe historian, since quietly removed from his post, once stated in a conference that a classified dossier existed in the Vatican archives titled Sanguinis Custodes, Linea Templi, Guardians of the Bloodline of the Temple. He was widely ridiculed, yet within weeks of his statement, he resigned, citing health concerns. He has not granted a public interview since. There are other anomalies. In the 17th century, a Portuguese archbishop submitted a report on the spiritual practices of rural noble families who steadfastly refused to convert their private chapels to Roman standards. These chapels bore no crucifixes, only geometric designs, sunbursts, and red crosses. The Archbishop described them as familial cults to an unnamed martyr. He was reassigned 2 months later. A Vatican envoy dispatched to Bohemia in 1764 encountered a convent that hosted an annual feast of the Silent Lamb. The nuns wore red ribbons across their foreheads and read from a gospel not included in any Catholic canon. When asked about its source, the abbess replied, "It has always been with us, since before my mother." Since before her mother's mother, the envoy's full report has never been published. Perhaps most damning is a brief note scribbled in the margin of a 19th century Vatican inventory log. Relic moved to Castel Gandolfo under pretense of Marian icon. Ensure no mention of Molay. Why invoke the last Templar Grand Master in a footnote about relics? Unless what was being moved was not merely symbolic, unless it was genetic. For herein lies the Vatican's central fear, that somewhere, scattered across Europe, exist names, bloodlines, or heirlooms possessing the power to reignite something it labored for centuries to extinguish. That a forgotten family might surface with sufficient historical grounding, enough documented evidence, or even enough believers, to resurrect not just the order, but the authority behind it. Not through rebellion, but through inheritance. Because doctrine can be debated, but lineage is difficult to refute, especially if it is inscribed in bones, sealed in ancient vaults, and whispered in prayers the Church never approved. And so the obsession persists, not because the Vatican remains unaware of the bloodline's path, but because, deep down, it suspects the bloodline never truly departed. If one sought to safeguard a bloodline across centuries without uttering its name, how would such a feat be accomplished? Written records are too vulnerable to destruction. Oral histories are prone to fading. Artifacts can be stolen or forged. However, coats of arms heraldry are public, permanent, and transmitted from generation to generation, serving as a signature etched in stone. And for those conversant in its language, Europe's castles and crypts are replete with these quiet whispers, the silent idiom of lineage, inscribed in color and symbol. Heraldry in theory defines identity, family, allegiance, and property. Yet, to the discerning eye, it transforms into something entirely different, a cipher, a system employed to track the movements, mergers, and metamorphoses of a vanished order that may never have truly ceased to exist. Begin with the Red Cross, the Cross Pate, the Cross Potent, the Jerusalem cross variations of a symbol that once adorned Templar shields and seals. Following the order's dissolution, these emblems should have faded into obscurity. Instead, they mutated, persisted, and reappeared in locations that no longer had any ostensible reason to display them, and frequently among families or groups with no official Templar affiliations, at least on paper. In several rural parishes in northern Italy, church documents record a peculiar phenomenon. During the 15th century, wealthy patrons, whose names were never identified, donated stained glass windows depicting knights bearing red crosses, not accompanied by saints, but by trees, stars, and architectural ruins. One particular window bears an inscription that reads simply, "Il voto rimane," the vow remains. In the French countryside, one encounters headstones carved long after the Templar era, their surfaces marked only by a red cross and a date, no name, no epitaph, nothing else. Locals sometimes refer to them as les pierres muettes, the silent stones. Attempts to identify the families associated with these graves lead to dead ends, missing registries, burned parish records, scribes without successors. Portugal is no stranger to this phenomenon. As previously discussed, the Order of Christ absorbed much of the Templar tradition. However, what is less acknowledged is the frequency with which Red Cross imagery appears in noble homes, not as a Christian symbol, but as a family crest, in dining halls, over fireplaces, carved into the backs of ornate chairs. Always the same shape, always unaccompanied by explanation. One family in Braga, when queried about the cross stitched into their ancestral standard, merely shrugged and offered, "It's always been there." Their genealogical records, however, suggest a mysterious benefactor, in the 1322 a knight who arrived without a surname, married into the family, and bequeathed a sealed codex in the chapel. It has never been opened. The seal bears a red cross enclosed in a circle, surrounded by thorns. A distinct pattern emerges here. When the red cross reappears, it does so in places where secrecy is inherently woven into the very fabric of the structures. Noble estates with closed archives, rural chapels with no listed clergy, private schools with old money patrons and no founding charter. The symbol transcends a mere mark of memory, becoming a badge of silent allegiance, not a signal for the world, but for the bloodline itself. One particularly unsettling example originates from a crypt beneath a crumbling manor in southern France. During renovations in 1973, workers discovered a small chamber lined with plaster fresco. The centerpiece depicted a knight kneeling before a woman in red robes, her hands outstretched over his head. A red cross glowed on his chest. In the lower corner of the painting was a phrase in medieval Latin, sanguis non perit, blood does not perish. The current owners of the estate refused to permit further exploration. Another dimension of this mystery manifests in personal artifacts, signet rings, pendants, wax seals passed down through generations. A collector in Zurich reported acquiring a 17th century signet ring bearing a red cross overlaid with a 7-pointed star. The family selling it could offer no provenance, only that it had always been kept locked away. The underside of the band, when meticulously cleaned, revealed 3 initials, JDM, the initials of Jacques de Molay. Is this definitive evidence? Not unequivocally, but neither is it random. Some theorists propose that the Red Cross functioned as a silent passport, a symbol of belonging for those within the hidden network, a means to acknowledge a shared legacy without uttering forbidden names. It was not a signal intended for the world, but for the blood. It is often the subtle details that reveal the truth. A family crest slightly modified from official records, a banner displayed at funerals, yet never at weddings, a red thread meticulously woven into ceremonial robes. Even the color itself, always that particular crimson. Not the bright scarlet of papal heraldry, nor the deep burgundy of the empire, but that soft, iron-rich red that seemed to intrinsically understand its purpose, even when no one spoke its name. Modern skeptics dismiss these occurrences as coincidence, a stylistic echo, or medieval branding. Yet, branding typically fades. This has not. It endures not because it was merely adopted, but because it was preserved not by institutions, but by families, quietly, stubbornly, sometimes unknowingly, and always at the periphery of overt visibility. For the Red Cross was never solely a symbol of faith. It was a warning, a vow, a memory, and it continues to whisper from stones, from glass, and from stitched velvet. We were here. We are still watching. Sometimes, the most revealing aspect of a family's history is the page that has been deliberately removed. Across Europe, nestled between the opulent residences of royalty and the dusty records of lesser nobility, dozens of names flicker into the historical record and then vanish. No discernible heirs, no documented downfall, no war to account for their disappearance, merely a lineage that abruptly ceases mid-sentence, a title quietly relinquished, a crest absorbed into another without a trace. They are known as the disappearing counts, the phantom dukes, and when their disparate narratives are interwoven, the silhouette of something entirely different emerges, not failure, but calculated strategy. Consider, for example, the Counts of Vaudemont in eastern France. They rose swiftly in the late 14th century, granted lands that once constituted Templar holdings, and maintained them with quiet efficiency. Their archives were meticulous, documenting births, marriages, expenses, and correspondence with Rome. Then, in 1483, an abrupt cessation. The name no longer appears in court registers. Their seal vanishes from correspondence. The final recorded count is listed as relocated for reasons of state. No elaboration, no burial, only silence. Similarly, the Dukes of Altenstein in the Germanic lands, known for their patronage of Cistercian monasteries, and a peculiar insistence on maintaining private chapels with layouts mirroring Solomon's temple, possessed no shortage of heirs. Yet, after 1511, no further ducal records appear. Their lands pass to a cousin whose lineage, curiously, cannot be substantiated. A footnote in an imperial ledger refers to Altenstein's dissolution as voluntary absorption, an unusual phrase for a family with over 2 centuries of territorial pride. However, suspicion deepens when considering a shared characteristic. Several of these vanishing houses bequeathed libraries, private collections stored in fortified keeps or concealed behind monastery walls. When these libraries were eventually accessed, often centuries later, researchers discovered peculiar commonalities, treatises on sacred geometry, manuscripts in deciphered Latin, and, in many cases, genealogical charts that did not align with official records. One volume from the estate of a phantom Spanish marquis includes a redacted family tree with the notation sanguis est, subtectum, the blood must be preserved beneath the roof. In Portugal, a lesser-known noble family identified only as the House of Lazaro briefly flourished in the mid-14th century before ostensibly disappearing during the Black Death. Yet, in the early 17th century, documents from a Jesuit college reference descendants of Lazaro financing esoteric theological research. Their coats of arms, maintained in a sealed vault, feature a diagonal red cross and a serpent devouring its own tail. Neither symbol matches public records. The college declined to release further information. One might presume these disappearances were bureaucratic oversights caused by war, pestilence, or absorption into larger dynasties. However, that explanation falters when one observes how frequently these vanished houses resurface under new names in new regions, often through suspiciously well-placed marriages. A lost family in Navarre reappears in northern Italy a century later, with a subtly altered name and a dowry consisting of books, not gold. A duchy in Flanders disappears just as a minor English peerage gains influence overnight, married, it seems, to a woman whose birth certificate has been misplaced for over 400 years. Even the terminology surrounding these disappearances feels coded: voluntary dissolution, title transfer under silence, deactivation of heraldry. These are not the language of defeat. They sound more akin to disbanding a unit, retiring a designation, or discreetly receding beneath the surface. There is also the matter of crest absorption. In several instances, surviving noble houses incorporate elements of phantom arms into their own, despite possessing no official genealogical relationship. A falcon's talon, a broken tower, a red star on a black field always absorbed discreetly, without royal approval, and often only in private versions of the family sigil. When questioned, descendants claim tradition. Yet no tradition maintains such consistency unless it is being actively upheld. And then there is the most peculiar detail of all: the recurrence of the number 33, not in ages or dates, but in the number of members recorded in private house charters before the lineage disappears. 33 names, 33 witnesses, 33 signatures, sometimes paired with the phrase terminus ad lucem, end at the light. Masonic symbolism, Templar residue, or merely an obsessive coincidence? The answer remains elusive. What is evident is that vanishing noble houses create space where a bloodline can move, breathe, and evolve. If one needed to preserve something sacred, something forbidden yet hereditary, how better to conceal it than within families that no longer officially exist? Families who no longer bear the name but carry the legacy, who no longer speak the words but still embody the vow. It is not extinction, it is camouflage. And when the opportune moment arises, the ancient symbols re-emerge, not as declarations, but as inheritances. A crest on a funeral shroud, a seal on a forgotten scroll, a name in the margin of a Vatican ledger, long scratched out yet still faintly legible. For sometimes the bloodline does not desire discovery. Sometimes it merely wishes to be left undisturbed until it does not. Some debts are settled with currency, others with territory. However, the most ancient, the most sacred of obligations are repaid with silence. For centuries, France has maintained a peculiar silence, one that reverberates between its cathedrals and chateaux, etched not in treaties or charters, but in blood. France served as the crucible, the birthplace and execution ground of the Knights Templar. It was here, on that infamous Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, that King Philip IV moved with terrifying precision, dismantling the order with papal sanction and royal might. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, despite the confessions extracted through torture and fire, something eluded his grasp, something endured: the bloodline. It begins with a rumor, a footnote in a 14th century judicial record mentioning lesser families of the broken oath. These were not Templars themselves, but their confidants, financiers, and distant cousins by marriage minor nobles whose names were scarcely known beyond their provincial borders. Yet, shortly after the purge, many of them received extraordinary royal pardons, not for crimes committed, but for an unstated loyalty. Consider the Montaigut offshoot of the de Foix family. Their estate survived both the Albigensian Crusade and the Templar suppression, untouched. Despite suspected Cathar sympathies and known Templar associations, They were granted increased autonomy by Charles V, along with a peculiar privilege, the right to withhold family records from both the crown and the church. One document refers to this concession as a blood privacy clause. Then there is the Montmorency-Laval line, an ancient name rich in crusading history. Their coat of arms at one point featured a stylized red cross over a silver field. This is not unusual, unless one considers the family's alleged descent from a cousin of Hugues de Payens, the first Grand Master. Intriguingly, after the Templar trials, their crests subtly changed. The red cross was repositioned to the interior of the shield and partially obscured, almost akin to a warning or a promise. The Bourbon family, long before its ascension to the throne, also appears linked through shadowed marriages to houses once affiliated with the temple. In a letter from 1436, the Duke of Bourbonnais writes of a covenant of red stone, an inheritance received through the female line which could not be spoken of under pain of eternal censure. The accompanying codicil lists the names of 3 families, none of which appear in any public record. All of them, however, bear striking resemblances to surnames found on property records of confiscated Templar estates. However, it is not merely names, it is the land itself. Certain tracts of land across France, particularly in Languedoc, Brittany, and Burgundy, were quietly transferred from the crown to obscure lords in the decades following the Templar suppression. These were not strategic holdings or fertile fields, but rather ruined strongholds and barren outposts once under Templar control. Why transfer them unless they possessed a value invisible to most eyes? Caches of documents, entrusted relics, hidden passageways beneath. In the commune of Auzat, a medieval register details a land grant to the Duplessis family with one peculiar condition: no construction above a certain depth, and all alterations must be reported to a silent partner. That precise phrase appears in no other known French feudal charter. Yet, it resurfaces centuries later in a contract related to the Counts of Rochefort, another family with documented ties to suppressed monastic orders. All of this might seem like an overwhelming accumulation of coincidences. However, when the marriage patterns are meticulously traced, something more intricate appears. Over 5 centuries, a web of intermarriages links over a dozen obscure French families to each other in a circular pattern, cousins marrying cousins, alliances never quite severing the chain. The genetic spiral tightens, much like a vine wrapping around a hidden core, with the ultimate objective of preservation. And throughout this complex tapestry, recurring references to a singular concept emerge: le sang, the blood debt, not an oath, but an intrinsic obligation to protect, to remember, to await. One letter from 1702, discovered in the Jesuit archives in Lyon, speaks of a rendezvous of names lost to history but loyal to a cause that once lit the temple lamps. The author claims to descend from a bloodline buried by papal fear and royal guilt. His tone is weary but proud. He concludes with the Latin phrase fidelisque ad sanguinem, faithful unto the blood. The notion that French nobility carried such obligations is not unique. However, the specificity, the pervasive secrecy, and the enduring silence surrounding certain families is unnerving. These were not overt conspiracies. These were quiet arrangements, subtle acknowledgments across the centuries, wills inscribed in invisible ink, and lands exchanged with glances rather than signatures. Woven into this intricate design is the legacy of what was lost and what was meticulously preserved. The Templar bloodline may no longer don white mantles, but it may still walk among the heirs of France, bearing names few would recognize, yet bound by debts no currency could ever repay. For some, legacies are not constructed upon titles or thrones. They are built upon blood and the silence that ensures its endurance. One would scarcely imagine a small, soot-darkened statue of the Virgin Mary, capable of safeguarding a centuries-old secret. Yet, in certain obscure corners of Europe, where candlelight flickers against ancient stone walls and pilgrims kneel with whispered prayers, the Black Madonna transcends a mere symbol of faith. She stands as a guardian, a password, and perhaps a vital marker for bloodlines that steadfastly refuse to perish. Over 400 Black Madonnas are dispersed across the continent, from the revered shrines of Rocamadour in France to the volcanic hills of Montserrat in Spain, and extending deep into the alpine monasteries of Switzerland and Poland. Their defining characteristic remains consistent: skin as dark as ebony, features sometimes exhibiting Eastern or African traits, often deliberately aged or weathered. Official explanations vary. Some postulate that the statues darkened over centuries due to candle smoke. Others suggest they were intentionally carved with dark features to reflect ancient representations of fertility goddesses or even the Egyptian Isis. However, beneath the layers of incense and theological interpretations lies something more precise. Some of these Madonnas were not merely observed, they were, more curiously, actively guarded. Consider the shrine at Le Puy-en-Velay, situated on a volcanic outcrop in southern France, a site of pilgrimage since pre-Christian times. Beneath the cathedral lies a series of crypts and sealed chambers. In the 17th century, during renovations, workers unearthed an ossuary filled with knightly bones, all bearing marks similar to those utilized by the Knights Templar. The local bishop quietly ordered their reinterment, but not before a Jesuit historian made a sketch of a signet ring found among the remains. That ring bore the sigil of the Red Cross, strikingly similar to the one inscribed in blood on the original papal arrest orders of 1307. Here is where the narrative becomes more peculiar. The shrine has never been managed directly by the church. It has been under the stewardship of the de Laborde family since the mid-14th century, a minor noble line whose estate has long since diminished, yet whose custodianship of the shrine has never been revoked. Records indicate they pay no tax on the land, possess full autonomy over the site, and, most mysteriously, receive an annual stipend from a fund established by the Brotherhood of the Star. No official organization bearing that name exists in any known registry. This pattern recurs elsewhere. In Częstochowa, Poland, the Black Madonna of Jasna Gora is reputed to have repelled invasions, healed the sick, and defied both fire and war. However, the monks who tend her, the Pauline Fathers, maintain traditions not entirely accounted for by conventional Catholic rites. One of their older liturgies includes a passage in medieval Occitan, a language more prevalent in southern France than in Poland. The verse speaks of the daughter of the tower and the blood that must never mix. It reads less like a hymn and more like a code. Then there is the case of the Black Madonna of Einsiedeln in Switzerland. She is housed in a Benedictine abbey, with walls so thick they appear designed for defense rather than contemplation. Beneath the altar lies a sealed vault known only as the Archive of Mary. Access is restricted to 3 individuals: the abbot, a designated archivist, and one lay custodian whose name changes every generation and invariably originates from the same family, the von Lensburgs. This family, though no longer titled nobility, has been linked through DNA studies to an extinct branch of Burgundian aristocracy. This same branch, incidentally, held land granted by the last known Templar commandery in the region. Each shrine, each Madonna, appears to bear a subtle fingerprint, a family name, a heraldic echo, a tradition transmitted through whispers. Some of the families involved are obscure. Others, like the Orsinis in Italy or the Montalembert in France, are well known but rarely associated with these specific sacred sites. Yet, all share a distinct reluctance to discuss their custodianship. When questioned, they politely deflect with smiles and phrases such as old family duties or it's always been that way. Some scholars dismiss these patterns as romantic coincidence, suggesting that families guard ancient shrines simply because their ancestors did, not due to some inherited secret. But then, what accounts for the pervasive secrecy, for the undeniable continuity? And why do so many of these families trace distant links to either the Templars or to those who afforded them shelter? There is another detail, too, one so easily overlooked it almost feels like sleight of hand. Many of these Black Madonnas are carved holding not merely the infant Christ, but an orb, a book, or an unusually shaped chalice. In Montserrat, the Madonna's hand rests upon a globe, said to represent the wisdom of the ages. In Vichy, her child holds a lily with 7 petals, an image rarely encountered in traditional Christian art, but mirrored in certain Rosicrucian manuscripts as a symbol of esoteric knowledge. So, what are these Madonnas guarding? Perhaps they were more than religious statues. Perhaps they served as markers, silent sentinels, emblems for the initiated, indicating that here, within this chapel, the bloodline was remembered, or observed, or protected. One final thread leads us back to France. In a monastery near Chartres, a 15th century monk penned a line in a private devotional journal. The mother watches still. Her face is darkened by sorrow, but her gaze holds the seal. Those who follow the flame will know her not by name, but by blood. It was unsigned, but the handwriting matched a surviving letter from Guillaume de Gisors, an individual believed to have led the final remnants of a Templar inner circle after the trials. Perhaps the bloodline does not merely survive in people. Perhaps it endures in the rituals, in the candles lit before a shadowed face, in the silent oaths whispered not to kings or popes, but to a mother who never speaks and never forgets. The legends are well known. Somewhere, concealed from the gaze of the world, the Holy Grail endures. Not the gleaming chalice of Arthurian romance or cinematic fantasy, but a relic of profound significance, a vessel containing blood, or perhaps a bloodline itself. And if that lineage remained unbroken, if it persisted in secret, then a select few must have been entrusted with its guardianship. This brings us to the final and most elusive participants in this protracted mystery, the custodial families. They are not kings or clergy, but rather discreet houses who never aspired to thrones, seeking only to safeguard something they deemed too sacred for public exposure. These families' names flicker at the periphery of history, never at its core. Their records appear in state archives, not royal decrees. Their properties lie nestled in hills, not bustling capitals. Yet, their interconnections form a strangely perfect circle. We commence in Catalonia, where the House of Montcada, a lineage of ancient wealth and older values, has maintained the same estate since the 13th century. The original estate charter references guardianship of sacred vessels and hospitality for travelers bearing the mark. What mark? A peculiar symbol, a circle intersected by a diagonal line, is carved into several doors on the estate. That identical mark appears, faded and partially obscured, in the corner of a Templar inventory seized during the 1307 arrests. Coincidence? Possibly. However, the Moncada family maintains a private archive that has never been open to historians. When questioned, they merely state, "It is not ours to share." Another thread leads to the Massimo family of Italy, a noble house with documented ties to both the Vatican and certain esoteric orders. Their coat of arms features a chalice beneath a star, flanked by two lions, one facing forward, the other turned away. Local folklore asserts the family once harbored a fugitive monk who arrived with a blood-stained reliquary and a parchment that could unmake kings. This tale, dismissed as fanciful by most scholars, gained unusual credibility in 1996 when renovations uncovered a hidden chamber beneath their chapel. Inside, there was only dust, a rusted sword, and a fresco depicting a woman cloaked in red, holding a golden cup against her chest. The family promptly resealed the chamber. From Spain to France, from Italy to Hungary, the circle continues. In the Loire Valley, the de Vergy family maintains a crumbling chateau surrounded by a forest that locals claim is off-limits after sunset. At the heart of their land lies a spring-fed grotto with a stone altar. The inscription is eroded, but one word remains: sanguis, blood. The family continues to conduct a private ceremony there once a year, attended only by men from 5 other noble houses. Always the same 5, always on the spring equinox. Then there is the Mortimer line of England, long presumed extinct until a genealogist traced a surviving branch to a quiet hamlet in Yorkshire. Their ancestral home contains a mural painted over multiple times. When stripped back during restoration, it revealed a circular motif of 12 cloaked figures surrounding a red banner and a radiant cup. The style dated not to medieval England, but to late Byzantine iconography. The identity of the painter remains unknown. Modern DNA analysis has contributed its share of ambiguity. Certain noble families exhibit genetic markers more common to Levantine populations than their European peers. A handful of private laboratories, discreetly funded by anonymous patrons, have received requests for tests to trace maternal haplogroups that could connect living individuals to first-century Judean lineages. Most laboratories decline, as the implications, understandably, would be explosive. However, perhaps the most compelling evidence derives not from science or architecture, but from observed behavior. These families do not intermarry casually. Their genealogies, where available, reveal an intricate web of alliances extending back centuries, recurring names, arranged unions, and deliberate re-establishment of connections between branches that had splintered. Even in the 20th century, marriages occurred between distant cousins across borders, timed curiously close to the deaths of elder patriarchs, as if an overarching plan, a design, was consistently being executed. Furthermore, many of these families, frequently dismissed as irrelevant relics, wield subtle influence. One serves on the board of a multinational banking consortium. Another chairs a foundation dedicated to the restoration of Marian shrines. A third, whose name never appears in the media, owns the land beneath one of Europe's oldest pilgrimage routes. None of them publicly advertise these roles. None appear to seek attention. Yet, all continue, generation after generation, to maintain the same lands, the same rituals, and, if the whispers are true, the same relic: a cup, a document, a name, or perhaps something less tangible: a purpose. One of the oldest Templar mottos, etched in the ruins of a preceptory near Metz, reads, "In lumine absconditum," hidden in the light. And this describes how these families operate, not in shadow, but just beyond clarity, close enough to be observed, never enough to be fully grasped. So, what precisely is the Grail? A bloodline, a mission, a myth, meticulously maintained to obscure a deeper truth. If one meticulously follows the names, the properties, the marriages, and the heraldry, they invariably converge towards a center that is never quite visible, a circle unbroken and very much alive. One now leans back, not because the task is complete, but because the panorama is finally expansive enough to discern a semblance of the comprehensive picture. This investigation has pursued scattered fragments across nations, through centuries, and within coats of arms. Yet, beneath the disparate narratives and obscured genealogies, a pattern emerges, initially faint, then unequivocally distinct. This pattern transcends mere lineage. It signifies design. It represents the convergence of blood, discretion, symbolism, and endurance. Begin with the names. Repeatedly, a select few surnames surface, sometimes modified, occasionally disguised by regional dialects or subsequent marriages, but always orbiting pivotal historical junctures. A Sinclair here, a Habsburg there, de Vergi, Moncada, Massimo, Mortimer. These were not simply aristocratic families. They served as anchors, each connected through matrimony, landholding, or obscure mutual oaths. Tracing their movements across Europe reveals not random dispersal, but deliberate positioning, a network, a scaffolding constructed not for public acclaim, but for private resilience. Next, consider the symbols, not ostentatious, but consistently present. The red cross, the five-petaled rose, the double-headed eagle, the eight-pointed star. Each emblem was historically adopted by various houses and organizations. However, within the scope of this investigation, they consistently appear in families linked to post-Templar eras and regions. These were not merely embellishments stamped on shields. They were whispers etched into stone lintels and concealed within manuscripts, messages intended for those possessing the knowledge to interpret them. Heraldic DNA. Even geography plays a crucial role. Observe how the designated safe zones, Scotland after 1307, Portugal after the papal suppression, pockets of northern Italy, Catalonia, rural France, were not arbitrarily selected. They were frequently locales where central authority was weak, but noble autonomy remained strong. These places were not merely hiding spots. They functioned as incubators, islands where a legacy could subtly flourish untouched. Matrimonial alliances solidify the pattern. Records indicate a strong propensity for intermarriage among these houses, often diverging from conventional strategic logic. One might anticipate alliances driven by land, wealth, or military strength. Instead, one discovers unions between minor houses and older, more discreet ones, bloodlines without crowns, yet possessing sealed vaults. What were they marrying for, if not overt influence? Perhaps for continuation. The Vatican's role, as previously explored, becomes clearer in retrospect. Their preoccupation with Templar descendants was not solely about power and control, it was about visibility. Once one understands where to look, the papal archives read less like an institution monitoring political adversaries, and more like a paranoid chronicler tracking something it could neither fully halt nor comprehend. And recall the heraldic codes. They were not isolated curiosities. They form a repeating structure, akin to musical notes forming a thematic motif. Every few generations, a family introduces a subtle variation, an overlay, a fusion of elements, as if engaged in a centuries-long game of symbolic communication. The final message is never spoken aloud, perceptible only through recurring patterns. Even modern science, with some reluctance, appears to glimpse this underlying structure. When geneticists initiated comprehensive Y chromosome comparisons among aristocratic descendants, certain patterns emerged too subtle for headlines, too controversial for public dissemination. haplogroups not aligning with known paternal lines, unexpected Middle Eastern markers within otherwise thoroughly European families. The data is insufficient to conclusively prove a secret dynasty, yet it is certainly robust enough to unsettle conventional historical assumptions. However, perhaps the most compelling evidence derives not from empirical data, but from behavioral continuity. These families, despite differences in language, nation, and epoch, exhibit similar conduct. They maintain reclusive lifestyles. They exert control over sacred sites, shrines, chapels, ancient pilgrimage routes. They discreetly, almost ritually, fund esoteric research. They rarely engage directly in politics, yet frequently advise those who do. And when questioned about their heritage, they offer a polite smile and tactfully shift the subject. This shared silence is itself a form of testimony. And let us not overlook the role of the orders that followed. The Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, the Priory of Sion, some genuine, some exaggerated, yet all echoing the same narrative. A sacred bloodline exists, secretly protected, destined for a future moment. Whether that future is religious, political, or symbolic depends entirely on who is doing the whispering. So now, with all these threads in hand, one stands before a vast tapestry. It is worn, patches are missing, some colors have faded, but the central image, once indistinct, now sharpens. The Templar order did not perish amidst fire and chains. It receded into lineage. It survived not through armies or papal pardons, but through families who understood how to move invisibly, to safeguard what could not be interred. A name, a mission, or perhaps something more tangible, a child, a document, a grail. The circle, as noted in the preceding discussion, never fractured. It bent, twisted, darkened, but never shattered. It merely vanished from public view, like the sun behind clouds never truly gone, merely awaiting its reappearance. And here lies the final curious turn in the pattern. It consistently centers around the number 12. 12 lineages, 12 symbols, 12 generations between key recorded anomalies. Whether coincidental or intentional, this numeric recurrence feels architected, which leaves one final question to consider. If the bloodline has endured, where is it now? We turn next to a quiet village, a sealed gate, and a house where time appears to hold its breath. The path is narrow, overgrown with wild thyme, and the type of moss that requires decades to take root. No markers, no tourists, merely a gravel track winding through ancient olive trees before disappearing behind a hill. On the other side stands a stone wall, weathered, pitted, and partially engulfed by ivy. A rusted iron gate remains shut, flanked by two eroded columns carved not with familial crests, but with faint geometric patterns. One would scarcely notice them unless specifically searching, and even then, they might be mistaken for mere ornamentation. Such an assumption would be incorrect. Behind that gate lies a house that appears in no official registry. Its deeds are held in trust by a defunct bank. The family name associated with the property has changed 3 times in the last century. Each transfer was discreet, each signature rendered in the same distinctive looping script. Locals do not speak of it. Some claim it is abandoned, others assert it is cursed. Most simply avert their gaze when questioned. Yet, every few years, a vehicle with diplomatic plates arrives, parking beneath the same withered tree. Visitors remain for a single night, never longer, leaving no trace, no payments, no names. Inside the house, no portraits adorn the walls. Yet the atmosphere feels ancient. The fireplace is blackened, but never cold. A chapel in the basement contains no crucifix, only a plain altar and an unlit lamp shaped like a rose. A staircase descends further, deeper than the foundation should logically allow. And there, within a vault whose existence no architect can explain, rests a sealed box. It is unmarked, except, of course, for the red cross. No one opens it, or perhaps someone does. This narrative does not culminate in a definitive conclusion, not truly. The pertinent question is not whether the bloodline survived, but whether it ever truly ceased to exist. For even now, across Europe and beyond, there are families possessing unusual names, quiet wealth, and a marked aversion to public attention. They appear in background photographs. They make anonymous donations. Their children attend the same exclusive institutions. Their crests bear subtle echoes. A lion coiled in a specific manner, a star turned sideways, a motto that once read something entirely different. If questioned, they will smile always the same smile, polite, knowing, and they will redirect the conversation. The knights are gone. Their castles are in ruins. Their secrets have ostensibly crumbled into dust. But somewhere, perhaps within that house, perhaps in another one, we'll never discover, a child is being raised, not to rule, not to conquer, but to remember. For the bloodline, if it persists, was never fundamentally about power. It was about the narrative, and the most significant narratives do not conclude. They resonate. Therefore, one may now rest. Allow the mystery to breathe in silence. Let the mind soften like ancient parchment yielding to gentle hands. The torch has been passed, for now, and the journey for tonight is sufficient. Permit the world to recede into quietude. Sleep, as the Watchers once did, and perhaps dream of a lineage awaiting in the dark. They were tasked with guarding pilgrims and holding ground, yet for 9 years they remained hidden beneath Jerusalem's most sacred site. Instead of engaging in battles and seeking glory, they dedicated themselves to digging. Upon their emergence, the world irrevocably changed. Their influence expanded rapidly, and their adversaries multiplied. Centuries later, their legacy continues to resonate through ancient stone vaults and forbidden historical accounts. One must ponder, what discovery did the Knights Templar make beneath Solomon's temple that compelled monarchs to yield and instilled fear in popes? A secret that might still be concealed today. Let the distractions of the world subside. Take a deep breath and envision a flickering torch in a dusty chamber, ancient stones exuding moisture in the profound silence. The past is poised to reveal a truth never intended to be heard again. Picture Jerusalem in the year 1119, a city steeped in dust and prayer. The Crusader states were nascent, fragile under an uncertain peace. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, 9 anonymous, unsponsored knights presented a singular request: to reside atop the Temple Mount. They called themselves the poor fellow soldiers of Christ, but chose to settle not near bustling markets or prominent churches, but directly above the ruins of Solomon's temple. This location was rumored to still resonate with a divine presence, or perhaps something even more ancient. They erected no chapel and guarded no roads. Instead, day after day, month after month, they descended into the earth. Historical records from this period are scant, and the silence is profound. Yet, when they finally re-emerged, nearly a decade later, the world had been transformed. They were no longer impoverished or obscure. They had become the most powerful and feared military religious force in Christendom, possessing immeasurable wealth and impenetrable secrets. What transpired beneath that temple? What ancient presence did they disturb or liberate? This is not merely a tale of relics and legends. It is the account of a discovery that might have reshaped the spiritual framework of the Western world, and a cover-up that has persisted for centuries. You commence with a map, not one delineated by borders and capitals, but one etched in memory, myth, and sacred geometry. Jerusalem, that perpetual crucible of belief, endures like an unhealed wound, layered with conquest and consecration. The First Crusade, concluding in 1099, left the city bloodied and vulnerable. The Temple Mount, known to Muslims as Haram al-Sharif, stood eerily vacant. Once the site of Solomon's legendary temple, then Herod's reconstruction, subsequently a Byzantine ruin, and finally a Muslim sanctuary, this plateau bore the weight of centuries. It was holy, it was dangerous, and for reasons that continue to perplex historians, it was where the Templars chose to excavate. They could have established residence anywhere within the newly reclaimed Latin kingdom. Yet, these 9 knights requested a very specific location from King Baldwin II, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. To modern observers, it might appear to be just another repurposed structure. However, to them, and to anyone with a discerning eye for the past, it was the resting place of Solomon's temple, a structure foundational not only to Jewish and Christian identity, but also rumored to be the last known repository of divine instruments. Why choose this location? Why excavate beneath a mosque when the roads were still strewn with the remains of pilgrims? Some contend it was a strategic decision, given that the Temple Mount commanded key roads and offered a military advantage. Others claim it was symbolic, a gesture asserting a Judeo-Christian legacy in a city of divergent truths. However, a more subdued theory whispers beneath these explanations, one seldom appearing in textbooks. The Templars believed something significant remained beneath the surface. Not mere rubble, nor simple relics, but profound knowledge. Centuries-old Jewish texts had suggested that Solomon constructed more than just a temple. He built an underworld of vaults and channels, some for treasures, others for mysteries far more profound than gold. The Book of Kings speaks of hidden rooms and secret foundations. Rabbinic lore delves even deeper, describing chambers where the Ark was concealed and sacred fire was hidden from Babylonian invaders. It was not merely a building, it was a labyrinth. Therefore, when the Templars descended into those ruins, they were not solely seeking history. They pursued something whispered to them by the ancient custodians of the Holy Land keepers of the past, who had survived every purge by retreating into silence. One can almost visualize veiled conversations, knowledge passed through hands hardened by both warfare and scripture. A suggestion, perhaps, that the answers to their profound questions lay not in Rome but directly beneath their feet. A century later, the chronicler William of Tyre would record that the knights performed excavations in the temple. This phrase is simple and unremarkable, yet it appears in no other military account. There is no mention of sieges or skirmishes, only silent digging, no record of what was removed, and no given reason. When the Templars finally re-emerged into daylight after years of subterranean labor, they did not inform local bishops. Instead, they traveled directly to Europe, seeking Bernard of Clairvaux, the most influential voice in the church. Within months, the order was transformed. They were granted autonomy, wealth flowed in, and lands were bestowed upon them. Most tellingly, their number had expanded beyond the original 9. This raises a rather pertinent question. If they had found nothing, why the sudden dramatic shift? Why the meteoric rise? And why would popes begin issuing edicts, placing them above secular law, exempting them from taxes, and granting them immunity from local authority? It is almost as if they had offered the church something of immense value, or perhaps something sufficiently dangerous to warrant control rather than outright suppression. One theory, rarely voiced above a whisper, posits that their discovery threatened Rome more than it blessed it. Not a relic nor a scroll, but an idea, a reinterpretation of sacred origins, a glimpse into pre-biblical history, something that did not belong exclusively to Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, but predated them all. Even today, archaeologists approach the Temple Mount with extreme caution, not only due to political tensions, but because the ground itself resists interpretation. Ground-penetrating radar is restricted, and excavation permits are virtually impossible to obtain. No entity, not even the Israeli Antiquities Authority, undertakes digging there without risking diplomatic catastrophe. Why? Because beneath the Temple Mount lies a mystery that no one truly wishes to resolve. Perhaps that is the precise intention. Perhaps the Templars uncovered something so disruptive, so cosmologically inconvenient, that the only way to preserve civilization's fragile myths was to keep it perpetually buried. Yet, one cannot help but wonder, why did they return day after day for such an extended period, slipping into the earth like specters? What did they witness in the darkness? And what profound silence was exchanged for their protection? You recall that initial image, the map without borders. It does not depict roads. It illustrates fault lines, the places where belief trembles, where ancient deities murmur in their slumber. And there, at the very core of it all, is a solitary hilltop in Jerusalem, and the excavation that altered history. They profess poverty as their emblem, 9 knights with no banner but faith, no wealth but conviction, and no ostensible reason to be taken seriously. Yet for nearly a decade, these men remained rooted in place, without expanding their ranks, without recruiting, and most remarkably, without engaging in combat. In a land where sword met steel with daily regularity, their absence from the battlefield perplexed even their contemporaries. The poor fellow soldiers of Christ arrived with noble intentions, or so the narrative suggests. However, what they genuinely occupied themselves with beneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque remains an enigma that clings to history like incense in a crypt. From 1119 to approximately 1128, this core group of 9 knights lived an almost monastic existence atop the Temple Mount. Records of military engagement during this period are virtually non-existent. There are no victories to extol, no casualties to lament, merely an unsettling stillness, as if time had paused around them while the rest of the Crusader world surged forward. Throughout this period, they resisted expansion, choosing to do so only after they had discovered something. It is tempting to interpret this period as a spiritual sabbatical, a quiet devotion to God in Jerusalem. However, if that were the case, why the intense secrecy? Why the silence in documentation? The chroniclers of that era were far from subtle. They meticulously recorded the size of fish caught near Tyre and cataloged the dreams of Crusader generals. Yet for nearly a decade, the Templars seemed to vanish into the background, leaving only the faintest whispers of their daily lives. This signifies not merely piety, but deliberate concealment. One particularly obscure letter from the abbot of Clairvaux, often overlooked by mainstream historians, alludes to an undertaking of significant depth and discipline occurring in Jerusalem during this time. Most interpret this as a metaphor for spiritual growth. But what if it was not? What if it referred to something literal, digging, exploring, uncovering? The Templars, after all, were not just warriors. Many originated from noble families, possessing education, linguistic skills, and access to ancient manuscripts. Some were adept in engineering, mathematics, and sacred geometry. To dismiss them as simple knights would be akin to calling Da Vinci a mere doodler. They possessed the means to plan and execute a sustained excavation operation, and they held the key location. The Temple Mount was not merely symbolic, it was geological. Its foundations were rumored to contain chambers, tunnels, and passages from the first and second temples, some natural, some carved by hands long turned to dust. Intriguingly, during the same period, various relics and manuscripts quietly began appearing in certain European monasteries, items of Jewish origin, often written in Aramaic or an unidentified script. While none were officially linked to the Templars, the timing was highly suspicious. It was as if strands of forgotten knowledge were being disseminated covertly, leaving no discernible fingerprints, yet unsettling many. Certain bishops even issued warnings against the unauthorized copying or circulation of sacred texts. One such document, discovered centuries later in the Vatican archives, contained a direct reference to scrolls of the Solomonic halls. Still, not everything was so subtle. In the subsequent decades, Templar commanderies began to incorporate curious architectural elements, spirals, twin pillars, and geometries that emulated not the Latin cross, but the layout of Solomon's temple. This design divergence puzzled later scholars. Why deviate from the classic cruciform style unless the influence stemmed not from Rome but from something unearthed in those dark Jerusalem vaults? Some accounts claim the Templars discovered early Kabbalistic texts, or at least proto-Kabbalistic writings, that predated the formalized tradition by centuries. These documents, if authentic, would have introduced a radically different cosmology, one that depicted God not as a distant monarch in heaven, but as a radiant unfolding of emanations, light, numbers, patterns, a divine presence embedded in architecture, proportion, and vibration. Such concepts would have appeared heretical, if not incomprehensible, to the Latin Church. But to the Templars, perhaps it was a revelation worth safeguarding. It is also important to observe what changed after those 9 years. Once they emerged, the floodgates opened. Suddenly, they were granted privileges no other order enjoyed: immunity from local laws, tax exemptions, and direct access to the Pope. Their numbers grew exponentially, their coffers swelled with land and gold, and their influence extended across borders like ivy on a crypt wall. Coincidence? Or was this the reward for presenting something the Church desired to keep concealed? A peculiar gap persists in the records from the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, roughly from 1122 to 1127. A fire is often cited as the reason for the missing scrolls. Fires do occur, but this one, it seems, targeted only one vault, only one set of records, and the individual responsible for its safekeeping was later reassigned to a minor parish in the Italian countryside, never to be heard from again. One cannot help but be suspicious. More remarkably, the earliest accounts of Templar rituals date not from this formative period, but from much later, secondhand reports speculative and often penned by their adversaries. What rituals did they practice during those 9 hidden years? What vows were exchanged beneath Jerusalem, far from the scrutiny of Rome? Then there is the dream, the strange but persistent dream, recorded by a 13th century monk from Burgundy, who claimed a dying knight confessed to visions of a throne of light guarded by lions and etched with stars. Whether a hallucination or a memory, the imagery echoed certain apocalyptic Jewish texts that had not yet been translated into Latin. How would a French knight have known such details? Thus, centuries later, we peer through a haze of gaps and redactions. The 9 knights who arrived, impoverished and anonymous, departed as something entirely different, not merely warriors, not simply monks, but custodians of something more ancient than either title could encompass. And the excavation they undertook beneath the Al-Aqsa Mosque was never refilled. It still exists, sealed, guarded, unnamed, yet not forgotten. You have likely encountered the romanticized portrayals. White-cloaked knights riding through sunlit ruins, swords gleaming, faith unwavering. However, the most enduring legacy of the Templars may not reside in their military engagements or vast financial holdings. It may lie in lines, geometry, and diagrams, subtle evidence etched into vellum and concealed in the margins of history. While their contemporaries constructed with brick and mortar, the Templars seemed to build in secrecy and silence, fashioning an invisible map of something they dared not articulate. The true blueprint of their power may have originated underground, beneath Solomon's temple. During the early 14th century, a peculiar scroll came into the possession of a minor French nobleman. Unadorned, written in a mix of Latin shorthand and geometric symbols, the parchment offered no direct explanation, only measurements, cryptic annotations, and the unmistakable outline of a structure featuring 7 chambers descending in depth and complexity. The dimensions were not based on Roman standards, but on an older scale, likely Egyptian or Mesopotamian in origin. This scroll, now lost, was initially dismissed as fantasy, until researchers decades later noted that its proportions precisely matched the foundations of the Temple Mount. The implications were startling and profoundly unsettling. If the scroll had indeed originated from Templar hands, as its provenance suggested, it implied the knights had either discovered ancient architectural plans beneath the temple or had drafted them firsthand during their years of subterranean exploration. Neither possibility aligns with the neat, sanitized narrative presented by medieval church chroniclers. Yet, similar diagrams began to emerge elsewhere, often buried within unrelated monastic texts. A manuscript from Toledo contained an uncredited fold-out page that appeared to mirror the same subterranean network, including notations in a hybrid of Hebrew and medieval French. One chamber was labeled MZL, possibly a variation of Mazel, the Hebrew word for destiny or constellation. One could argue this is mere coincidence, perhaps medieval doodling, or the result of overworked scribes. However, the recurring presence of these diagrams, dispersed across European libraries, suggests coordination, a blueprint intended for preservation not in one location, but in fragments, hidden in plain sight, like a deliberately shattered mosaic, designed to be impossible to fully erase. Architectural anomalies also speak volumes. At the Templar Chapel in Tomar, Portugal, one of the order's most sacred sites, the floor plan deviates from standard church design. It features an octagonal rotunda, mirroring the Dome of the Rock. But its significance is not merely symbolic. Concealed beneath the chapel is a circular chamber, accessible only via a narrow spiral staircase. Historians have long debated its function, a ritual chamber, a storage vault. What is rarely discussed is how its proportions align almost perfectly with the third chamber depicted in the mysterious scroll. This pattern is replicated across Europe in churches, crypts, and towers attributed to the Templars, each slightly different yet echoing the same geometrical logic, the same invisible architecture. And it was not limited to buildings. In 1929, a French archaeologist working near the Rhône River unearthed a peculiar stone disc buried next to a collapsed granary. The disc, though weathered, bore concentric circles divided into unequal segments. Initial assessments dismissed it as agricultural, perhaps a crop calendar. But when measured, the ratios matched those found in the so-called Solomonic diagrams of the Templar manuscripts. Even stranger, etched near the center, was a symbol that defied attribution, a star within a hexagon surrounded by waves. Some regarded it as esoteric nonsense. Others whispered a more disquieting possibility, that it represented a chamber beneath Jerusalem, one perhaps filled not with gold, but with echoes. A recurring motif in these maps is the pair of pillars, Boaz and Jachin, said to have stood at the entrance of Solomon's temple. They reappear repeatedly, sketched beside doorways, carved into archways, and woven into Templar tapestries. However, in these renderings, the pillars are not merely decorative, they are directional compass points, anchors in an otherwise shifting design. If the Templars followed a map, these pillars may have served as their Rosetta Stone. And then there is the question few are eager to ask. Who assisted them in deciphering it? The Templars were not the first to explore the Temple Mount. Before them came Jewish mystics, Byzantine engineers, and Islamic scholars, each leaving behind fragments of knowledge, oral traditions, and guarded secrets. Some believe the Templars formed quiet alliances with local families descendants of Levites or scholars who had preserved knowledge forbidden in both synagogue and mosque. Whispers of these collaborations surface in obscure oral histories, such as the tale of Yusuf al-Muqaddasi, a Sufi ascetic who reportedly met with a Frankish knight and gave him a sealed scroll wrapped in linen, cautioning that the path below is not made of stone but of time. Of course, mainstream historians dismiss these claims. There is no formal record, no signature on parchment, but that is precisely the point. The Templars left behind blueprints not for buildings, but for a worldview, a network of knowledge encoded in geometry, hidden in architecture, and transmitted through silence. Even today, when modern archaeologists conduct surveys near the Temple Mount, anomalies persist. Ground-penetrating radar reveals cavities where none should exist, corridors leading nowhere, chambers that vanish into the bedrock. However, full excavation is forbidden. Politics, religion, and fear conspire to keep the soil undisturbed. It is as if the earth itself has been sworn to secrecy. And one is left to wonder, were the Templars the last to witness that hidden space beneath the stones where light never penetrates and time folds in on itself? Did they crawl through dust and echoes with trembling hands, mapping something no human was ever meant to comprehend? Or did they simply awaken something that had been waiting? One diagram, reportedly found in a Sicilian abbey, contains only 5 words in Latin. Non clavis sed lumen intrat, not the key, but the light enters. That is not merely architecture, that is theology. Or perhaps both. It was not crafted from parchment, papyrus, or hide. There was no illuminated lettering, no sacred calligraphy. It was merely a long, battered sheet of copper, crudely etched with names and numbers, resembling a shopping list from the underworld. Discovered in 1,952 inches, Cave 3 of Qumran, near the Dead Sea. The Copper Scroll is one of the most peculiar artifacts associated with the Dead Sea Scrolls. While its counterparts are theological and poetic, this one reads like a ledger, but not for coins or livestock. It details treasure. It speaks in riddles of massive quantities of gold and silver, temple vessels, and scrolls buried beneath the third step, under the ruins, or in the cavity of the pillar, specific yet maddeningly vague. Nowhere does it name a single person or event, only locations that may no longer exist, or perhaps never did. To most scholars, the Copper Scroll is a curious puzzle, attributed to the Essenes or other apocalyptic sects of the Second Temple period. However, for those seeking the deeper shadows of history, particularly the Knights Templar, it may have been a map, not to riches, but to proof. Proof that the Temple of Solomon concealed more than mere relics, that it had hidden ideas. And these ideas were safeguarded in places the Romans could not burn, and the priests could not confess. The Templars' alleged contact with local communities, Jewish, Arabic, and Samaritan, might have exposed them to surviving oral traditions. Some suggest they encountered a lineage of desert mystics, who spoke of a scroll not kept in a temple but on the temple. One legend, collected by 19th century travelers, described a bronze leaf that bleeds numbers, taken from beneath a rock where stars used to gather. Naturally, mainstream academics scoff at such tales, and yet, it is noteworthy that the Templars, after their prolonged silence in Jerusalem, began acquiring land suspiciously close to Qumran. A transaction in 1131, recorded in the archives of Acre, shows a grant to the order for an unremarkable stretch of dry basin, neither strategically important nor agriculturally valuable. What it was, however, was within walking distance of Cave 3, a detail conveniently overlooked in most military histories. What if they possessed it? Not the literal copper scroll we have today, but an earlier version, perhaps the same text etched in a different medium, passed down through centuries. Could that have been their discovery beneath the Temple Mount? Not treasure itself, but the directions to treasure, not coins or relics, but coordinates to something buried deeper than any vault, and more perilous than any sword. The irony, of course, is that the modern copper scroll is almost impossible to decipher. Its syntax is clumsy, its grammar fractured, and some locations contradict others. But therein lies its brilliance. If it was encoded for secrecy, then nonsense was the perfect armor. Perhaps only those with the original key could interpret a map without a compass. What renders the theory more compelling is how the Templars subsequently behaved. In France, Spain, and Portugal, they commenced constructing buildings with underground chambers that mirrored the measurements described in the scroll. A chamber north of the double column, a vault behind the fourth step. At the Templar stronghold of Ponferrada in Spain, an underground crypt features an irregular recess hidden behind a stone altar, its location aligning precisely with one of the described treasure vaults. Coincidence or reconstruction? One passage of the scroll mentions a hidden library, 42 scrolls stored in a cedar box beneath the ruins of the valley. Modern searches have yielded nothing. However, Templar ships were not built for naught. If they followed this map, whether literal or symbolic, it is not difficult to imagine that the most valuable artifacts were quietly relocated across seas, beneath monasteries, or even into cathedrals we now consider purely architectural marvels. It is not solely about gold, it is about what the gold guarded. Some theorists, admittedly on the fringe, suggest the Templars interpreted the Copper Scroll as an encoded spiritual text. Its numbers and measures serve dual purposes. On the surface, treasure. Beneath, a key to cosmological truth. Patterns within the scroll appear to follow the same number sequences found in Kabbalistic systems and, curiously, in medieval Christian alchemy, a convergence of traditions separated by time and theology, except in the hands of those who knew where to look. And yet, despite these tantalizing overlaps, no one has definitively linked the Templars to the Copper Scroll. That is, until the partial resurfacing of a 13th century Latin manuscript in the Biblioteca Nacional in Madrid. Written by an anonymous monk, the document makes passing reference to a map made of metal whose numbers speak in thunder. Thunder, the same metaphor used by Jewish mystics to describe revelations at Sinai. Coincidence again, perhaps. Or perhaps history consistently encounters the same buried wire. One final note, merely for curiosity. The Copper Scroll ends abruptly. No final tally, no closing statement. Just one last location written halfway down the plate, and then silence, as if the writer was interrupted or chose to cease. As if the final location was too dangerous to record or too sacred to share. So now you know. Beneath the legends of Solomon's gold and Herod's marble, there is another layer, one not gilded in wealth, but etched in copper, a riddle composed of weight and silence. And it is quite possible that the men in white cloaks discovered it, or something similar, and followed it to the furthest reaches of the known world. If that is true, then the true treasure has never been in Jerusalem. It is the sensational headline, is it not? The Ark of the Covenant. This very object has captivated imaginations for centuries, shimmering in films, whispered about in sermons, and sketched on crumbling pages of half-translated manuscripts. The vessel is said to contain the original tablets of Moses, the voice of God in a box, or a weapon, or a throne, or a myth, depending on whom you ask. If the Templars discovered anything beneath the Temple Mount, conventional thought immediately turns to the Ark. It is a straightforward narrative, satisfying, visually compelling, and dramatic. However, you have journeyed this far to understand that what is satisfying is rarely what is true. In this particular instance, the golden box may have served not as the ultimate prize, but as the perfect distraction. Let us begin with what the Ark was believed to be. According to the Hebrew Bible, it was constructed under divine instruction and placed within the inner sanctum of Solomon's temple, the Holy of Holies. It was guarded, veiled, and never to be touched. When Israel fell, it vanished. Theories abound. Some claim it was hidden before the Babylonians breached the walls. Others assert it was taken to Ethiopia. Some whisper it was buried beneath the temple itself, precisely where the Templars would later excavate. And yet, no record, no physical trace, only persistent echoes. What is peculiar is how rapidly the Ark became associated with the Templars. Medieval chroniclers, particularly those outside the order, began linking them to divine artifacts and unseen powers shortly after their rise to prominence. There were even claims, bordering on hysterical, that they wielded relics too dangerous to display, items capable of summoning storms or shattering armies. Clearly hyperbole, but beneath the exaggeration, something significant was stirring. One of the earliest connections appears in a text by Otto of Freising, who writes of a company of knights who claimed to guard the thunder of Sinai. The phrasing is curious thunder, not tablets. It evokes sound, power, resonance. Later interpretations embellished this into a theory that the Templars had uncovered the Ark, or at least portions of it, and stored it in secret. Some suggested it traveled with their convoys across Europe. Others claimed it remained buried beneath their commandery in Acre. However, no tangible proof ever surfaced, unless, of course, that was the entire purpose. You see, the more one examines the evidence, the more the Ark begins to resemble a red herring, a useful myth that draws attention while something else, quieter, less cinematic, slips through the cracks. The Templars, master strategists that they were, may have intentionally allowed the Ark story to flourish. After all, what better way to conceal a profound discovery than to enshroud it in a legend so implausible that it would be dismissed outright? Consider this. During the 13th century, a series of churches were constructed with peculiar tabernacle niches, large, elaborately framed spaces with no obvious liturgical function. Some were entirely sealed. At Chartres Cathedral, the southern crypt contains a chamber once believed to hold the Ark itself, though no credible evidence supports this theory. Still, why construct a shrine to something you do not possess? Perhaps they did not possess the Ark. Perhaps they held something far more dangerous: texts, not sacred relics but forbidden knowledge. And the Ark myth served as the perfect decoy, grand enough to ignite curiosity, yet mythical enough to remain unverifiable. This would not be the first time a powerful institution utilized symbolism as camouflage. In fact, Jewish mysticism long maintained that the Ark's true value lay not in its contents, but in its construction. Its measurements, proportions, and materials were believed to encode spiritual truths. Kabbalistic texts suggested that the Ark was not merely a container but a cipher, a map of the divine structure of the cosmos. If the Templars discovered even fragments of such writings, the implications would be enormous, not merely religious, but mathematical, architectural, and even cosmological. Which brings us to the greatest irony of all. The real Ark may never have been a physical box. It may have been an idea, one so explosive that the church would prefer a golden chest adorned with cherubs over a paradigm shift in theology, and the Templars perhaps understood that. Perhaps they allowed the Ark legend to flourish, because it enabled them to clandestinely transport something even greater under its protective shadow. During their arrests in 1307, inquisitors were obsessed with locating relics. The Ark was never explicitly mentioned. However, hidden treasures, strange idols, and secret texts were. The documents are clear on one point. The church was not merely seeking wealth, it was seeking answers. Answers it believed the Templars had no right to possess. One inquisitor's notes mention a knight referencing the throne of silence wrapped in no gold but fire. It sounds poetic, perhaps delusional, but there it is again, that shift from object to essence, from treasure to truth. Even in Ethiopia, where the Ark is said to reside within the Church of Our Lady, Mary of Zion, no outsider has ever seen it. The guardian priests are forbidden to speak of it. There are no photographs, no verification, only stories. So perhaps that is the genius of the myth. Perhaps the Ark was never intended to be found. Because while the world chases gold and thunder, the true secret slips past, encoded in stone and number, in quiet revolution. And the Templars, they never denied finding it, but they never confirmed it either. They simply vanished into history, trailing their silence behind them like a cloak. You can almost visualize the dust swirling as they lifted the lid. Not gold, not jewels, but parchment brittle, ancient, inked with characters that no Templar training would have prepared them to read. Yet there it was, a truth too delicate for sunlight, but too potent to ignore. What if the true treasure beneath the temple was not a relic at all, but scripture? Not the kind approved by councils and popes, but scrolls from a time when faith was not yet formalized, when the voice of the divine had not been neatly divided into testaments and translations. This is not mere speculation. There are whispers, fragments of accounts, apocryphal notes in monastic margins, and intercepted letters that suggest the Templars brought back texts. Not one, not a single volume, but a cache, perhaps even a library. Some of the earliest mentions come from Islamic scholars in the Levant who, during the 12th century, remarked that the Franks searched not for gold but for writings of the sons of Harun, Aaron, brother of Moses. A curious observation, especially when considering the Qumran region's long history of document preservation. The Essenes, a sect known for obsessive archiving, may have hidden dozens of texts before the Roman siege. Some believe that similar caches existed beneath the Temple Mount, sealed away in stone niches, untouched since the days of Herod. If the Templars discovered these writings, the implications are staggering. What they uncovered would have predated the New Testament. In fact, it may have predated the Torah in its current form, early Proto-Hebrew texts, perhaps mixed with Zoroastrian, Babylonian, or even Egyptian theological elements. A primordial theology, unrefined, unapproved, unfiltered, and, more than that, dangerous, because the moment you hold a scroll that contradicts the official narrative, you become a liability. Knowledge, especially ancient knowledge, has a tendency to destabilize power. Imagine a document describing the temple's original purpose, not as a house of God, but as a cosmic engine, a place where ritual aligned with the stars to channel divine force. Now imagine reading that while wearing a cross on your chest and answering to a pope who believes heaven is only accessible through a sacrament. One Templar seal, found near Languedoc, depicts two knights on one horse, an emblem often interpreted as a symbol of poverty or brotherhood. However, some suggest another meaning: duality, two truths sharing the same mount, the known and the forbidden, the visible and the veiled. This theory finds strange support in their architectural choices. Templar chapels often contain unusual inscriptions, Latin words arranged in ways that make no grammatical sense, phrases that echo fragments found in the Book of Enoch or the Sefer Yetzirah, two texts long considered heretical by church authorities. Why include them unless they had access to versions of these writings long before they re-entered Western awareness through Jewish scholars or Renaissance collectors? And then there are the confessions. During the brutal inquisitions of 1307, some captured Templars mentioned the writings of the Old Law and parchments that speak of the stars. These statements, buried in trial records, were often redacted or dismissed, too vague, too inconvenient. But they exist hints that what the church feared most was not a devil idol or a secret initiation rite. It was a different version of scripture, one that did not require their permission to be believed. There is also the troubling letter preserved in the Vatican's Archivo Segreto, written by a Cistercian monk in 1242. He warns of manuscripts with no father, describing texts written in a hand that mimicked Hebrew, but sang in tongues that did not belong to this age. He claims they were being translated by knights of the East, and that one bore a passage suggesting the Creator did not make man from dust, but from light. You begin to comprehend why the Templars became dangerous, not because they wielded weapons, but because they held alternatives. And the nature of alternatives is that they demand choice. They shatter the illusion that there is only one path, one truth, one permissible lineage through the divine. This would explain their peculiar relationship with the church. On the surface, loyal, pious, deferential, but beneath, perhaps a quiet rebellion, a parallel theology conveyed not in sermons, but in silence, smuggled across continents in saddlebags, hidden in vaults beneath chapels, read only by torchlight, preserved not with ink, but with oath. One story, almost entirely forgotten, recounts a Templar knight stationed in Antioch who was accused of blasphemy not for speech, but for possession. A scroll, charred at the edges, written in letters shaped like flames. He refused to surrender it. His last recorded words were, "It does not belong to you, it belongs to the beginning." The beginning. That is what this all points toward. A moment before doctrine, before division, before the divine was monopolized by institution. A wild theology still pulsating in the soil beneath Jerusalem. And perhaps, just perhaps, that is what the Templars found. Not the Ark, not gold, but the raw script of creation. A theology so ancient, it renders all others mere footnotes. And in their hands, it transformed into something else. A secret not of stone, but of story. One they could never speak aloud. One they could only guard and pass on. One torchbearer at a time. A scroll is not necessary when one possesses stone. Long after languages are silenced and manuscripts are incinerated, architecture speaks softly, patiently. Its idiom is one of shadow and light, of ratios and rhythms, of truths concealed in plain sight. Across Europe, in cathedrals where no bishop ever dictated the design, the legacy of the Templars murmurs through angles and arches. If they returned from Jerusalem bearing a secret, they did not confine it to vaults. They built it into walls. Consider the Gothic cathedrals that soared like divine forests from the 12th century onward. Chartres, Notre Dame, Roslin. These structures, impossibly complex, appear anachronistic, as if transported from a future where sacred geometry was instinctive. Their proportions align with astronomical events. Their windows radiate not merely with color, but with encoded symbolism. Their labyrinths mirror constellations, and their foundations were often laid with the assistance or under the direct patronage of the Templars. Chartres Cathedral, for instance, occupies a site once sacred to the Druids, layered subsequently with Roman masonry and then medieval vision. Beneath its nave lies a crypt, vast and echoing, aligned with magnetic north. The Black Madonna enshrined within is not, in its origin, a Christian figure at all. She predates the church's iconography. She is a goddess veiled in Mary's robes, and nearby, carved discreetly into a pillar, is an image of two interlocking triangles, a six-pointed star, Solomon's seal. Coincidence is a convenient term, but by now, one begins to sense its unlikelihood. At Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland, Templar influence is undisputed. The Sinclair family, bound by blood and oath to the order, filled the space with a profusion of stone carvings, angels holding musical instruments that match the frequencies of sacred hymns, strange green men peering from the cornices, and pillars etched with symbols that correspond to Kabbalistic trees and Masonic diagrams. One ceiling panel, arranged in a spiral of cubes, mirrors the dimensions of the so-called inner chamber described in Solomonic texts. At the heart of the chapel stands the apprentice pillar, twisted like a strand of DNA, crowned with lotus motifs that have no place in Christian art unless, of course, one believes they transported more than stone from Jerusalem. Templar churches frequently adopted the circular floor plan, a style previously unheard of in Latin architecture. Whence did it originate? The Dome of the Rock, the very structure they used as their base in Jerusalem, believed to sit atop the ruins of the temple itself. The circle, a symbol of infinity, of the divine with no beginning or end, became the blueprint, a quiet rebellion against the rigid cruciform of traditional Christendom. It was a declaration. We have seen the original, and this is closer. This pattern recurs across France, Portugal, and England. Round chapels, secret chambers, twin pillars, symbols that predate the New Testament, etched alongside Christian crosses. It is as if they were endeavoring to impart knowledge without speaking, to encode what could not be articulated. They were not merely masons, they were translators of something older than Rome, older than Christ. One theory, dismissed by academia but embraced by esoteric historians, posits that the Templars were custodians of an architectural language inherited from ancient Egypt, filtered through Hebrew mysticism, and rediscovered in the vaults beneath the Temple Mount. The cubit, the golden ratio, the vesica piscis, all present not merely as mathematical flourishes, but as messages. Each column's height, each window's angle, each choir's curve, all part of a language where the sacred is measured, not merely felt. And yet, they never boasted. They never published treatises or composed scrolls explaining their craft. Perhaps they understood that sacred truths are not explained, they are experienced. One navigates the labyrinth, one senses the resonance. There is no need to be told its meaning, the very bones already comprehend. There is an old story, whispered among stonecutters in northern Spain, that during the construction of a small rural chapel in 1243, a group of silent foreigners arrived. They did not speak the local language and brought no tools. Yet, within days, the workers were following a new plan, one involving columns that matched celestial coordinates and stones that had to be laid at night under a specific moon phase. When the work was completed, the strangers departed without payment. Only a single mark remained on the doorframe, a compass wrapped in flame. Skeptical, naturally. But then again, that same chapel, Leda de San Bartolome, sits on a geomagnetic node. Pilgrims who sleep there report vivid dreams. Some hear music where none plays. The builders knew something, or perhaps they remembered. Even today, modern architects studying Templar-era structures discover measurements that defy the tools available at the time, angles cut with absurd precision, load-bearing feats that should have resulted in collapse. It is as if the blueprints originated from elsewhere, somewhere older, and all of it echoing Solomon. One begins to wonder, perhaps they did not need to transport scrolls or relics home. Perhaps they carried patterns, sacred proportions, divine alignments, the DNA of a temple that was never solely physical, and by embedding it into the cathedrals of Europe, they ensured the secret would endure even if the order was destroyed. They built not just with stone, but with silence, with memory, with code. And perhaps even now, traversing those cold, vaulted halls, you can perceive it, the echo of the temple beneath your feet. A rhythm, a ratio, a whisper between the stones. Some secrets scream for attention. Others repose quietly in the darkness, content to await discovery. However, the most perilous ones, the truly transformative, bear a distinct weight. They are not concealed by force. They are hidden by choice. Not because no one can find them, but because those who do choose silence. In the narrative of the Knights Templar, this silence reverberates more profoundly than any relic, any scroll, any battle. For when the order was finally brought to its knees, no one, not even under torture, ever revealed what had truly been discovered. One might anticipate confessions, a final whisper, a deathbed admission. Yet, across hundreds of arrests, interrogations, and executions, there is no consistent revelation, no relic presented, no scroll unveiled, only scattered accusations, contradictions, and an eerie void at the core. It is as if they had all implicitly, eternally agreed, speak of anything but not that. And perhaps that is what most alarmed the Church. Not what the Templars uttered, but what they steadfastly refused to articulate. There is a moment buried in the transcripts of the Paris Inquisitions where a Templar named Jean de Joinville is pressed to identify the idol allegedly worshipped by the order. He provides no name, no shape, only this. What we were shown was not meant for tongues, only for hearts, only for silence. A cryptic response, certainly, but hauntingly consistent with others. Several knights referenced a presence or light encountered in secrecy, described not as an object, but as an experience, something that entered rather than appeared, vague, insubstantial, yet persistent. And then there is Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, standing on a scaffold in 1314 with flames licking at the wood beneath him. He could have pleaded, bargained, or revealed some astonishing artifact. Instead, he simply proclaimed his innocence and invited the Pope and King to join him in divine judgment. Within a year, both were deceased. Coincidence, or the slow turning of an ancient curse? Ah, yes, the curse. Romantic, indeed. Overused, definitely. But consider this. After the arrests, several chroniclers began recording unexplained deaths, failed crops, and freak storms in regions where Templar commanderies had been established. In Yorkshire, a shepherd discovered a limestone tablet half buried near a former preceptory. Etched only with the words, "You have broken the seal." The bishop declared it a fraud. The shepherd was later found face down in a stream, his hands folded over his mouth, perhaps more symbolic than sinister. However, the Templars themselves seemed to believe they were bound by something deeper than vows. One obscure rule of the order, preserved only in a Castilian copy, refers to the consecrated silence of the ninth vault. It does not explain what the ninth vault is, but the phrase appears again in architectural notes from the Templar commandery in Tomar, Portugal, a chamber labeled with 9 concentric circles sealed behind a false wall. It was opened in 1892 and found completely empty. Not a scrap, not a nail, just smooth stone, cold as judgment. Some speculate that this silence was more than strategy, that the Templars believed speaking the truth of what they found would release something, some knowledge, some force not meant for the world. Or perhaps it was simpler. Perhaps they knew no one would believe them, and so they held it close until the silence became an intrinsic part of their ritual. Even modern esoteric traditions carry echoes of this vow. Freemasons speak of the great work, never to be uttered aloud. Sufi mystics speak of Marifa, a truth so profound it cannot be written. And Kabbalists speak of the Ein Sof, the infinite known only through negation, never affirmation, a silence that is not absence, but totality. So what did the Templars choose not to disclose? Some suggest it was not a relic, or a scroll, or even a theology. It was a realization that the divine was not confined to a temple or a book, that it was pattern, light, resonance, the same truth etched in the layout of stars and the spiral of a seashell. A secret that could not be articulated because it was already known by every heart that had ever wondered and every mind that had ever listened for more. It is fitting, then, that so much of the Templar myth is constructed not on what was revealed, but on what remains hidden. No inventory, no recovery, only silence. A silence that grows heavier with time. One Templar tomb in Provence bears no name, no cross, only an inscription in Latin. Tacita loquitur, the silent one speaks. And perhaps it still does, in the stone that does not crumble, in the chamber that remains sealed, in the absence that vibrates louder than sound. Because ultimately, silence is not merely the absence of speech. It is a choice, a guardrail, a boundary between what should be known and what should be endured. And the Templars, they chose silence, not out of fear, but perhaps out of mercy. It was dawn, of course. That is how these events typically unfold, with parchment and seals, with soldiers and suspicion. On October 13th, 1307, Friday, the 13th, the Order of the Knights Templar was eradicated with astonishing efficiency. Across France, Templar commanderies were raided. Men in white cloaks were shackled, dragged from their beds, and cast into cells that reeked of rust and dread. The charges were heresy, idolatry, and blasphemy, the standard concoction when one intends to neutralize a threat but lacks conclusive evidence. Yet, embedded within the transcripts of those interrogations, beneath the forced confessions and recycled accusations, lies a strange undercurrent, a fear not of what the Templars did, but of what they possessed in terms of knowledge. Initially, the trial appeared to be theatrical. King Philip IV of France, financially distressed and politically cornered, required a target. The wealthy and autonomous Templars perfectly fit the description. The papacy, weakened by Philip's influence, granted reluctant approval, thus initiating a campaign of judicial destruction veiled in holy rhetoric. However, the questions posed by the inquisitors were not solely about doctrine. They were not concerned with battlefield ethics or financial impropriety. They consistently circled something more elusive: rituals conducted in secret, names not found in scripture, and knowledge that did not originate from Rome. Many of the accusations resonate with anyone familiar with medieval paranoia, that the Templars spat on the cross, denied Christ, and worshipped a mysterious head. But beneath the hysteria lies an unsettling pattern. The Inquisition seemed fixated on the initiation rites, especially what occurred in the inner chambers, shielded from public view. They demanded specific details of whispered oaths, of symbols revealed only once, of strange lights observed during ceremonies. In multiple testimonies, the interrogators specifically inquired whether the Templars had read anything forbidden, whether scrolls were present, and whether they had received teachings not sanctioned by the Church. One knight, under torture, confessed that new recruits were shown a writing that was not Latin nor Greek nor Hebrew, but burned like the Sunday. Another, whose name was later excised from the record, claimed he had seen a book without a beginning, filled with names not of men, but of things that move through the sky. Was he hallucinating, or recounting something he once glimpsed and never truly comprehended? Intriguingly, the infamous idol, later popularized as Baphomet, was never described consistently. Some said it had 3 faces, others claimed it was a bearded head. One spoke of a glowing sphere that provided answers. The lack of consistency could suggest fabrication, or it could point to something symbolic, abstract, beyond their capacity to name something experienced rather than seen, something interpreted differently by each man because it was not a physical entity at all, but a revelation. Several historians have highlighted the similarities between these accounts and early Gnostic rituals initiations, where the candidate is shown a living light, hears a secret name, and swears to protect knowledge that would dismantle the structures of humanity. The Catholic Church had long considered Gnosticism a mortal threat, not because it denied God, but because it proposed direct access, direct communion. No priest was needed, no hierarchy, just the individual and the divine, unmediated, unapproved, uncontrolled. Is that what the Templars were safeguarding? One of the most overlooked documents from the trials is the Chinon parchment, discovered in the Vatican archives in 2001. It reveals that Pope Clement V had actually absolved the Templar leadership in secret, acknowledging their strange practices but deeming them not heretical. This shatters the entire narrative. If the Pope did not condemn them, why the executions? Why the obliteration? Because perhaps the real threat was not theological, it was epistemological. Not what the Templars believed, but what they had begun to comprehend. And if they had brought back writings from Jerusalem, texts that rewired cosmology, undermined ecclesiastical authority, or presented a creation story unapproved by Rome, it would explain the Church's urgent silence. Not denial, not correction, but eradication. In Avignon, a scribe working for the papal court wrote a private letter to his brother in 1310. In it, he laments the trials, calling them a blade upon a rope already fraying. He mentions a rumor that the knights had known the name of the first light and built their halls around its echo. What could that possibly signify? A poetic flourish, or an echo of something far older, a name not of a god but of a pattern, a frequency, a law of the universe hidden beneath the symbols of faith. It is also noteworthy that despite the ferocity of the trials, no definitive list of Templar holdings was ever recovered. Their ships vanished. Their archives, if they existed, were never found. It is as if they had prepared for this moment, not out of paranoia, but because they understood that certain truths invariably attract persecution. To carry ancient knowledge is to brand one's soul with a target, and yet, to their last breath, not one of them divulged the core secret. Some begged for forgiveness, some resisted, but no one broke the silence. So the church burned them, buried the evidence, branded the entire order as heretics, and in doing so, silenced the possibility that something truly extraordinary had been uncovered beneath the temple. Not blasphemy, not sorcery, but an older truth, one that could not be confined by doctrine or displayed in gold, a truth that refused to be spoken. Utter the name Baphomet, and it evokes images of horned demons, inverted pentagrams, and 19th century occult illustrations that resemble something from a rebellious teenager's notebook. However, long before the goat icon of modern pop mythology, there existed something else, something far stranger. During the Templar trials, the term Baphomet repeatedly surfaced in inquisitorial records, yet not once was it described with consistent detail. There were no horns, no hooves, no consensus. This raises a question often overlooked in the drama. Was Baphomet ever a being at all? Or was it a code, an echo of something far older and far more profoundly misunderstood? Let us rewind. The earliest mention of Baphomet in the Templar context appears in confessions extracted under torture during the mass arrests of 1307. Some knights admitted to revering a mysterious head, others referred to a speaking image, and still others to a presence that instructed in silence. The descriptions are maddeningly vague, ranging from a silver idol to a floating head to a bearded man with closed eyes. Some versions claim the head could answer questions, others say it glowed. None agree, which either makes the entire concept an invention or a misinterpretation of something never intended to be literal. The name itself, Baphomet, lacks a clear origin in Latin, Greek, or Hebrew. Some scholars suggest it is a corruption of Muhammad, reflecting medieval Christian prejudice, conflating Islam with heresy. Others propose it is an intentional cipher, possibly encoding the phrase Templi Omnium, Hominum Pacis Abbas, or Father of the Temple of Peace of all men, which would certainly align with the Templars' broader mystic inclinations. And some, of course, believe it was a deliberate distortion, a name given to a force or object whose true title could not, or should not, be spoken aloud. Several occult traditions that emerged centuries later attempted to co-opt Baphomet as a demonic figure, but their representations lack historical grounding. Eliphas Levi's famous drawing of the androgynous, goat-headed deity with wings and a flaming torch between its horns was a 19th century invention, a symbolic fusion of opposing elements, not a recovered Templar image. There is no evidence the Templars ever depicted such a figure, which brings us back to the original trial confessions. One particularly curious record involves a knight named Pierre Dulon, who described Baphomet not as a figure, but as a mirror of black water in which one sees the first truth. It is an unusual phrase, mystical, unhelpful, or perhaps incredibly precise. Mirrors, especially dark or reflective surfaces, have long been associated with divination and altered states. Was Baphomet not an idol, but a device, a tool for vision, a relic designed not to be worshipped, but to be utilized? Another confession refers to Baphomet as a voice from the dust, a line that uncannily mirrors a phrase from Isaiah. Thy speech shall be low out of the dust, and thy voice shall be as of one that hath a familiar spirit. The Templars were known to have contact with Eastern mystics, Sufis, and scholars who believed that sound, vibration, and language itself could access the divine. Could Baphomet have been a Templar name for something rooted in sound or resonance, a text, a frequency, a ritual? Some speculative historians suggest the term was used to reference a sacred object, possibly an ancient relic recovered during the Temple Mount excavations that transmitted knowledge symbolically, even psychically. Not a demonic figure, but a mnemonic device, a trigger for consciousness, perhaps something aligned with the living light described by initiates. If this sounds far-fetched, Recall that to a 14th century inquisitor, steeped in dogma and suspicion, even a compass inscribed with Hebrew letters might appear as witchcraft. The peculiar aspect is how fiercely the Templars protected the name. Even under torture, few provided detailed descriptions. Many denied ever hearing it. Others hesitated, then described something nonsensical, as if reciting from a script or safeguarding a metaphor. And throughout all this, one detail recurs. Baphomet is never framed as evil, never accused of commanding wicked acts. It is described with reverence, curiosity, sometimes even awe, a great secret or sacred head, not a devil to be feared, but a mystery to be preserved. At the Templar commandery in Metz, a stone carving was uncovered in the 1800s. Two faces looking in opposite directions, joined at the crown, one male, one female. No label, no cross, just eyes carved wide and mouths that do not smile. Scholars dismissed it as Romanesque abstraction, but esoteric researchers linked it to Baphomet, not as a person, but as a principle, the union of opposites, the balance of polarities. The hidden knowledge the Templars allegedly recovered may have had less to do with religious objects and more to do with understanding duality, light and shadow, heaven and earth, spirit and flesh. Even the famed idol that the Inquisition sought so desperately was never found, not in any stronghold, crypt, or chapel. Which again begs the question, were they searching for the wrong thing? Perhaps Baphomet was never intended to be possessed. Perhaps it was not a physical entity at all, but a threshold, a concept so alien to the orthodoxy of the time that it could only be described through symbols and feared into legend. And so the name endured, twisted, reimagined, demonized, yet never truly understood. Perhaps that was the ultimate irony, that in their desperate efforts to extract the truth from the Templars, the Inquisitors rendered that truth unknowable. They attacked shadows, burned bodies, scattered symbols, and in doing so, sealed the mystery even deeper. And now, centuries later, all that remains is a word, a whisper, a name carved in fear and silence: Baphomet. Whatever it was, the Templars never relinquished it. It commences with a quiet disappearance. No smoke, no sword, merely records that cease. In the final years preceding the Order's collapse, something began to slip away. Ships unaccounted for, ledgers with gaps, preceptories reporting sudden transfers of goods, horses, chests. Unmarked crates moved for safekeeping. At first glance, these might appear to be administrative adjustments, wartime reshuffling. However, by reading between the lines, by following the silences, one begins to discern a pattern, one suggesting that the Templars anticipated what was coming and were not about to abandon their most cherished secret. The theory, now known as the exile hypothesis, is simple yet unsettling. It posits that the Templars, realizing the net was tightening, smuggled their most significant artifacts, texts, or relics entirely out of Europe. That their treasure, whatever its true nature, was not seized by the French crown. It was moved, dispersed, hidden. The timeline supports this. The arrests commenced in October 1307, but warnings had been circulating since spring. In the months leading up to the crackdown, there was a flurry of unusual activity. In La Rochelle, the Templar port city on the Atlantic, several galleys were loaded under cover of darkness and never seen again. Eyewitnesses claim the ships sailed west, not south toward the Iberian ports, nor east toward the Holy Land, but west into the open sea. La Rochelle's harbor logs, once meticulously maintained, show several blank entries for that month. No cargo, no passengers, no destinations, just silence. And from that silence, a legend was born, that the Templars fled with their secret, bound not for sanctuary, but for exile. Of course, skeptics dismiss this as romantic speculation, but the oddities accumulate. After the trials, no comprehensive inventory of Templar holdings was ever recovered. Their banking ledgers vanished, their archives gone. If King Philip had hoped to enrich himself with gold, he was sorely disappointed. His prize consisted of paper, stone, and sealed doors. No treasure, no troves, nothing but the ashes of an order and the weight of an unanswered question. Even stranger, some Templar strongholds were found empty, abandoned days before the warrants were issued. It is as if they had been forewarned, or perhaps they simply discerned the signs. And so, like any brotherhood trained in long-term strategy, they activated contingency plans, the kind that require years to prepare, involving secret routes, loyal allies, and silent departures. Where did they go? Some suggest Scotland. At the time, Scotland was excommunicated and hostile to the Pope. The Sinclairs of Rosslyn had long-standing ties to the order. The unfinished Rosslyn Chapel, whose construction began shortly after the trials, features carvings of New World flora such as maize and aloe, long before Columbus embarked on his voyage. Coincidence, artistic invention, or evidence of contact? Others claim the Templars crossed the Atlantic centuries before it became customary. The Norse had already reached Vinland. Templar ships were capable. The Gulf Stream was known, at least to some. One particularly persistent theory posits that the Templars reached Nova Scotia and established a hidden enclave, perhaps even influencing the indigenous Mi'kmaq legends of white crossmen who arrived from the sea bearing strange tools and sacred fire. More grounded historians look to Portugal. There, the Templars were never truly disbanded. Instead, they were reborn under a different name, the Order of Christ, granted sanctuary by King Denis, who refused to abandon them. Within a generation, the Order of Christ was funding exploratory voyages down the African coast, establishing trade routes and expanding cartographic knowledge. It is no coincidence that Prince Henry the Navigator, patron of Portugal's Age of Discovery, was the Grand Master of this very order. His ships bore crosses nearly identical to the Templar sigil. Did the knowledge smuggled out of Jerusalem, scrolls, maps, or perhaps something stranger find its way into these voyages? Were they not merely explorations, but pilgrimages of preservation? One tantalizing clue comes from a 14th century chart known as the Zeno map. It depicts parts of Greenland and Newfoundland with startling accuracy, supposedly based on earlier documents brought by Venetian sailors. Scholars debate its authenticity, but some claim its origins lie with navigators trained by the Order of Christ, men who may have inherited not only ships but also secrets. Even in the Americas, whispers persist. The Kensington runestone, discovered in Minnesota, bears markings some believe to be medieval Scandinavian and possibly linked to Templar symbology. It is likely a hoax, yes, but like all effective hoaxes, it clings to the edge of something half-remembered, half-true, a shadow of a voyage carved in code. And always beneath these tales is the sense that something had to be moved, that the Templars, having uncovered a truth too incendiary for Rome, made the only logical choice: exile. Not surrender, not destruction, but dispersion. To bury the treasure, not in one place, but in a network, a lattice of hidden sanctuaries waiting not to be found, but to be inherited, a cipher left in stone. A manuscript tucked into a monastery's forbidden shelf, a chant whose rhythm encodes a ratio, a chapel that echoes the chamber beneath Solomon's temple. Not one vault, but many. Not one guardian, but an unbroken line. Perhaps this is why the Templar myth refuses to die, because it was designed to live not as a monument, but as a movement, a migration, a diaspora of knowledge. And if they succeeded, if they smuggled it out before the fires came, then somewhere, in some form, that knowledge still exists, waiting. If you have followed the trail this far, you have likely observed that it does not loop neatly through Europe alone. It spirals outward, southward, into older lands and stranger narratives. Perhaps none are more compelling than those whispered through the highlands of Ethiopia, where a quiet, defiant tradition insists the Ark never departed. Not in chains, not in secret, but with a priestly procession, centuries before the Templars ever set foot in Jerusalem. And there, in the city of Axum, it remains enthroned, not in gold, but in shadow. To comprehend the Ethiopian connection, one must first delve into the Kebra Nagast, a 14th century text compiled from even older oral traditions. According to its account, King Solomon fathered a son with the Queen of Sheba. That son, Menelik I, journeyed to Jerusalem, studied at the temple, and returned to Ethiopia, not empty-handed, but carrying the Ark of the Covenant itself. Whether with or without Solomon's blessing is debated, but the Ark, the tablet, was said to have followed Menelik of its own volition, shadowed by angels. Mythical, certainly, but persistently believed. To this day, the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion claims to house the Ark in a sanctuary guarded by a single monk, a guardian chosen for life, forbidden to speak of what he sees. No outsider has entered. There are no photographs, no catalog, merely the word of tradition, unyielding as the stone walls surrounding it. What does this have to do with the Templars? Well, everything, if one believes the clues. Several Templar expeditions into the Horn of Africa are recorded obliquely in maritime documents and diplomatic letters. While most crusading eyes remained fixed on the Holy Land, a smaller number of knights traveled south, following the Red Sea trade routes. Their reasons are unclear. Officially, these voyages were to secure alliances or chart territories, but their destinations, Massawa, Zayla, and occasionally inland toward Axum, suggest a different motive. There is also the matter of the Prester John legend, a wildly popular medieval myth that described a powerful Christian king ruling a hidden kingdom beyond the Islamic world. For centuries, Europeans believed Prester John's domain lay in India. Later, attention shifted to Ethiopia. Why? Because it was Christian, ancient, isolated, and replete with churches carved directly into mountains, chapels older than most of Europe's capitals. Among these structures is Lalibela, a complex of rock-hewn churches, primarily constructed between the 12th and 13th centuries, precisely around the time the Templars rose to prominence. Their design is unusual, subterranean, geometrically precise, and riddled with passageways that resemble crypts more than sanctuaries. Local lore claims they were constructed with the aid of angels. More likely, they were built with knowledge. Perhaps from Jerusalem, perhaps from those who had just returned from excavating beneath the Temple Mount. One of the churches, Biete Golgotha, contains statues of robed figures with European features, an anomaly in Ethiopian religious art. Some believe these figures represent the strangers from the north who assisted in the church's construction. Could they have been Templars? The timing aligns, the style aligns, the silence aligns. Even more curious is the symbol etched onto a reliquary in the Axum sanctuary, a cross flanked by twin pillars above a stepped platform. It is unmistakably Templar in form, yet rendered in local stone. Officially, it is dismissed as coincidence, but viewed in context, it becomes part of a larger pattern, a quiet exchange, a hidden alliance. There are even linguistic traces. The Ge'ez word tabo, ark, closely resembles teba, the Hebrew word used in Genesis for Noah's Ark, a container of sacred cargo. In some fringe interpretations, this connection suggests that what the Templars may have been seeking was not a golden chest, but the blueprint of the Ark, a model for containing divine essence. And if the Ethiopian custodians held that knowledge, it would explain why the Templars were drawn there, not to steal, but to study. Several documents from the Portuguese Order of Christ, formed from the ashes of the Templars, mention Eastern rituals preserved in the southern lands, and a tradition that speaks with stars, not syllables. That is not trade talk. That is initiation language. And then there is the silence of Ethiopia itself. For centuries, its church refused to integrate with the Roman or Byzantine branches. It maintained its own calendar, its own rites, its own canon, perhaps not out of pride, but out of protection. If something had been entrusted to them, some relic, some knowledge, it would explain the guardedness, the solemnity. A few brave researchers have attempted to forge academic links. In 1965, a French ethnologist reported seeing scrolls in Axum written in a blend of Aramaic and Syriac, describing rituals for opening the gate of the invisible temple. His findings were dismissed. His notes were later lost. Classic. But the whispers persist that the Templars did not merely take something out of Jerusalem. They followed it south, into a land older than maps, guarded by priests who neither debate nor disclose. And perhaps that is why the Ark has never been definitively located. Not because it was destroyed, not because it never existed, but because it was never a thing to be found. It was a trust passed hand to hand, altar to altar, protected by those who understood that some secrets are not buried. They are carried, lived, guarded not by locks, but by generations of silence. And if the Templars recognized that, then perhaps their truest allegiance was not to Rome, or even to Jerusalem. Perhaps it was to Axum. It commences with a symbol, a six-pointed star, simple, symmetrical, ancient. The seal of Solomon, some call it. The Star of David, others say. However, long before it adorned flags or prayer shawls, it existed in secrecy, in alchemical treatises, esoteric manuscripts, and, above all, architecture. Wherever the Templars traveled, it followed, etched into stone, carved into wood, tucked into the folds of cathedral facades. And when the order collapsed, the symbol did not vanish. It merely changed hands. Or perhaps it returned to the hands it had always been awaiting. For if the Templars had a successor, a spiritual inheritor, it was not the church. It was something quieter, more diffuse, ubiquitous. Freemasonry. For centuries, Masonic lore has insisted upon its roots in ancient builder guilds, masons who constructed cathedrals and transmitted sacred geometry through whispered codes. However, buried deeper within that tradition is a murkier legacy, legends of a hidden lineage that survived the Templar Purge, a line of knowledge that retreated underground, resurfacing not in swords and banners, but in aprons and gavels, not in fortresses, but in lodges. Historians scoff at this notion. Freemasonry, they argue, emerged in the 17th century, long after the Templars were extinguished. But what if that timeline is an illusion? What if, like a dormant seed, the essence of Templar knowledge simply awaited new soil? There is no direct document linking the two orders, no scroll-stamped property of the temple, but the echoes are undeniable. Begin with the rituals. Freemasonic initiation bears uncanny resemblances to what little is known of Templar practices: the oath of secrecy, the symbolic death and rebirth, the emphasis on the inner temple rather than the outer one. Then there are the titles: Master, Grand Architect, knight names that feel more like inheritance than invention, and the symbols they read like a lexicon of Templar memory: the double-headed eagle, the compass and square, the all-seeing eye. These are not merely abstract motifs. They form a language, a code, one that traces its roots not to Enlightenment rationalism, but to medieval mysticism filtered through the dust of Jerusalem and the silence of hidden vaults. But of all these symbols, none holds more weight than the Seal of Solomon, said to represent the union of opposites, fire and water, heaven and earth, male and female. It is the architecture of balance. To the Templars, it may have held a deeper significance. Some suggest they recovered scrolls beneath the temple that described this seal not merely as a magical sigil, but as a diagram of reality itself, a way of perceiving the cosmos, a map of the divine structure, encoded not in words, but in shape. The seal's geometry reflects the Vesica Piscis, a form sacred to both Kabbalists and early Christians, symbolizing creation through the intersection of opposites. Templar churches and Freemason lodges alike are often designed according to this proportion. Coincidence, perhaps, but when one observes its repetition in stained glass, in floor plans, and in ceilings where stars have been mapped according to invisible harmonics, one begins to sense it is more than aesthetic. One Masonic legend recounts the story of Hiram Abiff, the master builder of Solomon's temple, murdered for refusing to reveal the secrets of the craft. It is a peculiar narrative, until one realizes it mirrors the fate of Jacques de Molay, the Templar Grand Master, who died rather than disclose the Order's hidden truths. Both are guardians of something sacred. Both are silenced. Both live on in ritual. Even the structure of Masonic degrees ascending levels of initiation, each revealing new knowledge, feels eerily similar to how the Templars may have guarded what they found in Jerusalem. Knowledge dispensed in careful measures, not to control, but to protect. Not because it was dangerous, but because it was overwhelming. Of course, none of this definitively proves a direct lineage, but perhaps lineage is not the essential point. Perhaps the Templar current flowed underground for centuries, permeating minds sufficiently receptive to carry it forward. After all, truth does not always require continuity. Sometimes it only needs resonance, and resonance echoes. Across Europe, Freemasons financed revolutions, designed cities, and founded nations. They encoded symbols into architecture, into currency, into entire political systems, all while claiming to serve a higher order, not a religion, not a nation, but a principle, the great architect, the universal light. Where did they acquire that vocabulary? One theory suggests that after the Templar Purge, surviving members dispersed into guilds, monasteries, and trade networks. There, they integrated their knowledge into the working world, camouflaging mysticism as craftsmanship, a keystone, a compass, a lodge, each just mundane enough to avoid suspicion, each just sacred enough to carry the memory. There is a story, never verified but difficult to disregard, that Benjamin Franklin, a known Freemason, once received a sealed box from a French lodge claiming descent from the Templars. Inside was a single piece of parchment, written in cipher. No one ever deciphered it. Franklin apparently stored it in his private library where it eventually disappeared. What was in the box? No one knows. But a letter that accompanied it contained 6 words. The temple never fell. It folded. And perhaps that is the essence of it. The Templars did not vanish. They adapted. They became less visible, more enduring. Their fortress transformed into a blueprint. Their oaths became ritual. Their treasure, whatever it was, became an idea passed not through fire but through fellowship. And the seal of Solomon, it still rotates in floor tiles, in stained glass, in quiet rituals beneath cities that no longer remember why they tremble. But you remember, because now you have heard its echo. It was never merely gold, never merely relics. What the Knights Templar uncovered beneath Solomon's temple, if the echoes, the architecture, the silence, and the scattered clues are to be believed, was something far more challenging to possess and far more perilous to comprehend. It was knowledge, but not the kind contained in books. It was a design, a pattern, a glimpse behind the curtain of religion into the architecture of something older, more elemental, cosmic law drawn in angles and light. They discovered something that redefined the meaning of sacred, something that challenged the monopoly of divine authority. Perhaps ancient texts, perhaps a relic that functioned not as an idol, but as an instrument, perhaps a scroll that did not describe God, but described how to perceive God without a priest or a pulpit or explicit permission. And so they pledged themselves to silence, not out of fear, but out of reverence, because they understood that the power of what they carried lay not in proclaiming it, but in protecting it. They encoded it in stone, transmitted it in code, preserved it in myth, and buried it in structures that still resonate with silent music. Then they vanished, or seemed to, but their silence took root. It whispered through cathedrals, echoed in Freemason lodges, hid in altars and arches. The trail never. At the farthest edge of the earth, where the maps of mankind dissolve into endless white, lies a continent that seems almost alien to our world, Antarctica. A colossal landmass larger than all of Europe, yet buried beneath kilometers of ice. A place with no birth, no ruler, and no one who truly knows what sleeps beneath that frozen veil. The world has fought over every inch of land, every drop of oil, every breath of the ocean, but there is one place, the only place that all of humanity has agreed to leave untouched. Why? What could make the most powerful forces on Earth choose silence? Tonight, we journey into the white void where science, faith, and power intertwine beneath the ice. A place where ancient maps whisper of a land erased from history, where secrets are locked in frozen time, and where, perhaps, lies the missing chapter of human civilization. At the farthest reaches of the Earth, where geographical certainty dissolves into an expanse of white, lies a continent that appears almost alien to our world. Antarctica, a landmass exceeding the size of Europe, remains largely concealed beneath kilometers of ice, harboring enigmas humanity has yet to fully comprehend. For centuries, early navigators charting the globe deliberately left a conspicuous void in the far south, as if this land awaited discovery, or was purposefully kept from view. Antarctica's singular nature stems not merely from its extreme climate, but from its profound silence. No sovereign nation asserts outright ownership. No indigenous populations have ever resided there. Even in contemporary times, information regarding this continent often appears meticulously curated and controlled. Eminent scientists, influential politicians, and even powerful religious figures have journeyed to this frozen expanse. Yet, a comprehensive account of their observations is seldom shared. Intriguingly, a global treaty signed in 1959 designated Antarctica as an inviolable zone, a territory where even adversarial nations, amidst periods of heightened international tension, chose to maintain an unprecedented accord of silence. This raises a fundamental question. What compelling factors prompted humanity, a species notorious for disputing every parcel of land and every natural resource, to collectively agree upon excluding Antarctica from the arena of conquest? What profundities rest dormant beneath that frigid white blanket, remaining beyond our permissible reach? And in a world characterized by incessant conflict and ambition, why does this particular location persist as untouchable? Beyond its geological composition, each layer of ice represents a fragment of a larger, concealed narrative of power and truth that humanity has perhaps not yet been prepared to confront. Before sailing vessels ever navigated the icy southern seas, Antarctica existed predominantly within the realm of human conjecture. For centuries, an enduring belief held that a substantial southern landmass was essential to counterbalance the continents in the northern hemisphere. This was not merely a geographical notion. It reflected an ancient worldview wherein Earth was perceived as symmetrically balanced, like scales held in equilibrium by nature itself. This theoretical land was given the enigmatic name Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern land. The earliest conceptualizations of this idea can be traced to the ancient Greeks. The philosopher Pythagoras, in describing Earth as a sphere, proposed a counterweight in the south to explain its stability. Later, the Roman scholar Claudius Ptolemy incorporated it into his maps as a vast expanse, stretching from the southern tip of Africa all the way to Asia. On these maps, Terra Australis was depicted not because it had been seen, but because its existence was considered a philosophical necessity. This belief was not exclusive to the Western world. Ancient Chinese records also allude to Nanzhou, a distant southern land possessing an atypical climate and soil. While more legend than verified fact, this concept underscored a universal human preoccupation that at the planet's furthest edge, an unseen, hidden continent must surely reside. During medieval Europe, Mappa Mundi often boldly shaded in this southern land. It was entwined with both burgeoning scientific thought and enduring myth. Some maps even adorned it with illustrations of fantastical creatures, as if cartographers were populating the unknown with imaginative conjectures of a wild land awaiting discovery. By the 15th and 16th centuries, the age of grand exploration transformed Terra Australis into an ardent obsession. Explorers believed its discovery would not only revolutionize cartography but also unveil untold riches. The Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, and English all harbored aspirations of reaching this southern frontier. What they primarily encountered, however, were treacherous frozen seas and scattered islands. Tierra del Fuego, New Zealand, Tasmania fragments many eagerly, yet erroneously, associated with the myth of Terra Australis. Even before human footfalls truly touched the Antarctic continent, its mystique permeated folklore. Polynesian mariners, renowned for their mastery of open ocean navigation, recounted tales of a cold southern land where icy winds prevailed and seas were perpetually shrouded in mist. In South America, the Inca spoke of white men from the south, enigmatic travelers from a distant, frozen domain. These accounts lacked empirical verification, yet their persistent recurrence prompted scholars to ponder: could collective memory have preserved a kernel of truth from an epoch when Earth's geographical configuration was vastly different? As European maps grew in detail, Terra Australis did not vanish. On the contrary, it was often rendered even larger, spanning the globe from Africa to South America, envisioned as the very foundation of the planet. Only as expeditions pressed closer to the Antarctic Circle did explorers begin to realize its exaggerated scale, much of it pure invention. Yet, even into the 18th century, Terra Australis continued to haunt sailors, a phantom luring them into perilous voyages in pursuit of what genuinely lay at the world's end. Ultimately, Terra Australis Incognita was more than a mere geographical error. It was a profound testament to humanity's consistent perception of the world through the lens of balance, believing in what must exist, even in the absence of tangible proof. This powerful illusion ignited daring journeys, many of which tragically claimed lives, but eventually unveiled the reality of a continent locked away beneath eternal ice. As the shroud of legend surrounding Terra Australis Incognita gradually dissipated, the world entered an era of audacious voyages. The 18th and 19th centuries marked a pivotal shift as European expeditions, driven by nationalistic pride and individual ambition, ventured into the treacherous frozen seas encircling the South Pole. What had once been an abstract concept on maps now transformed into a competitive arena for explorers, each striving to be the first to set foot on an untouched continent. The British, with their formidable naval heritage, were among the vanguard. In the 18th century, Captain James Cook spearheaded expeditions further south than any predecessor, traversing the Antarctic Circle and meticulously documenting endless expanses of ice stretching to the horizon. While he never directly landed on the continent, Cook conclusively demonstrated a critical fact. The far south harbored more than just ocean. It encompassed a colossal landmass shrouded beneath ice. In his journals, he characterized the region as inhospitable and commercially valueless. Ironically, this very dismissiveness fueled the ambitions of subsequent generations determined to conquer it. By the 19th and early 20th centuries, the earnest race for the South Pole commenced. For European powers, planting a national flag at this extreme point became a potent symbol of national prowess. Three names emerged prominently: Roald Amundsen of Norway, Robert Falcon Scott of Britain, and Ernest Shackleton, also British, though remembered more for his extraordinary failures than for outright triumphs. Amundsen, renowned for his methodical and precise approach, prepared with unparalleled diligence. He meticulously studied Inuit survival techniques, mastered the use of dog sleds, and assembled a lean, highly efficient team. Scott, conversely, epitomized aristocratic pride and British imperial ambition. His expedition opted for Manchurian ponies and motor sledges, choices ill-suited to the harsh Antarctic conditions, yet reflective of his desire to showcase modern technology. The race unfolded with a sense of predetermined tragedy. Amundsen, practical and singularly focused, successfully reached the South Pole in December 1911, proudly planting the Norwegian flag at the planet's southernmost point. Weeks later, Scott's team arrived, only to discover their defeat. On their arduous return journey, beleaguered by exhaustion and ensnared in relentless blizzards, Scott and his men perished one by one, leaving behind haunting journal entries filled with final messages to their families and nation. His story transcended mere failure, evolving into a poignant narrative of sacrifice, remembered as a testament to humanity's struggle against the Earth's most unforgiving frontier. Then there was Shackleton. Though he never reached the pole, his name is indelibly etched in legend for a different triumph: survival. In 1914, his vessel, the Endurance, became irrevocably trapped and subsequently crushed by the ice, forcing his crew to endure months drifting on ice floes. Ultimately, Shackleton and a small contingent of men navigated hundreds of miles across the freezing seas to secure rescue, and against all odds, saved his entire team. His narrative stands as an enduring testament to human willpower and unparalleled leadership. Through immense effort, sacrifice, and even their lives, these individuals transformed Antarctica from a blank space on maps into an integral chapter of human history. Yet, the brutal conditions they encountered revealed a paradox. Antarctica became both a symbol of human conquest and unequivocal proof of the fundamental limits we can never truly transcend. The expeditions of the early 20th century yielded more than just journals and records. They inaugurated a new era for scientific inquiry. As drills penetrated deep into the ice and rare rocks and sediments were extracted from beneath the frozen continent and transported to laboratories, a startling truth began to emerge. Antarctica was not perpetually the barren wasteland we recognize today. Millions of years ago, it was a verdant, lush land, adorned with forests, traversed by rivers, and even roamed by colossal dinosaurs. The concept of a warm Antarctica may seem incongruous, yet the geological evidence is indisputable. Substantial coal seams buried beneath the ice are the petrified remnants of ancient forests. Scientists have unearthed fossilized wood, colossal ferns, and trees that once ascended dozens of meters skyward. Some samples still exhibit visible growth rings, unequivocally demonstrating that this land once experienced distinct seasons, extended periods of sunlight, and temperatures sufficiently temperate to sustain a flourishing ecosystem. Furthermore, not only plants, but also dinosaur fossils have been discovered here. Enormous herbivores traversing the forests and predators uniquely adapted to months of darkness. These profound discoveries compelled the scientific community to ponder a larger question. How did a land, once teeming with life, undergo such a dramatic transformation into a world of perpetual ice? Climate models suggest that as tectonic plates shifted, Antarctica gradually migrated southward. The subsequent formation of the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, a vast, swirling belt of frigid water, effectively isolated it from the warmer equatorial currents. Slowly, the climate progressively cooled, and ice began its inexorable grip. Intriguingly, this process was not always linear. Some fossil records indicate periods of warmth even after Antarctica had settled at the South Pole, providing evidence that Earth's climate once underwent abrupt shifts in ways we still struggle to fully comprehend. Were these merely natural cycles, or do they signify forces we do not yet entirely understand? Today, the ice sheet, which is kilometers thick, conceals innumerable secrets beneath its immense mass. Radar scans indicate the potential presence of entire fossilized forests, preserved as if within a time capsule, sealed in profound silence. Should these ever be uncovered, they could unveil not only Antarctica's biological past, but also how this planet once confronted and adapted to extreme climate change. Moreover, the ice does not exclusively preserve traces of life. It acts as an archive for the atmosphere itself. Within ice cores, extending tens of meters, scientists discover minute air bubbles entrapped for hundreds of thousands of years. By meticulously studying these, a comprehensive timeline of Earth's climate has been constructed. When CO2 levels ascended, the planet warmed, ice melted, and sea levels rose. Conversely, when CO2 levels declined, the ice sheets advanced once more. This cycle repeats, akin to the slow, deliberate breathing of the Earth, and Antarctica holds a crucial key to deciphering that breath. Within the ice lie not only ancient air, but also dust from distant deserts, pollen from long-vanished plants, and even ash from violent volcanic eruptions. When these elements are pieced together, the narrative revealed is not exclusively Antarctica's. It is the comprehensive history of the entire globe. Yet, a paradox persists. The ice functions both as our most complete archive and as the formidable barrier preventing us from fully deciphering it. Our current understanding represents merely the surface. Millions of years of history remain veiled in obscurity. Perhaps this is why Antarctica evokes the sensation of a locked library, containing invaluable records of climate and environment. However, to access these, one must turn the pages with immense care and patience. There can be no haste, no force. In that profound silence, Antarctica seems to whisper, "This planet remembers," and its memory is revealed only to those humble enough to truly listen. While contemporary science asserts that Antarctica has been locked beneath ice for millions of years, a singular, perplexing artifact presents a formidable challenge to this timeline. The Piri-Reis map, meticulously drawn in 1513 by Ottoman Admiral Piri-Reis. This map is remarkable not only for its astonishing detail, far surpassing cartographic capabilities of its era, but for what it appears to depict a coastline of Antarctica entirely free of ice. Piri-Reis was an exceptional individual, a highly skilled navigator, an erudite scholar, and a meticulous collector of knowledge from diverse sources. In the annotations accompanying his map, he stated that it was compiled from approximately 20 older charts, including Greek, Arabic, and even some purportedly dating back to the time of Columbus. What profoundly astonished researchers was the southern portion of his map, where the coastline aligns with uncanny precision with the geographical shape of Antarctica as we understand it today, not buried in ice, but exposed as open land. Comparisons between the Piri-Reis map and modern geological surveys have left many profoundly stunned. Several features depicted on the map correspond almost exactly with Antarctica's actual coastline, which was only fully revealed in the 20th century by ice-penetrating radar. Beneath thousands of meters of ice, the underlying landmass configuration is astonishingly close to what Piri-Reis illustrated over 500 years ago. This naturally gives rise to a crucial question. How could a 16th century admiral map a land that humanity would not officially sight until the 19th century, let alone map its subglacial contours? Several theories have been posited. Some argue that Piri-Reis simply misassembled parts of South America, and that the depicted land is not, in fact, Antarctica. However, this explanation falters when specific coastal features align almost perfectly with modern data. Another theory suggests that his map may have been copied from far older sources, perhaps remnants of a civilization that predated Antarctica's sealing by ice. If accurate, this would imply that humanity once possessed seafaring and geographic knowledge far exceeding what historical records generally acknowledge. Mainstream scholars generally remain cautious, suggesting that Antarctica may have experienced periods with significantly less ice tens of thousands of years in the past, and that the Piri-Reis map could reflect a vague, inherited memory of those times. Yet, the striking precision of the match continues to fuel curiosity. If it were merely coincidence, why does it align so closely, even under the rigorous scrutiny of modern radar technology? Further deepening the enigma is the fact that the Piri-Reis map is not an isolated case. Other maps from the 16th and 17th centuries also depict a southern continent, sometimes appended to South America, sometimes presented as a distinct landmass. It appears that within humanity's collective geographic memory, a vestige of this southern land persisted even before its empirical confirmation. Could these maps represent fragments of a lost body of knowledge, transmitted across generations until they eventually reached the hands of Piri-Reis? For centuries, the map has remained at the epicenter of debate. To cautious academics, it is an uncomfortable anomaly, a puzzle piece that resists integration into established historical narratives. To alternative researchers, it stands as compelling evidence of lost civilizations, advanced societies whose knowledge vanished but left indelible traces. To the wider public, it symbolizes a timeless question. Do we truly possess the complete narrative of our planet's past? The Piri Reis map functions less as a mere relic and more as a doorway, opening onto boundless speculation, from scientific hypotheses to ancient myths. In doing so, it casts Antarctica in an entirely new light, not solely as a frozen wilderness, but as a land potentially holding the memory of an entire civilization, buried beneath the ice. When one observes Antarctica today, a colossal block of ice isolated within the frigid ocean, it is challenging to conceive that this continent was once intricately connected to numerous other landmasses. However, geological maps and the established theory of plate tectonics reveal an astonishing truth. Antarctica was not always solitary. It constituted an integral part of the supercontinent Gondwana, a colossal landmass that also encompassed South America, Africa, India, Australia, and Madagascar. Envision the Earth approximately 180 million years ago. The global configuration was utterly dissimilar to its present state. Instead of disparate continents, immense land masses were fused together, Gondwana in the south and Laurasia in the north. Antarctica was not yet anchored at the South Pole. It was positioned closer to the equator, conjoined with lush, verdant lands. This interconnectivity facilitated the unimpeded migration of life across regions, fostering a continuous ecosystem that stretched from Africa to the very southern extremity of the world. The indelible fingerprints of Gondwana persist deep within Antarctica. The Transantarctic Mountains, extending for thousands of kilometers, share identical geological structures with mountain ranges found in South Africa and India. Coal beds, iron deposits, and ancient igneous rocks discovered in Antarctica correspond to similar resources found in Australia and Brazil. Geologists refer to these congruous edges as compelling evidence that the continents once fitted together as a singular entity. As the tectonic plates commenced their inexorable shift, Gondwana began to fracture in discrete stages. Approximately 120 million years ago, India detached and accelerated northward, eventually colliding with Eurasia to form the majestic Himalayas. Around 100 million years ago, South America and Africa separated, leaving behind coastlines that still interlock like fragments of a shattered vase. Antarctica gradually drifted toward the South Pole, achieving complete isolation approximately 34 million years ago, with the formation of the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, a circumpolar ring of cold water that entirely severed its connection. From that point onward, the continent became entombed in an eternal ice age. One of the most potent pieces of evidence substantiating the Gondwana connection is the Glossopteris fossil, a genus of giant fern that once thrived in dense forests across the supercontinent. Fossilized traces of Glossopteris have been identified in India, South Africa, Australia, and Antarctica. These discoveries played a crucial role in enabling 19th century scientists to finally embrace the once radical theory of continental drift. The imagery of a single plant species spanning continents thousands of miles apart remains a powerful affirmation of Earth's unified beginning. Gondwana represents more than a mere geological construct. It serves as a profound reminder that Earth's history is an epic saga of continuous movement. No continent is permanently fixed. All drift, collide, and fragment like colossal icebergs navigating in boundless sea. Antarctica, in its present form, constitutes but one chapter of that story, a chapter defined by separation, cold, and isolation. Yet, prior to this, it was intimately bound to lands where human populations now thrive. Recent investigations into Antarctica's bedrock further enrich this understanding. Mountain ranges concealed beneath the ice, hidden mineral veins, and vast fault lines reveal that Antarctica continues to play a strategic role in Earth's overarching geological narrative. The mineral resources that formed within Gondwana did not vanish. They remain sequestered beneath the ice, secrets patiently awaiting discovery in silence. Viewed through the lens of Gondwana, Antarctica's contemporary isolation represents only a fleeting moment in a much more extended history. It was once an integral part of a familiar world, where life flourished and migrated before being torn asunder by the planet's dynamic shifting plates. This ancient memory imbues Antarctica with a dual sense of both proximity and profound distance. It once belonged to our shared past, yet now lies sealed away a frozen, hidden land beyond our present grasp. If Gondwana narrates the distant past of Antarctica, then contemporary discoveries unveil a new chapter. Beneath kilometers of ice, Antarctica conceals a subterranean world teeming with life, a realm sequestered for millions of years, where rivers continue to flow, vast lakes silently persist, and ancient microbes endure in conditions previously deemed impossible. The most renowned of these discoveries is Lake Vostok. Buried under more than 4 kilometers of ice, Lake Vostok is 3 times the size of North America's Lake Ontario and ranks among Earth's largest freshwater lakes. Its extraordinary nature derives from its complete isolation from the atmosphere for at least 15 million years. This prolonged sequestration implies that any life within it has evolved independently, entirely cut off from the rest of the planet. When Russian scientists successfully drilled down and retrieved the initial water samples, they detected traces of bacteria previously unknown to science. These microscopic organisms appear uniquely adapted to survive in a dark, high-pressure, methane-rich environment, a habitat eerily reminiscent of locations imagined far beyond Earth. However, Lake Vostok is not unique. Ice-penetrating radar and satellite technology have unveiled hundreds of other subglacial lakes, all interconnected by an extensive network of rivers flowing beneath the ice. Some of these rivers extend for hundreds of kilometers, transporting water, minerals, and even microorganisms through this frozen underworld. This remarkable discovery fundamentally reshapes our perception of Antarctica. Far from being an inert block of ice, it is a dynamic, complex, and hidden system, silently active beneath its frozen surface. This raises profound questions. If life can survive in absolute darkness, without sunlight, and without contact with the external world for millions of years, what then prevents life from existing in extreme environments elsewhere, perhaps beneath the ice of Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's moon Enceladus? In this sense, Antarctica functions as a natural laboratory, offering humanity a tantalizing glimpse into the potential for life beyond Earth. Yet, what lies beneath the ice inspires more than scientific inquiry. It fuels speculation, for if entire ecosystems have been sealed away for such extensive periods, who can state with absolute certainty that only microbes exist there? Some have proposed the possibility of more complex life forms, or even traces of lost civilizations, entombed beneath the ice. While mainstream science generally dismisses these conjectures, they persist in the public imagination, particularly when enigmatic, unexplained radar readings hint at unusual structures hidden below. One fact remains undeniable. These sealed environments are Earth's veritable memory vaults. They preserve climate, biology, and geology from millions of years ago in an untouched and pristine state, a condition almost unparalleled elsewhere. However, this very purity has also transformed Antarctica into a place of controversy. Certain areas are officially declared off-limits, not due to a lack of technological capability, but because they must remain absolutely pristine. From a scientific perspective, this seems rational, yet it also leaves ample room for suspicion, inadvertently fueling conspiracy theories about what might genuinely be concealed there. Deep within its ice, Antarctica evokes the feeling of a locked diary, permitting us to read only a few lines at a time. The less information we are provided, the more our imagination endeavors to fill the gaps. This is why Antarctica belongs not solely to science, but equally to myth. For while scientists diligently search for clues of ancient climates, others perceive within it the lingering shadow of Atlantis, fallen deities, or even a gateway leading into a hidden world. When considering the hidden lakes and ancient microbes beneath Antarctica's ice, our imagination naturally extends further. If so much remains concealed under the frozen surface, could Antarctica itself be the lost homeland of the greatest civilization in legend, Atlantis? Throughout the 20th century, one of the most provocative theories concerning Antarctica originated from the geographer Charles Hapgood. Instead of merely examining old maps for answers, Hapgood proposed a far bolder hypothesis: that Earth's crust may have once undergone a rapid shift, relocating an entire continent from a temperate zone to the frozen South Pole. In this violent displacement, a flourishing civilization, identified as Atlantis, was purportedly buried beneath eternal ice. He termed this concept Earth crust displacement. Unlike Alfred Wegener's gradual theory of continental drift, Hapgood posited that Earth's relatively thin outer shell could slide abruptly over the softer mantle below, traversing thousands of kilometers in what would be a geologically brief period. If such a shift occurred, regions with mild climates could suddenly be thrust into polar conditions, a cataclysmic upheaval dramatic enough to obliterate an entire civilization. In his seminal 1966 work, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, Hapgood argued that Atlantis was not a mythical land submerged by the ocean, as Plato described, but rather Antarctica itself, prior to its glaciation. He believed that approximately 12,000 years ago, coinciding with an Earth crust shift, the continent transitioned from a temperate latitude to the South Pole. Any civilization that had thrived there would have been annihilated by the sudden onset of freezing, with fragments of its memory surviving in global myths, preserved under the name Atlantis. The theory ignited intense debate, yet it also captivated many. Some scholars noted that Hapgood's hypothesis could potentially account for the widespread cultural legends of a lost land in the far south. It also seemed to align with scientific evidence suggesting that portions of Antarctica experienced unusually warm climates in the relatively recent past. Even in the absence of direct archaeological proof, the proposed timing at the conclusion of the last ice age, when global sea levels rose dramatically, lent further credence to his theory. Perhaps most surprisingly, Hapgood was not entirely isolated in his thinking. Albert Einstein, in a foreword to one of Hapgood's works, acknowledged that the theory warranted serious consideration, as it presented a novel perspective on Earth's geological transformations. Einstein did not unequivocally endorse Hapgood's conclusions, but his cautious support was sufficient to draw significant attention from the broader scientific community. Of course, most contemporary geologists dismiss the Earth crust displacement idea, emphasizing that it directly conflicts with the extensively established evidence of plate tectonic. Nevertheless, the Atlantis-Antarctica theory has endured, not only among alternative researchers but also within popular culture. It paints a haunting picture of an advanced civilization virtually erased overnight, leaving behind only faint echoes in humanity's collective memory. The true significance of Hapgood's theory may not reside in its factual accuracy, but in the profound question it compels us to confront. Could we be missing an entire chapter of human history? If monumental geological shifts were possible in the past, how many civilizations might have been obliterated, surviving solely as legend? Thus, Antarctica becomes a potent symbol of forgetting a continent encased in ice, akin to a colossal sarcophagus holding the remnants of a lost world. Whether Hapgood's hypothesis was ultimately mistaken or not, his theory perpetually keeps alive an eternal question. Beneath those kilometers of ice, could the myth of Atlantis simply be awaiting its eventual unearthing? If Hapgood's Atlantis and Antarctica theory presented one bold explanation, then humanity's diverse myths resonate like echoes from a far older memory, whispers of a shared recollection of a southern land. What is particularly striking is the prevalence of stories, from South America to Polynesia, and extending to the Mediterranean, that speak of a distant place, sometimes radiant, sometimes frozen, that vanished beyond human reach. Is this merely coincidence, or are these fragments of memory pertaining to a continent long sealed away? The Inca of the Andes recounted tales of white men from the south, enigmatic figures who emerged from a frozen land, occasionally described as purveyors of knowledge. They were said to have imparted skills in agriculture and architecture, only to disappear after some monumental catastrophe. In remote Patagonia, the Tehuelca people transmitted down through generations narratives of pale-skinned giants, twice the stature of ordinary humans, dwelling at the frigid extremities of the earth. When European explorers arrived in the 16th century, they too documented stories of these Patagonian giants. Some sailors even claimed to have observed towering figures on the wild coasts, as if legend and reality had momentarily converged. What renders this particularly curious is that many of these stories predated European arrival in South America, undermining the notion that they were mere exaggerations of encounters with taller outsiders. Perhaps the giants of the ice were metaphorical, personifications of the glaciers and the relentless frigid winds sweeping in from the south. However, it is also plausible they represent blurred memories of ancient encounters with long-vanished groups of people, leaving no trace save for myth. Across the Pacific, the master navigators of Polynesia recounted stories of Hawaii, a sacred land in the far south, believed to be the ancestral origin of their people. To them, Hawaii was not only the destination where souls returned after death, but also a shared primordial homeland, a land that once existed but was subsequently lost. While many scholars interpret Hawaii as a cultural metaphor, when juxtaposed with the Inca and Patagonian narratives, the similarities suggest a deeper collective memory. Even within the Greek world, where Plato penned his account of Atlantis, geographers such as Ptolemy and Strabo speculated about a vast southern continent, Terra Australis, deemed necessary to maintain Earth's equilibrium. This concept persisted into medieval maps, illustrating how both East and West were haunted by the notion of a land no one had ever truly seen. In numerous cultures, figures originating from the South, whether giants or beings from another realm, were often revered, not as adversaries but as semi-divine entities, inspiring both awe and apprehension. Frequently remembered as bringers of knowledge, this pattern mirrors the Atlantis myth itself, an advanced civilization destroyed, yet leaving faint traces behind. In human culture, giants frequently symbolize memories of a bygone era when more formidable forces traversed the earth: the Titans of Greece, the Nephilim of the Bible, the colossal figures in Polynesian myth. All share a common characteristic. They belong to an earlier world, one superseded to make way for humanity. When South American, Polynesian, and Mediterranean legends are considered together, Antarctica begins to emerge as the convergent stage for these collective memories. The true significance of these myths may not lie in their literal accuracy, but in their striking resonance. From South America to Oceania, from the Mediterranean to medieval Europe, vastly disparate cultures appear to share a memory of a southern land, distant, haunting, and lost. This imaginative current has transformed Antarctica from a lifeless block of ice into a living symbol of apprehension, reverence, and humanity's eternal yearning to explore. It does not furnish definitive answers, but opens a door to the ultimate question: beneath the ice, could echoes of a lost age still persist? Following the legends of South American giants, the narrative shifts to the contemporary era. In today's age of satellites and the internet, Antarctica is no longer merely a distant land of imagination. It has become an open canvas, visible to the entire world. Yet, paradoxically, the proliferation of images appears to deepen the mysteries. Amidst millions of satellite photographs, unusual shapes emerge, sparking the inquiry. Is Antarctica concealing artificial structures, or are we simply being deceived by the interplay of light, shadows, and ice? One of the most prominent examples is the so-called Antarctic Pyramid. Circulating satellite photos depict a structure with distinct edges, triangular faces, and a pointed apex rising above the interminable white landscape. From a distance, it bears an uncanny resemblance to a massive pyramid, as if constructed by human hands or an ancient, forgotten civilization. Speculation rapidly proliferated. Some attributed it to Atlantis, others to extraterrestrial architects, while still others claimed it was a clandestine government base hidden in plain sight. Mainstream scientists offered a more straightforward explanation. It was merely a nunatak, a mountain peak protruding through the ice, sculpted into a pyramid-like form by millions of years of erosion. To them, the pyramid image was nothing more than pareidolia, the human brain's propensity to perceive familiar patterns in random stimuli, analogous to discerning faces in clouds. However, rational explanation alone proved insufficient to curb the fascination. The photos circulated widely across social media, edited, zoomed, and captioned until they solidified into a digital legend. Videos about the Antarctic Pyramid garnered millions of views, posing questions such as, why are governments silent? And why is no one permitted to visit that site? Ironically, the very absence of official commentary merely amplified the mystery. The pyramid was not the sole anomaly. Other satellite images revealed dark streaks resembling tunnels, rectangular shadows etched into the ice, or unusual openings leading underground. Some of these were later attributed to natural shadows or image processing glitches. Nevertheless, for those who believe Antarctica harbors profound secrets, these images became purported evidence of subterranean bases and unknown structures concealed beneath the ice. The compelling nature of these images does not reside in their factual accuracy, but in their capacity to ignite curiosity. Antarctica is already largely inaccessible to the general public, therefore any anomaly becomes potent fuel for imagination. A dark patch transforms into a colossal entrance. A sharp peak morphs into an ancient pyramid. Consequently, the larger question endures: are we merely deluding ourselves with distorted visuals, or is something genuinely being concealed beneath the ice? Science provides plausible answers, but it cannot extinguish the persistent belief that Antarctica holds more than we currently know. It is precisely within this gap between what science explains and what people desire to believe that modern legends find their enduring vitality. From icy pyramids carved by the forces of stone and snow, the human imagination extends even further. If those enigmatic images genuinely hint at something hidden, could Antarctica itself serve as a gateway to another world? Some theories propose that deep beneath the continent lie entrances leading to a subterranean realm, a place known by various names in legend, from Hollow Earth to Agartha. The Hollow Earth theory first emerged in the 17th century, when a few European thinkers speculated that Earth might contain multiple inner shells with vast, open spaces inside. Over time, this idea diverged from scientific discourse and became entrenched in modern mythology. What is particularly fascinating is the frequent appearance of Antarctica in these narratives, as if this remote land were chosen as the ideal veil to obscure a greater truth. One of the most widely recounted stories associated with this belief concerns Agartha, a mystical underground world purportedly home to advanced beings or entire civilizations existing parallel to humanity, but hidden from the surface. Many Eastern traditions, from Hinduism to Tibetan Buddhism, describe subterranean realms or concealed cities where profound wisdom, enlightenment, and even immortality could be attained. When these ancient myths converged with the icy imagery of Antarctica, they fueled the notion that Agartha might be accessible through portals at the North and South Poles. This belief gained further traction with the stories surrounding Admiral Richard Byrd, the acclaimed American explorer, who famously overflew both poles in the 20th century. According to unofficial documents purported to be his secret diary, Byrd claimed to have witnessed a lush, green land beyond the Antarctic ice, bathed in an anomalous sunlight and inhabited by mysterious creatures. While most historians dismiss these documents as fabrications, they have been sufficient to firmly embed the Hollow Earth concept within Antarctica's mythology. Between established fact and compelling fiction, one aspect remains undeniable. Antarctica provides the quintessential stage for underground world legends to thrive. Kilometers-thick ice, unexplored ice caves, restricted flight zones, and areas off-limits to exploration all contribute to the pervasive sense that something significant is being concealed. For many adherents, the more vociferously mainstream science denies these possibilities, the stronger their conviction grows. Hollow Earth and Agartha may indeed be myths, but they echo a deeper sentiment: humanity's inherent reluctance to accept that every mystery of our planet has already been definitively resolved. We seem to require the concept of an unexplored land, a hidden doorway to another world, to sustain our intrinsic curiosity. In its profound silence, Antarctica has become the perfect embodiment of that belief. From this juncture, Antarctica's narrative transitions into a new era. No longer solely a subject of myth or speculation, it became a focal point of 20th century political upheaval. As empires vied for territory and power, Antarctica ceased to be a forgotten land. It transformed into a pawn on the geopolitical chessboard, a place where secrets were not only cloaked in legend, but also guarded by military might and astute diplomacy. This shift began with a name that continues to carry a chilling resonance: Nazi Germany. In 1938, Hitler's regime dispatched an expedition to Antarctica, organized by the German Navy, and conducted aboard the ship times Schwabenland ***. The official mandate was to explore and conduct aerial surveys to expand economic influence, specifically to locate new whaling grounds, a critical source of oil at the time. However, beneath this overt objective, historical documents and persistent rumors suggest the Nazis harbored a more ambitious agenda: to claim a portion of Antarctica and establish a clandestine military base. The region they explored was named New Schwabenland, New Swabia, situated in Queen Maud Land. Over several months, the expedition conducted extensive aerial photography across the ice, dropped flags to assert territorial claims, and created detailed maps. This action generated considerable unease among other nations, aligning perfectly with Nazi Germany's aggressive expansionist policies already unfolding in Europe. Following the war, the paucity of concrete information regarding this expedition created a vacuum, which was swiftly filled with extravagant theories. Many came to believe the Nazis did not merely scout for whale-rich waters, but actively constructed secret underground bases beneath the Antarctic ice. Some narratives asserted they built massive bunkers, experimented with advanced weaponry, and even tested flying disc technology concepts seemingly decades ahead of their time. One of the most pervasive theories posits that the Nazis unearthed something extraordinary in Antarctica, perhaps the ruins of an ancient civilization, an entrance to an underworld akin to Hollow Earth lore, or simply a hidden stronghold from which to rebuild power after their defeat in Europe. These accounts were further fueled by reports of missing German officers after 1945 and whispers of U-boats escaping to the southernmost seas. Mainstream historians, of course, generally reject these claims. They argue there is no credible evidence the Nazis ever established bases in Antarctica. Instead, they interpret the Neuschwabenland expedition as more symbolic a propaganda-driven endeavor to secure Germany's position on the global stage rather than a serious military outpost. Nevertheless, it is difficult to ignore how deeply the Nazi fascination with mysticism, from Thule to Atlantis, rendered Antarctica the perfect backdrop for conspiracy and vivid imagination. After 1945, the persistent silence surrounding Neuschwabenland only intensified suspicions. If it was merely a routine expedition, why were so many documents pertaining to it still restricted? Why do stories of secret Nazi bases continue to resurface in numerous fringe books and accounts? And perhaps most provocatively, why, just a few years later, did the United States abruptly launch one of the largest military operations in Antarctic history, Operation High Jump? If the narrative of Neuschwabenland remains shrouded in the mists of speculation, then merely a year after World War II concluded, the world witnessed a far more tangible and perplexing event. The United States initiated one of the largest military operations in history in Antarctica, Operation High Jump. The sheer magnitude of this deployment immediately raised a critical question. Why would a frozen, seemingly barren continent necessitate such an extensive military presence? Operation High Jump spanned from August 1946 to February 1947 under the command of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, one of America's most celebrated explorers. On paper, the stated objectives were straightforward: to train troops in extreme cold conditions, to test equipment in polar environments, and to conduct scientific research. However, a closer examination of its scale unequivocally indicated that more was transpiring than a simple military exercise. The operation involved nearly 4,700 personnel, 13 ships, and 33 aircraft, a force comparable to actual wartime campaigns. Aircraft carriers, destroyers, and even submarines were included. It is challenging to accept that such a comprehensive deployment was solely for cold weather training. Some records also suggest the U.S. brought extensive aerial photography equipment with the ambitious goal of creating a comprehensive map of Antarctica. What further intensified the mystery was the timing. Originally planned to last 6 to 8 months, the operation was abruptly curtailed after less than 2. Official reports attributed this premature withdrawal to harsh weather and logistical difficulties, but for many, this explanation lacked conviction. Why would such a powerful, meticulously prepared military force suddenly decamp and retreat? This informational void was swiftly filled with speculative theories. One of the most pervasive theories asserts that the U.S. fleet had, in fact, been deployed to pursue a secret Nazi base believed to be hidden beneath the Antarctic ice, where remnants of the regime and German scientists might have sought refuge after the fall of Berlin. Some narratives escalated further, claiming the Americans encountered advanced technology, experimental weaponry, or even flying discs, compelling their withdrawal. The theory gained considerable traction due to peculiar remarks attributed to Admiral Byrd himself. Following the operation, he reportedly gave an interview to South American newspapers, in which he allegedly warned that America must prepare for the possibility of being attacked by flying objects that can travel from pole to pole at incredible speeds. While these precise words were never officially confirmed in documented reports, they became potent fuel for decades of speculation regarding what Byrd genuinely observed in Antarctica. Mainstream historians offer a considerably more pragmatic explanation. They contend that High Jump was an integral component of America's post-war assertion as a global superpower, aimed at securing the polar regions, testing its worldwide operational reach, and preparing for the impending Cold War. Detailed mapping of Antarctica possessed both scientific and strategic value, particularly as transpolar flight routes were being investigated. From this perspective, the early withdrawal simply reflected the brutal and unforgiving conditions of Antarctica, rather than a hidden engagement. Nonetheless, the lingering shadows of high jump persist. Why dispatch such an enormous force for what was officially a scientific mission? Why do Byrd's alleged comments clash with official reports? And why did Antarctica, a place long considered inconsequential, suddenly become the target of one of the largest military expeditions of the post-war era? It was precisely these unresolved questions that transformed Operation High Jump into a critical link, connecting the Nazi Neuschwabenland legends with the subsequent political mysteries of Antarctica. And when Admiral Byrd emerged as the central figure, the words attributed to him, irrespective of their veracity, opened a new doorway toward a vast land beyond the pole, a place that seemed to suggest another world, unlike anything previously understood about our planet. According to South American newspapers in the post-war years, Admiral Byrd delivered an interview in 1947, wherein he reportedly cautioned that the United States must maintain vigilance against the potential for an attack by flying objects that can move from pole to pole at incredible speeds. This declaration immediately generated considerable public intrigue. Some publications even quoted him as stating there was a vast, lush land beyond the southern pole, untouched and unexplored. Subsequent researchers have questioned the authenticity of those printed reports, but by then, the attributed words had already been absorbed into the burgeoning corpus of Antarctic legend. Part of this mythos also derived from what is claimed to be Byrd's secret diary. According to this highly controversial account, Byrd allegedly documented extraordinary experiences during his polar flights, describing verdant valleys, unusual animals, and even making contact with beings more advanced than humans. In one frequently quoted passage, Byrd purportedly wrote that his aircraft was taken under control and flown into an ice-free land where he encountered the inhabitants of the inner Earth. Naturally, neither the US military nor academic historians have ever corroborated the diary's existence, dismissing it as a fabrication. Yet, for the public imagination, it became perceived as substantiation for the hollow Earth theory and Antarctica's hidden secrets. What renders this even more intriguing is that, even without the disputed documents, Byrd's distinguished career alone invites speculation. As one of the first aviators to conduct flights over both the North and South Poles, he personally witnessed uncharted regions with his own eyes. His expeditions documented photographs and observations of areas not entirely covered in ice, as well as anomalous weather phenomena. Perhaps it was these first-hand experiences that imbued his words with such a haunting quality, as they did not merely spring from fantasy, but from a man who had genuinely seen things few others could even conceive. Some modern researchers contend that Byrd was simply referring to unexplored coastal parts of Antarctica where ice had receded to reveal dry valleys, and that his warning about high-speed flying craft was merely a metaphor for emerging Cold War technology. However, his ambiguous phrasing, combined with sensational newspaper reports, granted his words a life of their own, transforming them into fuel for the idea of a secret world beneath the ice. We may never definitively ascertain Byrd's true intent, nor the extent to which the press exaggerated his statements, but it was precisely this ambiguity that positioned him as a kind of messenger for grand theories of the hollow Earth, of Agartha, and of lost civilizations concealed at the bottom of the world. Following Admiral Byrd's enigmatic pronouncements, Antarctica gradually transitioned from an era of audacious expeditions into an entirely new phase, the age of global politics and diplomacy. The clearest manifestation of this shift occurred in 1959 with the establishment of the Antarctic Treaty, a document many still consider one of the most remarkable international agreements of the 20th century. Throughout the 1,950 seconds, the world was engulfed in the most perilous years of the Cold War. The United States and the Soviet Union clashed on virtually every front: nuclear weapons, space exploration, political influence. Yet, amidst this global standoff, something almost inconceivable transpired. Both superpowers agreed that Antarctica would belong to no single nation. On the 1st of December 1959, in Washington, D.C., 12 nations, including the U.S., the USSR, the UK, France, Japan, Australia, and Norway, signed the Antarctic Treaty. The treaty outlined several core principles. The entire continent would be utilized exclusively for peaceful purposes. All military activity was strictly prohibited. Scientific research was actively encouraged, and its findings were mandated to be openly shared. Nuclear tests and the disposal of radioactive waste were forbidden. Crucially, no country could make new territorial claims, and all existing claims were effectively frozen or set aside indefinitely. What rendered the treaty so extraordinary was the remarkable level of consensus achieved. In a world where territorial disputes almost invariably ignited conflict, Antarctica was suddenly removed from the geopolitical game. This prompted many observers to ponder, why would the superpowers willingly relinquish a continent twice the size of Australia, one that potentially harbored vast resources beneath its ice? Did they possess knowledge that the rest of the world did not? Some historians argue that the explanation is straightforward. No nation desired to commit significant financial and human resources to such a hostile, difficult-to-control land when the Cold War was already consuming so many assets. The treaty, from this perspective, was simply a pragmatic means to avoid opening yet another front in the global confrontation. However, for those who believe in deeper secrets, this explanation feels insufficient. They suggest the treaty was, in fact, a carefully constructed cover, a mechanism for world powers to keep Antarctica's hidden truths under wraps, whether those truths entailed ancient ruins, clandestine bases, or something far more enigmatic. Suspicion only deepened when individuals examined the treaty's stringent rules regarding access. Anyone seeking to explore, survey, or even conduct research on the continent required special permission. Extensive areas were designated off-limits under the rubric of environmental protection. Commercial flights were prohibited. Even scientists were restricted to operating within tightly controlled zones. For many, this level of restriction did not signify transparency. It appeared to be a deliberate act of control. From this perspective, conspiracy theories flourished. Some contended that the treaty was engineered to prevent the world from uncovering archaeological discoveries that could fundamentally rewrite history. Others believed its purpose was to conceal secret military bases, perhaps remnants of Nazi Germany, or perhaps new Cold War facilities constructed by the superpowers themselves. And, of course, there are those who claim the true objective was to block public access to evidence of UFOs or extraterrestrial life. Whatever the truth may be, one fact is undeniable. The Antarctic Treaty stands as one of the most successful diplomatic agreements in modern history. More than 60 years later, it remains in effect, and additional nations have acceded to it. In a world defined by pervasive conflict, Antarctica has become the sole place devoid of war, armies, or formal borders. Yet, it is precisely this absolute peace that keeps suspicions alive, the persistent feeling that what appears to be peace may, in fact, be a meticulously negotiated silence. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959 officially designated the frozen continent as a land of peace, dedicated to science, free of military presence, and exempt from territorial disputes. However, careful study of maps and scrutiny of the fine print reveal an undeniable feature. Vast areas are marked as restricted zones, regions where access is either limited or explicitly forbidden. This naturally prompts a disquieting question. If Antarctica is genuinely nothing more than a peaceful scientific preserve, why are there no-go zones and blocked flight corridors? In practice, commercial flights over Antarctica are almost non-existent. International air routes consistently circumnavigate the continent, bending around South America, South Africa, or Australia, but never traversing directly across its interior. The official justification is aviation safety. Extreme cold, lack of emergency airports, and unstable communication systems. Nevertheless, many argue that contemporary aviation technology is more than capable of managing such challenges. Consequently, why do airlines continue to treat Antarctica as a blank space on the map? The restrictions extend beyond passenger flights. Even scientific activity is rigorously controlled. Satellite maps frequently display blurred areas, missing data, or zones that are simply not publicly accessible. Independent researchers have identified no-fly corridors drawn across the continent, areas where flights are prohibited from passing or landing. Officially, these are said to protect fragile ecosystems. However, for the public, such reasoning often only intensifies suspicion. Is this genuinely about environmental preservation, or about keeping secrets buried beneath the ice? The most prevalent theories contend that these restricted zones conceal elements the world is not intended to see. Nazi bases remaining from the war, ancient structures trapped beneath the glaciers, or even cutting-edge military experiments conducted by today's superpowers in direct contravention of the Antarctic Treaty itself. Adding further fuel to these theories are satellite images that occasionally appear online before being swiftly removed. Some purportedly show massive dark holes resembling cave entrances or geometric structures, with sharp edges that starkly contrast with the ice. To adherents of Hollow Earth or Agartha theories, these represent gateways to an underground world guarded by global powers through access prohibitions. To more pragmatic observers, the images still suggest that Antarctica may not be entirely empty, but could be concealing infrastructure or sensitive resources. The map of restricted zones becomes even more suspicious when juxtaposed with 20th century expeditions. Numerous teams were permitted to venture deep into the interior, only to be compelled to turn back near specific coordinates. A few scientists have even publicly disclosed that they were denied access and prevented from releasing data from sensitive regions. Such pervasive control leads people to question, is environmental preservation merely a cover story, while the true objective is to keep discoveries under wrap? In this sense, Antarctica resembles an unfinished puzzle. The visible pieces are sufficiently clear, but crucial sections are deliberately obscured. Each restricted zone, each blocked flight corridor, transforms into an empty space that ignites the imagination. It is these empty spaces that have given birth to innumerable theories, rendering Antarctica one of the most enigmatic and myth-laden places in modern history. When the Antarctic Treaty was signed, many presumed the frozen continent would embody absolute peace, serving as nothing more than a locale for climate research stations and tranquil scientific outposts. However, reality proved far more intricate. As the Cold War intensified, Antarctica emerged onto the world stage as a silent battleground, a theater of shadow conflicts no less tense than Berlin or Cuba. With its unique geography, positioned at Earth's southern pole, spanning a vast sheet of ice, and lying near critical transpolar flight paths, Antarctica quickly became what both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized as prime ground for surveillance. In an era where nuclear war felt like an imminent possibility, the prospect of deploying radar or missile systems at the South Pole carried immense strategic significance. From this vantage point, a base could monitor aircraft and submarines across both the South Atlantic and the South Pacific. Ostensibly, the research stations concentrated on geology, climate, and biology. However, many observers suspected that beneath these outwardly modest scientific structures lay clandestine intelligence centers, intercepting radio signals, monitoring satellites, and even testing classified military technologies. Radar towers, satellite antennas, and fortified bunkers carved into the ice began to appear. Were these truly for meteorological data collection, or for something far more substantial? From the 1,960 seconds through the 1,980 seconds, Antarctica hosted a growing number of international research facilities. Yet, this cooperation often appeared more akin to camouflage. Reports circulated that the US had deployed sonar arrays beneath the ice to track Soviet submarines navigating the Southern Ocean. Concurrently, the Soviets were believed to have installed space monitoring equipment within their stations to capture signals from American satellites. To the public, images depicted cheerful scientists in pristine white parkas. However, beneath this surface, a shadow war of surveillance was unfolding. Part of the mystery stemmed from persistent accounts of underground bases. Rumors asserted that both superpowers had excavated vast subterranean complexes beneath the ice research laboratories, weapons depots, command centers. Explorers even described tunnels so immense that trucks could traverse them, hidden deep beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. While official sources never confirmed such claims, the existence of underground facilities like the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station demonstrated that large-scale sub-ice construction was indeed feasible. Adding to the suspicion were the no-fly zones that began to appear during this era. Officially, these zones were designated to protect fragile ecosystems, but curiously, many of these restricted areas overlapped with key research bases. To skeptics, this was no coincidence. These were the locations where secret military testing was purportedly occurring, in direct violation of the very treaty that proclaimed Antarctica a land of peace. By the 1,980 seconds, the arms race had reached a fever pitch. Laser technology, directed energy weapons, and even space defense initiatives, such as the infamous Star Wars program, were being explored. Some theories suggest that Antarctica, being isolated, silent, and easily concealed from public scrutiny, served as the ideal testing ground. If something went awry, the ice itself would effectively bury the evidence. In this manner, Cold War Antarctica was never merely a meteorological outpost, It was a hidden battlefield where scientific endeavor and military ambition converged, where the public perceived only the surface, while the deeper layers of ice concealed strategic games of power. The rigorous silence surrounding these bases, combined with the continent's stringent restrictions, transformed Antarctica into a colossal black box of modern history. Even as the Cold War subsided, that black box was never fully opened. The old secrets did not simply vanish, they became compounded by new ones. In today's world, Antarctica is no longer exclusively a narrative of politics and military strategy. It has become the stage for something more enigmatic. Mysterious streaks of light, unexplained signals emanating from the sky, and reports of UFOs from pilots and researchers. This marked the commencement of a new era of Antarctic mysteries, where the ice and the heavens appear to merge into a silent, perplexing spectacle. One of the most frequently recounted stories originates from pilots operating near the southern pole. Many reported observing lights that moved in ways no conventional aircraft could replicate, streaking across the sky at incredible velocities. Sometimes they appeared in formations, only to vanish instantaneously. These reports were rarely made public, but circulated quietly within military and research communities. For proponents of UFO phenomena, Antarctica became the ultimate hidden stage for otherworldly activity. Even research stations have logged strange occurrences. Scientists at the Amundsen Scott base described brilliant halos extending across the sky for hours, without any discernible natural explanation. Blue or silvery white beams occasionally appeared, distinct from the normal auroras one might expect. Some reports even mentioned peculiar sounds accompanying the lights, a low hum that seemed to resonate from the sky itself. These accounts almost never reached the public, and when they did, they were promptly dismissed as unidentified atmospheric phenomena. One of the most controversial incidents transpired in 1965 when a group of Argentine pilots claimed they encountered bizarre flying objects near Antarctica. They described orange lights racing at impossible speeds before ascending vertically into the atmosphere and disappearing. The story was picked up by South American newspapers, and to this day, it remains one of Antarctica's most famous UFO dossiers. What made these reports more difficult to dismiss was the very nature of Antarctica itself. This is not a densely populated area with random eyewitnesses who might misinterpret observations. Every flight, every observation originates from trained professionals, pilots, scientists, military officers. Yet, the silence surrounding these events remains deafening. If these individuals truly witnessed such phenomena, why were the reports never openly analyzed? Were they classified for national security reasons? Or did they encounter something truly beyond human comprehension? Naturally, not every explanation points to extraterrestrials. Some scientists contend that the lights could be reflections off ice or unusual polar atmospheric effects. However, these theories often fail to account for the described speeds, coordinated movements, and sudden disappearances documented by witnesses. Furthermore, in a region with virtually no civilian air traffic, where every flight is meticulously logged and cleared, from where did these unidentified craft originate? For conspiracy theorists, the answer lies closer to home. Antarctica, they argue, may serve as a testing ground for top-secret aviation technology. Some believe the major powers have experimented here with disc-shaped aircraft, possibly technology inspired by Nazi research from World War II. When pilots or scientists inadvertently glimpse these, the sightings are dismissed as strange lights, a convenient cover for truths not intended for revelation. If the skies over Antarctica once prompted wonder with strange lights and unexplained phenomena, then the ground and the ice beneath it hold another, quieter revolution, the transformation of Earth's climate. Antarctica has long stood as a symbol of permanence, an eternally frozen world. Yet, in just the past few decades, that ancient ice has begun to fracture, to melt, gradually revealing aspects humanity has never before witnessed. Scientists confirm that the rate of Antarctic ice melt is accelerating year by year. Massive icebergs, some the size of entire cities, detach and drift into the ocean. This process is not merely a warning signal for global sea levels. It is also a gateway into hidden valleys, buried sediments, and subterranean lakes sealed away for millions of years. Some dry valleys, once entombed beneath sheets of ice, are slowly emerging landscapes thought lost since the last ice age. What profoundly astonishes researchers is that with every ice retreat, Antarctica unveils another fragment of its astonishing past. Pollen, fossilized plants, and even insect remains have been discovered in the thawing layers, providing conclusive evidence that this continent was once a lush forest with mild climates and rich ecosystems. Other sediment layers contain the remains of marine creatures, indicating that Antarctica was not only forested, but also connected to vast oceans when it formed part of the supercontinent Gondwana. One of the most remarkable discoveries involves subglacial lakes, bodies of water sealed beneath thousands of meters of ice. Thanks to melting ice and ice-penetrating radar, we now know of hundreds of such lakes. The most famous is Lake Vostok, a world locked in darkness for millions of years, where scientists hope to discover life forms entirely unknown to us. As the ice continues to recede, reaching and studying these lakes becomes more feasible, sparking the imagination. If life exists down there, is it exclusively microbial, or could it be something more complex? Melting ice has also exposed unusual geological structures. Satellites have captured images of immense mountain ranges stretching for hundreds of kilometers beneath the ice. In some locations, perfectly straight lines, akin to artificial cuts, appear in the terrain. To some observers, these features appear less like natural geology and more like the remnants of an ancient civilization buried under ice and time. Mainstream science explains them as natural formations, the result of tectonic shifts. However, the geometric precision of certain shapes leaves many unconvinced that nature alone could carve them with such clarity. Climate change and melting ice, therefore, represent both a warning and an opportunity. A warning because they threaten global stability, but also an opportunity because they may finally grant humanity access to secrets sealed away for millions of years. Yet, the paradox is evident. The more Antarctica reveals, the more stringent the control over information becomes. Research data is often sequestered, with only fragments released to the public. Satellite images sometimes vanish or are blurred. It appears as though what is emerging from the ice consists not only of fossils and lakes, but also of elements too sensitive to share. This is why many believe the melting of Antarctica is not merely a natural process. It is akin to a curtain slowly being drawn back. Behind it may lie not only Earth's forgotten history, but truths that the world is not yet prepared to confront. The pertinent question is no longer just how rapidly the ice is melting, but also what we will discover when it is finally gone. However, not everything Antarctica reveals originates from nature. Alongside the secrets unlocked by time and climate, there are mysteries directly linked to human presence, unexplained disappearances, expeditions that vanished into the ice, leaving behind unanswered questions. Unlike the early 19th century expeditions, where tragedy could be attributed to a lack of technology, the disappearances of the 20th and 21st centuries prompt more profound inquiries. With contemporary science and advanced equipment, why do individuals continue to vanish without a trace? One of the most discussed cases involves aircraft accidents. During the 1,960 seconds and 1,970 seconds, both military and civilian pilots reported peculiar incidents while flying near Antarctica. Some flights purportedly disappeared from radar in mere seconds, never to be heard from again. Wreckage was never recovered, even after extensive search operations involving entire fleets. Severe weather, blizzards, violent winds, and fractured ice fields could account for much of this. However, some reports describe sudden, inexplicable interference in communications, as if an invisible force severed every signal. For many, this sounded less like meteorological phenomena and more like electromagnetic anomalies, or even the possibility of hidden bases causing interference. The disappearances were not limited to pilots. Ground expeditions have their own chilling narratives. In one instance, a team was recorded departing a research station to survey a stretch of ice. Days elapsed without their return. When rescue crews arrived, they found only fragments, partially erected tents, abandoned tools, and long drag marks in the snow, suggesting the team fled in panic. The official record listed them as missing under extreme conditions, but the details eerily resembled the infamous Dyatlov Pass incident in Russia's Ural Mountains, another mystery that has never been fully explained. Some cases were even darker. At certain research stations, scientists were said to have ventured out to check equipment and subsequently never returned. Some vanished mere hundreds of yards from the safety of their base. Helicopter searches yielded no results, as though they had been entirely consumed by the endless white expanse. Intriguingly, these incidents rarely garnered international headlines. When they did, reports were brief, investigations were quickly concluded, and the event soon faded from public memory. Official explanations often point to the inherent brutality of Antarctica itself: sudden storms, concealed ice crevasses, or lethal cold that can cause death within minutes. Yet, for those who believe in conspiracy, these disappearances feel less like natural occurrences and more like controlled information. In several instances, radar logs and communication records purportedly vanished concurrently with the victims. Some suggest these individuals stumbled upon something they were never meant to see, and that their disappearance was no accident. Antarctica, with its profound silence and capacity to conceal anything, becomes the ultimate stage where the impossible can transpire unseen. These disappearances only serve to deepen the continent's shadowy reputation. They leave us with the unsettling impression that some presence, whether visible or invisible, is perpetually there, guarding whatever lies buried beneath the ice. Stories of vanishings do not merely leave us unsettled. They compel a larger question. What is deemed so critical to conceal that human lives become the price? If these are simply natural accidents, why do reports and data so frequently disappear along with the victims? And if they are ordinary tragedies, why is there such an urgency to close the files? While the narratives of vanished explorers continue to cast their shadow across history, another truth is buried just as profoundly. Antarctica possesses an astonishing wealth of natural resources. Beneath its immense ice sheet, geologists have identified oil, natural gas, and rare minerals resources substantial enough to potentially reshape the global economy. Many argue that this concealed wealth may be the true reason Antarctica has always been so rigorously guarded. Geological studies from the 20th century indicated that Antarctica holds significant coal reserves formed when the continent was covered in lush forests under a much warmer climate. However, coal represents only the surface layer. As ground-penetrating radar and deep drilling technologies advanced, scientists began to uncover indications of oil and natural gas. Some estimates suggest that Antarctica's oil reserves could rival those of the Middle East, while its gas reserves could compete with those of Russia or Qatar. The resource potential does not end there. Antarctica is also believed to be rich in rare minerals: iron, copper, gold, uranium, and critically, rare earth elements, the fundamental components of modern technology. These metals are essential for batteries, smartphones, computers, and particularly for advanced military hardware. In today's high-tech era, control over these resources grants a significant strategic advantage. However, due to the immense scale and delicate nature of this hidden fortune, Antarctica was effectively safeguarded by the 1959 Antarctic Treaty and further reinforced by the Madrid Protocol in 1991, which prohibited resource exploitation for at least 50 years. Ostensibly, the rationale was to protect the fragile environment. Indeed, Antarctica's ecosystem is incredibly delicate, where even minor disturbances can leave lasting scars. Yet, through the lens of geopolitics, it is challenging to believe that the world's superpowers would simply forego such treasure solely for environmental altruism. Analysts frequently posit that the Antarctic Treaty was, in essence, a mechanism for freezing interests. Rather than precipitating a resource war, the superpowers agreed to a moratorium, preserving the status quo until the opportune moment. In the interim, they quietly conduct surveys, meticulously mapping the geology, locating oil fields, and identifying mineral deposits. When the moratorium eventually expires, the nation possessing the most comprehensive data will hold a decisive advantage. Clear examples emerged in the 1,970 seconds and 1,980 seconds when both the US and the Soviet Union undertook significant geological surveys. Under the guise of scientific research, they conducted deep drilling to collect sediment samples, enabling them to estimate resource potential. Most of these detailed reports were never made public, but leaks hinted at colossal figures. More recently, China has invested heavily in Antarctic research stations, deploying underground surveying technology with very similar objectives. This resource factor makes it difficult to perceive Antarctica as the pristine continent of peace it is often portrayed to be. Instead, it appears more akin to a colossal vault packed with treasure, securely locked, with every superpower holding a spare key, awaiting the opportune moment to use it. When the world inevitably faces a profound energy crisis, or when resource strategy becomes a matter of national survival, opening that vault may simply be a matter of time. It is at this juncture that conspiracy theories find renewed impetus. If Antarctica genuinely harbors such immense wealth, then perhaps the restricted zones, no-fly corridors, and stringent information control are not solely about protecting ancient secrets, but also about concealing critical geological data. Some even speculate that small-scale experimental extraction has already occurred in secret, with results kept confidential to avoid igniting international disputes. Resources, therefore, may constitute the most tangible piece of Antarctica's mystery. UFOs, hollow earth theories, and ancient legends reside in the hazy realm of imagination. But oil, gas, and minerals, these can be measured, quantified, and fiercely contended for. And they may very well be the most concrete reason why, for decades, Antarctica has remained sealed off, guarded like an unopened treasure chest. If the vast resources hidden beneath Antarctica's ice are sufficient to keep nations perpetually cautious yet undeniably engaged, then another enigma resides in the very individuals who choose to visit. Not ordinary tourists, nor even merely scientists, but powerful figures and global icons, politicians, religious leaders, and even astronauts. Each such visit invariably sparks a wave of questions. What could possibly draw them to this barren, frozen land, a place with no cities, no permanent residents, and, officially at least, nothing of extraordinary note to observe? One of the most widely discussed visits occurred in 2016, when then U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry made a surprise trip to Antarctica on the very day of the U.S. presidential election. The timing alone fueled intense speculation. Why would one of Washington's most influential figures travel to the Earth's remotest, most desolate corner at such a critical political juncture? The official explanation cited climate change, a desire to witness its impact firsthand. However, skeptics argued that numerous other locations presented far more urgent context for such an observation. The pervasive silence surrounding his itinerary, and the fact that many details were never released, have left Kerry's trip shrouded in mystery. Years prior, Antarctica also welcomed another unexpected guest, Pope John Paul II. His presence on the White Continent was described as a symbolic gesture of peace, but like all symbols, it could be interpreted in various ways. Some suggested the Pope wished to experience Earth's untouched wilderness as living proof of divine creation. Others whispered that the visit was a subtle attempt to assert a spiritual claim in a land already dominated by political and scientific interests. From a theological perspective, Antarctica could be viewed as the ultimate symbol of purity, or perhaps a place linked to unrevealed theological secrets. Adding to the intrigue was Buzz Aldrin, the legendary astronaut and the second man to walk on the moon. Aldrin journeyed to Antarctica, only to depart abruptly due to reported health issues. What made the trip even stranger was a cryptic message he posted and subsequently deleted. "We are all in danger. It is pure evil." No one definitively knows his precise meaning. However, for a man who had gazed upon Earth from space and stood on the lunar surface, those words carried a chilling weight. Did he encounter something in Antarctica that the rest of the world will never be told? The list does not end there. Over the years, numerous politicians, billionaires, and military leaders have undertaken sudden, secretive visits. Their schedules are often expedited, and their reasons rarely shared. Many believe these visits are related to inspecting classified discoveries, anything from colossal fossils to unusual geological formations beneath the ice. Others extend this further, suggesting that Antarctica now functions as a clandestine meeting venue for the global elite, a location sufficiently remote for discussions that the rest of the world must never overhear. What these powerful figures inadvertently reveal simply by their presence is that Antarctica is not empty, far from it. It appears to hold intricate layers of meaning, political, scientific, religious, and perhaps even something beyond human comprehension. The fundamental question is not merely what they observed there, but why they collectively opted for silence upon their return. And sometimes, silence communicates more powerfully than any explanation ever could. That silence has transformed Antarctica into a fertile ground for endless theories. Could remnants of a lost civilization lie beneath the ice? Or advanced technology buried so deeply that humanity is not prepared to confront it? Or, more simply, is it merely a repository of strategic resources, secrets that, if disclosed prematurely, might destabilize the global balance of power? Throughout Antarctica's history, one consistent theme has permeated its expeditions, scientific discoveries, and numerous enigmatic theories: the rigorous control of information. No other place on Earth is simultaneously celebrated as the common heritage of humankind, while being enveloped in such stringent layers of censorship. Every piece of data released, every map published, every satellite image made available appears to have passed through an invisible filter. It is this pervasive control that has rendered Antarctica unique, a place where power and secrecy are inextricably intertwined. Since the signing of the Antarctic Treaty in the 1950 seconds, participating nations have publicly committed to dedicating the continent to peace and science. Yet, alongside that pledge, they constructed formidable legal barriers. All research and data are mandated to flow through official channels. No entity possesses the right to publish or investigate independently. Consequently, scientific endeavor in Antarctica has ceased to be solely about open knowledge and has instead become an instrument of diplomacy, where each fragment of information carries significant political weight. For the public, this control manifests in more subtle ways. Satellite photographs are frequently blurred in specific regions. Maps made available to the public generally detail only the most accessible areas, leaving extensive blank spaces where questions persist. Scientific reports are rarely released in their entirety. Instead, they selectively highlight safe findings for publication in journals. Raw radar scans or deep core drilling data, the very kind that could reveal what genuinely lies beneath the ice, almost never see the light of day. The deeper one investigates, the clearer it becomes that this is not merely about basic security. It is fundamentally about power. For whoever controls the information ultimately controls reality itself. When a major power declares that Antarctica contains nothing but ice and microbes, that narrative becomes the official truth, even if classified databases hold findings that convey a profoundly different story. The disjuncture between the truth we are told and the truth kept hidden is precisely where power flourishes. This is why Antarctica has always been fertile ground for conspiracy theories. The more that is concealed, the more vigorously imagination rushes in to fill the void. A blurred satellite image is not interpreted as a glitch, it is perceived as a secret base. An expedition that vanishes is not attributed to a snowstorm. It becomes evidence of external interference. Ironically, the very act of controlling information has only intensified the survival of these theories. Perhaps Antarctica stands as proof of a deeper paradox. Sometimes the real secret is not what exists, but the fact that we are not permitted to know. A single piece of censored data may be significant, but what truly matters is the message it conveys. There's something you're not meant to see. And it is that message, more than the hidden fact itself, that ignites curiosity, suspicion, and the boundless myths surrounding this land of ice. Power here is not solely about extracting resources or constructing bases. It resides in controlling the boundary between what is revealed and what is concealed. Antarctica, with its layers of ice further obscured by political machinations, has become an exemplary illustration of how power and secrecy are intertwined. This phenomenon is not merely a product of the 20th or 21st century. Looking back to ancient maps and myths, Antarctica has always been more imagined than explored. Perhaps that is its true essence, to exist in the tension between what is visible and what remains perpetually hidden. And that is why it continues to captivate us, compelling humanity to perpetually ask questions long after potential answers have been deliberately sealed away. If information control serves as the curtain obscuring Antarctica today, then behind that curtain lies a future that could erupt into conflict, the impending battle for energy. In a world increasingly ravenous for resources, where oil fields, gas reserves, and rare minerals have evolved into strategic bargaining chips, Antarctica, with its vast frozen wealth, cannot indefinitely remain untouched. Geological surveys from the 20th century already hinted that beneath layers of ice, kilometers thick, lie sediment records spanning hundreds of millions of years. These sediments are telltale indicators of coal, oil, and natural gas. Some unofficial estimates have even boldly compared Antarctica's potential reserves to those of the Middle East, a claim not entirely without foundation. As radar technology has advanced, now capable of peering deeper through the ice, the continent's subterranean resource map grows increasingly precise. The question is no longer whether these resources exist, but rather when and who will be the first to exploit them. For the present, the Antarctic Treaty and the Madrid Protocol have placed a moratorium on all exploitation. However, these agreements are inherently temporary. When the world confronts a full-blown energy crisis, when traditional oil fields deplete, the debate will not be whether to drill, but which nation gains the prerogative to drill first? A silent race is already underway, not with weapons, but with data and scientific advancement. Whoever possesses the most detailed maps of oil and gas reserves, and whoever perfects the technology to drill and transport in such extreme conditions, will dominate the game the moment the ban expires. This energy struggle extends far beyond oil and gas. Antarctica is believed to harbor rich deposits of rare minerals, cobalt, lithium, and rare earth elements, the fundamental building blocks of batteries, renewable energy technologies, and modern weaponry. In an age where green energy is lauded as a salvation, whoever controls these scarce materials will dictate the trajectory of global industry. The world can discuss solar, wind, and hydrogen power extensively, but every one of these technologies remains dependent on finite minerals. Antarctica could very well represent the last great untouched mine. This is why many caution that Antarctica could become the new Middle East, only far more perilous. Exploitation here would not merely risk geopolitical conflict. It could unleash an environmental catastrophe. Every drill hole, every pipeline, could disrupt the delicate balance of its ecosystem. And once the ice begins to collapse, the damage would not remain localized. It would propagate, impacting sea levels, global climate systems, and the survival of millions worldwide. Yet, this is precisely where Antarctica might become the front line where power and morality clash. Major powers could invoke global energy relief as justification for drilling. They might frame it as a solution to fuel shortages, food crises, or even climate change itself. Simultaneously, environmental organizations will vigorously oppose such actions, warning that exploiting Antarctica would be akin to opening Pandora's box, unleashing irreversible consequences. This is where the true weight of Antarctica becomes clear. It is not merely a remote continent. It could be the arena where humanity's future is decided. Once its resources become a prize, Antarctica will no longer be the continent of peace, but a global chessboard. The forthcoming energy war may not commence with bullets, but with treaties, with technology, and with the persuasive power of each side's narrative to the public. Whoever controls the narrative of extraction for the good of humanity will ultimately prevail. Thus, Antarctica is not only Earth's memory sealed in ancient ice, it may also represent Earth's future. The critical question is, when humanity finally unlocks that frozen vault, will we discover salvation, or will we trigger yet another cycle of ambition, conflict, and environmental devastation? If we conceive of Antarctica as a land perpetually cloaked in mystery, it is as if three distinct forces grasp the curtain tightly: science, the military, and religion. These three realms, seemingly disparate and at times even opposed, converge at the southernmost extremity of the planet. Each holds a part of the key, and together they form a formidable triangle of power that simultaneously protects and seals away Antarctica's deepest secrets. Science, at least superficially, serves as the illuminating force for this frozen continent. Research stations have been established, and thousands of scientists from across the globe take turns studying its climate, biology, and geology. However, scientific inquiry in Antarctica is not entirely unfettered. It is meticulously structured, allocated, and monitored through international treaties. Every discovery must be reported via official channels, and only fragments of information typically reach the public. Ground-penetrating radar data and core samples drilled deep beneath the ice rarely appear in their complete form. Science, rather than unequivocally opening doors to hidden truths, has evolved into a filter, selectively presenting humanity only what is deemed appropriate for observation. If science functions as a mask, then the military represents the unyielding steel beneath it. Since the Cold War, Antarctica has been under constant surveillance. Military bases disguised as research stations, restricted flight paths, and censored areas on maps all strongly suggest the quiet, pervasive presence of armed forces. Operations such as High Jump, along with persistent rumors of Nazi underground bases, reinforce the belief that Antarctica has consistently been on the strategic radar of the superpowers. Officially, international treaties prohibit the deployment of weapons here, but few genuinely believe the military has fully withdrawn from such a geographically crucial land, one that sits at the confluence of three oceans, directly beneath the intricate web of global surveillance satellites. The third vertex of the triangle, religion, may appear an unexpected influence, yet its impact is undeniable. From the Pope's symbolic visit to theological interpretations of Antarctica as the last pristine land, religion has significantly shaped public perception of this place. Some theologians view Antarctica as a symbol of cosmic beginnings or endings, where profound mysteries may be preserved. At times, the voice of faith has inadvertently helped legitimize the pervasive silence. When science and politics prove inadequate in explanation, myth and belief readily step in to fill the void. Thus, the triangle of science, military, and religion does more than simply coexist. It sustains itself through a reciprocal dynamic of support and restraint. Science provides the rational framework that renders control acceptable. The military ensures that the land remains firmly under observation, and religion cultivates a layer of mythos, transforming Antarctica not merely into a physical continent but also a spiritual emblem, seemingly beyond ordinary reach. Collectively, these three sharpened points do not simply maintain secrecy, they render secrecy durable, for the secret resides not in the hands of any single group, but in the quiet collaboration of multiple powers. Viewed through this triangle of power, Antarctica's hidden truths are not solely about oil reserves or subglacial lakes. What is truly concealed is the very power to shape human knowledge. Whoever can definitively define what Antarctica is, be it a land of ice, a vault of resources, or a mirror of the cosmos, holds the power to define how humanity perceives Earth itself. Throughout history, Antarctica has stood as a colossal mirror of ice, reflecting humanity's most profound obsessions. Since ancient times, when Greek and Chinese geographers first conceived of a terra australis incognita, an unknown southern land, this place was imbued with meanings far transcending mere geography. It embodied the conviction that Earth required balance, a symmetrical land in the south. It was a mythical realm where deities or enigmatic peoples might reside. Even before its actual discovery, Antarctica was already a potent symbol of the unknown, representing both humanity's relentless hunger for knowledge and its inherent apprehension of the blank spaces on the map. When the age of exploration commenced, Antarctica mirrored another powerful obsession: the ambition to conquer. The relentless race between Amundsen and Scott, the profound sacrifices made during Shackleton's expeditions, all served as testament to humankind's unyielding desire to assert its power against nature's most formidable face. Yet, those very tragedies also underscored our inherent fragility. Regardless of technological advancement, humans remain vulnerable against endless snow and bone-crushing winds. Antarctica whispered back with icy calm, reminding us that we were never the absolute masters of Earth. In the 20th century, as the shadow of global conflict spread, Antarctica reflected a different obsession: power and control. Covert military operations, restricted air zones, and rumors of hidden bases all transformed it into a strategic playing card. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959 declared it a land for peace and science. Simultaneously, however, it rendered Antarctica an out-of-reach zone, a place where information was filtered and silence itself became a manifestation of power. Even at the farthest extremity of the Earth, humanity could not resist transforming the southern pole into a political chessboard, despite the fact that no single nation genuinely owned it. Today, Antarctica has become a mirror for a global apprehension: survival. As ice sheets fracture and sea levels rise, the world regards Antarctica not merely with curiosity, but with a growing sense of dread. Each collapsing glacier, each hidden river revealed beneath the ice, resonates like a warning bell. Antarctica no longer simply preserves the memory of Earth's past, it has become a countdown clock for humanity's future. Above all, Antarctica reflects the intrinsic limits of our knowledge. After centuries of study, we have merely scratched the surface. Beneath kilometers of ice lies an untouched world. Lakes sealed off for millions of years, microbes found nowhere else, geological structures that could fundamentally rewrite Earth's story. Every discovery invariably opens another question, as though Antarctica consistently remains one step ahead of human comprehension. However, Antarctica's secrets are not exclusively natural. They also reside in how we manage truth. Science illuminates a part of it and conceals another. The military guards and protects, but also restricts. Religion imbues it with meaning, but also legitimizes silence. This intricate triangle of power renders Antarctica a place where truth, belief, and authority are tightly interwoven, impossible to separate. Perhaps this is why Antarctica is more than a continent. It is the ultimate symbol of the unknowable on Earth. If any place remains that humanity cannot fully conquer, it is Antarctica, a land both proximate, charted on maps, and monitored by satellites, yet simultaneously distant, as unreachable as another planet. A land described with scientific precision, yet still enveloped in a fog of secrecy and myth. And perhaps what Antarctica ultimately teaches us is not what lies beneath the ice, but rather how we confront the unknown. It reminds us that humanity has its limitations, that not every secret is intended to be uncovered, and that sometimes silence itself holds profound value. Antarctica is not merely Earth's treasure chest, but also Earth's lesson, a lesson in humility, in boundaries, and in the inherent cost of ambition. As this journey concludes, definitive answers may remain elusive, yet perhaps that is precisely the point. The absence of answers is what renders Antarctica the ultimate mystery. It does not hand us truths, it presents us with questions. It does not fill the silence, it compels us to reflect. In a noisy world, Antarctica remains profoundly silent, and perhaps that silence is the most potent message it conveys to humanity. Antarctica, Earth's final secret, patiently awaits us not to conquer, but to listen, to reflect, and to accept that not everything belongs to humankind.
The decisive events did not unfold on a battlefield, nor were there any banners unfurled or swords drawn beneath a crimson sky. Instead, the denouement occurred in profound silence, behind locked doors, illuminated only by candlelight. One particular night, within a fortified city steeped in the aroma of incense and rife with intrigue, a clandestine meeting transpired, a gathering conspicuously absent from official historical records. There was no papal bull or royal decree to mark its occurrence, merely whispers that subsequently initiated the disappearance of Christendom's most formidable military order. The Knights Templar were not vanquished by their adversaries, nor were they dismantled through legal means. Rather, they were ostensibly betrayed, perhaps by their most trusted allies. This enduring mystery compels inquiry. What precisely occurred in that room, and who emerged with hands unsullied by overt conflict? The echoes of hooves have long since faded, and the clamor of crowds is now a distant memory. All that persists is the cold stone of history, punctuated by the faint creak of a metaphorical door that now stands ajar. It is prudent to set aside the more sensationalized accounts, and, instead, delve into a quieter corridor of the past, one veiled in the soft glow of suspicion and candlelight. Imagine a formidable gate, massive and studded with iron, framed by walls that have absorbed more secrets than sunlight. The air around it is palpably damp, imbued with the faint scent of aged parchment, beeswax, and the hushed cadence of Latin prayers. Beyond this portal lies Avignon, the temporary epicenter of the Christian world. The year is 1306. The fervor of the Crusades has diminished, and the Templars, once revered as holy warriors, have transitioned into roles more akin to financiers than knights. They commanded vast landholdings, immense wealth, and numerous secrets. Soon, they would possess nothing. No official invitation was extended to any party for the meeting in question. Indeed, there exists no parchment, no witness, nor any signature confirming its existence. Yet, history's most pivotal junctures often materialize not on official documents but in the shadows, behind doors such as this one. It is widely asserted that sometime in late 1306, within Avignon's heavily guarded precincts, a discreet conversation culminated in a quiet agreement. Some chroniclers suggest it involved Pope Clement V and King Philip IV of France. Others theorize that secret envoys, possibly even disloyal Templars, gained entry through the gates under the shroud of darkness. The precise words exchanged remain unknown. Only the subsequent events are documented. Less than a year later, the Templars were systematically dismantled, their power eradicated, members arrested and tortured, assets seized, leaders immolated, and their names subjected to centuries of infamy. While some interpreted these actions as justice, others perceived profound betrayal. Those who observed closely, cognizant of the Templars' true significance, suspected something far more calculated, a decision, a clandestine arrangement, a final and private reckoning. This inquiry seeks to unravel that enigma, focusing not on battles or legends, hidden treasures or secret tunnels, but on the subtle reverberations of history's most profound and quiet betrayal. Our exploration commences with the final utterances of a dying Grand Master, tracing clues backward, step by step, until we once again approach that clandestine meeting room, confronting a question that lingers like smoke within the Vatican vaults. As we advance deeper into these historical shadows, consider the importance of sustained inquiry, ensuring that insights into history's forgotten secrets are not overlooked. Now, metaphorically, the gate creaks open, and candlelight flickers down the hall. One will not find a literal signpost indicating the truth, but with meticulous attention, one might discern the faint echo of voices, long silenced, a resonant sound that emerges only after a door has been definitively, quietly shut. Standing in a frigid courtyard beneath a sky the color of aged pewter, the air moves slowly, heavy with the scent of damp stone and scorched wood. Before us, a figure remains unyielding. Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, had already attained legendary status by the time his lips parted for the final time. It was the 18th of March, 1314. Having endured imprisonment, interrogation, and public humiliation, he now stood on a small platform, erected on the Ile de la Cité in Paris, his wrists bound, with flames already consuming the air beneath him. Yet, his pronouncements, his audacious challenge, would reverberate far beyond that square, long after the fire had claimed his physical form. He publicly summoned both Pope Clement V and King Philip IV, demanding that they meet him before God's throne in the near future. Some accounts suggest he cursed them, others maintain he merely sought divine justice. Regardless, both the Pope and the King died within the year. However, beneath the dramatic facade of that ultimate scene lies a more subdued element, one frequently overlooked by chroniclers. Molay did not address the charges leveled against him. He offered no defense of the Order's wealth, its power, or its legacy. He provided no public explanation, only this haunting final challenge. What crucial information did he withhold? Why did he remain silent regarding the internal mechanisms of the Order's downfall? He had years between his arrest and execution, ample time to speak, to write, to accuse. Yet, no letter penned by him survives, no coherent defense, only fragmented testimonies extracted under torture, and a final speech that generates more questions than answers. Herein lies the genesis of profound curiosity. While historians frequently concentrate on Molay's suffering, a select few, typically the more discreet scholars within the archives, focus on his knowledge. He was an eyewitness to the entirety of the Order's collapse, having observed the shifting tides, first slowly, then with sudden rapidity. Furthermore, he was present in France, in close proximity to both papal and royal circles, merely months prior to the Order's abrupt demise. His silence was not merely stoic, it may have been meticulously calculated. A theory, often whispered among Templar historians who prioritize obscure details over widespread recognition, suggests that Molay possessed knowledge of a specific meeting. This was not merely a betrayal, but a negotiation, implying that he had stood at the precipice of a momentous deal, or worse, participated at the table, compelled to make an impossible choice. Maintaining an unwavering stance might have led to the complete annihilation of the Order. A quiet capitulation, however, offered a slender hope for some members' survival. Yet, if such an agreement existed, it was demonstrably breached. Perhaps King Philip overstepped his bounds, perhaps Pope Clement lost control, or perhaps another entity, an individual whose name never entered official ledgers, determined that the Templars held greater value as ashes than as allies. Jacques de Molay's silence, therefore, begins to appear less as an absence and more as a deliberate seal, a conscious decision to conceal crucial information. What might he have gained by fully disclosing the truth? More significantly, what might have been irrevocably lost? A curious footnote, buried within a late 14th century French chronicle, asserts that in his final hours, Molay requested the presence of a Dominican friar. This request was unusual not only because this friar was unconnected to the local abbey, but also because his identity remains unrecorded. His arrival and departure passed unnoted. The friar reportedly received Molay's private confession and departed Paris before dawn. Some speculate that this friar was not a friar at all, but a courier, entrusted by Molay with something of profound significance, perhaps a warning or a truth intended to endure beyond the pyre. Naturally, this particular lead quickly fades into obscurity. This brings us to a broader, persistent question that vexes anyone endeavoring to reconstruct this quiet unraveling. The Templars did not collapse due to military defeat, nor did they implode from scandal or financial ruin. They represented one of Europe's most powerful, structured, and wealthy organizations, deeply integrated into courts, monarchies, and crusading efforts. Their demise occurred almost overnight. In such circumstances of sudden, enforced silence, calculated inaction can be a potent strategy. What if Molay's silence was not born of an inability to speak, but a deliberate refusal? And if so, was it motivated by loyalty or by fear? Did he hope to preserve the last vestiges of the Order's honor? Or was he protecting an individual, perhaps even an agreement that had already been concluded? One might reasonably inquire whether such internal workings were documented. Surely a note, a scroll, or some private correspondence among commanders must have existed. Yet, the peculiar reality is that such records are not merely missing, they appear to have been systematically expunged. Entire sections of Templar archive listings disappear around 1307. They were not destroyed by fire or seized. Rather, their absence is polite, almost tidy. Such a vanishing act suggests not destruction or theft, but permission. In this context, Molay's silence appears less as an admission of defeat and more as an act of obedience, a quiet, unyielding compliance. This compliance was likely not born of loyalty to his brethren, but of obligation to something far more delicate, something negotiated in a room whose full reality we may never ascertain. Naturally, all of this remains speculative. Establishing certainties is inherently difficult when the flames of history have long since abated and the paper trail concludes in ash. Yet, persistent patterns emerge, conspicuous absences, well-timed deaths, and meticulous disappearances. Therefore, our inquiry commences with this silence, a weighty stillness, akin to the pause preceding a secret either spoken or forever interred. The last Grand Master may have perished publicly, but his knowledge remains a private enigma. The only question is, for how much longer will it remain so? As one navigates the cold stone corridors of the Papal Palace in Avignon, candles flicker against the damp walls, their light softened by centuries of accumulated smoke and the scent of ancient manuscripts. Voices, faint and buried beneath layers of prayer and protocol, seem to resonate here. Yet, for this investigation, one must listen for something even more subtle, the sound of a door that was never intended to open. Sometime during the final months of 1306, an unusual series of arrivals began in Avignon. A minor official from the French court was discreetly observed disembarking from a barge on the Rhône. A Templar representative, notably no longer displaying the Order's Red Cross, arrived on horseback from Poitiers. A notary from Provence, typically stationed in Paris, appeared in the city and took residence at a cloister situated outside the walls. While no direct accounts document these movements, a meticulous examination of the margins of travel logs, letters, and expense reports reveals the contours of a coordinated, quiet, and unexplained migration. There was no formal invitation, nor does any surviving document confirm a planned meeting. Yet, a peculiar alignment of absences becomes apparent. Key figures, some with ties to both the Vatican and the French crown, were absent from their customary duties during the same confined period of days. Pope Clement V's schedule for late autumn 1000 306, typically exhaustive, becomes notably sparse. King Philip IV is reported to be indisposed, but offers no official explanation. Even Templar records, usually rigorous and comprehensive, contain curious omissions. A particular knight failed to submit his monthly reports for November. When questioned later, he offered no excuse, merely an enigmatic and weary phrase. The wind blew from the Rhone that week. Consequently, a theory arises that during those unrecorded days, in a private wing of the Avignon complex, or perhaps within a smaller, nearby structure, a meeting transpired. Its purpose was to determine the fate of the Knights Templar, not through official edict or public trial, but through discreet negotiation. This theory might appear romantic, even conspiratorial, were it not for one chilling detail. Merely weeks after this period of silence, the frequency of international communication escalated. Papal agents began requesting financial inventories from religious orders throughout France, including the Templars. Royal couriers traversed more frequently between Paris and Avignon. New legal terminology started to emerge in clerical correspondence, featuring phrases such as restructuring, transitional enforcement, and contingent authority. Individually, these are merely bureaucratic anomalies. Collectively, they form a foreboding rhythm, signifying an impending event. Among scholars who study this peculiar prelude, debate persists, but not regarding the occurrence of the meeting itself. Rather, the central question revolves around who attended and what concessions were made. Some suspect that Jacques de Molay, perhaps under duress, dispatched a deputy. Others believe he attended himself, succumbing to pressure. There is even a fringe theory suggesting a splinter group within the Templars undertook the journey independently, offering covert cooperation in exchange for their own survival. Here, the details become exceptionally nebulous. For if an invitation existed, someone would have preserved it, not on vellum for public display, but perhaps in a private ledger or diary. Yet, nothing remains. It is as if not merely the document, but its very memory has been expunged. Some contend the evidence was deliberately destroyed. Others believe it still exists, concealed within a private collection, perhaps even deep within the Vatican archives, where numerous rooms remain uncatalogued. However, a particularly anomalous footnote exists in the Avignon records. For 1306, a room labeled simply Custodia Temporalis is logged as occupied under discretion for 5 nights that winter. The entry bears no names, no titles, only the Latin phrase indicating it was closed to routine. If one permits the implications to unfold, it becomes possible to envision that the Knights Templar were not ambushed but forewarned, that the meeting was not a trap but a transaction, and that somewhere, someone perhaps cloaked, perhaps veiled, perhaps hooded by more than mere fabric presented a choice. Yet, that choice could not have been a simple capitulation. Had it been so, an orderly dissolution would have ensued, marked by resignation rather than resistance. Instead, what materialized was a storm: arrests, trials, immolations, and a pervasive silence. This indicates that something within that meeting fractured, or someone was deceptive. There is a peculiar consistency in betrayals of this magnitude. They rarely commence with raised voices or slamming doors. They begin with polite nods and sealed letters, with measured tones and promises disguised as prayers. The invitation, if it ever existed, might have been nothing more than a whispered phrase in a church cloister, a subtle hand placed upon a shoulder, a summons delivered without explicit words. Thus, we are left pursuing shadows, a week that vanished, individuals seen and then unobserved, and a phrase from an anonymous memoir of the period. They met, but not as friends. Regardless of whether the invitation was ever formally written, the message was undoubtedly received, and the response, whatever its nature, initiated the ensuing tragedy. One can almost perceive it now: the scratch of a quill, the soft thud of a seal pressed into warm wax, a rider saddling a horse in the dead of night, bearing a message intended not for history, but for consequence. a message leaving no mark, except in the profound shifts that followed. One now confronts a calendar, not merely any calendar, but the meticulously recorded papal itinerary of Clement V. Scribes, trained to preserve every movement of the pontiff with obsessive detail. Every audience, every mass, every sent and received letter maintained this record. The Holy Father, it seems, could not even sneeze without someone noting the precise timing. Yet, within this exhaustive account, there exists a conspicuous lacuna. In late November of 1306, amidst the usual flurry of entries pertaining to liturgical duties, diplomatic visitors, and notarial records, one entire day is simply absent, a blank space where ink should be, not a correction or an erasure, but an uncharacteristic silence within an otherwise fastidious record. This might not arouse suspicion in a different context. Even pontiffs are granted quiet days. However, Clement V was not a quiescent pope, particularly in 1306. The Templars were growing increasingly restive, and the French crown was discreetly pressuring him to act. The timing of this missing day could not be more inconvenient for those seeking to dismiss it. It falls precisely within the window when, according to secondary sources, a secret delegation may have arrived in Avignon. To be fair, historical records are invariably incomplete. Archivists fall ill, parchments are misplaced, and ink fades. Yet, this specific day is situated between entries of impeccable precision. Before and after, every hour is accounted for, which renders its absence particularly stark. It resembles a missing tooth in an otherwise perfect smile. Some researchers have speculated that the gap was not a clerical oversight, but a deliberate choice that Clement intentionally ordered the omission of that day's activities, requesting no notes be taken, no scribes present, no witnesses, only the echo of his own footsteps and the words of his interlocutor. Here, the situation becomes further convoluted. While the papal diary grows silent, another source, a journal kept by a Dominican brother named Edward of Apt, mentions observing unfamiliar guards stationed near a lesser-used wing of the palace during the same time frame. Brother Edward, not prone to gossip, merely recorded. The side corridor was shuttered today. Extra men-at-arms posted by the Carmelite stairs. The bells rang thrice, though no mass was held. He provides no further explanation. Is it plausible that this was the location of the secret meeting, a secluded corner of the palace, accessible via side passages, reserved exclusively for those the Pope wished to receive in private? Some scholars believe so. Others caution against over-interpreting the evidence. However, the lack of official explanation invites speculation. Why would Clement, a man of fragile health and delicate political standing, choose this specific moment to vanish from his own schedule? It is also pertinent to note that Clement V had recently relocated the papacy from Rome to Avignon, an unprecedented move that granted him greater autonomy but also placed him in closer proximity to the French king. At the time, many considered him a reluctant puppet of Philip IV. His decisions frequently reflected external pressure more than personal principle, which underscores the significance of this missing day. If a meeting occurred, if even a single Templar delegate or French official sat across from Clement during that unrecorded window, then everything that transpired thereafter might trace back to it. The silence may not merely be bureaucratic. It could be the inaugural sign of complicity. A fragile irony permeates this situation. The papacy is ostensibly the custodian of divine truth. Its records are considered sacred, its routines integral to the rhythm of Christendom. Yet, within the very heart of this grand and holy machinery, there lies a quiet deletion, a single day excised like a loose thread, devoid of explanation or footnote. A few scholars argue that the day's omission was health-related, as Clement was often unwell and suffered frequent bouts of illness. Perhaps he was merely resting. However, this theory falters under closer scrutiny. The days preceding and following are replete with entries requiring physical activity, mass, meetings, processions. there is no indication of convalescence. Even when Clement was indisposed, his location and condition were typically recorded. His absence was never intended to be private. Thus, we are left with this: a pope who vanished for a day, a palace that briefly fell silent, and a series of coincidental movements across France that suggest something far more substantial was unfolding just beyond public view. This resonates with Molay's silence, does it not? The same deliberate absence, the same refusal to leave a discernible trail. What is it about these individuals, bound by power and secrecy, that draws them to silence rather than explicit declaration? More importantly, what did they fear would transpire if someone did speak? The missing day remains a significant source of frustration for scholars who seek patterns. It offers little concrete information, merely the ghost of an event, a tear in the historical fabric. Yet, sometimes that is all that is required. For when a record previously impeccable suddenly falters, it usually signifies that something was uttered that should not have been heard. If the Pope met someone that day, their identity may forever remain unknown, but someone did. Someone who chose perhaps to bring no letter, affix no seal, leave no footprint, only a voice in a guarded room, and a silence that has persisted for more than 7 centuries. One can still vividly imagine the scene: a single candle, a wooden chair gently scraping across the floor, a man in white robes seated opposite a visitor he could not acknowledge. Outside, the scribes awaited instruction. Inside, a future was being irrevocably rewritten. There is a particular haunting quality to an individual who purposefully vanishes. The silence surrounding such a person is unlike death. It is more deliberate, more carefully curated, akin to a museum exhibit missing a single object, its absence framed in velvet and glass. This is the pervasive sensation one encounters when examining the account of Brother Amory. His name surfaces only a handful of times in the surviving records, yet each appearance is like a metallic gleam in a darkened cavern, too precise to be mere coincidence. He was a high-ranking Templar official, possibly a provincial commander from western France, although documents dispute whether he reported directly to Jacques de Molay or another regional master. What is unequivocally clear, however, is that Brother Amory was last observed in Avignon in late autumn 1306, precisely during the narrow window previously identified, the period marked by missing diaries, shuttered corridors, and unacknowledged visits. Following this, there is nothing. No arrest record, no trial, no mention in the Chinon proceedings, no burial, no expulsion, no excommunication. It is as though he stepped through a doorway in Avignon and simply never re-emerged. At first glance, this might appear to be a simple clerical oversight, as numerous records from this era are lost, damaged, or fragmentary. However, Amory's disappearance possesses too many sharp edges to be dismissed as accidental. He was not a minor figure. He appears on a shipping manifest in Bordeaux weeks prior to the suspected meeting, commanding a consignment of Templar goods en route to Avignon, possibly gifts, possibly collateral. The manifest details coins, precious cloth, sealed documents, and an unusually annotated item labeled merely lignum crucis, or wood of the cross. The implication, of course, is that this might have been a relic, or a counterfeit relic. Either way, it held considerable value. This convoy arrived, and Amory disembarked. A stable ledger indicates his horse was boarded in Avignon for 6 nights. On the 7th day, however, it was claimed by another rider, unidentified, hooded, and bearing a writ signed not by the Templars, but by a local church official. That specific writ no longer exists. Only the stableman's receipt of it remains. And after that, silence. Scholars dedicated to the Templar downfall are familiar with Amory's name precisely because of these gaps, rather than concrete facts. His disappearance features in footnotes, theoretical discussions, and the frustrated marginalia of archivists. Some hypothesize he was the Templar delegate who attended the secret meeting, perhaps sent ahead in a bid to secure a compromise. Others contend he acted unilaterally, offering information in exchange for protection, or worse, that he defected, aligning himself with either Clement or Philip in the final days preceding the collapse. A peculiar reference appears in a letter from a Dominican inquisitor, written months later, describing an unnamed knight seen living under another name in Marseille. The inquisitor dismisses the sighting as unreliable, but notes that the man wore a ring bearing no sigil and was guarded in his silence. The detail of the ring is odd. Templars were prohibited from wearing personal insignia. A ring devoid of a seal or crest could imply many things, but in this context, it might have signified allegiance to no one. Here, we encounter something even more enigmatic. What if Brother Amory was neither a traitor nor a diplomat? What if he represented an entirely different type of agent, one the Order held in reserve for critical moments such as this? An internal envoy, entrusted with messages too sensitive to commit to writing, too volatile to repeat aloud? The sort of figure dispatched when no official record of the exchange is desired, only confirmation that it occurred. If this sounds improbable, consider the Templars' operational methods. They were a military order, certainly, but also a logistical powerhouse. They moved money, secrets, and personnel with ruthless efficiency, employing coded signs, double-entry ledgers, and compartmentalized routes. It would have been entirely within their capabilities to send a representative without paper, without a name, and without a traceable path. So, why did Amory vanish? Was he silenced because of what he knew, or because of what he failed to deliver? Was he hidden, protected, perhaps as part of a broader compromise that necessitated the sacrifice of others? Or did he simply depart, choosing self-preservation over institutional loyalty? His trail resurfaces one last time in the most unexpected of places. An anonymous entry in the Liber Obscurum, a 14th century text compiled by monastic scribes, fascinated by disappearances and miracles. One page lists a knight without colors, once of the temple, who lives now in shadow, bearing witness only to silence. This is likely poetic interpretation, but the phrasing has resonated with historians for centuries. And that particular phrase, bearing witness only to silence, seems to resonate with Molay's final moments and the Pope's missing day, a recurring pattern of withheld truths, of individuals who might have spoken but either did not or could not. One might reflect on what Amory would reveal if he possessed the ability to speak. If he was still alive, concealed under an assumed identity, observing the slow grind of justice and memory, would he regret his choice? Or was silence, for him, a form of obedience? Or perhaps even a form of power? It is impossible to definitively state, and that is the element that persistently echoes through the corridors of this narrative, not the grand gestures, the roaring bonfires, or the shattered reputations, but the gaps, the elegant, deliberate lacunae. If Brother Amory was indeed the messenger dispatched to Avignon, he may have delivered something that can never be recovered. Not a letter, not a threat, but a signal. A nod, the kind of gesture that terminates an order. Not with a war, but with a whisper. Our focus now shifts to Paris. Not the luminous city of boulevards and balconies, but an older, heavier Paris. A labyrinth of cold stone, damp air, and politics sharp enough to wound without leaving a visible mark. This is the Paris of King Philip IV, known as Philip the Fair, though his exercise of power exhibited precious little fairness. His legendary beauty belied a calculating gaze and a thin smile. He was a man who tallied coins with the devotion of prayers and treated his adversaries as debts, to be collected or expunged. For many years, the Knights Templar were neither. They were allies, friends of the throne, custodians of royal treasure. Philip had relied upon them in times of both war and peace. He even sought membership himself, with some sources claiming an honorary induction into their elite spiritual ranks. The Templars had financed his military campaigns, safeguarded his riches, and hosted him within their Paris commandery, a fortress so impregnable it was simply known as the Temple. Such was their relationship until, almost instantaneously, it ceased to be. In the months following the rumored clandestine meeting in Avignon, Philip's entire demeanor toward the Templars underwent a profound transformation, initially subtly, then with terrifying clarity. He commenced intelligence gathering, posing pointed questions through intermediaries. Then, abruptly, on Friday, the 13th of October 1307, he struck. Dawn raids swept across France. Templars were simultaneously apprehended in an operation so perfectly coordinated that it must have been weeks, perhaps months in the making. The order faced accusations of heresy, blasphemy, and secret rites involving the desecration of the cross and the worship of pagan idols. Accusations so theatrical, they might have adorned an illuminated manuscript replete with demons and fiery eyes. Yet, for Philip, they served a utilitarian purpose. He required public justification, a conflagration loud enough to obscure the sound of coin purses being sealed shut, for beneath the veneer of piety lay a more immediate concern: debt. Philip owed the Templars enormous sums. France's protracted wars, royal extravagance, and ill-conceived tax experiments had depleted the crown's reserves. The Templars were wealthy discreetly, quietly, globally wealthy, and that made them an irresistible target. Thus, the critical question arises: why, at this precise moment? Philip had been aware of the Templars' wealth, secrecy, autonomy, and their somewhat unconventional spiritual practices for years. None of this was novel. If they posed a danger, they had been dangerous for decades. Why postpone action until late 1306 or early 1307? Here, the timeline constricts like a noose. Shortly after the missing day in the Pope's diary and the mysterious disappearance of Brother Amory, Philip's private council began to convene with increased frequency. His letters to the Vatican grew more pointed, more urgent. His legal advisors commenced drafting the charges that would later form the bedrock of the Templar trials. One theory postulates that the secret meeting included a veiled offer from Clement, permission, or at least non-interference, in Philip's strategy. Perhaps Clement, apprehensive about losing control of the order, or fearful of what the Templars might yet reveal, agreed to feign ignorance in exchange for specific papal privileges or political security. Philip, emboldened, initiated the preparation of the accusatory machinery. Intriguingly, a draft letter exists, penned by Philip's notary around this period, addressed to certain faithful bishops, warning of a rot within the sacred orders that must be excised without delay. It was never dispatched, but its very existence suggests Philip's offensive was being prepared prior to the arrests. He did not uncover heresy. He engineered a case. The initial backlash was muted. The public was shocked, certainly, but they listened, primarily because the narrative was vociferous, and the Templars remained silent, too silent. Jacques de Molay denied the charges, but not with forceful assertion. The order, long bound by vows of discipline and secrecy, struggled to mount a public defense, and as they hesitated, the king filled the silence with accusations, and later, flames. This point leads some historians to question whether Philip's shift in policy was truly his own initiative. Was he merely the executor of a decision formulated elsewhere? Was the meeting in Avignon not a consultation, but a directive, subtly conveyed by the Pope and rigorously enforced by the Crown? It is worth recalling that Philip had engaged in similar actions previously. Years earlier, he expelled the Jews from France, confiscating their property. He engaged in conflict with the papacy over taxation rights. He even orchestrated the arrest of Pope Boniface VIII's agents. The man was not unacquainted with fabricating moral indignation for material gain. Therefore, when he turned against the Templars, it was not an act of sudden revelation. It was strategy, a cold, glittering maneuver on the European chessboard. The fact that Clement did not publicly condemn the arrests, at least initially, speaks volumes. In politics, silence frequently signifies consent. This abrupt reversal by Philip also connects back to the peculiar timing of earlier events. The week the Templar representative disappeared, the day the Pope vanished from his schedule, the surge in encrypted correspondence between the Vatican and the French court. If these were mere coincidences, they represent the most exquisitely choreographed coincidences in the annals of medieval European history. However, perhaps the most peculiar element of all is that, despite his aggression, Philip appeared anxious. In personal correspondence, he implored the Pope to support the arrests, to validate the charges. He even journeyed to Poitiers in 1308, seeking a joint tribunal. This does not sound like a man fully in control. It sounds like someone operating under pressure or fear. Fear that the Templars might retaliate, that something concealed within that quiet meeting room might surface. Of course, it never did. The order fell. The coffers changed hands. The king, for a time, was content. But the sharpness of Philip's pivot, from protector to persecutor, remains one of the most revealing clues in this entire affair. Power typically does not lurch. It creeps, unless someone is manipulating the levers. Thus, perhaps the true question is not why Philip turned against the Templars, but rather, who granted him permission. Imagine sitting in a warm archive room in southern France. The sun, filtering through high stained glass windows, casts soft light across rows of ancient parchment. Some documents are curled with age, others lie flat, pressed beneath thin panes of glass. One particular letter commands attention, not for its explicit content, but for what it meticulously attempts to conceal. It is a papal letter, dated December 1306, conspicuously undelivered. Addressed in elegant Latin script to Cardinal Berenger Fredol the Elder, one of Pope Clement V's most trusted advisors, the handwriting is precise, deliberate, almost reverent. However, it is the seal that proves most compelling. It has been broken and subsequently repressed, not once, but twice. The wax exhibits cracks, and the impression of the papal ring bears subtle indications of having been applied on multiple occasions. This detail might not raise alarm if it were a personal letter or a routine directive. Yet, the letter carries a marginal notation to be carried only by hand, not to pass through clerical channels. This was an instruction intended to circumvent the entirety of the church bureaucracy, deliberately and discreetly. The contents within are maddeningly vague. A few lines concerning the matter under discretion, a mention of unified judgment between the sacred office and the crown, and one cryptic phrase, "The men in white must yield before spring, or the tide will shift beyond control." The phrase reads like poetry, yet it pulsates with tension and echoes language found nowhere else in the Vatican's diplomatic correspondence, suggesting either a code or an unspoken agreement, comprehensible only to a select few. The letter was never delivered. Cardinal Fredol was in Rome at the time, and the letter was discovered years later in a forgotten cabinet within the Avignon archives. Its very survival is anomalous. Most undelivered papal letters were destroyed to safeguard secrecy. This particular document, however, was gently placed in a velvet pouch and stored among receipts for timber and wine, almost as if someone wished it to disappear without outright destruction. The broken seal prompts difficult questions. Who opened it? More importantly, why was it resealed? One theory posits that it was intercepted by someone within the Vatican, not an adversary, but an insider, a hand trusted enough to open private communication and dangerous enough to suppress it. It might even have been Fredol himself, upon its belated arrival, choosing to read and enter it rather than act upon it. Alternatively, it could have been opened in transit by an agent of the Crown, ensuring the message aligned with royal interests before it reached its intended recipient. It is not solely the seal that implies interference. The parchment displays faint impressions consistent with having been folded, unfolded, and folded again, a practice indicative of nervous handling. The wax residue reveals a second, fainter stamp beneath the top seal, possibly from a bishop or another cardinal. Experts diverge on this interpretation, but the true enigma lies in how this letter integrates into the escalating turmoil of that winter. By December 1306, the alleged secret meeting had likely already transpired. The Templar envoy, perhaps Brother Amory, had already vanished, and Philip IV's inner circle was commencing the intricate planning of the vast machinery that would crush the order. What then was the role of this letter? Some believe it served as a follow-up, a confirmation of the Vatican's participation in the covert plan. Others view it as a warning. Perhaps Clement experienced second thoughts, fearing that Philip would act too aggressively, too prematurely, that the terms discussed in the shadows would be abandoned the moment they became inconvenient. However, if this letter was a warning, it arrived too late. The wheels were already in motion. Arrest lists were being compiled, financial inventories requested, interrogators trained, and somewhere, someone had already decreed that the Order of the Temple would not survive the ensuing year. The language itself warrants scrutiny. The men in white must yield. The Templars, of course, were renowned for their white mantles adorned with red crosses. The phrasing suggests surrender, but surrender of what? Their property, their autonomy, or perhaps their very identity? And what of the tide that would shift? This could refer to political alliances, or perhaps more abstractly, to spiritual influence. The Templars were more than mere soldiers. They were powerful symbols, possessing considerable spiritual weight. If they refused to yield, the Pope might have feared that this untethered and wounded power would gravitate towards schism or heresy. If this interpretation holds, then this letter represents a subtle piece of theological diplomacy, a final plea for peace before overt aggression erupted. And the broken seal? Perhaps it was not a betrayal, but an act of preservation, a means to delay the inevitable. This brings us once again to that unsettling chorus reverberating throughout this narrative. Silence, delay, disappearance. The seal mirrors Molay's refusal to speak plainly, the missing day in the diary, the unnamed friar who heard a final confession and departed before dawn. Even the seal itself, an object intended to affirm truth, here becomes an instrument of manipulation, cracked, repressed, as if the truth, too, required alteration before its disclosure. Some historians propose that the letter functioned as a decoy, dispatched to ascertain who might intercept it, containing no substantive information but serving to expose a hidden player, perhaps an informant within the Curia or a spy in the king's service. If so, whether the trap succeeded remains unknown. No mention of consequences, no trial, no scapegoat. However, a pattern is unmistakably forming a rhythm of vanishing documents, individuals who fail to arrive, phrases obscured within poetry and code, and now a seal twice fractured, like a heartbeat skipped and then forced to resume. One might imagine the cardinal holding the letter late at night, the candle flickering low, reading those strange, suggestive words, folding it again, pressing the wax into place with hands that trembled slightly, then concealing it where it would remain undiscovered for an extended period. And yet, here it is, a voice faint but intact, whispering from the parchment. They knew, they chose, and now they wait. One now stands on the banks of the Vienne River, just outside the austere grey limestone fortress of Chinon. The air is redolent with the scent of damp earth and moss-covered stone. The fortress looms, its towers worn yet resolute, casting long shadows across the winter landscape. And somewhere within its winding halls and sealed cells, a document was signed, one that continues to perplex historians to this day. In the final days of 1306, or the earliest weeks of 1307, depending on which version of the timeline is favored, a sealed order was dispatched from Chinon. Notably, it originated not from the king, nor from the papal court in Avignon, but from within the prison walls of this remote fortress. Its contents remain unknown, its recipient uncertain. However, its existence is real, referenced obliquely in a clerical inventory as a directive de concilio speciale, or a directive of special council. What renders this curious is not merely its origin from Chinon, but its timing. At that juncture, no official tribunal was underway. No public charges against the Templars had yet been made. Chinon was not yet a prison for the order's leadership. It served merely as a discreet royal outpost for classified deliberations and private affairs. Yet, This document, marked with a non-standard seal and conspicuously absent from the royal register, was dispatched with considerable urgency. Some believe it was a precursor to the Chinon parchment, the more widely known document that absolved the Templar leaders of heresy in a secret papal trial held months later. However, this earlier order predated those events prior to the arrests, prior to the public being instructed to fear the Knights in White. This raises the critical question: what precisely was being ordered? Theories span a wide spectrum. One suggests it was a recall order, a message to Templar preceptories to gather records and destroy anything too sensitive for scrutiny. Another proposes it was a conditional guarantee of safety, part of a covert agreement brokered between the Vatican, the Crown, and a select few within the order. A third, more enigmatic theory posits that it was not a command at all, but a signal, a warning, a quiet flicker of candlelight disseminated across the network of Templar houses. It is beginning. The order is referenced only once in the Chinon Fortress logbooks. Its dispatch is noted, but the copy is missing. The space in the record where the contents summary would typically appear is left blank. Instead, there is a small symbol, an inked circle bisected, resembling a solar eclipse. This symbol appears nowhere else in the Chinon records, neither before nor after. Here, the narrative becomes more intricate. The Chinon parchment, discovered in 2001 within the Vatican secret archives, was long considered the definitive statement on Templar absolution, proof that the Pope, behind closed doors, forgave the order. However, with this earlier order now in view, some scholars argue that the entire affair was orchestrated from its inception, that Clement's absolution was always part of a larger theatrical production, and that the secret order from Chinon laid the groundwork not for justice, but for control. There is also the matter of who was present at Chinon during those weeks. Royal officials, at least one inquisitor, possibly a papal envoy traveling under an assumed identity, and, if certain obscure monastic correspondences are to be credited, a figure known only as l'Anonyme de la Roche, or the Anonymous of the Rock, a man with no official title but considerable influence. He reappears in later documents, always unnamed, always in proximity to events where decisions were made discreetly. His handwriting, in fact, matches the marginalia in the Vatican's unsigned Oath of Avignon, a document to be explored subsequently. The web titans, whoever dispatched the Chinon order, evidently wished it not to be attributed to any known authority. The use of an unofficial seal suggests a desire to maintain plausible deniability. The absence of a content summary implies that whatever was written was intended for eyes that already understood its implications. One can readily visualize the scene. A small chamber deep within the fortress bowels, a figure writing by lamplight, a messenger awaiting with gloved hands, prepared to ride through the night. No ceremony, no choir, merely wax, parchment, and purpose. A second layer of this enigma emerged several weeks after the Chinon dispatch, when reports began to surface of peculiar activities on Templar properties. Fires ignited in the middle of the night, documents retrieved and buried, crypts opened and then resealed. In one abbey near Toulouse, a monk claimed to have witnessed Templars removing names from their own gravestones, chiseling away inscriptions with grim urgency. These events coincide too closely with the Chinon timeline to be dismissed. It is as if someone whispered into the darkness, and the entire order recoiled. If the order was indeed a warning, it arrived too late for many. The mass arrests of October 1307 swept across France with brutal efficiency, yet some Templars vanished before the dawn raids. Some properties had already been emptied, and some treasures were never recovered. A head start, it seems, was granted to a select few, or perhaps, more chillingly, it was purchased. The notion that the destruction of the Templars was not a spontaneous event, but a negotiated collapse, gains considerable traction here. The Chinon order represents a loose thread within a tapestry woven by hidden hands. Not a smoking gun, perhaps, but a breath, warm and recent on the neck of history. One is left with a page that no longer exists, a symbol that should mean nothing, and an indelible sense that someone, somewhere, issued a command with consequences that continue to reverberate. For the fortress still stands, its stone walls retain memory, and deep within its ancient bones, the air still whispers of a message sent and of what it set into motion. What significance should be attached to these fragments? Are they merely the hallucinations of terrified individuals, the blurred half-memories of dreams induced by pain and sleep deprivation? Or were they genuine flashes of truth, partly obscured by fear? The Tower of Rouen was not a public prison. It was reserved for those awaiting something more severe than mere justice. Its walls had confined both heretics and nobles, all reduced to silence beneath its vaulted ceilings. And within those stone walls, one account continues to send a chill through modern historians. Brother Geoffroy de Charny, preceptor of Normandy and a close confidant of Grand Master Molay, was among the highest-ranking Templars imprisoned at Rouen. In a marginal note discovered in the Inquisition scrolls, a scribe records that Charny, upon his initial arrival at the tower, requested a moment of private prayer, during which he reportedly stated, "Not to God, but to a wall. You warned us too softly." The scribe offers no further elaboration. He might not have comprehended the remark, or perhaps he feared to inquire. However, that single line, discreetly placed alongside formal testimony, has become one of the most debated phrases in all of Templar historiography. Who issued the warning, when, and most damningly, why was it not more insistent? We return once more to the concept of a signal, some covert communication, either dispatched too late or entirely disregarded. This connects to the shadowy order from Chinon and the rumors of sealed letters that were never delivered. But here in Rouen, the consequence becomes profoundly human. One can almost perceive it in Charny's countenance, described in one record as pale, unmoving, except the eyes, which seemed not to perceive the present. This is not the gaze of a confused man. It is the gaze of someone who has suffered betrayal. Further supporting the idea of a last-minute warning is the presence of a Benedictine monk named Henri of Mont Saint-Michel, who served in the infirmary attached to the tower. He maintained a brief diary, not intended for posterity, merely containing jottings about weather and rations. However, one entry stands out. Dated 2 nights before the arrests, it reads, "Unusual activity in the lower cells. Lanterns late. A messenger arrived, refused bread, spoke to none, vanished by sunrise." No official record of such a visitor exists. Who was this individual? A Vatican courier? A Templar defector? Or perhaps one of the shadowy figures we have begun to discern, those who belong neither to the king nor the pope, but move between their respective spheres of influence. Henri never mentions the messenger again, nor does he record any reply from the prisoners. However, one presumes that if the warning was genuine, it had already arrived too late. The network was already compromised, and whatever plans the Templars might have harbored for resistance or escape had already been systematically dismantled by silence, or sold off piece by piece. This pattern is not confined to a single voice. Later depositions echo the same unsettling theme. Brother Renaud of Nemours, questioned under oath, stated he believed some among us knew before, but their lips were sealed. Another brother, Mathieu, cried during his initial interrogation that they told us there was time, but there was none. No time, only locks. Even Jacques de Molay himself, in his final testimony, mentioned in passing that we had feared this day, but not so soon. Not so soon, that is the phrase of someone anticipating the axe, yet surprised by its swift descent. Thus, Rouen transforms into a kind of echo chamber, resonating not merely with screams and secrets, but with regret, with missed signals, and with a final, tragic truth, that an order as disciplined and interconnected as the Templars could be undone, not by overt warfare, but by whispers that arrived after the doors had already been secured. This connects back again to the broken seal, the vanishing envoy, the Pope's silent day threads weaving tighter, patterns converging. But this time, the consequences are not theoretical. They bear names, they bleed, they weep behind stone walls. One might inquire, Why send a warning at all? Perhaps someone within the Vatican, disquieted by the terms that had been agreed upon, acted surreptitiously. Or perhaps a Templar on the inside chose brotherhood over personal survival. Or, and this is the most disquieting theory, the warning was intentional, yet engineered to fail, a gesture, a means of assuaging conscience, while ensuring the inevitable still occurred. After all, a warning that arrives too late is arguably worse than none, creating just enough hope to shatter something far deeper: trust, brotherhood, and faith. And here, within the Tower of Rouen, all three were brought to their knees. Imagine opening a simple wooden box, lined with faded velvet. It creaks softly, as if hesitant to reveal its contents. There, resting within its cradle of dust and shadow, lies a silver medallion, smooth and worn along its edges, as if frequently handled by fingers uncertain whether to grasp it or let it fall. It bears no inscription, no crest, no lion, cross, crown, or sword, nothing to denote rank or allegiance. Only a shallow indentation in its center, shaped like a circle, interrupted by a single vertical line. Subtle, almost accidental, this artifact was discovered in a Templar crypt beneath a former commandery in southern France, unearthed during a 19th century renovation that was never intended to uncover anything of historical significance. The crypt had been improperly sealed, one stone slab askew. Inside were bones, catalogued without ceremony, and this singular item, the medallion. Initially, it was presumed to be a personal keepsake. However, Templars were forbidden from carrying personal symbols. Their vows were stringent, prohibiting decoration, vanity, or markers of individual glory. Their sole insignia was the Red Cross, invariably worn on their mantle, never in jewelry or metal. So, what was this object? The metal was analyzed. It was not particularly rare, a standard alloy for the period, yet it bore no tool marks, no engraving, no signature from a known workshop. And then, there was its shape unfamiliar, yet deliberate, that broken circle. One theory suggests it was a symbol employed by a secret faction within the order, a small, clandestine group of Templars who recognized, earlier than most, that the foundations beneath them were shifting. They understood that this impending conflict could not be fought openly, that secrecy now constituted their sole defense. This specific shape, a bisected circle, has no recorded meaning in Templar archives. However, it appears precisely once in the margins of an obscure document housed at the Bibliotheca Apostolica Vaticana, a scribbled diagram accompanying the phrase duo viae, said una exitus, two paths, but one exit. No context, no explanation, merely an ominous pairing of shape and phrase, rendered in a hand that matches no known scribe. If this sounds like the premise of a novel, it is only because the historical facts here are indeed stranger than fiction. This medallion may have belonged to an individual who navigated the fine line between loyalty and survival, a liaison perhaps between the Templars and another authority, be it Vatican, royal, or something less official. It might have served as a sign not of belonging, but of knowing, a badge not intended for public display, but for mutual recognition. What elevates this beyond mere speculation is a passage in a 14th century confessional log preserved within a monastic collection in Lyon. A friar recounts hearing the final confession of an unnamed dying knight, who spoke of a token worn only by the ones who chose neither vow nor crown, a token shown only once, when the doors shut and the silence began. Its vagueness is chilling, yet its specificity in what it emits is profound. Neither vow nor crown, not Templar, not royal, but something distinct, something intermediary. The medallion also oddly resonates with the sealed letter that never reached Cardinal Fredol. The same broken circle appeared in that parchment's marginal notation, too obscure to be coincidence, too precise to disregard. This suggests that whoever crafted this symbol, this quiet emblem of non-allegiance, was present at multiple critical junctures of this historical narrative. And here, the implications become truly strange. When the medallion was first photographed, a historian in Avignon noticed a curious detail. The patina, darkened by age, had worn off in a specific pattern, a groove along the outer edge. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the medallion had been rotated repeatedly in place, as if utilized in a ritual or as part of a locking mechanism, a key, perhaps, or a token of entrance. This leads to a more provocative theory that the medallion was not merely symbolic, but functional, that it served as proof of membership in a hidden meeting, a physical password not dissimilar to the tokens employed by royal courts to authenticate attendance at secret councils. Present the medallion, gain entry. No name required. This is speculative, of course. Yet, the Templars were logistical masters. They employed invisible ink, encryption, and complex relay systems for letters. Is it so inconceivable that they might have utilized physical tokens for their most sensitive gatherings? If so, then whoever wore this medallion may have stood in the room where the fate of the order was decided not as an attacker, not as a defender, but as a facilitator. The type of figure who speaks little, nods once, and hands the Pope a page that vanishes before it can be copied. And what of the medallion's ultimate resting place, within a sealed crypt among unmarked bones? Perhaps its owner died shortly after the order's collapse. Perhaps he sought anonymity. Or perhaps he was interred by brethren who did not comprehend the token's meaning, only that it held profound significance. One final thread. In 1354, decades after the Templars' fall, a letter surfaced in England, sent to a minor noble by a former chaplain of the order. It makes an oblique reference to the man with the ringless seal and advises the recipient to trust only those who wear nothing but bear the mark unseen. It is a riddle, a whisper suggesting that some fragmented, liminal portion of the order survived in the shadows. And this medallion, cool and silent, may be the last tangible trace of that fragment. Not a banner, not a cross, but merely a shape, a decision, a door closed, yet not forgotten. The sequence commenced with a cough, not the dramatic, consumptive kind, devoid of blood on linen or gasping into a silk handkerchief. Rather, it was a quiet, persistent clearing of the throat, heard in a dim hallway in Avignon, the sort of symptom a man might disregard, might dismiss, especially if that man were the Pope. However, the cough persisted. By the week's end, Pope Clement V had become almost entirely silent, not metaphorically, but literally. His voice had vanished. Official records from early 1307 contain a conspicuous entry in the Apostolic Registry, noting that due to indisposition, His Holiness is unable to grant oral audience. This condition persisted for several days, possibly over a week. Delegations were postponed, dictations ceased. The papal scriptorium recorded a sudden increase in written briefs, many signed not by Clement but by his secretaries. The intriguing aspect is not that he fell ill. Individuals become sick, particularly in Avignon, where dampness clings to the stone like regret. The curious part is its timing. Immediately after the period of the rumored secret meeting, just after the suspicious gap in the papal diary, and just prior to the sudden alignment of the Vatican and the French crown regarding the Templars, some have posited that the Pope's condition was stress-induced. Clement V, after all, was not a hardened politician. He was a lawyer by training, a negotiator by preference. He had ascended to the papacy through compromise, not conquest. And here he found himself caught between the French king's inexorable demands and the Templars' veiled power. Perhaps his silence was the body's physiological response to moral paralysis, a psychosomatic rebellion. However, others are less charitable in their interpretation. Whispers, always whispers, circulated that his voice was suppressed, not by illness, but by deliberate design that he was silenced. Let us explore this proposition. Accounts from within the papal palace describe his infirmity as sudden and alarming. There was no fever, no lesions, no productive cough, merely a constriction of the throat, a breathy rasp. He was reportedly observed gesturing angrily at his advisors during one closed-door meeting. mouthing words that no one could decipher. His physician, Brother Guillaume de Mella, left no written record of his diagnosis. When questioned decades later, he merely replied that His Holiness recovered in time to act. In time to act, the implication is profoundly unsettling. If Clement's temporary muteness resulted from deliberate poisoning, it would have required intimate access, likely from someone within his inner circle. A tincture slipped into his wine, a mild venom applied to the rim of a chalice. Certain substances known at the time, derived from belladonna, henbane, or aconite, could induce throat swelling or paralysis without fatal effect. Certain apothecaries even specialized in soft silencing for ecclesiastical disputes. But why silence the Pope? Perhaps because he was on the verge of speaking out against the plan. Perhaps because someone feared he would recant whatever had been agreed upon behind closed doors at the secret meeting. A man with power and a conscience is dangerous. A man with power and a sudden inability to speak is manageable. There is another detail that reinforces this theory. During the same time frame, correspondence from Philip IV to Clement became notably assertive. One letter, preserved in partial fragments, begins with the phrase, "Since the matter is now clear to both thrones." The tone is presumptive, almost triumphant, as if the king was no longer requesting action but confirming it, as if the Pope's participation was now a foregone conclusion. And Clement? He did not reply directly. For several days, he wrote nothing at all. Instead, cardinals spoke on his behalf. Decrees were issued by proxy, subtle ones, quiet nudges in protocol, a minor instruction to the Inquisitor's office to prepare additional staff, a request to identify dormant properties once held by the Templars. Nothing overtly accusatory, merely the mechanical tightening of gears. Some have suggested that Clement never intended to fully betray the Templars, that he envisioned a kind of forced retirement for the order, a peaceful disbandment, their reabsorption into the church. But the king desired more. He sought humiliation, he craved blood, and perhaps Clement, hesitant and torn, was afforded no alternative. This returns us to the broader theme. We have been tracing control exerted through covert means, a letter intercepted, a warning delayed, a medallion unseen, and now a voice suppressed. Not an execution, not a coup, but just enough pressure, precisely timed, to alter the course of history. This also elucidates why Clement's later actions appeared so inconsistent. He approved the arrests, yes, but hesitantly. He later absolved the Templar leadership in secret, yet did nothing to prevent their punishment. He lamented the king's cruelty, yet never explicitly condemned it. What if the man simply never fully regained his autonomy? A final, unsettling thought. Among the Vatican's lesser-known medical codices is a brief notation by a monk, physician named Hugo de Dusa. Writing in the 1320 seconds, he reflects on a certain silence that fell upon a great man and the tincture that made it so. No name is mentioned, but he includes the recipe, harmless in small doses, paralyzing in others, and wholly undetectable in burial. Clement V died in 1314, 8 years after the arrests. His body was moved twice before interment. No exhumation has ever been permitted, and so we are left with only this: a pope rendered silent at the precise moment when the order he was meant to protect needed him most. Whether by fear, by poison, or by fate, he could not speak. And in that silence, the sword fell. The monastery of San Ruf stands discreetly just beyond the outskirts of Avignon. It possesses no particular grandeur, neither gilded like the Vatican palaces, nor fortified like the Templar commanderies. It is small, austere. Its stone has weathered into a softness, and its bells toll with a tone that sounds more like a whisper than a summons. Yet, within its cloistered silence, there once resided a monk whose name became paradoxically renowned for what he refused to utter. His name was Brother Mathieu of Arles, a Benedictine scribe and occasional chronicler. In the late winter of 1306, Records confirm that Mathieu was briefly summoned to the papal palace in Avignon. This was not unusual. Benedictines were frequently employed for copying sensitive materials or conveying clerical messages. However, something occurred during that visit, something that compelled him, without fanfare, to never speak again. Not merely about what he witnessed, but about anything at all. The transformation was immediate. He returned to Saint Ruf the very next morning, offering no farewell, no explanation. From that day forward, Brother Mathieu adopted what his fellow monks termed a vow of perfect silence. The phrase is unusual. No such official Benedictine vow exists. Silence, yes, but not of this absolute severity. Mathieu ceased all vocal communication, not even chanting, not even prayers, communicating solely through nods, gestures, and ink. Initially, his brethren presumed it to be a spiritual crisis, a mystical reaction. However, the abbot, troubled, began to record Mathieu's behavior. He noted that Mathieu kept a small satchel perpetually near his person, never letting it out of his sight. Furthermore, he would sit for hours in the scriptorium, not transcribing scripture, but copying and recopying a single set of pages written in a cipher that no one could decipher. When questioned about it through notes, he merely shook his head. The satchel vanished after his death. Let us revisit the timing. The night Mathieu spent in Avignon aligns almost perfectly with the 24-hour gap in Pope Clement's diary, the very same night that, according to earlier findings, may have encompassed a secret meeting between select Vatican advisors, royal agents, and potentially a Templar envoy. A meeting with no official record and no acknowledged outcome. If Mathieu was present, even as a scribe or a quiet observer, it would provide a comprehensive explanation for all subsequent events. But why the silence? Some have speculated that he witnessed a betrayal so profound it shattered him. Others propose he was coerced into silence by oath or by threat, compelled to swear upon something sacred, sealed with a promise more binding than any parchment. Still others wonder if he copied something he could not unsee, a text, a pact, an agreement shrouded in ritual and fear. A single surviving manuscript attributed to Brother Mathieu exists today in the archives of Major Abbey. It is neither a gospel nor a liturgical work. It is, inexplicably, a bestiary, a catalogue of animals, both real and imagined. On the surface, it appears innocuous, but in the margins peculiar elements emerge. Creatures labeled with dates, symbols reminiscent of the medallion discovered in the Templar crypt, and one half-erased drawing of two men seated at a long table, a single candle between them, its light casting the shadow of a cross across neither. No names, no explanations, merely imagery that seems out of place, ominously restrained. The monks at Saint Ruf accepted Brother Mathieu's silence, though it disquieted them. He remained dutiful, kind, and present, yet always slightly detached. It was said he bore an expression part wonder, part grief that never left his eyes. He died in the summer of 1312, the same year the Templar order was officially dissolved by papal decree. A coincidence, perhaps, but for the few who still pursue this line of inquiry, it possesses a chilling symmetry. One might inquire if there is conclusive proof of Mathieu's presence at the meeting. No formal documentation places him inside the papal chamber that night. However, records of his absence from Saint Ruf align with the time frame, and a travel receipt issued to a monk of his name was found among the papal household logs, signed and sealed with the Pope's private ring, the same seal that later appears faintly, and with a crack through its center, on the letter that was intercepted and never sent, a quiet signature beneath a louder silence. We must also consider the possibility that Mathieu was chosen precisely because he would not divulge what he saw. Some scribes were valued for their discretion as much as their penmanship, and perhaps he was intended to transcribe something that would never again be read a record, not for the archives but for the conscience of a church in transition. If so, then his silence transcends mere absence. It becomes testimony. Silence as resistance, silence as protection, silence as the ultimate barrier between truth and collapse. One might recall the earlier pattern, when the Pope himself lost his voice, when letters went undelivered, when whispers arrived too late. And now, a monk who deliberately chooses never to speak again. This composite paints a stark picture, does it not? A world where the most profound secrets are preserved not through clamor but through carefully cultivated gaps, a sentence left unfinished, a name unspoken, a vow made not in ink but in the empty space between words. And at the epicenter of it all, Brother Mathieu of Arles, the monk who would not speak, who refused to bear witness, because perhaps, just perhaps, what he saw that night was never meant to survive in audible form. The ledger appears unremarkable at first, a list of financial transfers, columned by date and destination, some entries noted in the cramped hand of a clerk preoccupied more with arithmetic than with posterity. However, one line in particular compels attention, not for its content, but for its abrupt termination. The ledger simply ends. The entry is dated January 1307 and records a substantial withdrawal from the account of Amato del Leone, a banker of Lombard origin operating discreetly in Avignon. The withdrawal is labeled displacement of reserves, a vague term in any century. Following this, there is no continuation, no subsequent entry, no next page. The ledger itself was never resumed. According to tax records, Amato del Leone vanished in the first week of February. His house was shuttered, his staff dispersed. The municipal clerk noted that he left no debts, yet also no forwarding address or instructions. It was as if he merely stepped out of his counting room, closed the door, and evaporated. Yet, bankers do not simply vanish, not in that era, and certainly not without considerable notice. In Avignon at the time, Lombard bankers occupied a unique position, simultaneously powerful and largely invisible. They functioned as the financial arteries of the church, discreet operators who understood the inherent value of secrecy in a world that trafficked in both gold and gilt. Amato was particularly well regarded, known for his discretion and his unwavering refusal to engage in the more speculative temptations of his trade. He was, in essence, the kind of man one could trust to quietly facilitate the disappearance of large sums. So, why did he himself disappear? Here, the narrative becomes intricate. A few months later, in early summer, the Templar arrests had commenced in earnest. Across France, knights were forcibly removed from their beds, their manors sealed, their records seized. However, not a single record of Templar accounts was found in Avignon. The Templar accounts there had been settled, balanced, and closed no sudden absences, no unaccounted funds, as if they had been forewarned. This brings us back to Amato. Several obscure references suggest he acted as an intermediary, not solely between the Templars and the Vatican, but also between rival factions within both institutions. He possessed the singular ability to orchestrate a discreet transfer between a monastic order and a crown without alerting a single scribe. A courier, once apprehended in Montpellier, claimed to have delivered a sealed satchel to Amato's residence containing documents for dissolution. When questioned, he insisted the package bore both a red wax seal and a fragment of gold ribbon, the same type utilized in the Pope's private correspondence. Naturally, the satchel was never recovered. In a letter dated 3 years after the Templars' fall, a former royal treasurer mentions Amato by name. He writes, almost in passing, the Lombard, who was clever enough to see the tide turning, removed himself with grace. He saw the map redrawing. That particular phrase, the map redrawing, has become a form of shorthand among certain historians, suggesting that some individuals understood not merely that something was ending, but what would subsequently emerge in its place. And then there is the artifact. In 1882, a small bronze box was unearthed in a walled-up cellar beneath a merchant house in Avignon. Inside, wrapped in oilskin, were coins, receipts, and one folded parchment bearing the seal of a Templar preceptor in Provence. The document contained no body text, only a salutation to the trusted hand who parts the sea. Historians debated its meaning, a poetic flourish, a cryptic code, but the timing aligns. The house belonged to Amato. One can almost envision the scene: a man with too many keys and too few allegiances, a knock at the door in the cold hours before dawn, a conversation held in whispers, a ledger closed not due to error, but due to finality. Perhaps Amato assisted in orchestrating a portion of the collapse, not the betrayal itself, but the underlying scaffolding, the financial logistics of a deal too perilous to ever surface. Perhaps he was compensated to ensure that certain accounts were emptied without arousing suspicion. Perhaps he facilitated the funneling of assets to safe havens before the fall. Or perhaps he simply discerned the signs, the sealed letters, the papal silence, the way certain men no longer met his gaze, and decided it was time to depart before his discretion transformed into a liability. It is the silences that reverberate most profoundly here. No arrest, no trial, no property seizure, merely absence. And within that void, the unmistakable outline of someone who knew too much to remain. There is also the matter of a final notation, scrolled in Latin in the margin of a separate ledger discovered decades later in Genoa. It reads, "A man must know when the ship is wood and when it is fire. No signature, no context." But the entry is dated 1307 and written in a hand almost identical to one found in Amato's surviving correspondences. A warning, or perhaps a farewell. His trail concludes in silence. No record of death, no inheritance claimed. But the clues left behind strongly suggest that Amato did not merely vanish, he chose to dissolve. And that choice to disappear precisely when silence became currency may be the reason so little of the Templars' vast financial network was ever recovered. They had, it seems, someone on the inside, someone who understood that treasure is not always gold. Sometimes it is information, and sometimes the most valuable asset of all is knowing when to withdraw before the storm breaks. The Inquisition possessed numerous instruments: fire, parchment, and iron. However, its most incisive tool was invariably timing. It is easy to conceive of the Inquisition as a relentless, ceaselessly grinding machine, merciless and uninterrupted, and in most instances, this perception holds true. The machinery of ecclesiastical justice, once activated, rarely paused. Yet, in the months following the rumored secret meeting in Avignon, an unusual phenomenon occurred: a delay. Despite escalating accusations, burgeoning street rumors, and increasing pressure from the French crown, the Inquisition's apparatus hesitated. For weeks after Pope Clement and King Philip allegedly reached some unspoken agreement, no summons were issued, no trials commenced. The Vatican's tribunals, typically swift to act in the face of suspected heresy, remained conspicuously quiet. To a casual observer, this might have suggested uncertainty. Perhaps Rome was carefully weighing its options, or perhaps the Pope awaited further substantiating proof. However, those intimately familiar with the operational tempo of papal justice perceived something more peculiar: preparation, devoid of action. Behind closed doors, the system meticulously readied itself. Tribunal seats were arranged, inquisitors were reassigned, additional scribes were summoned to key bishops, and monastic libraries were purged of potentially contradictory texts. Yet, the hammer did not fall. Not yet. Why this gap, this interlude, has become one of the most vigorously debated silences in the history of the Templars' downfall. If Clement had already assented to Philip's plan, why did the Vatican hesitate to deploy its most infamous instrument? Some believe the delay was strategic, that following the secret meeting, the Vatican required time to orchestrate a narrative that would appear legitimate, to construct a framework wherein betrayal could be perceived as justice. This necessitated more than mere logistics. It demanded meticulous choreography. Testimonies had to be shaped, evidence aligned. The public required preparation not solely through fear, but through subtle suggestion. Scribes were instructed to circulate prior accusations against the Templars, some dating back decades, most of which had long been dismissed. Ancient murmurs of idolatry, strange rituals, and unnatural vows were resurrected, like specters emerging from the catacombs. Yet, still, no formal inquisition was initiated. It was not until after Philip IV commanded the mass arrest of the Templars in October 1307 that the gears truly began to turn. Only then, when the knights were already shackled, did the Vatican finally dispatch its inquisitors. This reversal of traditional protocol crown preceding church was unprecedented. Conventionally, the church brought accusations, and the crown enforced them. However, in this instance, Philip acted first, and Rome followed. This suggests either that Clement was coerced into compliance, or that he was complicit in a broader strategy that necessitated plausible deniability. If we return to the concept of a secret meeting, a covert agreement between throne and altar, then the Vatican's delay assumes a grim logic. The Inquisition had to wait, not because it was unprepared, but because its readiness needed to appear reluctant. This also connects to the earlier disappearance of Brother Amory, the Templar emissary who vanished after his alleged audience with the Pope. If he carried messages warning of the arrests, it might have been the Vatican's sustained silence, rather than its explicit pronouncements, that ultimately sealed the order's fate. Consider this. Several inquisitorial manuals from the period emphasize the importance of judicious timing in the punishment of heresy, not for fairness, but for maximal effect. A protracted accusation grants the accused sufficient time to rally support. A sudden strike, conversely, fosters confusion and enforces immediate obedience. The most chilling clue emerges from an internal Vatican memorandum discovered in the archives of Narbonne, penned by a subordinate notary to his superior. It advises, hold proceedings until the Crown has made visible the offences. Let the Church act only once the rot is seen. This represents a strategy of calculated obfuscation. Permit the damage to be inflicted, then intervene as the moral custodian. We can also examine the testimony of Guillaume de Paris, the royal confessor and Philip IV's personal inquisitor. During his interrogation of imprisoned Templars, he alluded to a greater plan that had been discussed with Rome and under God. Yet, nowhere in the official records does such a plan appear, a plan that exists only in marginal notes and whispers. This pause also resonates with the medallion lacking insignia, an artifact of silence, of action unclaimed. It echoes the Pope's lost voice, Brother Matthew's vow, and the missing monk from Mont Saint-Michel, whose absence was never officially acknowledged. Collectively, these moments form a persistent motif. The delay in the Inquisition's action was not a lapse, it was a deliberate decision, a signal that the institutions purportedly designed to safeguard against unchecked power had, instead, become participants in its intricate choreography. Even the language employed in subsequent papal bulls is cautiously phrased, as if retracting steps into certainty. Words such as alleged, grave suspicion, and perceived corruption carefully circumvent explicit accusations of heresy. It is almost as if Clement sought to retain the option of retreat until it was irrevocably too late to do so. And when the Inquisition finally mobilized, it did so with brutal precision. No second chances, no deviations. The apparatus, having waited, sprang forward like a meticulously baited trap. The silence had served its purpose. It is imperative to reflect on the meaning of silence in a world constructed upon spoken rights and written law. To defer judgment is to reshape history. To knowingly await while a tide of falsehood gains momentum constitutes a form of complicity, a quiet betrayal. And in the Vatican's deliberate inaction, we discover not mercy, but strategic calculation, a gap born not of uncertainty, but of intricate coordination. The Church did not strike first, but it ensured the strike would be enduring. The events commenced as fires often do in the quietest hours of the night. The papal archivist on duty reportedly first detected it a faint scent of smoke, intermingled with damp parchment and candle wax. Then came the glow, initially soft, like the nascent light of sunrise filtering through stained glass. Yet, this was neither sun nor sacred radiance. It was flame, escalating rapidly. The fire erupted in the restricted wing of the Avignon archives in early spring, 1308, merely months after the coordinated arrests of the Templars had astonished Europe. The official cause was recorded as a candle left unattended by a novice scribe, a minor error exacerbated by the dry winter air and the highly flammable nature of centuries-old vellum. No lives were lost, but the records perished, specifically a stack of documents spanning a narrow time frame from mid-December 1306 to late February 1307. These dates, one might recognize, correspond almost precisely to the period of the alleged secret meeting, the enigmatic 24-hour gap in Pope Clement's itinerary, the sudden shift in royal policy, the disappearance of the Templar envoy, Brother Amory, and the Pope's abrupt muteness. In essence, the fire appeared to target the exact historical juncture around which this investigation has gravitated. Officially, it was classified as an accident, a regrettable loss. A few scrolls and a dozen parchments, stated the Vatican, nothing of major consequence. However, those employed within the archives knew otherwise. Several of the destroyed items had recently been requested for review by high-ranking clergy. One bore the Pope's personal seal. Another was rumored to be a draft of a papal bull that was never issued. This was not a random pile, it was a curated dossier. Furthermore, there is the peculiar conduct of the archivist himself. Brother Jean de Caster, who managed that specific wing, departed Avignon 2 weeks after the fire. Voluntarily, but abruptly, he retired to a remote priory near the Rhône, where he reportedly adopted beekeeping, a quiet end to a quiet career. Decades later, however, a fragment of parchment was discovered tucked inside the binding of a psalter, believed to be his personal copy. It bore a single Latin phrase, "Ignis non delet pactum," fire does not erase a pact. The Vatican dismissed it as metaphor, but those conversant with the context hear something else, a warning or perhaps a confession. Let us pause to consider the extent of what was lost. Among the items consumed were a copy of the daily registry from the papal residence, 2 sealed letters bearing royal wax impressions, a log of visitors to Benedictine hostels in Avignon, and an unsigned draft bearing the heading Compendium Pro Ordinis Militiae Templi. The last is particularly tantalizing. The title suggests a summary of deliberations concerning the Templar order. It might have been innocuous, or it might have been a written account of that which had, until then, existed solely as rumor, a deal, a compromise, a whispered sacrifice. Some historians have endeavored to reconstruct the contents based on references in later documents, a passing mention in a cardinal's diary, a complaint by a Franciscan scribe about lost minutes, a note in the margin of a 1310 theological commentary. This argument has already been settled, as was agreed in the winter meeting. That phrase, winter meeting, appears nowhere else in ecclesiastical records. Coincidence is always a possibility, but then again, so is deliberate design. This fire was not the sole archival blaze of the period. A smaller one erupted in Béziers, destroying local diocesan records from the same year. Another flared in a minor monastic library in Poitiers, incinerating letters between a bishop and a Templar preceptor. All were attributed to accidents, candles, lightning, unwatched hearths. One might recall earlier investigative threads. The intercepted letter with the broken seal, the banker who vanished without a trace, the monk who swore silence rather than speak of what he had witnessed. Each moment, viewed in isolation, might seem like mere background noise. However, in sequence, they form a kind of choreography, a pervasive pattern of erasure. The fire in Avignon was perhaps the most literal act within that sequence, an attempt not merely to obscure, but to incinerate. There is another complexity. Contemporary sources indicate that several of the destroyed scrolls had recently been relocated from the papal study, not because they were intrinsically dangerous, but because they were deemed too sensitive for ongoing inquiry. This phrasing originates from a surviving log in the outer archives. It implies knowledge, intent. These documents were not forgotten, they were specifically identified, and someone, it seems, ensured they would never again be read. It is tempting to imagine a saboteur, a rogue monk, armed with flint and a mission. More plausibly, however, this constituted administrative sabotage, a bureaucratic execution carried out under the guise of routine, perhaps even orchestrated from above. And yet, fire proves to be an imperfect editor. It often consumes what it should not. One document, partially scorched, survived in fragments. It was later meticulously reconstructed in the Vatican's Cottes Salvati. Its final line remains legible. To do nothing is to decide. Let the record perish, again unsigned, again suspiciously timed. We have discussed silence, disappearance, and delay. But this fire was distinct. This was not absence. This was removal. A purge, not of individuals, but of memory. In the shadowy history of the Templars' fall, numerous gaps exist. But some gaps are profoundly darker than others. Some are not mere holes in the record, but holes intentionally burned, clean and final. And so, we sit before this empty shelf where 12 parchments once rested, listening to the faint echo of crackling vellum curling in on itself, carrying with it secrets that no trial would ever name. The storm did not manifest with thunder. It commenced with a silence so deliberate that it could almost be mistaken for calm. In the weeks preceding the mass arrests of the Knights Templar in October 1307, France did not resemble a kingdom preparing for war against one of Christendom's most powerful military orders. There were no public declarations, no proclamations of heresy, no sermons warning of the devil cloaked in white. Instead, there was administrative activity, quiet orders, subtle reshuffling, officials moving through towns with sealed scrolls and downcast eyes. In essence, there was extensive coordination, but an eerie absence of noise. This profound quietude baffles historians. For an operation of such magnitude, a sweep involving thousands of knights across hundreds of commanderies, there is a startling lack of the usual precursors. No records of legal proceedings being drafted, no public debates among royal councillors. Even the French nobility, many of whom maintained long-standing relationships with the Templars, appeared blindsided. How does a kingdom prepare to arrest an entire order in near total silence? One possibility lies in efficiency. Philip IV was not a flamboyant ruler, but a calculating one. His court was built upon bureaucratic precision. He had meticulously restructured France's legal apparatus to serve his ambitions, and had positioned loyal clerks in key administrative roles, the kind of ruler capable of weaponizing paperwork with the same efficacy as steel. Yet, even Philip could not act entirely unilaterally. He required the Church's support, or at the very least, its silence. And this is where the Vatican's peculiar delay becomes pertinent. For while Rome hesitated, France meticulously prepared. One of the initial indicators appears in a mundane report from the Royal Chancery in early September. A request was made for updated inventories of ecclesiastical prisons, primarily minor abbeys with unused holding cells. No explanation was provided. The request was merely filed under logistical foresight. Shortly thereafter, the French Treasury recorded several bulk purchases of parchment, wax seals, and chains. These too were quietly noted. However, the most telling clue is human. A man named Guillaume de Nogaret, Philip's iron-fisted minister, began making sudden, unannounced visits to regional baileys in late August. There were no summons, no open meetings. He would arrive, whisper instructions, and depart. Witnesses later recalled that these visits frequently resulted in clerks receiving sealed orders not to be opened until a specific date, October 12th. Inside these orders were detailed instructions for the arrest of the Templars, complete with names, addresses, and lists of items to seize. How these documents were prepared so far in advance remains an enigma, particularly since the public charges were not officially articulated until later. The Templars themselves seemed entirely unaware. As late as early October, they were observed openly conducting business, lending money, holding mass, hosting nobles. There are no reports of sudden movements, no hoarding of supplies, no bolting of gates. It is as if they suspected nothing, unless, of course, some did. Recall the earlier whispers within the Tower of Ruin concerning warnings that arrived too late, or the banker Amato del Leone, who vanished in the weeks preceding the arrests. These fragments form a puzzle, suggesting that certain individuals possessed foreknowledge that something was imminent, though perhaps not the precise nature, timing, or scope of the impending events. Now, consider the fact that in several key locations, Paris, Toulouse, Reims, the local royal officials had already drafted Templar property claims before the arrests even commenced. This implies not merely foreknowledge of guilt, but of an inevitable outcome. These officials were not simply prepared for seizure, they were anticipating inheritance. This leads to a darker possibility. What if the silence was not merely strategic but ceremonial? Rare references in medieval political thought allude to the concept of the hollow verdict, a punishment rendered in quietude, so that when it is finally pronounced, it arrives fully formed, undeniable, almost divine. The silence becomes an intrinsic part of the performance. It cultivates the illusion that the world itself has passed judgment, not merely human agents. We have previously observed this silence in the Pope's voiceless days, in Brother Matthew's vow, in the Vatican's delayed inquisitions. And now, in the days preceding the raids, it expanded to encompass an entire kingdom, a meticulously orchestrated hush, pregnant with impending violence. This aligns with a minor but frequently overlooked incident recorded by a notary in Orleans. He recounts that the night before the arrests, a local priest reported observing a royal official burying a sealed chest beneath the chapel floor. When asked about its contents, the official replied only, "To be opened if they resist." The chest was never recovered. However, perhaps the most chilling detail of all is found not in a document, but in a silence even more profound than those previously noted. In the week preceding the arrests, the bells of Notre Dame de Paris were not rung at Vespers. The reason remains unrecorded: no holiday, no mourning, no weather event, merely a missing toll. One might dismiss this as coincidence. Yet, in medieval Paris, bells represented the city's heartbeat. For them to cease unannounced is not insignificant. It is the sound of held breath, the calm before the blade. And when the morning of October 13th arrived, the blade descended swift, total, unavoidable. The Templars, once so deeply entrenched in every corner of France, were caught entirely off guard, as if the world had inexplicably turned against them overnight. But in truth, the world had already turned. The silence had merely concealed its rotation. What is more terrifying than thunder? The moment just preceding it, when the sky seemingly forgets to breathe, when one realizes the storm is not merely approaching, it has already arrived. Such was France in the autumn of 1307, not unprepared, but profoundly, deliberately quiet. An entire section, dated late September to early October 1307, meticulously outlines transactions that are anything but routine. 24 saddles were ordered without accompanying horses. A shipment of iron bars, not coin, was delivered to an undisclosed location outside Carcassonne. And an unusual phrase is repeated 4 times in the margins. In nocte parati sumus, we are ready in the night. Ready for what? The dates, once again, are critical. These entries appear mere days before the Templar arrests on October 13th. The Bézier's commandery, though small, was evidently mobilizing. But mobilizing for what specific purpose? Escape? Resistance? Or something altogether different? The Black Book offers no explicit explanations, only further questions. One curious entry lists payment for a wagon secured against fire and stone. Another refers to sealed bundles for the river road. The handwriting in these later pages shifts, appearing more rushed, more cautious. One entry concludes abruptly mid-word, as if the writer was interrupted. it is conceivable that these are merely logistical notations for routine movement of goods. However, the surrounding context casts significant doubt. Why label candles and rope as prepared stock for dissolution? Why were so many items marked, not with names or locations, but with enigmatic symbols? An upside-down cross, a broken sun, a crescent within a square. We have encountered symbols previously. The unmarked medallion discovered in a Templar crypt, the drawings in Brother Matthew's bestiary, the peculiar seal on the lost Chinon command. A distinct language exists here, designed to obscure meaning while simultaneously communicating to those with privileged knowledge. And then, at the very end of the book, on the inside of the back cover, a single phrase is inscribed in larger, bolder letters: Ad pactum servandum ignoramus. To preserve the pact, we prefer fire. This is chilling, not solely for its fatalism, but for its resonance with other evidence. Recall the scorched archives in Avignon, and the marginal comment from Brother Jean de Casta: fire does not erase a pact. These are not isolated flourishes. They are integral to a pattern, a form of internal doctrine. The Black Book may have functioned as a manual, not merely a ledger, a guide for Templar cells anticipating the Order's destruction, detailing procedures for swift dismantling, burial, and incineration. And it raises a critical question. How far in advance did they possess this knowledge? We have traced numerous signs indicative of a sudden betrayal, a coordinated ambush. However, the Black Book suggests that at least some Templars perceived the impending shadow and received a warning, perhaps unofficial, perhaps whispered from behind a mitred veil, and acted accordingly. This would explain why, in several regions, Templar properties yielded surprisingly little upon seizure. Gold vaults discovered empty, records missing, horses relocated, preceptories abandoned. It would also explain the arrest reports from Béziers itself. According to royal documents, the Béziers commandery was found devoid of all primary officers. Only 2 young initiates were apprehended, both professing ignorance of any wrongdoing. The preceptor, his lieutenant, and the chief scribe all had vanished in the night. The arresting officer described the scene as eerily tidy. No struggle, no disorder, merely the distinct impression that something had been swiftly and intentionally moved. And now we know, thanks to this unassuming little book, that it was. What renders the Black Book so invaluable is not that it conclusively proves a conspiracy, but that it unequivocally demonstrates readiness. The Order was not entirely caught unawares. At least one cell was preparing for collapse, perhaps even instructed to do so. This points to internal communication, possibly from high levels, which in turn suggests that even as the papacy and the French crown coordinated the Templars' demise, someone within the Order was endeavoring to mitigate the damage. Whether that individual was Jacques de Molay himself, another Grand Visitor, or a splinter group operating in the shadows, may forever remain unknown. But the evidence is now irrefutable. Someone lit the fuse, and someone else prepared the buckets of sand. The Black Book also serves as a crucial link to the quiet tension explored in earlier chapters, the silence of the Inquisition, the fire that eliminated inconvenient evidence, the banker who vanished just prior to the fall. This modest ledger, concealed within the dusty remnants of a forgotten chapel, bridges the personal and the institutional. It connects whispers to logistical operations. It reveals that secrets are not merely hidden, they are meticulously planned. And ultimately, perhaps that is the most profound revelation of all. The Templars did not simply perish. They folded deliberately, quietly, with pre-established protocols, checklists, and coded phrases that only acquire meaning once the rising flames have already been discerned. It appears unremarkable initially, a brittle manuscript, perhaps 20 pages long, its vellum slightly yellowed, its edges frayed. The cover bears no crest, no date, no signature. In a dimly lit room, it would readily pass for any other ecclesiastical note, a forgotten devotional, a lost sermon, perhaps even a confession. However, under ultraviolet light, something distinct emerges, a ghost of a sentence barely perceptible to the naked eye, yet undeniable under the correct wavelength. The ink, once vibrant, has faded, not through natural aging, but through deliberate intent. Whoever inscribed it did not intend for it to endure eternally. They wished it to whisper, and then to vanish. The fragment reads, "The knights have agreed to dissolve, provided." And then the line abruptly breaks a tear in the page, a smear of wax, a void. This is the so-called Avignon manuscript, discovered in a private collection in the late 19th century, misfiled among decorative bookplates and ecclesiastical poetry. The collector, a retired French notary with an astute eye for curiosities, possessed no inkling of the treasure he held. It was not until decades later, when preservationists began scanning the manuscript using nascent ultraviolet techniques, that the hidden text came to light. The line has haunted historians ever since, not for what it explicitly states, but for what it almost states. The knights have agreed to dissolve, provided what? Safe passage? Immunity for leaders? A transfer of wealth? Silence in exchange for survival? We cannot definitively ascertain, but the implications are staggering. If genuine, the sentence suggests that the order's demise was not merely a blunt act of betrayal, but a negotiation, a deal brokered behind velvet curtains, not surrender, but a calculated transaction. The manuscript itself contains layers of intrigue. Even without the invisible line, its pages provoke scrutiny. The language is formal, but hesitant. Latin structured like a legal draft, yet featuring peculiar gaps where clauses should reside. One paragraph trails off mid-sentence, and the subsequent one begins with a capital letter lacking an antecedent. It is as if the document served as a placeholder, a preliminary sketch, something intended for finalization but never completed. And the physical details deepen the mystery. The parchment bears traces of gold thread binding, indicative of high status or papal use. The ink, at least what remains visible, is a blend found exclusively in high chancel scribal works, likely reserved for confidential communications. Even more curious, the manuscript was folded tightly, as if concealed inside a sleeve or sewn into a lining. This was not a document intended for routine storage. It was a message intended for clandestine movement. Scholars now suspect it was a draft, an early iteration of an agreement never formally enacted, but perhaps utilized as the foundation for verbal negotiations. It may have been briefly displayed, read by flickering candlelight, then secreted away for safekeeping until someone, fearing its contents, applied a fading agent to the ink, chemically engineered to degrade under light and time. Why not destroy it outright? Because outright erasure engenders suspicion, whereas decay cultivates doubt. And in the political landscape of Avignon, doubt was frequently more advantageous than unvarnished truth. We have observed similar strategies previously: the fire that consumed select Vatican archives, the vanished banker who orchestrated quiet exits, the Templar ledger from Béziers, replete with cryptic references to dissolution. This manuscript resonates with all of them, suggesting that the collapse of the Templars was not a singular, decisive blow, but a meticulously choreographed series of acts, each leaving behind just enough evidence to suggest intent, but insufficient to prove it unequivocally. Naturally, skeptics exist. Some contend that the disappearing ink was a later addition, perhaps part of a 16th century forgery. However, the parchment has been carbon dated to within 10 years of 1307, and the ink, though altered, exhibits the chemical signature of gallnut compounds utilized in the papal chancery during that precise period. More tellingly still, a fragmentary inventory of papal correspondences from 1307 includes an entry listed simply as intent to suppress, confidential, unwitnessed. No author, no destination, merely that enigmatic phrase. The archivist's notation was added in haste. The original document has never been located, but some believe the Avignon manuscript is that very document. And if so, it raises profoundly troubling questions, because if a deal was drafted, even covertly, then someone, either the Pope, the King, or a senior figure within the order, was willing to trade the institution for something else: power, peace, safety, or silence. A moral ambiguity pervades this historical juncture, lingering across the centuries. The Templars have long been characterized as either martyrs or monsters. But what if they were something far more human? Survivors, negotiators, active participants in their own erasure. One phrase from an unrelated letter now seems unexpectedly resonant in light of this manuscript. A cardinal in Avignon wrote in a personal note to his brother, "They bowed not from fear, but from the weight of knowledge." This may have referred to the Templars, or to someone else entirely, but the underlying theme is clear. Everyone knew something momentous was approaching. This document, hidden and intentionally faded, does not definitively prove a conspiracy, but it irrefutably demonstrates expectation. It proves preparation. It proves that before the arrests, the fires, and the trials, someone attempted to establish terms. And in that act, we glimpse the true nature of the betrayal, not in the ensuing violence, but in the compromise that preceded it. The specific words were never spoken aloud, not in council, not in chapel, not even whispered within the cloisters. They were committed to writing, recited once, and then sealed. It was designated Sacrificium Pro Unitatis Rei, though few knew it by that name. A papal bull was issued, not for public dissemination, but for a select circle of high-ranking clergy, delivered in duplicate, but never formally published. The Vatican would later refer to it only obliquely as a private matter concerning ecclesial political harmony. However, among those who received it, it became known by another name, the Oath of Avignon. It emerged from the shadows decades later in the personal archive of a minor Spanish bishop. His family had preserved the parchment as an heirloom, passing it down like a reliquary, folded tightly and wrapped in cloth. The document bears Clement V's seal, faded but intact. The ink is dense, the phrasing meticulously careful. It reads not as a decree, but as an understanding, a compact framed in sacrificial language and diplomatic ambiguity. It commences with a premise both elegant and chilling. Where unity falters, sacrifice must stitch the breach. From this point, the bull outlines a theological justification for compromising with temporal power. It discusses the necessity of safeguarding Europe's holy structure from collapse and warns of an emerging tide of disintegration, attributing blame neither to heretics nor to enemies, but to the excessive independence of martial orders. Nowhere does it explicitly mention the Knights Templar, yet the subtext is unequivocally clear. The order is the subject even in its absence. The bull proceeds to assert that an accord must be reached whereby both crown and crozier are satisfied, and offers that if an offering must be made to preserve unity, let that offering be cloaked in righteousness, not vengeance. In other words, let it possess the appearance of holiness, even if its underlying nature is not. One line in particular stands out. Should the knights agree to stand down, the church shall not pursue them further. This constitutes a conditional promise, or perhaps a signal, a backroom offer. This aligns eerily well with the Vanishing Ink manuscript previously examined, which read, "The knights have agreed to dissolve, provided." Now, we discern the other side of that phrase, a papal assurance, a secret vow. It also casts new light on Pope Clement's peculiar silence following the alleged meeting with King Philip. If this oath was indeed formulated during that gap in his itinerary, the same gap that witnessed the disappearance of Brother Amory, the Pope's subsequent illness, and the suspicious shift in royal policy, then it emerges as the linchpin in a coordinated betrayal. A betrayal adorned in velvet, scented with incense. Scholars have long grappled with the bull's unusual tone. It does not read as law, it reads as diplomacy. There is no thunder, no condemnation of heresy, no damnation. Instead, it offers carefully chosen phrasing, theological cushions, and an almost apologetic cadence. One passage even appears to lament what must be done. Let those who must perish do so quietly, for they perish not from sin, but from necessity. This line has elicited endless commentary. Necessity, according to whom? For King Philip, the necessity was financial. The crown was deeply indebted to the Templars, and perceived in their dissolution a path to solvency. For Clement, perhaps the necessity was survival. His position was already precarious, caught between France's powerful crown and the Roman Curia's expectations. To defy Philip could have resulted in exile, or worse. Thus, he acquiesced, not publicly, but privately, with soft ink and sealed parchment, utilizing the language of unity. And herein lies the genius and the horror of the Oath of Avignon. It was conceived not as a command, but as a justification, a moral pretext, a mirror for future generations to gaze into and discern whatever they desired. Justice, if that was their need. Complicity, if they dared to see it. Consider this within the context of the pervasive silence uncovered throughout this investigation. The Vatican's delay in deploying inquisitors, the coordinated arrests, the missing records, the coded phrases in the Black Book of Béziers, the precise timing of every event. These elements form a lattice, a web within which this oath resides at the very center. There is also a tantalizing addendum on the reverse page of the document, a handwritten marginal note, likely added by one of the cardinal recipients. It reads, "Let no one speak of this before the third seal breaks." No one has definitively interpreted this cryptic line. Some believe it refers to the breaking of 3 ecclesiastical seals on a related document. Others suspect it alludes to apocalyptic prophecy, specifically the 3rd seal of the Book of Revelation, which portends scarcity and imbalance, a world thrust into negotiation. However, perhaps its meaning is simpler, a warning, not yet, and so the oath remained silent. Its recipients did not debate it, they obeyed. The Pope did not retract it, he retreated into ambiguity. The world, witnessing the Templars' downfall, assumed it was divine judgment. But behind the altar, in a locked chamber in Avignon, the judgment had already been rendered quietly, elegantly, and without witnesses. The Templars may have been courageous. They may even have been innocent. But above all, they were inconvenient. And in a world where power was precariously balanced between throne and altar, inconvenience was rarely permitted to endure. They were not intended to scrutinize so closely. In the late 15th century, nearly 2 centuries after the fall of the Templars, a young Vatican archivist named Father Antonio Luciani was assigned a tedious yet prestigious task to catalogue the older ledgers of the Avignon papacy. A scholar with a penchant for marginalia and a fondness for ecclesiastical law, Luciani approached the assignment with seriousness, perhaps a little too seriously for the preferences of his superiors. What he discovered was not shocking in its explicit content, but profoundly suggestive in its implications. A slim, dust-caked ledger, misfiled under Curia Miscellaneous, contained entries for items moved into deep storage sometime around the year 1308. Most were routine: ceremonial vestments, old coinage dies, a cracked crucifix from Avignon. However, the final item captured his attention. The line simply read, "One register of suppressed deliberations, not to be indexed." Luciani, intrigued by the phrasing, noted the item in his catalogue, appending a quiet Latin phrase in the margin, "Negotium in tenebris quin destructio ordinis," the quiet negotiation that destroyed the order. That single sentence, scribbled almost casually in faded ink, would remain unnoticed until the early 20th century, when the Vatican granted limited access to previously sealed sections of its archives. A visiting Jesuit historian encountered Luciani's catalogue and highlighted that cryptic phrase. He authored an article about it, a modest piece in a theological journal, but it caught the attention of researchers already pursuing whispers of the Templars' downfall. What could a 15th century archivist possibly have known about a negotiation that transpired 2 centuries prior? And more importantly, how? There are no known records in the primary papal bulls that describe a formal agreement between the Templars and the Church. No proclamations, no confessions, no evidence of a legal compromise. Yet, Luciani's phrasing is too specific to dismiss. He does not refer to accusations, heresy, or confession. He speaks of negotiation. He speaks of quiet. Some believe Luciani possessed access to documents no longer extant. Others suspect he absorbed information from the whispers within the archive halls, stories passed down by custodians who had read things, handled things, been told things during long, candlelit nights when the air smelled of mold, dust, and history. Still, others believe Luciani was referring not to a single document, but to a pervasive pattern, a trail of cross-referenced whispers, bulls written but never published, ledgers listing missing items, seals without accompanying text, a kind of absented presence, a shadow of a decision rather than the decision itself. The vaults themselves reinforce this impression. Even today, several boxes from the Avignon period are marked confidential or condition unknown. Some have never been opened in modern times. Whether this is due to preservation issues or institutional caution remains unclear. However, when considering the meticulousness with which the Vatican catalogues even the most minor indulgences and saintly relics, the gaps begin to glow with significance. Luciani's marginalia connects us once again to the Black Book of Béziers and the vanished manuscript with disappearing ink. Taken together, these items form a constellation of implication. Each on its own is inconclusive, but when aligned, they hint at something long suspected, that the Templars did not fall overnight, and not without an agreement, and agreements invariably leave traces. There is another echo in the vaults worth considering. A brief, almost poetic entry in a clerical diary from 1324, penned by a papal assistant who served under both Clement V and his successor. He writes, "What was broken was not only the sword, but the silence, and yet the silence returned." That line has been quoted, debated, and embellished for generations. But what if it was more than a metaphor? What if it referred to the brief moment when the truth threatened to surface? When voices rose within the Vatican? When someone almost revealed too much? And then the seal was set again. Secrecy in the Vatican is not merely policy, it is theology, it is architecture. Secrets are embedded in the mortar. They reverberate in the vaults, not with sound, but with space, with gaps in the shelves, misfiled records, and boxes that remain permanently closed. If a negotiation indeed took place, if, as Luciani suggests, the Templars were offered a conditional dissolution in exchange for peace, then the silence that followed would have been an integral part of the pact. A mutual forgetting, not signed, not archived, only understood. And that understanding is what we continue to pursue, because even now, the vaults echo, not with confessions, not with shouts, but with the soft rustle of parchment, the gentle sigh of drawers opening on empty folders, the nearly imperceptible pause before a catalogue jumps from one date to another without explanation. That silence, it is not absence, it is design. It is the kind of silence that materializes only after a decision has been made, when there is nothing more to articulate and everything remaining to be forgotten. The Chinon parchment, a rare artifact that evaded the ravages of fire, war, and collective forgetfulness, only to re-emerge centuries later, bearing the immense weight of a kingdom's secrets pressed into its creases, is widely known. Discovered in 2001 within the Vatican secret archives, misfiled under a heading that translates to penitential matters, the parchment initially appeared to fundamentally alter our understanding. It records the absolution of the Templar leadership by Pope Clement V himself, including Grand Master Jacques de Molay, following a private inquiry conducted at the fortress of Chinon in 1308. For many, this constituted confirmation that the Church never truly believed the Templars were heretics, a surprising twist, a vindication. Yet, the deeper one reads, the more complex it becomes. For the Chinon parchment is not a declaration of innocence, it is an agreement, a calibration, a recalibration of guilt, meticulously orchestrated in quiet corners to placate an uneasy alliance between the Pope and the Crown. The document is surprisingly clinical. It neither condemns the Templars nor proclaims them blameless. It acknowledges the existence of certain rites and behaviors, secret rituals, improper kisses, obscured intentions, but frames them as misunderstandings. It offers forgiveness for these errors, describing them not as sins, but as lapses brought on by isolation, custom, or necessity. This is not the language of exoneration, it is the language of diplomacy, and it begins to sound remarkably familiar. The phrasing mirrors that found in the Oath of Avignon, employing terms such as unity, sacrifice, and avoidance of scandal, a delicate balancing act between truth and survival. The parchment acknowledges missteps, but appeals for mercy in the name of ecclesial cohesion. In doing so, it accomplishes a remarkable feat. It absolves the Templars spiritually while leaving them politically vulnerable. For even as Clement V forgave them, Philip IV was already proceeding to eradicate them. This inherent contradiction, absolution by the Church, execution by the Crown, has perplexed scholars for decades. However, viewed through the lens of a secret agreement, it gains coherent meaning. The Chinon parchment may represent the physical manifestation of that bargain, a papal promise not to condemn in exchange for a silent dissolution. The document's wording supports this interpretation. It states that the Templar leaders, having confessed and expressed remorse, are to be reconciled with the Church. There is no mention of returning to command, no restitution of lands, merely reconciliation, followed by silence, a silence that persisted for nearly 7 centuries. The parchment itself vanished from the Vatican's working records almost immediately. Its discovery, in a misfiled envelope, astonished historians, not because it existed, but because of its prolonged concealment. It was not hidden in a sealed vault, nor was it coded or incinerated. It was simply misplaced, forgotten, perhaps deliberately. And this act of forgetfulness is an integral part of the narrative, a kind of slow-motion betrayal, perpetrated not by sword or flame, but by strategic inaction. This, once again, echoes the peculiar illness of Pope Clement V after the alleged secret meeting, the missing day in his diary, the monk who embraced a vow of silence, the broken seal on a letter that was never dispatched. At every juncture, the same pattern emerges. Decisions made, then submerged beneath layers of ritual, delay, and indirectness. The Chinon parchment may be the most overt glimpse we acquire of that concealed machinery, a document that affirms an event has occurred but remains silent on its specific nature, framing its language so meticulously that it disorients the reader until one realizes that such obfuscation is precisely its intended purpose. For the Chinon parchment does not exonerate the Templars, it subtly sacrifices them. It grants them absolution, not protection, and it does so in language designed to quietly integrate into ecclesiastical records, far from the scaffolds and flames where their brethren would perish. There is one additional detail rarely mentioned. On the reverse side of the parchment, scribbled in what appears to be a different hand, are 4 Latin words, ut fiat oblivio. This translates to, so that forgetting may be made. It is not a quote from Scripture, nor does it appear in known liturgical texts. It is, by all accounts, an original phrase, and it resonates with the tone of the entire operation. Forget them not to erase their guilt, but to preserve the peace. Forget them, because remembrance would necessitate an explanation as to why a pope forgave what a king burned. Forget them, because even absolution was a political maneuver. And so, the Chinon parchment now rests in a Vatican drawer, its text available online for all to read, its meaning still subject to debate. However, if one interprets it not as a judgment, but as a strategic chess move, one square sacrificed to preserve the remainder of the board, it begins to resonate with quiet power. It is not an answer, it is a mirror. And in it, we perceive not merely the fate of the Templars, but the insidious mechanisms by which history is deliberately made to forget. Numerous theories exist regarding the demise of the Knights Templar. Some attribute it to the Pope, cornered and weary, unable to resist the crown. Others insist it was Philip IV, avaricious and calculating, hungry for gold and power. Still others place blame on the Templars themselves, secretive, proud, perhaps too independent for their own good. But what if none of these figures were the true architect? What if, concealed behind the pageantry of kings and popes, there existed an entirely different individual, someone without a throne, without a mitre who wielded neither crown nor crozier, but rather influence, silence, and meticulous precision? A name surfaces precisely once in a deeply concealed dispatch sent from the French royal court to a papal notary in Avignon. The letter itself is unremarkable, filled with financial updates and references to border matters. However, in the margin of the third page, penned in a different ink and in a far less formal Latin, the words appear, Mandatum ex obscuro Dominus S, an order from the shadows, Lord S. It is so cryptic, so anomalous, that most scholars dismissed it as a scribal error or a metaphor. However, one researcher, an Italian historian with access to noble family archives, proposed a bolder interpretation. He suggested that Dominus S was not a metaphor at all, but a person, a man operating discreetly between the papal curia and the French monarchy, known to both, yet loyal to neither an orchestrator, and he may have possessed a name, Guillaume de Sabran. Before one questions his identity, it is precisely this anonymity that is central to the point. Guillaume de Sabran was not a cardinal, nor was he even a clergyman. He was a lay advisor to a prominent southern French noble family, educated in Rome, fluent in Greek and Arabic, with a long history of mediation between church and state. His letters, the few that survive, are couched in riddles, code, and occasional sarcasm. However, his signature invariably includes a peculiar symbol, a broken key crossed with a sword, the same symbol, incidentally, etched on the silver medallion discussed previously. Sabran held no official position in 1307, yet he commanded significant access. Records indicate his presence in Avignon during the same week as the missing day in the Pope's diary. A servant's testimony, buried decades later in a land dispute file, mentions a gentleman with eyes like river stones who dined with men of robes and never prayed. There is also evidence of his presence in Chinon around the time of the mysterious order, where prisoners were instructed in matters not documented. And one surviving page of his private notebook, now preserved in a monastery outside Arles, contains a single tantalizing phrase, "When all must burn, arrange the ashes." This is the kind of sentence that only becomes ominous in hindsight. So, why suspect him? What did he gain? Sabran was aligned with a banking family connected to both Lombard creditors and certain Roman guilds that would later directly benefit from the redistribution of Templar lands. He served as a bridge between finance and theology, between regional and royal interests. In the collapse of the Templars, his allies profited immensely, acquiring titles, trade routes, and papal favor. Yet, he himself did not rise. He faded. Some believe he was eliminated. Others contend he withdrew by choice. His last known correspondence, unsigned but attributed by handwriting analysis, reads, "My work is done. My name was never meant to be remembered." This, too, aligns with the established pattern. Everywhere in this investigation, in the silences of monks, the faded parchments, the broken seals, a theme of vanishing, of intentional disappearance, has been observed, not only of the Templars but of the decisions, and perhaps the decision-makers themselves. Sabran, if involved, may have acted as a mechanism, an assassin in the political sense, not a killer of men, but of structures, a strategist, the individual who whispered in both ears and then withdrew before the knives were openly drawn. This hypothesis may appear fragile, constructed from scattered fragments, speculation, and intuition, and that is a fair assessment. However, consider this. Every conspiracy requires a coordinator, someone who moves between disparate camps, speaks the language of diplomacy, and comprehends both the cost of action and the price of delay. And who better than someone invisible? Reconsider: a banker disappears, a monk falls silent, a pope loses his voice, a parchment fades. What connects these disparate events may not be theology or treasure, but choreography, timing the meticulously arranged music of collapse. A quiet arrangement to terminate a dangerous order with minimal resistance and maximal deniability. And Sabrin, more than any other name encountered, fits that mold. Even the sheen on parchment, so formal and rigid, appears suddenly theatrical in this light. Not a record, but a performance. A means to fulfill obligations while explicitly stating nothing. The kind of maneuver a professional shadow might recommend. And here is the chilling part. No one ever actively sought Sabrin. He was not interrogated, accused, or questioned. He appears once in court documents concerning a vineyard dispute, and then never again, as if the historical record itself chose to cease mentioning him, as if he had deliberately written himself out of the script. In the grand betrayal of the Templars, kings and popes occupied center stage, but someone had to pull the curtain, and perhaps, just perhaps, that someone had already departed by the time the curtain fell. It was sealed for centuries, a chamber in Avignon, tucked deep within the old episcopal palace, behind layers of later construction, forgotten even by the clergy who traversed its halls. A room so thoroughly concealed that it escaped notice during revolutions, wars, and restorations. It was not until a structural inspection in the mid-28th century, intended to assess a crumbling corridor, that workers accidentally dislodged a section of plaster, exposing a hidden door. The wood was ancient, brittle, yet the hinges still allowed movement. What they discovered inside was extraordinary. A small, domed, octagonal room, devoid of windows, illuminated only by a high, narrow slit in the ceiling, designed to capture sunlight for a single hour each day. Stone benches were built into the walls in a perfect ring. At the center, an inset circular pattern adorned the floor, once inlaid with colored marble, now mostly chipped away. There were no symbols on the walls, no paintings, no altars, only space, balanced, measured, intentional. They named it La Salle Silencieuse, the silent room. For an extended period, no consensus could be reached regarding its function. It was too ornate for storage, too plain for worship, too meticulously concealed for public use. However, one detail proved pivotal. Above the entryway, faintly discernible beneath centuries of soot and whitewash, was a Latin inscription: Quod concilium servator, hic non in terra remanebit. What is decided here shall not remain on earth. The phrase is not scriptural, nor is it cited in church canons. In fact, it does not appear in any known liturgical record prior to 1300. Yet, it precisely matches a phrase found in a marginal note by the Benedictine chronicler, Brother Mathieu of Arles, who, as we recall, embraced a vow of silence shortly after the alleged Templar meeting in Avignon. He had inscribed it on the inside cover of his sole surviving volume, then never penned another word. That alone would be suggestive. But the chamber offered further evidence. Beneath the dust and rubble, restorers discovered faint scorch marks on the stone benches, as if candles had once been placed in a fixed pattern. An analysis of the floor marble revealed traces of beeswax, sufficient to suggest sealed ceremonies, rituals, or oaths. And near one corner, scratch marks indicated where a piece of stone had been deliberately pried loose and then reset. Behind that stone, a hollow now empty, but once utilized to store something small, valuable, and intended for retrieval only under specific conditions. Historians now speculate that this room may have been where the pivotal events transpired, the final negotiation, the secret meeting, not in some grand basilica or gilded council chamber, but here, in this cold, controlled, private space where nothing could be overheard and nothing left behind except dust, wax, and implication. Its dimensions align with period descriptions of a consulting chamber employed by Clement V's private advisors. Its location on the north end of the palace, removed from the residential wings, corresponds with the access paths taken by unofficial visitors. And its architectural style, slightly older than the surrounding structures, suggests it was repurposed from an earlier building, possibly a Templar commandery itself, later absorbed into the expanding papal complex. The evidence, though circumstantial, is compelling. More intriguingly, the chamber aligns directly beneath a smaller sacristy, added 2 decades later, one never used for mass, but invariably kept locked. When workers opened the floor of that sacristy during repairs, they discovered a thin metal grate directly above the domed chamber, a listening point, a confessional vent, or a means to bear witness without being seen. And then there is the ledger. A rediscovered fragment from a 14th century palace inventory describes a room referred to as Sancta Compensatio, the Holy Bargain. That is not the kind of name typically assigned to a mere broom closet. All these elements, the room, the inscription, the silence that followed, connect back to the overarching theme that has emerged throughout this investigation. Not merely secrecy, but architecture deliberately designed for secrecy. A physical space engineered to safeguard not just words, but the silence after those words. The room was not public, it was not decorative. It existed solely for moments that were meant to disappear. And yet, it did not entirely disappear, because one now stands, metaphorically, within its history. One comprehends the inscription, the dimensions, and what might have been articulated within its confines by men in robes and men in armor, illuminated by a single shaft of light. Their voices are lost to time, but their choices are indelibly carved into stone. And this is where the disparate threads begin to converge. The Pope's missing day, the Templar's vanishing banker, the oath that was not spoken but signed, the disappearing ink, the parchment that simultaneously forgave and betrayed, the orchestrator with no name. And now, the room that still resonates with their decisions. These choices were not made openly. They were made here, somewhere between heaven and earth, behind a sealed door, in a chamber designed to outlive memory, a place intended not to witness, but to erase. And still, it endures, not because they failed to conceal it, but because history, like stone, eventually fractures with time. And once a crack appears, no matter how minute, it is only a matter of light finding its way in. One has now traversed this landscape, has one not? Not merely the chamber beneath Avignon, nor the corridors of the Vatican, nor the stone cells of Rouen, or the flame-lit squares of Paris, but rather the profound silence interwoven between them. Through the scattered details, the vanished letters, the hesitant ink, the weighty pauses in the historical record where something significant almost surfaced. And what has been observed, what has been felt, is not the clamor of a public trial. It is the immense weight of a private decision, one that was never intended to be fully revealed. Let us synthesize these elements. Our inquiry commenced with Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, a man who, rather than ranting or raging from the scaffold, delivered a final statement peculiar in tone and ambiguous in content. He seemed to allude not merely to his own innocence, but to a betrayal originating from within, not from adversaries, but from his inner circle. This sentiment was echoed in a whisper, the tale of a Templar named Brother Aymery, who met with Pope Clement V and was never seen again. Around this same period, a conspicuous absence was noted. A 24-hour gap in the Pope's meticulously maintained schedule, one unaccounted day in late 1306, enveloped by silence and subsequently followed by illness, perhaps a natural fever, perhaps not. Philip IV, the French king, once a supporter of the Templars, whose finances relied upon them and whose kingdom leaned on their logistical prowess, executed a swift, coordinated, and relentless shift in policy within a matter of months. This was not predicated on rumors, but on directives. The silence permeated further from this point. A Benedictine monk embraced total muteness. A Lombard banker disappeared. Vatican officials sealed records. Flames consumed archives. Inquisition proceedings halted, then erupted into vigorous motion. Repeatedly, we encountered not explicit statements but absences, letters unsent, seals broken and resealed, documents erased, altered, or misfiled. Yet beneath it all, a distinct pattern emerged, and at the epicenter of this pattern, if such a center exists, lies the Oath of Avignon, a papal bull, issued privately, never published, framed as a theological necessity for unity between the Church and the Crown. Its language is precise, apologetic, and veiled. It offers peace in exchange for obedience. It does not explicitly name the Templars. It does not need to. Next comes the Chinon parchment, long considered the definitive word on the matter, a document of forgiveness. But a closer reading reveals it to be a document of conditional grace, of absolution paired with surrender, and beneath it, a marginal note, so that peace may be made forgetting. Thus, they forgot, or rather, they buried, erased, and folded the record inward. Not everyone complied. The archivist, Father Luciani, left a commentary, a mere whisper in his Vatican ledger, referring to the quiet negotiation that destroyed the order, a phrase that now resonates like thunder. And then there was the individual almost overlooked, Guillaume de Sabran. No crown, no robe, merely his fingerprints on everything. A symbol, a presence in the pertinent cities at the opportune moments. A voice operating behind both thrones. Never quoted, never seen again. Finally, we arrived at the room itself, still present, still silent. Its walls did not speak, yet they did not fully conceal either. A space meticulously designed for decisions that would never be formally recorded. So, what transpired? The evidence points not to a singular act of betrayal, but to a quiet agreement. Sometime in late 1306 or early 1307, representatives of the papacy and the French crown, possibly aided by intermediaries such as Sabran, met in secret to resolve a burgeoning crisis. The Templars had grown too powerful, too independent, too entangled with both power and debt. Their influence had outstripped their accountability. In essence, they constituted a liability. However, to destroy them outright risked profound scandal. Therefore, a plan was meticulously crafted, a dissolution disguised as judgment, a series of steps choreographed for public perception, arrests, trials, confessions, extracted under duress, all while the fundamental decision had already been concluded behind closed doors. In return for agreeing to dissolve, the Templars, particularly their leadership, were offered spiritual absolution. No official condemnation from the Church, no declaration of heresy from the papacy, merely a quiet exit. However, something went awry. Perhaps de Molay ultimately refused to play his designated role. Perhaps someone, potentially even Clement, attempted to reverse the decision. Perhaps Philip decided that mere silence was insufficient, that he required spectacle fire, a definitive severance. Whatever the circumstances, the agreement held only on paper, and so the final days of the Templars unfolded in dissonance. The Pope asserting one thing, the King executing another, the records blurred, and the voices that could provide explanation vanishing. This is not the kind of mystery that is definitively solved. It is the kind that pervades one's understanding, because the betrayal is not found in a single moment or a singular document. It is discerned in the silence between them, in the page that should have been numbered but is not, in the phrase that abruptly ceases, in the meeting room that no one claimed to have entered, but which undeniably still exists. And that is the tragedy of the Templars. Not that they were overcome by might, but that they were undone by a whisper. Therefore, at the conclusion of this protracted and silent journey, one possesses knowledge exceeding that of most, not merely concerning knights and kings, parchments and palaces, but concerning the spaces between them, the quiet chambers where decisions were made without minutes, the wax seals pressed onto documents never intended to endure, the fading echo of words whispered centuries ago, now conveyed by dust and informed conjecture. What ultimately ended the Templars was not the pyre, nor the confession, nor even the crown. It was a decision rendered quietly, sealed privately, and publicly forgotten. And the most unsettling aspect is that it succeeded. The order dissolved, their wealth redistributed, their knowledge scattered, their memory reshaped. And the individuals who initiated the process departed unstained, recorded not as villains but as guardians of the realm, defenders of the faith, and servants of peace. Yet, in the fractures of history, their voices can be heard. One has heard them too, have they not? The Grand Master's final, unreadable gaze, the medallion bearing no name, the burned letters, the vow of silence, the chamber devoid of evident doors. None of it screams, none of it pleads, it simply waits. And now, perhaps, the reason for this becomes apparent, because the most perilous truths are not those that incite rage. They are those that lull one into believing nothing untoward occurred, but something did. A knight entered a palace and never emerged. A pope drafted a parchment and filed it in the incorrect drawer. A king signed an order and slept soundly that night, and the world continued its rotation. That, more than anything else, defines the nature of true betrayal. It does not announce itself. It does not unfurl flags. It simply departs, allowing time to accomplish the rest. And now, one is also part of this narrative. One carries the knowledge, the outline of what might have been decided somewhere beneath a stone ceiling in Avignon, as candlelight flickered across unblinking eyes, and an entire order hung precariously in the balance. It is not necessary to believe every detail. It is not necessary to determine if it was just. One need only remember that sometimes the most pivotal turning points in history are not loud. They are quiet, meticulously executed, and their echoes still resonate. Therefore, as we metaphorically depart these halls of shadow, as the dust settles and the torches dim, allow a moment for the silence to communicate. For within that silence, there may yet be voices awaiting discovery. Beneath a ruined fortress in southern France lies a sealed chamber, a place never intended for discovery. Lacking keys or overt entrances, it harbors a profound mystery, a subtle intimation of something concealed within the darkness. For over 7 centuries, the Earth has meticulously guarded this secret. It is a stone vault rumored to contain a treasure of such sacred and perilous nature that it once fractured an empire. This treasure is not comprised of gold or jewels, but rather forbidden knowledge, encrypted and systematically erased. If the ancient legends prove accurate, the ultimate secret of the Knights Templar is not merely lost, it slumbers, and its discovery may be unwelcome. To truly apprehend this narrative, it is advisable to create an atmosphere conducive to reflection, allowing the echoes of the past to resonate. For the secrets about to be unveiled are not easily disturbed. The history of the Knights Templar, though frequently introduced with a narrative simplicity akin to a fairy tale, is far from a mere bedtime story. Its origins trace back to the aftermath of the First Crusade, when 9 warrior monks pledged themselves to safeguard pilgrims embarking on the arduous journey to Jerusalem. They embraced vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, dwelling in dormitories, exhibiting formidable precision in combat, and bearing a red cross emblazoned upon white tunics, symbols of purity and sacrifice. Yet, from these humble beginnings, an unstoppable force emerged. By the 12th century, the order had evolved into one of the most formidable institutions in medieval Europe. Their holdings encompassed vast landed estates, impregnable castles, extensive banking operations, intricate trade routes, and exclusive rights. They transitioned from protectors of pilgrims to guardians of popes, kings, and sacred relics. Their influence spanned an immense geographical area, from Scotland to Cyprus, and their financial resources accumulated at a rate that even monarchs struggled to quantify. Whispers of ancient knowledge began to envelop their name like an ethereal mist, and the Templars, far from dispelling these rumors, may have actively fostered them. Then arrived the fateful night of the 13th of October, 1307, a date forever associated with the profound misfortune it inaugurated. Under the direct command of King Philip IV of France, hundreds of Templars were apprehended in a single, meticulously orchestrated strike. They endured torture, underwent trials, and faced execution. Their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was tragically burned alive. The once invincible order seemed to dissipate into ashes, extinguished with startling rapidity. However, a particular detail has consistently troubled historians. When royal agents stormed the Paris Temple, the presumed epicenter of Templar wealth and power, they discovered nothing substantial. No vaults, no revered relics, no gold. Everything had vanished, not stolen or confiscated, but simply gone without a trace. Furthermore, the entire Templar fleet, reportedly docked at La Rochelle, disappeared within the same week. There were no bodies, no wreckage, not even any financial ledgers, as if the vessels had either slipped into an alternate dimension or possessed prior knowledge of the impending danger, enabling their timely departure. This leads directly to the enigma of the vault. Situated near the ancient site of Gisors, buried beneath layers of medieval masonry, lies a chamber that no one has dared to open. Prior attempts at excavation were met with governmental intervention, and the site was subsequently sealed. Some dismiss it as an elaborate deception, others believe it to be a tomb, yet one individual asserted that it was more than a mere vault. It represented the concluding chapter of the Templar narrative, a sanctuary meticulously constructed to transcend the ravages of time, to survive fire, betrayal, the machinations of kings, and the scrutiny of inquisitions. This profound mystery compels further investigation, prompting inquiries into the nature of such an invaluable concealment, and pursuing a legacy meticulously erased from official records, now preserved only in scattered fragments, enduring myths, and unsettling silences. For within those shadows the truth patiently awaits discovery. To facilitate a comprehensive exploration of these historical mysteries, it is advisable to remain informed of subsequent analyses. There are vaults meticulously crafted by human hands, and then there are vaults composed of silence, of fear, of memories, interred so deeply they begin to question their own existence. However, the mere act of forgetting does not equate to complete disappearance. The treasure of the Templars may indeed remain unseen, unless one is prepared to meticulously follow the subtle clues they left behind. The sudden collapse of a formidable organization commenced with a sunrise that metaphorically stained Paris like spilled ink. The date was Friday, the 13th of October 1307. By the time the city's bells roused the dormant cobblestones, the meticulously prepared trap had irrevocably closed. Across France, dozens of castles and commanderies belonging to the Knights Templar were seized. Hundreds of brethren, individuals who had once served alongside royalty and whose reputations were built on strict discipline and discretion, were forcibly removed from their lodgings, shackled, and transported to dungeons. The charges heresy, idolatry, and unnatural vices were suspiciously synchronized, impeccably timed, and utterly devastating. One can almost perceive the resounding echo of iron doors slamming shut. The operation, conceived in profound secrecy by King Philip IV and executed with surgical cruelty, remains one of the most coordinated mass arrests in medieval European history. Remarkably, no one, not even the Pope, was forewarned. Indeed, the Vicar of Christ himself, Clement V, was caught unaware, a perplexing circumstance given that the Templars reported directly to the papacy. If they were culpable of spiritual offenses, such matters should have fallen under the jurisdiction of Rome. However, Philip did not defer, and indeed, he could not, for the underlying motivation was not religious doctrine. It was, as is often the case, financial. By 1307, Philip found himself deeply embroiled in debt. Prolonged wars, extravagant court expenditures, and a personal disposition characterized by an intense pursuit of wealth had depleted the royal coffers. The Templars, consistently efficient and discreet, had effectively become the de facto bankers of Europe. Like any financial institution, they maintained meticulous records of loans, interest accrued, and, significantly, of monarchs who had borrowed beyond their repayment capacity. One king, in particular, was heavily indebted. Consequently, rather than settling his financial obligations, Philip chose to disrupt the entire system. He meticulously portrayed the Templars as demonic figures cloaked in monks' robes, alleging that they desecrated the cross, venerated an enigmatic head, and engaged in illicit acts during their initiation rites. These claims, while undeniably scandalous, were remarkably convenient, particularly for a monarch desperately requiring a scapegoat sufficiently prominent to divert attention from his own impending financial ruin. And to a certain extent, it succeeded. The abruptness of the arrests sent shockwaves throughout Europe. Here was a military order that had operated for nearly 2 centuries, explicitly sanctioned by the Pope himself, reduced overnight to a state of shackled imprisonment. In Paris alone, 138 Templars were apprehended. Torture was immediate and brutal, and under such duress, confessions flowed freely, confessions of blasphemy, obscenities, and secret rituals previously unseen by any outsider, which, predictably, only served to enhance their credibility among the populace. Yet, beneath this surface, fissures began to appear. Some accounts depict Templar brethren steadfastly maintaining their innocence, even as they endured the rack or the flames. Certain inquisitors, particularly in Italy and Spain, outright refused to participate in the trials, finding no substantive evidence of heresy, only frightened men, many elderly, still adhering to their vows of silence, even as their fingernails were excruciatingly removed. If this was a purge, it was an incongruously tumultuous one, and not all aspects of the narrative aligned cohesively. Consider, for instance, the timing. Why did Philip act with such pronounced urgency? The arrest warrant, known as the Secret Order, had been meticulously prepared in clandestine fashion for months. Copies were disseminated across France in sealed envelopes, accompanied by explicit instructions that they were not to be opened until the morning of the raid. Such a level of paranoia suggests either profound apprehension or perhaps the astute awareness that if the Templars received even the slightest forewarning, they would simply disappear. This latter possibility may explain why, according to multiple eyewitness accounts, the Paris temple was mysteriously empty, not devoid of people, but conspicuously devoid of treasure. While royal agents located numerous records, they found no chests of gold, no sacred relics, not even the rumored Ark of the Covenant, which, amusingly, some had genuinely hoped might be concealed there. Instead, they encountered only silence, the kind that implies a destructive fire had raged just long enough to obliterate all prior traces. And it is at this juncture that the historical narrative shifts. For a military order ostensibly rife with heresy, the Templars had somehow maintained centuries of unwavering papal support. From Pope Innocent II's bull in 1139, which granted them exemption from local laws and taxes, to the extensive privileges they subsequently received under Urban III and Honorius III, the Church had significantly invested in their prosperity. Thus, the question arises, why did Clement V capitulate so swiftly when Philip initiated his move? Some historians contend that Clement, himself a Frenchman, was effectively under Philip's dominion. The Pope had been installed under considerable political duress, and spent the majority of his papacy maneuvering as a mere pawn on the chessboard of royal influence. Others posit a more ominous explanation, that the Pope possessed knowledge of certain anomalies, that whispers had reached Rome itself concerning arcane texts secreted beneath Templar strongholds, of relics surreptitiously transported, and of rituals predating Christianity. Yet, conclusive proof remained elusive. As the trials protracted, one inconvenient truth persisted. The Templars offered no organized resistance. They did not engage with swords or mount a rebellion. They submitted, even under torture, even unto execution, as if cognizant that resistance would only exacerbate their plight or as if they firmly believed their silence possessed a power far exceeding any confession. This phenomenon has, understandably, perplexed scholars for centuries. Were they utterly broken, or were they executing a far more protracted strategy? One compelling theory suggests that the Order had meticulously developed contingency plans long before the arrests, plans encompassing escape routes, hidden caches, and coded documents plans activated the precise moment the secret order was unsealed. After all, an organization that had navigated the treacherous political landscape of medieval Europe for 2 centuries was, by no measure, naive. This hypothesis leads us back to the unsettling stillness within the Paris Temple, the absence of crucial documents, the empty vaults, and the vanished treasure. One might legitimately question whether they had indeed anticipated this eventuality, and if so, what other secrets might they have concealed before the dawn broke? The vanishing fortune. Imagine a ledger, not a dramatically adorned tome, but a pragmatic, ink-stained book resting on a trestle table within a quiet stone chamber in a Templar preceptory. Its pages meticulously recorded names, numbers, and symbols, a comprehensive account of payments dispersed to kings and princes, landowners and merchants, and even ecclesiastical officials. Now, envision that very book, along with all the chests, scrolls, seals, and keys to which it corresponded, simply gone. Not forcibly seized, not consumed by fire, not discovered within a rival vault, but utterly vanished. Such is the inherent challenge of attempting to plunder from a phantom. One cannot rob what is no longer present. When King Philip IV stormed the Paris Temple on that infamous October morning, their objective extended beyond merely apprehending heretics. They were in pursuit of a monumental fortune. By 1307, the Knights Templar were widely believed to command one of the largest independent treasuries in Europe. Their holdings included estates throughout France, England, Portugal, and the Holy Land. They received substantial donations in coin, land, and livestock, and provided loans secured by collateral, ranging from entire maritime fleets to royal jewels. Their vaults were rumored to contain not only vast quantities of gold, but also rare relics, encrypted charters, and potentially even sacred artifacts. In essence, they possessed sufficient wealth to destabilize the financial systems of any monarch reckless enough to challenge them. Consequently, Philip desired this treasure. Indeed, he desperately needed it. However, when his men forced open the temple's stone floors and breached its storerooms, they discovered only empty coffers and dust, no gold, no scrolls, merely the stagnant air of an inexplicable absence. And here lies the disquieting truth. To this very day, no one has located the Templar treasure, not a single coin, not a solitary relic, not one verifiable chest. This predicament raises a question even more pressing than its whereabouts. How did they manage to make it disappear? To comprehend this, one must appreciate the Templars' logistical brilliance. This was not merely a collection of robed warriors wielding swords and espousing vague slogans. The Order operated as a transcontinental corporation. They employed a centralized accounting system, utilized letters of credit long before modern banking formalized them, and managed their wealth through intricate layers of redundancy. A donation made in England could be accessed in Acre. A Templar knight could traverse numerous countries and draw funds anywhere without ever physically handling coin. Their system was simultaneously elegant and opaque, an encrypted circulatory network silently channeling resources through the vital arteries of medieval Europe. Therefore, when initial rumors of royal hostility began to emerge, it is not difficult to envision a quiet chain reaction being initiated. Coded missives delivered by hand, assets converted into portable forms, scrolls incinerated by candlelight, and treasures systematically divided and dispersed to secondary locations. The vaults may well have been emptied weeks, or even months, prior to the arrests. It is here that the whispers begin. Within the seldom explored corners of Templar history, persistent suggestions abound that a substantial convoy departed the Paris Temple under cover of darkness, shortly before the king's strike. Some accounts describe carts laden with sealed chests, escorted by silent, hooded riders. Others allude to ships awaiting them along the Seine, destined for La Rochelle, the Order's principal port on the Atlantic coast. However, all these narratives share the core concept of a premeditated flight, driven not by fear or panic, but by meticulous strategy. Further corroborating this hypothesis is the sheer magnitude of what was presumed to be present. The Templars were entrusted with safeguarding royal treasures, including those of foreign monarchs. They commanded revenues from vast farmlands, textile mills, vineyards, and tithes from entire provinces. One estimate suggests that their Paris temple alone housed the modern equivalent of hundreds of millions of dollars. How, then, could such an immense fortune simply vanish? Skeptics contend that it never existed in the first place, asserting that the Order's wealth was exaggerated and its assets overvalued. However, this argument does not withstand rigorous scrutiny. We know from extant documents that kings regularly borrowed substantial sums from the Templars. We know that they maintained treasure houses at key preceptories, each secured by rotating guards and robust locks. And we know definitively that Philip expected to seize tangible wealth, and he failed. Moreover, there is the perplexing case of the papal inquiry. Following the arrests, Pope Clement V dispatched investigators to various Templar sites throughout France. Their objective was not to ascertain heresy, but to compile inventories. What they discovered were lists devoid of corresponding items, vaults devoid of contents, and names without discernible destinations, as if the records had been meticulously expurgated or the trails intentionally obscured. It resembled a magician's illusion. One had perceived something, or so it seemed, but now it was gone, and the point of deception remained unclear. Naturally, this level of evasion does not occur spontaneously. It indicates sophisticated coordination, a chain of command that remained intact even as the threat intensified. This leads to one of the more unsettling possibilities, that the treasure was not merely scattered, but moved as a cohesive unit, a single, grand operation directed towards a singular, legendary destination. Many theories propose Portugal, some whisper of the Pyrenees, a few evoke the Holy Land, where the Order originated. However, the most persistent and romantically evocative suggestion posits that the treasure was laden onto a fleet of Templar ships and transported westward, beyond the reach of the king and the church, towards an entirely new existence. Before delving into the pursuit of phantom ships and coded scrolls, let us reflect on the profound silence, that eerie emptiness discovered in Paris, the sudden stillness where gleaming gold should have resided, the manner in which flames consumed confessions but left accounts, not answers, untouched. For no matter how deeply one investigates the historical records, this mystery remains unresolved. There is no definitive smoking vault, no final testament, only rumors, strategic misdirections, and a fortune that transmuted into myth the moment the arrests commenced. One might begin to discern the contours of a deliberate plan, a sense that this was not merely a disappearance, but a meticulously engineered design. If the treasure was indeed designed to vanish, then perhaps its eventual return was also part of that grand scheme. Secrets in the Paris Temple Tower. From an external perspective, the Paris Temple presented itself as a formidable structure, a fusion of fortress and monastery. Its towering stone walls, narrow arrow slits, and iron-bound gates proclaimed a building designed to withstand siege, scrutiny, and the relentless passage of time itself. Located within the Marais district of medieval Paris, it served as the Templars' European headquarters, a pivotal center of administrative authority and financial acumen. Yet, its most captivating feature was not overtly visible from the street. It lay concealed within its inner sanctum, a structure known simply as the Tower, tall, square, and robustly silhouetted against the skyline. The Temple Tower was as much a legend as it was a physical location. It was widely believed to house the Order's grand treasury. Behind its thick stone walls rumors circulated of intricately locked vaults, secret staircases, and even subterranean passages, a place where sacred objects were purportedly safeguarded beneath layers of silence and solid rock. Consequently, when King Philip IV launched his assault, this was the primary target for his agents. They did not proceed to the courtyards or the barracks, but directly to the tower. What they discovered, or rather, what they conspicuously failed to discover, would ignite centuries of enduring suspicion. Eyewitness accounts from the raid describe an absence so absolute it bordered on theatrical. There were no scrolls, no chests, no reliquaries or coffers, no parchment maps adorned with cryptic circles drawn in blood-red ink. Only bare floors and the faint scent of aged wax remained. Curiously, there were no signs of struggle, no broken locks, no fresh damage. It was as if the tower had quietly exhaled its secrets, leaving behind only breathless stone. This raises a peculiar question. How could the most secure repository in France, meticulously guarded by a legendary military order, be emptied without anyone noticing? Unless, of course, its emptying was never intended to be noticed. One prevailing theory suggests that the tower itself was a diversion, and that the true treasure and authentic records were never housed in its upper chambers. Instead, they were purportedly stored beneath. Archaeological notes from 19th century excavations, conducted before the temple's regrettable demolition during Napoleon's renovations, hint at sealed, largely unexplored subterranean passages, entire rooms choked with packed earth and debris. And while no definitive vault was ever located, the layout of the foundation implies a far more intricate substructure than a simple basement. Furthermore, there is the testimony of a certain royal accountant, Guillaume de Nogaret, who supervised the temple's seizure on behalf of Philip. In a letter, he expressed his confusion at the paucity of seized materials, noting that nothing commensurate with the rumors of immense wealth was found. He described the emptiness in terms more poetic than bureaucratic, characterizing the tower as possessing echoes but no voice. More than a few scholars have pondered whether this was merely a metaphor or a subtle coded message. Adding further intrigue is the curious behavior of Philip's men subsequent to the raid. Rather than publicizing their findings and expected action, after ostensibly exposing a network of heresy and fraud, they maintained a striking silence. Details were suppressed, and inventories were conspicuously edited. Some of the earliest transcripts from the trials reference items that do not appear on official lists: a chalice, a head-shaped reliquary, a scroll bound in leather with wax seals that no one could decipher. Where did these items go? Were they genuinely never found, or were they discovered and then deliberately concealed? There is also the matter of the key holders. According to Templar procedure, no single knight ever possessed all the keys to the treasury. 3 brethren were invariably required, each holding one component of a set, symbolizing unity, discipline, and discretion. However, when Philip's guards arrived, the key holders were conspicuously absent. This could be convenient, or perhaps it was a deliberate strategy. Perhaps the Templars, anticipating the storming of the tower, acted as they were rigorously trained, to disappear within the very system they had meticulously crafted. It is noteworthy that the tower had undergone significant renovations in the late 13th century. According to building records recovered from the archives of Saint-Denis, new chambers had been incorporated, including a suspicious inner keep described only in vague architectural terms. Some researchers believe this space contained more than mere coinage, possibly crucial documents or artifacts of profound religious or even magical significance. It is at this juncture that the narrative begins to diverge into more speculative territory. As the flames of Philip's purge intensified, rumors proliferated like weeds in the ashes that the Templars had guarded something originating from the Temple of Solomon, that the true vault was not located in Paris at all, but elsewhere, Gisors perhaps, or the Pyrenees. Furthermore, it was suggested that the tower had been constructed not primarily to store treasure, but to obscure an entrance leading downwards, not upwards, into the earth, into the profound depths of the past. Modern researchers have attempted to reconstruct the tower's layout using fragments of medieval maps and written accounts. None agree on the precise configuration, but most include a stairwell descending to depths beyond the architectural blueprints, allowed a shaft sealed with stone, which curiously was never subsequently reopened. Given that the tower no longer exists, its original site now subsumed by modern Paris, mere pavement and faint ghost lines, visible in aerial photographs, direct verification is impossible. One can stand where it once stood, but the earth itself maintains its counsel, and that is the most frustrating aspect of this mystery. For the emptiness within the Paris Temple Tower was not merely physical, it was intentional. This was not a vault that had been plundered, but a sanctuary that had been meticulously emptied with precision, care, and an almost surgical foresight. The clues were systematically swept away, the documents incinerated, the men silenced, all orchestrated by a system engineered not to fail, but to disappear. The historical record acknowledges this with a kind of embarrassed equivocation. Some historians propose that the treasure was overestimated. Others claim it was quietly absorbed into the French crown over time. However, none can adequately explain the blank pages, the abrupt silence, or the absence of receipts. This was not merely sloppy record-keeping, it was something profoundly different, and it casts a long shadow over subsequent historical accounts. For if the tower served as a misdirection, if the genuine vault was not above ground but beneath it, or even located elsewhere entirely, then every trail of gold and parchment pursued from this point forward is not simply a search for treasure. It is a quest for the perfectly executed deception. The last Grand Master's cryptic words. One would anticipate a condemned man to scream, to plead, to curse the heavens, his king, or perhaps his own misjudgment. However, on a smoke-laden March evening in 1314, Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, exhibited none of these reactions. Instead, as flames began to coil around his feet on an island in the Seine, he stood silently for a moment, then addressed not his captors, but the void itself. What he uttered has resonated through centuries of doubt, suspicion, and folklore. According to the most reliable accounts, de Molay proclaimed that Pope Clement V and King Philip IV, his principal persecutors, would soon join him in judgment before God. And in a twist of poetic cruelty typically reserved for fiction, both men indeed perished within a year, the Pope succumbing to illness, the king from a stroke following a hunting accident. Some observers attributed this to mere coincidence, while others perceived it as a potent curse. However, before venturing into the realm of spectral narratives, let us focus more intently on the scene at the stake. De Molay's execution unfolded on a cold evening, before a gathering crowd on the Île aux Juifs, not far from the imposing shadow of Notre Dame Cathedral. The man who had once commanded a global order of warrior monks stood bound to a wooden pillar, not exhibiting trembling fear, but an unyielding dignity that reportedly unsettled even his adversaries. As the flames consumed him, he uttered a final declaration, words now subject to various translations, but unified in their tone and invocation of justice, a summoning of truth. Yet, no contemporary record precisely documented those exact words. The earliest written versions of de Molay's curse emerged decades later, filtered through the interpretations of monastic chroniclers and political adversaries alike. Some accounts claim he merely extended forgiveness to his captors, echoing a Christ-like grace. Others insist he explicitly named the Pope and King, damning them before the assembled populace. One version even suggests he issued a warning of a far greater reckoning, stating that a shadow hung over Europe and that the Church itself would not escape the consequences of what it had unleashed. This latter version, predictably, seldom appears in standard textbooks. So, what exactly was it? A dying man's vengeful imprecation, a carefully calculated prophecy, or something far more ancient? Some scholars contend that de Molay was reciting a ritual phrase, an integral component of a Templar code designed to trigger specific actions upon his death. The order, after all, was renowned for its profound secrecy. Entire initiation ceremonies remain largely obscured, with only fragmentary descriptions available in inquisitorial transcripts. If de Molay's words constituted a cipher, an audible signal directed to hidden brethren, they may have been received far beyond that Parisian crowd. This theory is often dismissed by mainstream historians, yet it becomes increasingly difficult to disregard when one examines the subsequent timing of events. Within weeks of de Molay's demise, Templar symbols began to surface in unexpected locations. Stone markers, graffiti, and even coinage bearing the Red Cross were observed in regions far removed from direct royal influence. It was as if the flame that consumed the Grand Master had ignited other, quieter fires intended to endure within the shadows. And here lies the subtle convolution that frequently preoccupies conspiracy theorists. According to a little-known document preserved in the archives of Avignon, a sealed letter from de Molay may have been clandestinely smuggled out prior to his execution. It was purportedly delivered to a preceptory in Aragon, one of the few kingdoms at that time still tolerant of the Templars. The contents of this letter have never been publicly disclosed, but a summary written centuries later claims it contained dire warnings, a final testament, and instructions pertaining to the continued survival of that which must remain unseen. Even if that letter never genuinely existed, the ripple effects of de Molay's death are undeniable. The Capetian line, Philip's dynasty, collapsed within a single generation. The papal court was relocated. France entered a period of profound political instability, and the Church never fully regained the absolute authority it once wielded. Coincidence, perhaps, but then again, the Templars were never an organization prone to relying on chance. The psychological impact of de Molay's final words cannot be overstated. Whether interpreted as a curse, a prophecy, or a strategic maneuver, they irrevocably shaped the ensuing narrative. For the assembled witnesses, they transformed the execution from a mere legal act into an act of martyrdom. They recast the king as a villain, the Pope as a subservient puppet, and the order, from accused heretics, into victims of profound betrayal, victims, as later legends would assert, who possessed formidable secrets. In the decades that followed, whispers intensified, claiming that de Molay had not only concealed the order's immense treasure, but also its fundamental purpose, that the last Grand Master was the ultimate guardian of knowledge, so perilous it could not be permitted to perish with him, and that in those final, harrowing moments, he did not merely curse his executioners, he activated something profound, perhaps a latent memory, perhaps a clandestine network. One particularly haunting narrative recounts a stone chamber situated beneath the riverbanks where de Molay was executed, and how, amidst the rising flames, a group of hooded figures stood silently in a nearby alley, listening intently. They reportedly moved only once his voice fell silent, retreating into the obscurity of the night. This account, like many others, remains unverified, yet it persists, not merely for its evocative suggestion, but because no one has ever definitively disproven it. There is a chilling poeticism in the manner of de Molay's demise. No sword, no shield, only fire, silence, and a voice speaking into the enveloping darkness. His death marked not only the official termination of the Knights Templar as an institution, but also the genesis of their enduring legend as an eternal mystery. It was a paradoxical moment, where a profound secret was both extinguished and, simultaneously, born anew. And if his final words transcended a mere curse, if they encoded instructions or set in motion a long-prepared chain of events, then the true scope of the story has yet to be fully comprehended. For the voice from the flames was not the end. It may have been the very key to unlocking everything. The lost fleet of La Rochelle, prior to the Inferno reaching Paris, before the sweeping arrests across France, and before Jacques de Molay stood stoically amidst the flames, There were ships' masts, starkly silhouetted against the dawn, sails unfurling as they silently departed westward from the port of La Rochelle. This particular aspect of the narrative does not always appear in historical textbooks. However, among the scattered fragments and footnotes, one detail repeatedly draws the attention of scholars. When King Philip's men arrived at La Rochelle to seize the Templar fleet, it was gone entirely. Not one vessel, not two, but the entire contingent had vanished without a trace. La Rochelle was not merely an ordinary harbor. It served as the Templar maritime hub, a vital artery for trade and transportation between France and the Holy Land. Strategically positioned on the Atlantic coast, it provided deep-water anchorage, robust stone quays, and a meticulously organized logistical system that enabled the order to transport personnel, goods, and correspondence across vast distances with remarkable efficiency. It was a lifeline, protected with the same quiet rigor that characterized all Templar operations. In the weeks preceding the infamous purge of 1307, there were no official warnings, no apparent leaks. The arrest orders were drafted in profound secrecy, distributed in sealed envelopes, and meticulously timed down to the hour. And yet, the fleet was gone. It was as if someone had whispered into the opportune ears just before the storm broke, as if the Templars had sailed away not in fear, but with prescient foresight. So, the question remains, where did they go? According to extant port records, which are maddeningly sparse, the last Templar ships were observed departing under cover of night, approximately 1 week prior to the mass arrests. Witnesses noted a sudden flurry of activity at the docks, crates loaded in silence, officers communicating solely through hand signals, and, peculiarly, horses being brought aboard, an unusual occurrence for what was ostensibly a financial and clerical order. By the time royal agents arrived, the moorings were deserted. A fleet comprising up to 18 vessels had simply evaporated. Modern historians frequently dismiss this anomaly. Perhaps the ships were lost in storms, perhaps they dispersed to smaller ports and were quietly integrated into civilian trade. These are plausible maybes, but none adequately account for the precise coordination, the absence of ledgers, or the profound silence that followed. There was no wreckage, no reported sightings, no definitive accounts of capture. One might recall the discovery of the Paris Temple, found nearly empty, imbued with a sense of deliberate removal. This echoes that same pattern, a ghostly logistical network that ceased operation just before the enemy materialized. La Rochelle, therefore, constitutes the most tantalizing piece of this enigmatic puzzle. Maritime records from the nearby port of Bayonne, for instance, note an unusual increase in ship sightings shortly after the fleet's disappearance. Vessels of foreign design, crews that refused to communicate, and ships flying no discernible flags. There is even one account of a ship docking for supplies and making payment with coins stamped with the Templar seal, years after the order had supposedly ceased to exist. Most scholars dismiss these as apocryphal, yet none can entirely explain them away. And here the speculation deepens. If the Templars possessed foreknowledge of their impending destruction, and if they commanded the resources to secretly mobilize an entire fleet, then logic dictates that this fleet had a specific destination, not merely an escape route. It had a plan. Some believe it was Portugal, a nation that would subsequently become remarkably accommodating to former Templars. Others suggest Scotland, a realm of rebellious lords and long-standing antagonisms with both France and the papacy. A few even whisper the name America, though the prevailing historical timeline renders such a voyage highly speculative. However, the significance lies not solely in their destination, but also in what they transported. Some accounts propose they carried the order's immense treasury, melted down and meticulously packed into straw-lined barrels. Others claim the ships bore sacred relics, the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, or even the severed head of John the Baptist. More conservative theories point to sensitive documents, financial records, political correspondence, or maps etched with encoded symbols. Regardless of the precise contents, the core concept remains clear. The fleet constituted more than a mere evacuation. It was a strategic relocation. And this is where events take a stranger turn. In the early 18th century, a French nobleman named Claude Desprez published a little-known tract referencing the flight of the Grail and a convoy of ships carrying the soul of the temple into the new dusk. His sources were vague, yet his phrasing possessed an oddly poetic quality. It presented the notion that the Templars did not merely escape, they underwent a transformation. The fleet was not a retreat, but a rebirth, sailing into legend under the protective shroud of sea spray and shadow. Even more curiously, later reports from the Canary Islands in the mid-14th century describe locals recounting tales of tall ships bearing crosses on their sails, arriving without warning, exchanging goods, and then vanishing before sunrise. The flags bore no national insignia. The men spoke little but paid generously, and one islander, according to a monk's diary, swore the men possessed tattooed wrists, marked with crosses centered within circles identical to Templar iconography. Again, none of this conclusively proves the fleet's survival. However, it suggests something more unsettling, that the fleet may never have intended to return. There is an idea, both haunting and fragile, that the Templar fleet was not simply a reactive response to Philip's aggression, but the final phase of a long-conceived plan. That the Order, having foreseen the betrayal of kings, initiated an exodus. That the sea served not as an escape route, but as a medium through which something ancient, sacred, or dangerous could be safely transported beyond the reach of empires. If this theory holds true, then the treasure sought may not be interred in the soil. It may still be sailing somewhere, carried not in chests of gold, but within the profound depths of silence. The Portuguese sanctuary, to achieve true disappearance in the 14th century, not merely to conceal oneself in a cave or feign one's demise in a tavern, three critical elements were required: a steadfast ally, a legal loophole, and a location beyond papal scrutiny. The Knights Templar, consistently methodical in their strategies, appear to have identified all three within one remarkable territory: Portugal. Nestled on the western periphery of Europe, Portugal in the early 1300s was a nascent kingdom, fiercely independent, yet deeply indebted, particularly to the Templars, who had previously aided King Dinis I in securing his throne. Unlike his French counterpart, Philip IV, King Dinis harbored no inclination toward betrayal. Consequently, when the order faced imminent dissolution in 1307, Portugal became more than a mere sanctuary. It functioned as a strategic reset button. As inquisitions relentlessly swept across France and Spain, and as papal bulls demanded arrests and confessions, the Portuguese court quietly formulated an ingenious solution. In 1319, King Dinis formally petitioned Pope John XXII with a peculiar request: to establish a new order, entirely distinct, of course, that would inherit the lands and responsibilities of the now defunct Templars. This new entity, he proposed, would serve the Church loyally, swear fresh oaths, and defend the faith with both sword and discretion. The Pope granted his assent, and just like that, the Order of Christ was born. Yet, here is where the narrative takes a distinctive turn. The inaugural Grand Master of the Order of Christ was a man named Gil Martins, a former Templar. Its headquarters, the formidable castle of Tomar, had once been the most significant Templar fortress in Portugal. Its structure, hierarchy, and even its symbols bore a striking familiarity. So much so, in fact, that it did not resemble an entirely new order, but rather a seamless continuation under an alternative designation, a meticulously orchestrated metamorphosis that enabled the Templars to endure, while the rest of Europe largely believed them to have been reduced to ashes. This was not mere subterfuge, it was sophisticated bureaucracy. By transferring titles, lands, and assets to the Order of Christ, Portugal effectively preserved the Templars' infrastructure intact. The castles remained garrisoned, the rituals, though modified, persisted, and within a single generation, the Order of Christ evolved into one of the most potent institutions in Iberia, its influence quietly extending beyond national borders through extensive trade and exploration. And what of the treasure? Here, the narrative becomes delightfully ambiguous. While France systematically dismantled monasteries in search of gold and inquisitors kindled fires over parchment maps, Portugal observed in silence. Not a single Templar ship was seized, not one vault was uncovered. If the fabled treasure had indeed been moved to the Atlantic coast, where better to send it than to a secure harbor enjoying royal protection? Some historians posit that at least a portion of the Templar wealth was transferred to Portuguese strongholds, perhaps concealed beneath Tomar or dispersed among smaller, rural estates for safekeeping. More intriguing are the records of unusual shipments arriving at Portuguese ports in the years following 1307. Crates with no declared contents, carts arriving under armed escort, and contracts signed in ciphers that defy modern translation. One chronicler described a rain of relics and silver that quietly blessed the land during that period, perhaps poetically or perhaps literally. Even more compelling is the subsequent trajectory of Portugal in the centuries that followed. This relatively small coastal nation unexpectedly emerged as the vanguard of European exploration. It was the Portuguese who meticulously charted the Atlantic, who pioneered maritime routes to Africa, India, and beyond. At the heart of this wave of expansion stood the Order of Christ. Prince Henry the Navigator, that quintessential figure of discovery, served as a grand master of this very order, the same institution born from the ashes of the Templars. Coincidence? Or undeniable continuity? A theory, more often whispered than formally documented, suggests that the age of discovery was not solely fueled by royal ambition or economic impetus, but by a covert mission. That the Portuguese explorers were not merely charting uncharted waters but following ancient maps. That the Order of Christ's expeditions were less about discovering new worlds and more about reclaiming ancient knowledge that had been meticulously safeguarded by the Templars and transported across oceans during their flight from persecution. This brings us to Tomar. The Convento de Cristo in Tomar is an extraordinarily beautiful and complex structure, a harmonious blend of Romanesque austerity and Manuelian exuberance. However, its focal point, the rotunda, bears unmistakable Templar hallmarks. Inspired by the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, it is more than a mere chapel. It functions as a profound compass, symbols etched into its columns, geometric patterns suggesting celestial alignments, a design intended not merely to inspire devotion, but to encode profound meaning. Some believe that the very layout of Tomar conceals a message, that beneath its tiled corridors and cloisters lies a crypt, a chamber sealed by the passage of time, preserving not wealth but a warning. Perhaps it is here, not in France, Scotland, or the New World, that the true secret was hidden in plain sight, veiled by an outward display of obedience and sanctity. Yet, resistance to this idea persists. Mainstream historians argue that the Order of Christ, while undeniably derivative, was a pragmatic invention. That Portugal's generosity was politically motivated, not conspiratorial. That there is no concrete evidence the Templars transferred anything beyond titles and lands. But then, the absence of evidence does not equate to evidence of absence, particularly when dealing with an organization meticulously trained in the art of silence. The Portuguese sanctuary theory is not solely about escape, it is fundamentally about transformation. The Templars did not vanish, they evolved, they adapted. They whispered a new name to the wind, donned new robes, and swore new vows. But beneath it all, the original purpose endured, to guard something, to await a propitious moment. And within the warm stone of Tomar, where the Atlantic winds still weave through broken archways and light flickers upon centuries-old masonry, one can almost perceive it, that breath held just behind the veil, a secret still slumbering, awaiting perhaps the opportune voice to awaken it. Encoded Grail lore, and the treasure map, Some legends exhibit an obstinate refusal to perish, not necessarily because of their factual veracity, but because of their inherent utility. They flicker and transmute, continually reshaping themselves with each successive generation's hopes and fears, and none more profoundly than the legend of the Holy Grail. It has been variously described as a chalice, a sacred bloodline, a mystical stone, a potent symbol, a complex cipher, and in the specific context of the Knights Templar, perhaps an amalgamation of all these interpretations. For inextricably intertwined with their enigmatic history, deeply embedded within the intricate folds of medieval myth and coded manuscripts, lies a tantalizing suggestion that the Templars did not merely safeguard treasure, but rather they guarded profound knowledge, and that this knowledge, meticulously encoded within layers of Grail lore, might still indicate the ultimate resting place of their lost fortune. Let us commence with Chrétien de Troyes, a 12th century poet active in the court of Marie de Champagne. He composed one of the earliest known Grail romances, in which a young knight named Percival inadvertently encounters a mysterious procession, a luminous Grail borne through a castle, followed by a bleeding lance. The text abruptly concludes, unfinished, a dangling mystery that has captivated readers for centuries. However, here lies a curious detail. De Troyes was writing precisely during the zenith of Templar power. Consequently, some scholars believe his work implicitly reflects a coded reference to the Order's secret rituals. The bleeding lance, after all, was a recurring symbol in both early Christian mysticism and Templar artistry, and the Grail, irrespective of its precise nature, is never explicitly delineated as a chalice. Instead, it is depicted as a vessel, a receptacle of sacred power, or perhaps of recondite knowledge. Later, authors further elaborated upon the narrative. Wolfram von Eschenbach introduced the concept that the Grail was not composed of gold, but of a mysterious stone, one purportedly capable of healing wounds, imparting wisdom, and sustaining life. He termed it the lapsit exilis, a phrase defying direct translation yet resonating with evocative energy. Eschenbach also described a clandestine brotherhood sworn to protect the Grail, neither traditional monks nor conventional knights, but an entity occupying an interstitial space. Does this resonate? In his rendition, the guardians of the Grail reside within a fortress named Monsalvash, a word some believe to be a corrupted iteration of Monsalvat, which in turn has been linked to Montségur in southern France. That name will re-emerge later, but for now, it suffices to acknowledge that the Grail myth became intricately interwoven with real geographical locations, hills, castles, caves, and maps, or more precisely, the concept of maps concealed within narratives. It is at this point that the narrative acquires an even stranger dimension. In the 20th century, a scholar named Trevor Ravenscroft published a controversial work asserting that the Grail legend represented an encoded history of a tangible relic, meticulously preserved through symbolic representation. He argued that the Templars had incorporated these codes into their architecture, manuscripts, and even their liturgical practices. While his work was extensively criticized, it undeniably ignited a renewed interest in the proposition that the Templars were not merely contending for Jerusalem, they were actively seeking something interred beneath it. Then came the alleged discovery of the Templar map, purportedly found within a monastery in northern Spain. The parchment appeared, at first glance, to be a conventional pilgrimage chart. However, when meticulously superimposed over specific Templar holdings, the alignments suggested more than mere coincidence. Certain waypoints, castles, shrines, chapels, corresponded precisely with the celestial positions of stars within the Orion constellation. The theory posited that these sites, interconnected by ancient routes, formed a terrestrial star map, pointing not toward heaven, but towards something concealed within the earth. A pathway, a protective grid, or a definitive vault. Mainstream historians scoffed at this notion. However, researchers subsequently began to observe similar alignments in France, particularly across Languedoc, a region replete with Templar ruins and a rich Cathar history. Even the magnificent Chartres Cathedral, situated miles to the north, was said to align with nearby preceptories, according to a pattern consistent with sacred geometry. The Grail, in this interpretive framework, is not a physical object to be discovered within a cave. It is a complex riddle dispersed across both landscape and legend, a pattern that unveils itself solely to those conversant in its symbolic language. And the Templars, those steadfast custodians of silence, may have been the last individuals fluent in that cryptic tongue. There exist fragmentary, maddeningly incomplete documents that suggest the Templars encrypted messages within their liturgies. One prayer addressed to St. Bernard, their patron, reportedly contains a series of unusual phrasing repetitions that some interpret as a numerical cipher. Another, a carving found in a remote Portuguese chapel, features a sequence of stars and crosses whose angular relationships mirror those found in esoteric alchemical charts. Coincidence, perhaps, but the accumulation of such maybes becomes increasingly difficult to dismiss. If the Grail legend serves as a veil for deeper truths, if it conceals tangible locations, roots, or artifacts, then the Templars' treasure may not consist of a singular accumulation of gold, but rather a complex network of interconnected clues. One such clue resides in a lesser-known manuscript called the Codex Giga, though primarily a biblical text. One marginal note, believed to have been appended by a Templar scribe, mentions a vessel hidden in the mother's bones, a phrase so enigmatic as to be nearly inscrutable. However, some interpret it as a reference to a reliquary interred within an ancient Roman tomb, or perhaps an artifact sealed within the stone foundation of a cathedral, the mother metaphorically representing the church itself. This concept of treasure concealed not behind walls but integrally within them transforms the perception of medieval structures. Every pillar could be a directional indicator, every stained glass motif a clue, every ancient narrative a cipher. Therefore, in pursuing the trail of the lost Templar fortune, one does not commence with a shovel, one commences with a story. One meticulously traces the bleeding lance through the ruins. One deciphers the vessel's trajectory across hills and through chapels. One examines ancient carvings with an altered perspective and murmurs their forgotten names. For the treasure, if it indeed exists, may not be buried at all. It may be hidden in plain sight, occupying the interstitial space between myth and map. And the Templars, those resolute keepers of silence, may have bequeathed the key not in gold or parchment, but in profound metaphor. The Grail is not what it is commonly perceived to be. It never was. Chartres Cathedral and the Geometry Code. The initial impression conveyed by Chartres Cathedral is not merely its immense scale, though it undeniably looms imposingly above the surrounding town, nor even its renowned stained glass, which captures the morning sun as if designed to ensnare divine light. Rather, the most profound element that truly arrests one is the overwhelming sensation it evokes. As one traverses the cathedral's shadow and steps into the nave, something intangible shifts. The air thickens, the quality of one's breath changes, and the stone floor beneath feels less like inert rock and more like a deliberate manifestation of purpose. This was not merely a church, it was a message, a cipher meticulously carved into limestone. Chartres Cathedral, completed in the early 13th century, is widely regarded as one of the quintessential masterpieces of Gothic architecture. However, what distinguishes it is not solely its soaring ribbed vaults or intricate rose windows, but its intrinsic geometry, its meticulous layout, the deliberate, almost obsessive application of ratios, alignments, and symmetries. Chartres is not simply beautiful, it is mathematically precise. This precision may explain why some theorists believe the Knights Templar utilized it as a vault, not for gold, but for profound knowledge. To the casual observer, it appears to be merely a cathedral. However, to those who study sacred geometry, it represents a map, a celestial chart, a mirror reflecting hidden universal laws. The nave, for instance, conforms to the golden ratio with unsettling accuracy. The strategic placement of columns echoes planetary distances, and the celebrated labyrinth at its center is not a mere decorative element, but a symbolic pathway, a representation of the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, or perhaps something deeper, a symbolic depiction of the soul's journey through layered secrets. It is at this juncture that the connection to the Templars gains substantial form. During the construction of Chartres, the Templars were at the zenith of their power. They controlled critical trade routes, protected pilgrims, and channeled immense wealth through Europe's spiritual heartlands. Yet, they also engaged in another significant activity. They safeguarded sites deemed sacred, often predating Christianity itself. Chartres, as it happens, was erected atop a far older location. A pre-Christian well, dedicated to a pagan goddess, lies beneath its crypt. The Druids revered this spot as a holy place, a kind of navel of the earth, and the cathedral's builders did not remove it. They meticulously built around it, preserving its ancient sanctity. Why? Because Chartres was not conceived as an act of erasure. It was an exercise in layering, preserving one form of sacredness beneath another. This mirrors the Templars themselves, warriors clad in the robes of monks, guardians of a tradition that many believed extended far deeper than the Crusades. One peculiar detail resides within the stained glass. The renowned blue Virgin window features not only conventional Christian imagery, but also what appear to be zodiac signs, alchemical emblems, and mathematical symbols not formally recognized by the Church. These were not random embellishments. They were encoded ideas, allusions to a profound synthesis of spiritual and scientific knowledge. Such knowledge the Templars may have encountered in the East and subtly disseminated back into Europe through architectural design and the cathedral's intricate floor plan. It is not merely a cross, it is a detailed diagram. If one draws lines between key points, the altar, the labyrinth, the transepts, one discovers triangles that precisely mirror the angles found in Egyptian pyramids. The east-west axis aligns almost perfectly with the summer solstice sunrise, and some assert that the apse is situated at a harmonic node, a point of acoustic and energetic resonance utilized in ancient structures across the globe. This represents a considerable amount of sophisticated geometry for a group of 13th century masons, unless those masons were not working in isolation. There has been long-standing speculation that the Templars provided more than mere protection during the cathedral's construction. They may have offered financing, materials, and even architectural influence. After all, they controlled quarries, forests, and trade routes, and maintained contact with advanced scholars in Islamic lands where Greek, Roman, and Egyptian mathematics were meticulously preserved and further developed. If the Templars were indeed custodians of ancient knowledge, then perhaps they chose to imprint it permanently in stone. This leads to the concept of the Templar Code. Some researchers believe that sacred buildings such as Chartres contain a hidden language, expressed not through written text, but through precise proportion, meticulous layout, and profound symbolism, a form of silent communication between those who possessed this recondite knowledge. Chartres, in this interpretation, transmutes from a church into a vault, a map, a complex riddle. And its answers are not read, they are traversed. One particularly evocative theory suggests that the labyrinth is a scaled model of the Temple of Jerusalem, that each segment corresponds to a station of sacred memory, and at its center, unmarked, unassuming, almost unnoticed, once lay a copper plate purportedly bearing Templar markings. The plate is now gone, either stolen or removed during the upheavals of subsequent centuries. However, old sketches remain, depicting a symbol resembling a double cross, a rare emblem occasionally associated with inner Templar circles. Coincidence again, perhaps, but the pattern becomes increasingly profound. The cathedral's towers also narrate a story. They are conspicuously asymmetrical, one Gothic, the other Romanesque. Some dismiss this as the natural outcome of staggered construction timelines, but others argue it was intentional, a deliberate representation of duality. symbolizing the twin pillars of Solomon's temple, Boaz and Jachin. This may be a subtle nod to the Templar origin myth, which posits that their founding members excavated beneath the ruins of the first temple, searching not for treasure, but for profound enlightenment. If Chartres serves as a memorial to that original sanctuary, then perhaps its true purpose was not solely religious. Perhaps it functioned as a memory palace, a sophisticated storage device for ancient wisdom, meticulously encoded in light and stone. There are no definitive records directly linking the Templars to the explicit design of Chartres. This forms part of the enduring mystery. However, the patterns are undeniable. The resonance with their iconography, the mathematical perfection, the buried pagan well, and the presence of symbols that would otherwise be incongruous within a church-approved structure. Ultimately, one does not need to accept that a Templar architect meticulously designed Chartres brick by brick. One only needs to stand within the nave, trace one's fingertips along a column, and perceive that subtle hum, that pulsating rhythm beneath the stones, a secret not proclaimed aloud, but whispered across centuries, patiently awaiting recognition. The Oak Island connection. Off the windswept coast of Nova Scotia lies a small, pine-cloaked island, shaped like a teardrop. Quiet, unassuming, barely a discernible mark on most maps, Oak Island has, for over 2 centuries, captivated treasure hunters, adventurers, and conspiracy theorists alike. This fascination stems not from what has been definitively discovered, but from what persistently remains elusive. For beneath its marshy soil, there may lie the most elaborately booby-trapped vault in the world. And, as some believe, it represents the conclusive chapter in the narrative of the Knights Templar. The legend originates in 1795 when a teenager named Daniel McInnes serendipitously encountered a peculiar depression in the ground beneath an ancient oak tree. Accompanied by a few friends and fueled by youthful ambition, he began digging and swiftly unearthed something anomalous. At 10-foot intervals, they encountered layers of logs. At 30 feet, they discovered a flat stone etched with unknown symbols. At 90 feet, they struck a platform, inadvertently triggering a flood trap as water from subterranean channels surged in, inundating the shaft. Thus commenced the enduring mystery of the Money Pit. Since that initial discovery, innumerable attempts have been made to access whatever lies at the bottom. Expeditions have invested millions into the excavation, tunnels have collapsed, machinery has vanished into the mire. While some dismiss the entire saga as a myth inflated by avarice, others point to a perplexing accumulation of physical clues that resist facile explanation. Among these is the enigmatic stone, now missing for decades, that was found at the 90-foot mark. A transcription of its etched symbols was recorded, purportedly revealing a cipher. Translated, it reads, 40 feet below, £2 million lie buried. However, it is the symbols themselves that pique the most interest. A cross adorned with 4 dots, a triangle bisected by a horizontal line. These identical shapes appear in early Templar carvings, and analogous motifs have been found etched into stones at ruined preceptories in southern France. Then there is the stone cross, located on the island's northern extremity. Roughly hewn yet deliberately placed, it mirrors the distinctive shape of a classic Templar cross, a long vertical arm with a short crossbar, situated within a clearing that appears artificially created. Some consider this mere coincidence. Others believe it to be a deliberate marker, a form of maritime compass indicating something interred not in the island's center, but beneath one of its crescent-shaped shores. The notion that the Templars reached North America before Columbus is, to say the least, highly contentious. However, whispers persist in old maps and shiplogs, and, within Masonic lore, tales of a westward voyage of ships that sailed not for safety, but for profound concealment, transporting not treasure, but relics, documents, and knowledge, the very elements that could never be permitted to fall into the hands of king or pope. Oak Island, isolated and readily defensible, would have served as a near-perfect vault. Proponents of the Templar Oak Island theory frequently highlight the intricate structure of the money pit itself, the layered platforms, the water traps, and the sheer complexity of the engineering. It is not merely a hole, it is a meticulously designed construction, one that would have necessitated substantial manpower, sophisticated mathematical understanding, and a symbolic comprehension of protective architecture. In other words, precisely the kind of expertise for which the Templars were renowned. They had demonstrated such capabilities previously in Jerusalem, excavating beneath the Temple Mount, constructing spiral staircases and subterranean chapels. They understood how to conceal objects in plain sight, how to protect through silence and stone. Oak Island, in this context, appears less as a strange anomaly and more as a definitive signature. Furthermore, there is the intriguing discovery of coconut fiber in deep layers within the pit. These fibers are not indigenous to Nova Scotia. They originate from tropical regions, most likely the Caribbean. This raises several disquieting questions. Who transported this material to a remote Canadian island in the 14th or 15th century, and why? No one definitively knows. However, the implication is unsettling. The Templar fleet, it will be recalled, vanished from La Rochelle shortly before the arrests. If some of those ships indeed sailed west long before Columbus or Cabot, then what one discovers on Oak Island might not be mere legend, but tangible evidence. The narrative does not conclude with the pit. In the nearby Smith's Cove, excavations uncovered a U-shaped wooden structure beneath layers of sediment. It was massive, meticulously constructed, and embedded with more of the same coconut fiber. If it was a trap, it was exquisitely engineered. If it was a dock, it was designed for vessels considerably larger than the local fishing boats of the 18th century. Even further inland, researchers located a peculiar triangle carved into stone, pointing due north. Its apex aligns with the cross-shaped clearing on the island's surface, and when mapped in relation to other features, it forms an almost perfect equilateral triangle, a shape sacred to the Templars, symbolizing the divine trinity, the compass, and the blueprint of the universe. Coincidence again, or a form of communication? Skeptics contend that all of this could be attributed to natural formations, overactive imaginations, and the pervasive sunk cost fallacy inherent in multi-generational treasure hunts. After all, despite centuries of excavation, no definitive Templar artifact, no scroll, no coin, no carved relic, unequivocally proclaiming, "We were here," has ever been retrieved. Yet, perhaps that is precisely the point. The Templars did not proclaim, they whispered. They embedded silence into their systems, leaving trails so faint, so profoundly coded, that only those already possessing the answer could truly discern the map. And Oak Island may not represent the prize itself, it may be the ultimate test. For what lies beneath the soil is not merely gold. It is a profound question, one that has resisted every spade, sonar scan, and television crew. A question the Templars may have posed to time itself. If one were to locate the vault, would one even comprehend its contents? Would one know how to properly utilize it? Or would one simply perceive another excavation site? The true treasure, perhaps, lies in the code, the discipline, the intellectual challenge itself. And Oak Island, swaying gently in the northern winds, continues its silent vigil. The Temple Mount excavations. Beneath the sacred skyline of Jerusalem, below the shimmering dome of the rock and the murmur of centuries of prayer, lies something deeper than stone, a profound silence, a void, a buried past that once drew 9 men from the security of European courts into the very heart of danger, devotion, and discovery. For before they became the formidable guardians of banks and castles, the Knights Templar were something far simpler and infinitely more secretive, a group of excavators tunneling beneath the Temple Mount. It is often easy to overlook this foundational origin. Common perception tends to depict the Templars in gleaming armor, brandishing swords on dusty battlefields. However, the earliest records of the order, established around 1000, 119, describe a more curious reality. The founding knights, led by Hugues de Payens, were not initially engaged in military campaigns. Instead, they were quietly granted residence in a wing of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, known during the Crusader era as the Temple of Solomon. For the subsequent 9 years, they scarcely emerged. There are no records of recruitment, no expansion, no significant military engagements, only profound silence and persistent excavation. At least, this is the theory supported by both Arabic and Western historical sources. Chroniclers from that era, including William of Tyre, described the Templars conducting extensive searches beneath the temple. But what exactly were they seeking? Religious historians suggest they pursued relics, the Ark of the Covenant, the menorah of the Second Temple, or perhaps even scrolls containing divine knowledge. Some propose it was a quest less for tangible artifacts, and more for access a subterranean network of tunnels and chambers that could unveil the sacred geography of biblical history. This was not mere fantasy. Modern archaeology has confirmed that beneath the Temple Mount lies a vast network of cisterns, passageways, and sealed chambers. Some date back to the time of Herod, others are older still. During the Templars' tenure, these would have been largely unmapped and untouched by European hands. Yet, remarkably, the order emerged years later exhibiting sudden wealth, rapid papal endorsement, and a reputation that disproportionately exceeded their prior experience. Was this attributable to unwavering faith, political favor, or had they indeed discovered something profound beneath the ancient stones? It is here that the narrative converges with the esoteric. In certain occult texts, often dismissed by academic circles but fiercely upheld by fringe historians, there are allusions to a hidden archive beneath the temple, not a treasure trove in the conventional sense, but a collection of scrolls penned in a pre-Hebrew script, whose contents are attributed by some to the lost tribes of Israel, and by others, more dramatically, to the Nephilim, the mythic giants referenced in Genesis. Whatever their true origin, the central premise remains consistent. The Templars purportedly recovered forbidden knowledge. Not gold, not relics, but knowledge itself, and it may have fundamentally transformed them. Proponents of this theory point to a conspicuous shift in the order's behavior subsequent to their time in Jerusalem. Their financial systems became radically more sophisticated. Their symbols, particularly the distinctive twin rider motif, acquired strange alchemical undertones, and their motto, non nobis domine, non nobis sed nomini tuo de gloriam, not to us, O Lord, not to us, but to your name give glory, began to appear inscribed alongside peculiar geometries, spirals, intersecting circles, and even veiled pentagrams. Were these indications of heresy, or the subtle echo of something far older? An obscure 18th century manuscript, known as the Rothschild fragment, discovered in the archives of a private library in Frankfurt, describes a sealed chamber found beneath the mount, containing a lattice of stars and a voice without air. The author claims to have copied this note from a now-lost Templar journal retrieved during the Crusades. While unverifiable, the imagery aligns disturbingly well with both Kabbalistic cosmology and early Templar iconography. And here, a small historical fact glows like an ember. The Templars never denied their prolonged presence beneath the mount. They simply never explained it. No detailed logs, no reports to Rome, no preserved scrolls, only a profound silence. Some have speculated that they entered into a pact to protect what they discovered rather than to utilize it directly, that the true legacy of their excavation was not a treasure, but an immense responsibility, a burden, silently passed from night to night, never articulated aloud. This hypothesis could help account for their seemingly disproportionate secrecy and the abrupt hostility exhibited by subsequent church leaders. If the Templars indeed possessed forbidden knowledge, they were not merely heretics, they were profound liabilities. And perhaps this explains why the Vatican, even in modern times, restricts access to certain portions of the Temple Mount's historical records. why several archaeological surveys have been abruptly halted or suppressed, why, in the 1,960 seconds, a team of researchers working in the Western Wall tunnels was allegedly redirected when they uncovered a sealed stone doorway, one that has remained unopened since. Could this be where the Templars left something behind, a final chamber? A vault containing not wealth but warnings? The connection to the lost treasure becomes less about physical riches and more about intentionality. If the Templars discovered something beneath the Temple Mount that they deemed too perilous to reveal, something that challenged established doctrine or destabilized royal authority, they would have meticulously hidden it, relocated it, and protected it through the strictest secrecy. That, after all, was their established modus operandi. Thus, the theory emerges. The treasure was not merely gold plundered from Jerusalem. It was knowledge recovered beneath it, knowledge that formed the true foundational system of the Templar Order, nourishing it, shaping it, and ultimately condemning it. For knowledge, when deemed forbidden, inevitably transforms into a curse. And the Templars, perhaps, became its ultimate priests. One can still walk the Temple Mount today. The wind brushes the ancient stones like a whisper. Tourists traverse the same flagstones upon which the Templars once knelt. And beneath their feet, a hollow silence, sealed for centuries, continues to conceal what? A chamber, a vault, a voice without air, still patiently waiting. The Vatican's secret archives. To access the innermost sanctum of the Vatican's archives, one must traverse iron gates beneath papal arms, along winding corridors cooled by centuries of stone. The floors absorb all sound underfoot. Behind doors secured by locks, for which only a select few individuals on Earth hold the keys, rests a repository older than most nations, over 50 miles of shelves, manuscripts amassed in layers so dense they seem to murmur amongst themselves, dust-laden letters from emperors, papal bulls sealed in wax, and, somewhere within that echoing darkness, the truth concerning the Knights Templar may be slowly succumbing to mildew. For hundreds of years, the Vatican harbored a profound secret, pertaining not merely to faith, politics, or sacred rituals, but to justice or, more accurately, the conspicuous absence thereof. In 2001, a discreet archivist named Barbara Frail unearthed a forgotten document interred within the index room. It had been filed under an appellation so obscure that it remained miscatalogued for centuries. Its contents were nothing less than the absolution of the Knights Templar. Let us pause here, for this represents a narrative twist that even a novelist might hesitate to invent. The document, now famously recognized as the Chinon Parchment, dates back to 1308, merely 1 year after the initial arrests. It meticulously records the findings of 3 cardinals dispatched by Pope Clement V himself, tasked with interrogating the highest-ranking Templar officials. These were not mere low-level knights. These were the individuals who would have possessed comprehensive knowledge, the rituals, the relics, the unvarnished truth. And what they confessed was considerably less than damning. Yes, they acknowledged certain peculiar initiation rites, including ritual kisses and symbolic denials of Christ. However, they framed these practices as misunderstood performances, as spiritual tests, not as heresy, but as allegory. Crucially, they demonstrated genuine repentance, and Clement V, with full cognizance of these testimonies, formally absolved them in writing, affixed with the papal seal. Then, silence. The document was subsequently concealed, misfiled, perhaps deliberately so, while the Church publicly permitted the trials to continue, and while kings seized lands and ignited pyres. The Pope possessed the truth. The Templars had not been damned. They had been forgiven, cleared, rendered spiritually pure before God. And yet, their order was systematically dissolved, their brethren dispersed, their symbols meticulously scraped from chapel walls. Why? Some posit it was an act of profound cowardice. Clement, caught between French political coercion and his own papal authority, capitulated. Others believe it stemmed from a deeper calculation, that the Templars had become excessively powerful, their influence, a de facto shadow government, behind various thrones. Still others whisper that the absolution itself constituted a strategic diversion, a means to preserve the order's inner sanctum while its external shell was deliberately sacrificed. Whatever the precise truth, the Chinon parchment raises a more fundamental question. What else remains concealed within the Vatican's vast vaults? It is known that the archive encompasses over 85 kilometers of shelving, housing documents spanning 12 centuries. Only a minuscule percentage has been digitized. Access is strictly limited to accredited scholars. No journalists, no curiosity seekers, no spontaneous deathbed confessions are permitted. Even for those who receive permission, numerous documents necessitate additional clearance. Requests can be denied without stated reason, and no individual, regardless of their credentials, possesses unrestricted access to the entirety of the collection. Among the sealed collections are records from the Inquisition, correspondence with ancient monarchs, and papal communications from the Crusader states. If the Templars left behind letters, scrolls, or encoded directives, this is where they would most likely reside, not scattered across European monasteries, but quietly gathered in a stone-lined sepulchre of paper. One tantalizing rumor suggests that during the 16th century, a box labeled Militia Templi was delivered to the Archivum Secretum. Inside, it purportedly contained charters penned in a cipher not observed since the 13th century, along with a hand-drawn map, wax-sealed and unsigned. The box was logged, then subsequently misplaced. To this day, its whereabouts remain unknown, and its very existence unconfirmed. Then there is the rumored Codex Gigas, an alleged manuscript whose existence has never been definitively corroborated, which supposedly outlines clandestine alliances between the Templars and proto-Masonic groups during their final period. Some versions of this story claim it contains references to a geometric cipher of inheritance, meticulously passed down through specific bloodlines and guardians. It, too, is said to reside somewhere within the Vatican, beneath layers of locks that no one can now open. What is undeniably true is that the Church controls the narrative. They possess the scrolls, the ledgers, the trial records. For centuries, they exerted absolute control over the narrative of Templar guilt. And then, with the emergence of a single parchment, that established narrative fractured. For if the Templars were not heretics, if they had been absolved by the Pope himself, then what precisely were they? Victims? Martyrs? Or protectors of something so delicate, so dangerous, that it necessitated complete eradication? The Vatican's sustained silence in this matter often communicates more than words. The slow, deliberate release of declassified documents, the manifest reluctance to speak plainly, even the publication of the Chinon parchment, occurred in a limited Latin edition, with minimal fanfare, as if the Church sought both to acknowledge and simultaneously conceal the truth. Thus, the archive transmutes into a kind of shadow vault, a second temple, constructed not of stone but of parchment and apprehension, a place where knowledge is not destroyed, but meticulously interred. And just like the vaults beneath Jerusalem or the chests that vanished from La Rochelle, it is not what remains unknown that truly haunts, it is what they demonstrably do know. For somewhere behind a Vatican door, secured by a key one may never behold, lies the answer, a folded parchment, a broken seal, a line of text that articulates what none are willing to state. We were wrong, and they knew it. Baphomet, idol or cipher, its name snakes through the pages of medieval Inquisition, records like a persistent whisper that defiantly refuses to dissipate. Baphomet, a word scrawled in trembling ink by tortured hands, reiterated under duress, widely misunderstood by many, and profoundly feared by most. This name became the central pillar of the Templar trials, serving as irrefutable proof, according to their accusers, that the order had succumbed to heresy, to the worship of devils, to the most egregious form of apostasy. Yet, what? Or who was Baphomet? Was it genuinely an idol of evil, or something far more intricate? Perhaps not even a tangible figure at all, but rather a symbol, or, more accurately, a complex cipher. To truly grasp the gravity of the accusation, one must revisit those initial days of the arrests. When Philip IV's men dragged Templars into dungeons and operated the instruments of torture, one name surfaced repeatedly: Baphomet. Under immense pressure, the men spoke of it. Descriptions, however, varied significantly. Some referred to it as a head, others a face with 3 eyes. A few mentioned a beard or glowing skin, or the uncanny ability to speak without a voice. And therein lies the initial clue. The accounts do not cohere. The descriptions are contradictory. If Baphomet were a literal idol, a physical statue passed from temple to temple, its appearance would have remained consistent to every initiate. But it did not. The image shifted, blurred by pain, suggestion, and the pervasive culture of secrecy, which strongly suggests that Baphomet was not a physical object in the first place. In the ensuing centuries, the word was appropriated by occultists and artists alike. Eliphas Levi famously depicted Baphomet in the 19th century as a goat-headed hermaphrodite, seated in a lotus position, gesturing both upwards and downwards, a visual representation that would later be erroneously conflated with satanic iconography. However, Levi, like many before and after him, was engaging in a form of retroactive myth-making. The original Templars left no such image, no sculpture, no icon, only the word itself. And it is here that the concept of Baphomet as a cipher begins to glimmer. Some linguists have proposed that Baphomet is a phonetic corruption of Muhammad, the old French rendering of the Islamic prophet's name. If accurate, this would imply that the Templars were accused of adopting Islamic practices, an inflammatory suggestion during the Crusades, yet one rooted more in fear than in fact. Others argue it is an intentional anagram. The 18th century mystic Karl Heinrich von Hund und Altengrottgau suggested it could stand for Templi Omnium Hominum Pacis Abbas, a Latin shorthand for the Father of the Temple of Peace of all men. A lofty title, devoid of evil or heresy, simply inclusive, which, paradoxically, might have been the genuine problem. During their extensive presence in the Holy Land, the Templars maintained substantial contact with Muslim scholars. They translated Arabic texts, acquiring knowledge in navigation, medicine, and architecture. They may even have engaged in the exchange of esoteric knowledge, the kind that was antithetical to the more dogmatic tenets of Christendom. If Baphomet served as a code word for this secret knowledge, a designation for a concept rather than a creature, then the accusations acquire a different interpretive logic. In this perspective, Baphomet transforms not into an idol, but into a mask, a disguise for wisdom considered too perilous to openly name. Not a deity, but a password, a vessel for a philosophy that could not be openly articulated within churches or courts. One tantalizing theory suggests that Baphomet refers to the head of wisdom, a Gnostic concept wherein divine knowledge is personified. In some accounts of the Templar trials, the accused spoke of a severed head possessing prophetic powers, a head that did not speak audibly, but nevertheless answered questions. This resonates with legends from both Islamic and Jewish mysticism, such as the brazen head of medieval folklore or the golem traditions of Prague. Artificial constructs imbued with hidden knowledge, sacred objects utilized for guidance, not control. There is also a darker parallel within the Cathar tradition of southern France, a branch of Gnostic Christianity condemned as heresy. Mentions exist of a talking head maintained by high initiates, a symbol perhaps of wisdom transmitted through suffering. The Cathars, like the Templars, were systematically exterminated by both church and crown. Their fortress at Montségur was besieged in 1244, nearly 60 years prior to the Templar arrests. However, stories persisted that some Templars were present at Montségur's fall, and that a treasure was clandestinely removed before the fires, that a portion of the Templar inheritance originated not from Jerusalem but from Languedoc. Could Baphomet be a residual element of Cathar doctrine, reinterpreted under duress? If so, its significance would be symbolic, a whisper of a faith that perceived the material world as inherently flawed and salvation as an internal process. A belief system that would have profoundly appalled the medieval church, not for its malevolence, but for its direct undermining of their established authority. Another possibility is that Baphomet was simply a red herring, a deliberate misdirection. The Templars, experts in the art of secrecy, may have intentionally invoked false names and symbols to safeguard their true beliefs, much as contemporary spies employ code names and incinerate documents. If Baphomet signified nothing, if it was a cipher for ask no further, then the name itself functioned as a lock. One clue that may offer insight is a fragment discovered in a 14th century Templar chapel in Spain. Etched above a doorway were the letters Baphomet, arranged in a circle. No idol, no explicit explanation, just the words, spaced like a code awaiting decryption. In the centuries since, attempts have been made to decipher it, twisting the name into myriad forms: a goat, a demon, a political slogan. But perhaps, just perhaps, that is the very essence of the enigma. Perhaps Baphomet was never intended to be definitively understood. Perhaps its purpose was to confuse, to mislead, to guard something older, deeper, and more enigmatic. Not a deity, not a monster, but a meticulously crafted mask. And when one endeavors to tear it away, when one strips bare the myths, legends, and pervasive fears, one is left not with a discernible face, but with a profound question. What were they genuinely concealing? The Chinon parchment and papal absolution. Within a small chamber in the Château de Chinon, where tapestries muted the stone walls and ink thickened beneath trembling hands, 3 cardinals sat in solemn audience with the most senior leaders of the Knights Templar. The date was August 17th, 1308. Nearly a year had passed since the commencement of the arrests. The world beyond those walls believed the Templars to be heretics. Yet, here, within this secluded chamber, the truth quietly unfolded onto parchment. No fires, no instruments of torture, only a direct exchange of questions and answers. The Chinon parchment, long interred within the labyrinthine folds of the Vatican's secret archives, and subsequently rediscovered only in the early 21st century, remains one of the most extraordinary documents in medieval history. For it achieved what the public trials never could. It questioned the Templars about their beliefs without the coercive threat of iron or flame, and they articulated their truth. Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Order, Geoffroy de Charny, Preceptor of Normandy, and other senior members one by one, they spoke, not with rage or defiance, but with a weary clarity. Yes, they acknowledged that certain initiation rituals involved symbols and gestures that might appear strange or even irreverent. There was, they stated, a symbolic denial of Christ, but it was allegorical. There was a kiss upon the base of the spine, peculiar indeed, but intended to instill humility and forge bonds. It was, they maintained, an integral part of a spiritual test, an allegory, a rite of passage into discipline, secrecy, and self-sacrifice. There was no Satan, no devil worship, no obscene idol, and no heresy. And here is the crucial detail the world was never permitted to hear. The cardinals, appointed directly by Pope Clement V himself, listened intently. They conferred, they prayed, and then they granted absolution. The Chinon parchment is the physical manifestation of that forgiveness. Penned in Latin and sealed with wax, it explicitly declares that the leaders of the Knights Templar were absolved by the authority of the Pope. Their sins, if indeed they were sins, were expiated. Their souls, by the Church's own hand, were rendered pure. Let the profound implications of this resonate. The Church secretly exonerated the Templars, even as the flames of public accusation burned ever hotter. Even as trials continued protracted in France and elsewhere, even as torture persisted, even as Jacques de Molay was led to the stake in 1314, 6 years after this quiet absolution. While the public was informed he remained an unrepentant heretic, this transcends mere historical hypocrisy. It represents a fundamental fracture, for it implies that the dissolution of the Templar order was not rooted in doctrinal transgression. It was fundamentally a political maneuver. The trial was elaborate theatre, a performance orchestrated by King Philip IV to seize land, erase substantial debts, and neutralize a formidable rival power. And the Church, caught in a vice between truth and its own institutional survival, chose strategic silence. That silence persisted for centuries. The Chinon parchment, initially filed under an erroneous heading, accumulated dust within the Vatican's most secluded corridors. Its rediscovery was not an act of divine revelation, but rather meticulous archival drudgery, a misfiled record, a label that did not quite correspond. And in 2001, it emerged, blinking into the light, astonishing historians and irrevocably rewriting the established narrative. And yet, remarkably, almost no one publicly discusses it. There was no papal press conference, no formal apology, no commemorative monument. The absolution, though officially acknowledged, was treated as a mere historical footnote, too late to aid the deceased, too awkward to integrate into the official narrative, too profoundly inconvenient. However, for those engaged in the pursuit of the lost truth of the Templars, the parchment alters every interpretive framework. For if the order was not culpable, then what precisely were they protecting? What was deemed worthy of enduring imprisonment, torture, and execution without confession? Perhaps the answer resides not in what the Templars overtly did, but in what they adamantly refused to disclose. It is plausible that the Church, by secretly absolving them, was effectively purchasing their silence, that Clement V comprehended the profound stakes, that he had perceived what they had perceived, or at least harbored strong suspicions, that the ritual denials, the alleged idols, the whispered heresies were not blasphemies, but rather symbols of something far older, perhaps even sacred. And this raises a deliciously uncomfortable question. Did the Church absolve the Templars not because they were innocent, but because they were, in a deeper sense, correct? Did the Templars possess knowledge too potent for public scrutiny? Something concealed beneath Jerusalem, transmitted through initiations rather than scripture. Something meticulously encoded in geometry, in Grail legends, in the vaults of Chartres, and even within the crosses of Oak Island? If so, then the Chinon parchment is not merely a pardon, it is a profound crack in the dam, a quiet confirmation that the narrative of heresy served as a deceptive mask, and behind that mask stood men who had pledged themselves to something far more profound than mere papal authority. There is one particular line in the parchment that stands out prominently. It refers to the Templar leaders as our sons, a gentle, familial phrase. It conveys compassion, even kinship. The cardinals did not perceive enemies. They saw servants, flawed perhaps, even misguided, but ultimately faithful. And yet, the Church permitted them to burn, which signifies that the truth was not consumed by flames. It was meticulously interred in paper, and not solely in the Chinon parchment. One can only speculate on the multitude of other scrolls, letters, minutes, and testimonies that remain behind locked shelves, misfiled, mislabeled, patiently awaiting a historian with an abundance of curiosity and an insufficient measure of caution. For this is the nature of silence. It does not always denote absence. Sometimes it is the most deafening sound in the room. And upon reading the Chinon parchment, one does not perceive condemnation. One perceives guilt, but not the Templars. Theirs, perhaps, was the sin of trust. The true guilt belongs to those who knew the truth and chose to bury it. The Rennes, Le Château Enigma, high in the Languedoc region of southern France, perched upon a sun-baked hill, permeated by the scent of cypress and thyme, stands a village so diminutive it scarcely warrants a dot on most maps. Rennes-le-Château, sleepy, isolated, quiet. Yet, Beneath its cobblestone silence lies one of the most enduring enigmas of the past 2 centuries, one that intricately intertwines priestly secrets, sudden affluence, coded parchments, and, most provocatively, the enduring shadow of the Knights Templar. It commences, as many unsettling narratives do, with the acquisition of wealth. In 1885, a humble parish priest named Berenger Saunier arrived in Rennes-le-Château to assume a forgotten post within a crumbling church. The village was impoverished, the rectory leaked, and the altar was dilapidated. For his initial years, Saunier lived in penury, sustained by meager donations. Then, abruptly, everything transformed. In 1891, during minor renovations to the Church of St. Mary Magdalene, Saunier reportedly discovered a hollow pillar near the altar. Inside, he found sealed scrolls, parchments that were never publicly disclosed, but which appeared to revolutionize his fortunes overnight, not over a decade or even years, but almost instantaneously. Soon thereafter, Saunier commenced frequent journeys to Paris, engaging with bishops, archivists, and, some whisper, clandestine societies. Upon his return, he was conspicuously wealthy, lavishly so. He constructed a new estate, complete with a library tower, an orangery, terraced gardens, and a private chapel. He financed village improvements and commissioned elaborate art. He hosted lavish dinner parties for select guests. All of this transpired on a priest's modest salary. Naturally, questions arose, and Saunier steadfastly refused to answer them. Officially, he asserted his wealth originated from selling masses, thousands upon thousands of them, often to parishioners he never personally encountered. However, the mathematics proved irreconcilable. He would have needed to celebrate multiple masses daily for decades, and many of the records appeared fabricated. When the church initiated an investigation, they discovered, well, sufficient evidence to censure him, but insufficient grounds for arrest. Yet, no one could definitively explain the source of his money or the precise contents of those scrolls. It is at this point that events begin to spiral into deeper speculation. Decades later, researchers unearthed tantalizing hints embedded in archives, marginalia, and cryptic correspondence, linking Saunier's discovery to the Templars. Some theorists believe the parchments referenced genealogy's ancient bloodlines. Others suggest they contained maps. The most persistent theory posits that the priest uncovered documents proving the existence of a hidden treasure, possibly Templar in origin, or even older, concealed beneath or in the vicinity of Rennes-le-Château. This may seem preposterous, but a closer examination of the symbols etched into the church Saunier meticulously rebuilt reveals a compelling pattern. The stations of the cross are arranged out of conventional sequence. The altar is flanked not by saints, but by demonic figures. And at the entrance stands a statue of Asmodeus, the demon of secrets, cradling a holy water font, an undeniably unconventional Catholic design. The inscriptions, too, are peculiar. Latin phrases with deliberate double meanings, geometric patterns in stained glass, and hidden allusions to Mary Magdalene, a significant figure in Templar lore, particularly among those who believe she bore Christ's bloodline. The entire church, therefore, transforms from a place of worship into an intricate puzzle box, designed not for spiritual conversion, but for profound concealment. Some have advanced further, suggesting that Rennes-le-Château rests atop a far older network of caves and tunnels, that the region, once a Cathar stronghold, constituted part of a larger spiritual and political resistance, that the Templars, perhaps survivors of Montségur or exiles from Jerusalem, utilized this hilltop village as a repository, a secure lockbox for secrets they could no longer openly safeguard. One local legend recounts a knight cloaked in white, appearing every 7 years near the church, silently traversing the same path at dusk. No one engages him in conversation. He remains mute, then vanishes. A ghost, perhaps, or a recurring ritual, a reminder. Naturally, Skeptics point to simpler explanations, that Saunier was a charlatan, that the treasure was a fabrication, and that the entire mystery constitutes a tourist attraction spun from coincidence